What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate kill Momonosuke by mistake 1 km Chapter 1 Madam, I didn't mean it. Jong-san is very panicked now, extremely panicked. Clearly, Jong-san had just finished doing charity work yesterday, had a seafood dinner, exercised for an hour, took a bath and fell into a good sleep. But now, Jong-san suddenly appeared among a group of muscular men with knives, guns, sticks and ferocious faces. They were talking about something excitedly, but Jong-san couldn't understand anything. And from the looks of it, we are on a boat, and looking out, we see the blue sea. Looking at the roast chicken in his hand, Jong-san stood there in confusion. Jong-san felt a sharp pain in his head, his eyes went dark, and he fell to the deck. In a daze, he heard someone talking next to him, and Jong-san understood what they meant. What happened? Why did Jack suddenly faint? From the physical point of view, there are no injuries. Maybe he is too young and fainted due to excitement? Or maybe you ate too much and felt full. Or maybe he's seasick. Although Jack is very strong, he is only an 8-year-old child after all. Or maybe he's just not getting enough sleep. Let him rest alone for a while. During the insurance period, we should speed up as much as possible and let Master Quinn take a look. Damn, what a quack. The stinging sensation in his head became even more severe, and his eyes went dark, and Jong-san completely passed out. My name is Jack and I am 8 years old. Ever since I was adopted by Boss Kaido, I have always followed him. Although I am young, I am well known for my ferocity among beasts pirates. I prefer Brother Jin and Brother Quinn. Even though they always quarrel, they have taught me a lot. As for Brother Kaido, he is the man I admire the most. Lord Kaido is planning something in Wano-kuni recently, and it seems to be a critical moment. I secretly brought people from Onigashima to Wano-kuni, wanting to help Lord Kaido. Just now I suddenly felt a pain in my head, and then I came to a dark place. A man who looked extremely thin suddenly appeared in front of me. Looking at his thin body and terrified expression, I knew that he was a piece of trash. Lousy could drown such a weakling by just peeing. But first I have to catch him and find out why I'm here. He saw me and stepped back. I pressed forward and grabbed him. Then nothing happened. I felt my consciousness slowly dissipating. Huff, what's going on? My name is Jack? A fishman from a moderate fish? Not even a human? Pirates Wong Roger? Marine? Pirates? Beasts pirates? Kaido? Jin? Quinn? Devil fruit? Mammoth? Is this the League of Legends? Where on earth have I traveled to? No, this is Devil Fruit. Pirates King Roger? I seem to have heard of it. It seems to be a hot-blooded anime? The World of Pirates King? Jack lay in bed for a long time before he slowly stood up, walked to the mirror in the room, looked at his thick arms, and pinched them tentatively. This muscle is so hard, so big, advertisement, but... Jack looked up at the mirror, measured his height, and asked his soul. This guy is 8 years old, and what is the taste of this ivory decoration? Even though you ate the fruit of an ancient mammoth, there's no need for you to tell others so openly. Boom. Ha ha ha. Go ahead. You untouchables want to resist? There was a shaking sound from under his feet, and then Jack heard a group of excited shouts. He hurried out of the room and came to the deck. Is this the pirates? Looking at the group of crazy pirates holding knives, guns, sticks and clubs, Jack felt as if his blood was touched by something. A feeling of excitement surged in his heart. Jack pulled out the scimitar hidden in the tusk and jumped down. Although this body is still in childhood, the quality of this body is definitely more than 10 times stronger than the previous life. Facing the warrior holding a long sword, Jack chopped at him mercilessly with the strange scimitar in his hand. Clang! As the sword was slashed, the warrior on the opposite side felt a huge force coming. Before he understood what was happening, he felt a pain in his neck and then fell into darkness. Jack looked at the warrior who died in a miserable manner, without feeling the slightest bit of discomfort. He wiped the blood splattered on his neck and was stunned for a moment. Is this what it feels like to kill someone? This world is really crazy. But I like it very much. Speaking of which, who is actually controlling the consciousness of this body? Haha, forget it. Seriously speaking, it's just that the memories of two people have completely merged. It doesn't matter who is who. That's already a matter of the previous life. From now on, I am Jack. But it's a pity, this world is a very popular anime, but I haven't watched it seriously, and there is no cheat, alas. Soon facing the vicious pirates, the few remaining enemies were all killed. Bah! These civilians are so tired of living that they actually took this opportunity to rebel against us. Do they think they can defeat us with just a few warriors? One of the pirates looked at the corpse in front of him with a tone full of disdain. Several pirates came over and shouted excitedly when they saw Jack. Master Jack, are you awake? That's great. Let's go to Odin Castle. I heard that several samurai escaped. I guess they must have gone to Odin Castle. I heard that Kazuki Odin's wife and children are there. Maybe we can catch the remnants of the Kazuki family and make a great contribution. Jack nodded, and a group of pirates rushed forward excitedly. Master Jack, that's Odin Castle. That's... Warrior, we found them. Go. Kinemon and Kanjuro looked at the pirates rushing towards them, glanced at each other, and immediately drew their swords to meet them. The moment the two men attacked, Jack's eyes changed instantly. These two warriors in kimono were tall, more than a head taller than himself, who was nearly 2 meters tall. Moreover, their swordsmanship is sharp and their attacks are extremely ruthless. I am definitely no match for them. Advertisement: we definitely can't fight. Kazuki Oden's wife and children are in the city. It's better too. Thinking of this, while the two were entangled by the pirates, Jack secretly jumped into Oden Castle. The city was empty. Jack looked around vigilantly and walked forward slowly. Walking into the hall, Jack saw a woman with long light green hair. In her arms was a child who was looking at him in horror. Is this Kazuki? And is this Oden's son? Jack slowly took out his machete and looked at the two men expressionlessly. Mother. Kazuki gently put his son on the ground, drew his sword and confronted Jack. Woman, put down your weapons. I don't want to kill a mother and son who have no power to resist. I advise you not to force me to do it. Kazuki stood in front of his son with a determined look, and then suddenly a look of joy appeared on his face. Stop, pirates, not good. Sensing the danger, Jack immediately took a step forward and tried to control Kazuki, but suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his back and his tall body fell directly to the ground. Impossible, it's still so far away, puff. Jack raised his head with difficulty and looked at the two warriors in the distance. One of the warriors was slowly putting his sword back into the scabbard at his waist. Everything went dark before Jack's eyes and he passed out again. After an unknown amount of time, Jack opened his eyes dazedly and vaguely saw several figures in the sea of fire. One of them was the warrior who had injured him, but their figures were quickly disappearing. Mad. Swish. Although he didn't know what happened, Jack hated him so much that he threw two scimitars at him. Puff. The two warriors disappeared in an instant, but a head with a bangs fell directly to the ground. Momonosuke. A shrill scream directly shocked Jack's heart. Looking at Kazuki, who looked desperate, Jack explained in a panic. You may not believe it, ma'am, I really didn't mean it. That was a case of manslaughter. I'm sorry, do you want me to wait for a few years? I'm giving you a son as compensation? Or you can be my godmother. I don't mind, or given the current situation, how about we go out first? Boom. The burning wall collapsed, and Jack quickly jumped back. Looking at Kazuki, who was completely buried, Jack muttered to himself. Forget it, there's no need. I will bury you properly. If I can find your ashes, I hope you don't object to cremation. Chapter 2. Three big brothers. After stumbling out of the room, Jack discovered that the entire Oden castle was surrounded by flames. Looking at the flames burning in all directions and feeling the burning sensation coming from his body, Jack exerted force and instantly turned into a giant elephant about 5 meters tall, breaking through the city wall and rushing out. Boom. That's Jack. Water. Bring me some water. A man who was taller than Jack, who had transformed into an elephant, saw this scene and immediately shouted to the pirates. His entire body, including his face, was covered in pitch-black clothes. He wore a mask, a helmet with goggles, and a black double-breasted suit. The all-black outfit and the flame burning on the back of his head gave him a sense of mystery. Hanging on his waist is a long sword that is longer than the height of an ordinary person. There are 2 skull patterns on his collar, which makes him look dangerous. After seeing the flames still burning on Jack's body, the man's tone was a little flustered. He took the bucket and poured it directly on Jack. Jack also turned back into human form, and the flames slowly dissipated. The man was about to step forward when he heard a voice shouting. Hey, Jack. You idiot, why do you always do such unreliable things? A man with a shiny forehead and a long golden braid at the back of his head walked over. He was wearing a pair of sunglasses and had a cigar in his mouth. When he saw Quinn, he slowly stopped. Oh, what? So you, a pervert who loves to torture people, are here too. Quinn. You unreliable idiot. If you hadn't captured those 2 warriors, Jack wouldn't have been hurt. Jin. What are you talking about? Jack's injuries seem to be more serious due to the fire. Compared to me, you are even more unreliable. Compared to Jin, Quinn's height is actually the same as Jin, but from a distance it seems that Quinn is a head taller than Jin. This is because of Quinn's round figure, which creates a visual difference. The 2 people started arguing like little kids, leaving the pirates standing there in embarrassment. Jack slowly opened his eyes, looked at the 2 people arguing fiercely, and said softly. That, Brother Jin, Brother Quinn, I'm actually fine. It's not that serious. Shut up. The 2 suddenly stopped arguing and looked at Jack and said word by word. We are like this because of your nonsense. Have you forgotten that you are only a child? Get it? Nonsense, Jack, advertisement? The scene in front of them suddenly became dark, and the 3 of them immediately looked up into the sky. A giant dragon with bared fangs and claws appeared in the sky, flying towards the 3 people rapidly. Although Jack had seen this scene in his memory, he still stared with wide eyes and looked carefully. This green dragon was exactly the same as the giant dragon described in various materials in his previous life, which made Jack stand there in a daze for a moment. Boom. Kaido transformed into a human form and landed beside the 3 people. He looked at the injuries on Jack's body and asked softly. Jin, Quinn, what's wrong with Jack? Didn't I tell you to leave him on Ghost Island? Kaido has an extremely strong physique. With Jack's current height of nearly 2 meters, it only barely reaches his thighs. The double horns on his head and the long beard on his mouth that looks like a dragon's beard make Kaido's face even more majestic. Without waiting for the 2 to answer, Kaido squatted down and looked at Jack and said. Jack. Did you sneak out by yourself? I know you want to help me, but you are still too young. With your current strength, you can't help me with this group of warriors. The only thing you have to do now is to eat well and train well. Quinn, check Jack's body later. Kaido finished speaking, patted Jack on the shoulder and stood up. Jack came back to his senses and said unconvincedly. Who said I can't help Master Kaido? I killed Kazuki Oden's son. And that woman, Kazuki, was also burned to death. Upon hearing Jack's words, Kaido immediately squatted down again, looked at Jack with interest and asked. Tell me the details. What happened? Oh. Damn, I'm so embarrassed. How could I call someone, sir, involuntarily? Jack cursed himself in his heart and said to Kaido. When I led my men to Oden Castle, I encountered 2 samurai. I felt that I could not defeat them, so I wanted to jump into Oden Castle first to capture Kazuki Oden's wife and children. But I didn't expect those 2 warriors to be so powerful. They defeated the people I brought with me very quickly, and they even attacked me without any moral principles. I fainted. When I opened my eyes, I saw 2 samurai holding Kazuki Oden's son and they were slowly disappearing. I just threw my machete at them and it just cut off the kid's head. Kazuki was also killed by the collapsed wall, so I ran out. After hearing Jack's story, Kaido stood up, shook his neck, and said with some doubt. Advertisement, disappear. Yes, it disappeared. It was as if it was illuminated by some light, and its lower body disappeared. After I chopped off the child's head, the 2 of them holding the child's body turned into points of light and disappeared. Kaido closed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. Ooh, it doesn't matter. Kazuki Oden is dead, and even his son died at Jack's hands. There's nothing to fear from these people. Kurozumi Orochi has become Wanakuna's general, and Curry is now under our complete control. The most important thing for us right now is to continue to open factories here and slowly grow our strength. Quinn, you will continue to be in charge of the factory's affairs. Jin, from now on, you should take Jack out to sea and give him a good training. I will stay in Wano Kuni to recruit troops for the time being. As long as you give me time, I will be the next pirate's king. Oh la 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 la. Jack's brows furrowed when he heard Kaido's laughter. You say you look so powerful, people can stand on your fists, horses can run on your arms, rocks can be crushed with your chest, and your anus. You should be able to open bottle caps, too. Why do you laugh like a eunuch? Don't you think it's weird? Okay, I'll leave first. You guys bury these people. Yes, Lord Kaido. Seeing Kaido turning around to leave, Jack rolled his eyes and shouted. Master Kaido, can I call you Brother Kaido? Calling me sir always feels unkind. Jack. After hearing Jack's words, Jin and Quinn's faces changed drastically, with a hint of worry in their stern expressions. Big brother, HMPH, boring little brat, whatever you want. Oh, thank you so much. Kaido-sama. After Kaido left, Jin and Quinn punched Jack on the head. Don't do such stupid things. Unreliable Jack, haha, I get it, brother Jin, brother Quinn. Chapter 3 The Belated System. After Quinn carefully examined Jack's body, he said in amazement. It's hard to imagine that an 8-year-old kid has such a strong recovery ability. Idiot, have you forgotten that it is precisely because Jack has such a strong physique and is an ancient esper that Lord Kaido values him so much? What did you say? You torturer pervert, HMPH, let's go, Jack. After seeing that Jack was fine, Jin turned and left. Jack glanced at Quinn, spread his hands helplessly, and then followed him. Hey, Jack. Stop learning from that torturer pervert. Also, stop doing those unreliable things, don't worry, brother Quinn. Jack stood at the door and waved at Quinn, then he felt something grab his body and flew straight into the sky. Brother Jin, could you please say hello to me in advance next time you fly? Looking at Jin, who had transformed into a pteranodon, Jack said helplessly. Jack, you've changed a lot in the past few days. Really, haha, I just think I'm still a child and should be more lively. Hearing Jack's words, Jin's body shook, and Jack was so scared that he immediately screamed. Brother Jin, you don't know how to drink anymore. Flying after drinking is very dangerous. Shut up, Jack. Hearing the somewhat annoyed tone in Jin's voice, Jack wisely kept his mouth shut. Master Jin. Master Jack. As Jin landed on the Ghost Island, several minions immediately ran over to say hello. Nothing happened recently, right? Jin's serious words made several pirates straighten up instantly. No, it's just that, Ms. Yamato. Hearing what the minions said, Jin said nonchalantly. HMPH, leave her alone, advertisement, guard the gate and don't let her out. Understood. Lord Jin. Jack. Follow me. After Jin brought Jack to a room, a flame behind his head flew directly to the fireplace in the room. Soon, the cold room gradually became warm as the wood burned. Jack, although Lord Kaido asked me to take you with me and give you a good training. But I still don't suggest you go to sea with me. You are still too young now, and your body is not fully developed. With your current strength, you are still too weak. Hearing Jin's words, Jack quickly shook his head and said. Brother Jin, what you said is not right. Have you forgotten? I once fought alongside you guys before, and I killed many people. Don't look down on my young age, ordinary pirates are definitely no match for me. You know those are just regular pirates, Jack. After hearing Jack's words, Jin immediately stood up and said with some sadness. Jack, it's not like it used to be. In the past few years, because we beasts pirates were not well known and had too few people, even kids like you had no choice but to take up weapons and fight. Now, under the leadership of Master Kaido, we, the beasts pirates, have made a name for ourselves in the new world. We already have thousands of companions, so there is no need for you to fight so hard. Lord Kaido thinks highly of you, so he gave you the extremely precious devil fruit. You may be much stronger than the average pirates, but this is the new world. There are countless monsters here. Some of them are pirates that even I have to deal with all my strength. If I encounter such an opponent, I won't have the energy to take care of you. Lord Kaido values you very much. If you die in battle, we will lose a powerful companion in the future. So, you should just stay on Ghost Island peacefully, Jack. Brother Jin. Jack stood up excitedly and said loudly to Jin. Just because Brother Kaido thinks so highly of me, I should go out with you and let you train me. Don't forget, we beasts pirates respect strength. Although Brother Kaido took good care of me and gave me a higher status than most of the pirates, they were secretly very dissatisfied with me. I must prove to them that although I, Jack, am small, I am not much worse than them. Advertisement, I want to let them know that Brother Kaido's vision is not wrong. With my physique and the devil fruit, I don't think I will be killed that easily. If I encounter a tough opponent, can't I just jump into the sea? Don't forget, I'm a fishman. Although the sea will make me unable to move, I can still survive. When the time comes, you can just take my lifecard and come to rescue me. Jin looked at Jack fiercely for a while, then said helplessly. Okay, Jack, whatever you want. Take a good rest today, and tomorrow follow me to deal with the pirates who have been provoking us for a while. Okay, Brother Jin. The next morning, Jack got up early. For some reason, when he heard about the battle, his body was so excited that he couldn't help it. Maybe it was the nature of the fishmen? Or maybe it was Jack's original personality? For Jack now, all of this is meaningless. Now that he is here, he should just go with the flow and act according to his heart. Let's go. Jack. Jin's tall figure appeared at the door, and Jack ran over immediately upon seeing him. The rising sun cast a red glow, as if splitting the sea in half. The breeze blew gently across Jack's face, bringing with it the fishy smell of the waves. Slowly, the ghost island disappeared from Jack's sight. Jin looked at the sea expressionlessly, not knowing what he was thinking. The sea was a little cold in the morning. Compared with the other pirates who were wrapped up tightly, Jack had his chest exposed and wore a thin pair of shorts. He seemed to not feel the cold at all, which made several pirates admire him. After arriving at the destination, the anchor was dropped, and Jin walked into the room and began a boring wait. Jack was a little bored as he had to eat, drink, defecate, urinate and sleep on the boat for several days. There happened to be a few fishing rods on the boat, so he started fishing. Soon, Jack pulled a fish weighing dozens of kilograms onto the deck. Just as Jack was about to continue casting the rod, the lookout holding a telescope on the observation deck suddenly shouted. Found it. It's the Momonosuke pirates, Master Jack. What should we do? What to do? Pull the boat over. After shouting without thinking, a voice suddenly sounded in Jack's mind. Congratulations, host. The password is correct, and you have obtained the Ship King system. Cheat? You're a little late here. Do you need to exchange secret codes? If I don't shout this, will I never be able to open it in my entire life? But what the hell is this relying on the Ship King system? Chapter 4. If you want to live longer, mind your own business. Jack was still in a daze, and Jin heard the sound and ran to the deck. Speed up and catch up. As the two ships got closer, both sides fired a volley of artillery shells as a greeting. Facing the whistling cannonballs, Jin flew into the air without dodging, punching and slashing with the sword, and not a single cannonball fell on the ship. The people on the opposite side seemed to have a master. Jack saw a man draw out a long sword and wave it casually a few times, and the cannonball exploded directly in midair. Jack. Be careful. It looks like this Momonosuke is quite powerful. I may not be able to take care of you. Be sure to pay attention to safety. If anything unexpected happens, do as you say. Jin's eyes were fixed on the man on the opposite boat, and he gave Jack careful instructions. Don't worry, Brother Jin, I'm absolutely fine here. As they were talking, the two ships collided violently. After a few seconds of shaking, Jin jumped directly to the opposite deck. Little ones. Charge. Jack followed closely behind, and facing the pirates who were hacking at him, he instantly transformed into a mammoth. The two pure white tusks, like sharp spears, instantly pierced through the body of the minion. Jack lifted them high in the air and threw them towards the crowd. Bang! The bodies of the minions fell into the crowd, and several unlucky guys were knocked unconscious by the huge impact force. That's a zone. Shoot, shoot, shoot him. Get out of the way, shoot. As several pirates shouted in panic, a group of minions picked up their guns and aimed at Jack. Seeing this, the pirates on the beast's pirates side immediately looked for places to hide. Some of them didn't have time to dodge and lay directly behind Jack. Bang! Bang! The bullet hit Jack's huge body, but had no effect at all, as if it hit steel and fell directly to the ground. Feeling the tingling pain in his body, Jack's eyes turned red, and he exerted strength with his limbs and rushed directly into the crowd. His long trunk was as flexible as a whip, and wherever he swung it, people and horses fell to the ground. Bang! Bang! The pirates on Jack's side took advantage of the chaos, picked up flintlock rifles and began to fight back, without caring about accidentally hurting Jack. The stinging pain on his butt made Jack panic and he quickly turned his body to the other side. Most of these pirates are ordinary people. Although they have rich combat experience, facing the huge Jack who has transformed into a mammoth form, it is just a matter of a few more blows. Moreover, among the Momonosuke pirates, except for Momonosuke who seemed to be quite strong and fought back and forth with Jin, the others did not have strength beyond that of ordinary people. Under Jack's leadership, the number of members of the Mosebeak pirates continued to decrease. Hateful. Advertisement. Clang. After Mosebeak blocked Jin's attack, he was so angry that he almost exploded when he saw that there were only a few of his crew members left. A whole damn elephant. Jack, transformed into a mammoth, was so conspicuous in the crowd that Mosebeak quickly understood the reason for his men's defeat. Ding. 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 The long sword in Jin's hand kept falling, and when he saw that it was all blocked by Mosebeak, his eyes turned cold, and he transformed into a pteranodon and flew directly into the air. Dan Gong Emperor. Jin rushed towards Mosebeak at high speed and spread his wings completely. When Mosebeak saw it, he immediately and carefully placed the sword across his chest. Bang. Ding. Ding. Ah. In an instant, Jin's wings flapped towards Mosebeak like a storm for more than 10 times. After a 2-second stalemate, Mosebeak's body flew backwards and landed next to Jack. Jin transformed into a human form, looked at the few pirates who were still resisting, and shouted, "Flame Emperor." He raised his hand and several flames rushed towards the crowd, instantly causing several pirates to fall to the ground in pain. "Look, what loot we have, throw these pirates into the sea to feed the fish. Take this boat and let's go." After saying that, Jin turned around and jumped towards his own pirate's ship. Seeing this, Jack also slowly turned around. In order to prevent any pirates from pretending to be dead, Jack did not transform into human form at the first time. At this moment, Mosebeak, who was supposed to be dead, suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Jack's huge body, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes, picked up the sword and stabbed him. Ouch. Ha 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 ha. Die. The long sword sank directly into the mammoth's thick buttocks. As soon as Mosebeak pulled it out, the smile on his face disappeared, and everything went dark in front of his eyes. Then he closed his eyes in despair. Bang. It hurts. It hurts so much. A hole. Who is it? That old man. How despicable. Jack. Jack is an adult. Are you okay? Looking at Mosebeak being crushed by Jack's butt, a pirates walked over terrified. Master Jack, please bear with me for a moment, I will be quick. Advertisement, it shouldn't be a big problem, swish. Jack glanced at the expressions of the pirates around him, and walked back to his ship with heavy steps without changing his expression. Jack. Are you okay? I'm fine, Brother Jin, don't worry. But your butt is bleeding. You are wrong, that is the enemy's blood. Can you turn into a human form and let me see it? Brother Jin, have you ever heard of the most important secret for people to achieve longevity? What is it? Mind your own business. Watching Jack squeeze into the cabin, Jin turned his head silently. It seems that Jack has grown up and now knows how to be embarrassed. As soon as he squeezed into the cabin, Jack immediately transformed into a human form and ran back to his room, covering his butt in pain. Congratulations, host, you successfully docked the boat. This evaluation is excellent. You can get the following prizes. Please draw them as soon as possible. Jack was a little stunned when he saw the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him. The whereabouts of one of the 21 great swords. Swordsmanship level increased by 100,000 Baileys. Strength +3. Agility +3. A few lines of text stayed for a while, and instantly turned into 5 treasure chests. Jack subconsciously stretched out his hand. A golden light flashed, and a mechanical voice sounded in my mind. Congratulations on receiving the shining reward. Your swordsmanship level will increase by 1. In just a moment, Jack suddenly fell into a blank. When he opened his eyes again, some experience and skills in using the long sword appeared in his mind out of thin air. Shouldn't there be some newbie gift pack? Or a direct lottery? Fortunately, I have good luck, otherwise you would have given me 100,000 Baileys and I would have been stabbed in the butt for nothing. Chapter 5 System Capabilities in Yamato. After carefully looking at the system panel, there are only 2 options, character card and skills. But what does this big R mean? I lightly touched the option on the character card, and several lines of information appeared instantly. Name. Jack. Constitution, 65, SR. Agility, 38, NR. Strength, 62, SR. Perception, 22, NR. Will, 41, R. Special reminder. Constitution represents the host's recovery and endurance. Agility represents the host's speed and reaction. Strength represents the host's power and explosiveness. Perception represents the host's early warning and awareness of danger. And willpower represents the host's tolerance to various injuries and resistance to negative effects. The various abilities of an average adult are between 0 and 20. The skill options were opened again, and the text displayed was as follows. Gunmanship. Basic swordsmanship. Intermediate, not limited to sword weapons. Armament hockey. Not owned. Observation hockey. Not owned. Conqueror's hockey. Not owned. Devil fruit. Primary, zone elephant fruit. Ancient species mammoth form. Devil fruit. None. Special skills. None. After observing for a while, Jack noticed that there were 2 devil fruit options. He stroked his chin, his mind full of thoughts. Everyone can only eat 1 devil fruit. This is common sense in the ocean. The system has 2 devil fruit options. Does that mean I can eat 2 devil fruits? Is this perhaps because of the peculiarity of my soul? Is it because the system assumes that although I occupy this body, the other body has not eaten the devil fruit, so there are 2 options? But this R word. After looking at the big R on the screen for a long time, Jack suddenly realized and said, So this R is an evaluation of me, System Dad? Are you there? Come out. System Dad? System Ancestor? System Grandson? Exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark. Advertisement. 3 yellow exclamation marks appeared on the screen, causing Jack to curse inwardly. Do you owe me something? You don't even want to be my elder, and you insist on being my grandson. After clicking it, a line of text appeared in front of Jack. The purpose of this system is to train the host to become a king of docking. Before each battle with the enemy, shout, "Dock the boat over." After the battle with the enemy, a certain reward will be given based on the host's performance and the strength of the enemy. Even if you fail, you can still get a consolation prize, and there is a very small chance that you can get a generous reward. Pay special attention. You will only receive rewards after shouting slogans on board and engaging in combat with the enemy. Rewards are divided into inferior, common, rare, perfect, and shiny. Based on the attributes of an adult, every 20 points is a level, corresponding to NR, R, SR, SSR, The maximum that can increase the host's attributes is 120 points. Skills are divided into 5 levels. The first 3 levels are elementary, intermediate, and advanced. The last 2 levels will be given special titles based on the different skills. Once the 3 attributes reach the upper limit, you can improve the level of your character card. Skills are not included in character card evaluation. The new user guide is complete. I wish you a happy use. Goodbye. A huge middle finger appeared on the screen, which scared Jack. Don't you feel guilty for making such a vulgar gesture to an 8-year-old child? I have to say that Jack's physique is worthy of being rated SR. Before returning to Onigashima, Jack's wounds had healed to their original state and he no longer had to lie in bed like he had hemorrhoids. Master Jin, Master Jack. Lord Kaido has returned to Onigashima. As soon as they got off the boat, the minions came over to report. After hearing it, Jin turned to Jack and said, "Jack, come with me. I'm going to take you to see Mr. Kaido." "Got it, brother Jin." Jack followed behind Jin with a look of reluctance, because Jack's injury made Jin feel that it was too dangerous to take Jack out to sea to fight. No matter how Jack explained, Jin did not agree and returned to Ghost Island ahead of time, which made Jack feel helpless. "How can I get on the boat if you don't take me out? Brother." Thinking that meeting Kaido would help dissuade Jin from having these thoughts, Jack walked directly in front of Jin and started running. After walking into Kaido's room, Jack found that there was no one inside. When he was wondering, he heard a loud noise coming from upstairs and hurried upstairs. Bang. Hole. Are you trying to s me off to death? Yamato, you're my child. Don't resist me. Odin is dead. I'm not Yamato. From now on I'm Kazuki Odin. Advertisement. Odin's spirit will never die. From today on, don't treat me like a woman. I'm a real man. My name is Kazuki Odin. What stupid things are you saying? Kill me if you can. Immune to death, I am Kazuki Odin. Kaido's somewhat irritable voice, intertwined with the somewhat stubborn voice of a girl, made Jack feel like his head was swelling. The little girl in the room is called Yamato, the daughter of Kaido. She is a very rebellious little girl and a die-hard fan of the deceased Kazuki Odin. Recalling what Kazuki Odin had done, Jack thought for a long time but couldn't understand why anyone would like such an idiot. Samurai spirit. Samurai spirit is not like an idiot, handing over his country, not to mention that series of outrageous operations. He is obviously a strong man, but his brain is a bit screwed. There are so many flaws that Jack can't bear to think about them, for fear that his IQ will be affected. Jin also came over and stood next to Jack. After hearing the conversation between the father and daughter inside, he knocked on the door directly. "Mr. Kaido, Jack and I are back." "Oh, Jin, wait a moment. Just stay on Ghost Island and don't go anywhere. Otherwise, if you get killed by the bomb, don't blame me." Snort. Kaido walked out of the room angrily, patted Jin's shoulder and said, "Come on, go drink with me." Jack followed Kaido silently, feeling a little panicked when he recalled the scene when Kaido got drunk. Brother Kaido has no drinking tolerance. He goes crazy when he drinks too much. I am still a child. It is better for me to leave during the insurance period. Thinking of this, Jack walked down the stairs and slowly walked to the other end, but Kaido soon noticed Jack and immediately shouted, "Jack, where are you going? Come drink with me." "Brother Kaido, please stop. I'm only 8 years old. Drinking will affect my development." Bang. Kaido put Jack under his shoulders and said nonchalantly, "There is no man who doesn't drink. When Lousy was 8 years old, he was much shorter than you. At that time, he could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Be a man if you can drink well since you were young. With your alcohol tolerance, you can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. If you were to go to Shandong, you would poke a hole in the earth. Brother Kaido, I need to pee. I need to poop. Finish the whole bucket before you go. If a strong person can't even hold back his shit, s and fart, what kind of strong person is he? This is also a kind of training. Damn it, ruthless. Chapter 6 I will teach Yamato. It turns out that no matter how tall you are, a child is just a child. After drinking half a barrel of spicy yet slightly sweet rum, Jack could no longer tell east from west, south from north. Brother Kaido, I didn't say that. People like Yamato are just those ignorant and brainless fans. Just give her a couple of beatings if you have nothing to do. Of course, you can't just beat your children, you also need to educate them. If you give Yamato to me to teach, I guarantee that I will make her forget about Odin in a minute. If you continue to ignore her, she might become a L asterisk 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 N when she grows up, and then you won't even have grandchildren to hold. Without the mask and goggles, Jin looks very handsome with three-dimensional features. His white hair scattered behind his head adds a touch of elegance, while his brown skin adds a sense of stability. The wreath-shaped tattoo around his left eye gives people a sense of mystery. But at this moment, the elegant and steady Jin's hand holding the wine glass was shaking uncontrollably because of anger. Seeing Jack hugging Kaido in a disrespectful manner, Jin finally couldn't help it. He put the wine glass heavily on the table and shouted at Jack. Jack, don't be so rude to Mr. Kaido. Ha ha ha, it's okay, Jin, just let Jack continue talking. How are you going to educate Yamato, little brat? Kaido's laughter was very clear, and unlike the usual castrated duck voice that was unbearable for Jack. Hearing Kaido's words, Jack blushed, patted his chest and said loudly. Of course I touched her with my sincerity. I will exchange my sincerity for hers. If she is not moved, I will educate her properly. Kaido said softly, I will hand Yamato over to you for your instruction tomorrow. I hope she will have changed when I come back next time. But, Jack, you have to take this seriously. With your current strength, I think if you're not careful, you'll be taught a lesson by Yamato. Jack, ha 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 ha, a brat is a brat. He's already drunk with just this little bit of wine. Jin, tell him when he wakes up tomorrow. Hearing Kaido's words, Jin nodded, and then said seriously. Mr. Kaido, Jack is still too young. I don't think he is suitable to continue sailing with me. Since Roger's last words after his death, more and more people have chosen to go to sea as pirates in recent years. There are many powerful masters who can come to New World. Advertisement. Jack is still too young for his age. I think he should be allowed to train on Ghost Island for a few more years. After his strength increases, he can participate in the battle. Besides, we Beasts pirates now have more manpower. It's not like a few years ago when we still needed Jack to help us fight the enemy. Jack is injured this time. If he dies now, we Beasts pirates will lose a powerful fighting force in the future. Kaido-sensei. Seeing Kaido checking Jack's wound, Jin's face turned dark. Oh, he has recovered. This kid has a really good physique. Okay, Jin, let's do as you say. Let Jack stay on Ghost Island for training first. But you will have to work hard for the next 2 years. Kaido picked up his drink and clinked glasses with Jin, then said. Quinn is now not only in charge of the construction of the factory, but also has to negotiate with underground forces. If there is nothing else, I won't go out to sea for the time being. I must seal off Wano Kuni and keep Curry under control, so that the news of Odin's death does not reach the ears of that monster. We are not their opponents yet. So you will be very busy from now on. Not only will you have to deal with those provocative enemies, but you will also have to recruit people. I'm counting on you, Jin. After Jin finished his drink, he said seriously. Mr. Kaido, I believe that in the near future, our Beasts pirates will become even stronger. No matter who the enemy is, we will win. Oh la 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 la. Let's work hard together. Cheers. Tons, tons, tons. After Jin and Kaido drank the wine happily, they smelled a bad odor. Their nostrils twitched slightly and they quickly looked for the source of the odor. Puff. The next morning, Jack was awakened by a strong urge to urinate and quickly ran to the toilet. What the hell? Why does my body hurt? Seeing that Kaido and Jin had disappeared, Jack had no choice but to limp back to his room. No, oh my god. It hurts. It hurts. What's going on? Isn't the wound healed? What's going on? Advertisement. Yamato, you must listen to Jin during this time. By the way, Jack will accompany you from now on. Kaido touched Yamato's head, his eyes full of affection. Jack, that big stupid elephant, humph, why would I want him to accompany me? And I'm telling you, don't call me Yamato. You bullhorn B asterisk 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 D. I'm Kazuki Odin. I will never give in to you. Kaido felt his blood pressure rise when he heard Yamato's roar. Trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart, Kaido looked at Yamato and said sternly. Jack is not here to be your playmate. I want him to educate you. Don't think that you are the same age, but Jack is much better than you. Although you ate the mythical beast species I gave you, Jack is now stronger than you. There are at least hundreds of pirates who died at his hands, if not 1,000. He has a bad temper. Don't cry when the time comes. That big dumb elephant. Are you kidding me? I'm Kazuki Odin. I won't be defeated by a big dumb elephant. Yamato raised his head with a proud look on his face, his tone full of disdain. Very good. You are worthy of being my child. I hope you can still be so tough after being defeated by Jack. Jin, take her to find Jack. Kaido said and turned to leave. Jin grabbed Yamato by the collar and lifted her into the air. Put me down. You fire-headed B asterisk 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 D. Bang. After quickly running to Jack's room, Jin kicked the door open and walked in. Bang. Jack was looking at the wound in the mirror, feeling a little confused. What was the reason for this beating? Who was so bored, taking advantage of me when I was drunk to get revenge? Beat me. The Yamato in Jin's hand fell to the ground. The three of them looked at each other, and Yamato screamed in fear. Pervert. Chapter 7. I'll let you punch 3 times first. Hey, Jack, you don't have to follow me for the time being. You will be training on Onigashima for the next few years. You can only go out when I think you are capable enough. And you have to fulfill your promise to Mr. Kaido. The promise to Kaido caught Jack's attention, and Jack quickly asked. Brother Jin, what did I promise? After drinking yesterday, you told Mr. Kaido that you would educate Yamato, and Mr. Kaido agreed to your request. What? Let me teach that brat a lesson. You asked for this. Don't forget it, Jack. You should stay with Yamato during this time. By the way, you can beat Yamato. This is also allowed by Lord Kaido. Seeing Jin turning around to leave, Jack quickly shouted. Brother Jin, it's okay for me to educate Yamato. But can you tell me why you beat me when I was drunk? Have I offended you? As soon as he asked this question, Jack suddenly felt the temperature in the room drop by several degrees. Wow, what did you do? Hit me again. I'm not a child anymore. This is so embarrassing. Hey, with Jack's strong physique, he didn't go out for a whole day and 2 nights. After recovering, Jack ran straight to the restaurant. Belch. After a big meal, Jack burped with satisfaction. Master Jack, Master Jin told you to go find Master Yamato after you've eaten your fill. A pirate dressed as a chef ran over when he saw Jack. Master, humph, call her Miss Yamato from now on. Jack stood up and swaggered out of the restaurant. Isn't he just a naughty kid? Brainless fans are hard to cure, not to mention your dad has said that I can beat you. If it really doesn't work, just get 100 or 80 pounds of medicine, but before that, take off these dentures, throw away the mask, and change your hairstyle. It's so ugly. As soon as Jack entered the floor where Yamato was, he saw Yamato holding a wooden stick and beating a tall mannequin, muttering. Advertisement. Stinky pervert. I'll beat you to death, you stinky pervert. Jack's face turned red when he heard Yamato's words. What are you talking about? Who told you to come in without knocking? I haven't even said you have no manners, but you called me a pervert first. Cough cough cough. Yamato, who is the same age as Jack, now looks like a normal person, and doesn't look like Kaido's daughter at all. However, the pair of sharp horns of the demon tribe on her head also means that she is indeed Kaido's daughter. Because of the intense training, Yamato's face was flushed, and sweat kept dripping onto the ground. After seeing Jack, Yamato's face became even redder. He stepped back in panic, holding a wooden stick and shouting at Jack. Don't come over here, pervert, stay away from me. Damn it, no, this won't work. The impression from the past 2 days is too deep, and I'm feeling very resistant. I have to think of a way. Jack rolled his eyes a few times, and then he had an idea. Hey, didn't you say you were a man? Do you have to react so strongly when a man sees another man's body? Or are you actually a woman? After hearing Jack's words, Yamato immediately quit and shouted in a crisp childish voice. Who said that? I don't care. I'm a real man. Oh, really? That's good. Then why are you reacting so excitedly? I'm not excited. I'm just a little tired from the exercise. Really? Then don't call me a pervert. Man up. Snort. Seeing Jack sitting directly on the floor beside him, Yamato also sat down on the floor in the same way. Looking at Jack's tall body, Yamato's eyes became more and more strange, and finally he couldn't help but said to Jack. Hey, big elephant, let me ask you a question. Why did you put the walnuts there? It was like a bolt from the blue, or like 1,000 arrows piercing the heart. After hearing Yamato's question, Jack's face turned red and he stammered, unable to speak. Seeing Yamato's eager eyes, Jack slapped the floor and said. That's my secret, you don't have to know it. Now you have to understand one thing. Advertisement. Mr. Kaido, I was sent to educate you. Yamato, Odin is our enemy, he is just an idiot. As Kaido's daughter, you shouldn't. Shut up. Odin is a hero. Take out your weapons, I want to duel with you. HMPH, are you sure? But there's no need to use any weapons to deal with a little girl like you. Bring it on. Jack actually doesn't know much about Yamato. In the past, Jack's life was extremely boring except for training and eating. Even though he knew that Yamato was Kaido's daughter, he didn't care at all. Moreover, Yamato is only about 1.4 meters tall, which is more than a head shorter than Jack, who is almost 2 meters tall. Jack's arms looked thicker than Yamato's waist. Even though he knew Kaido had taught Yamato very carefully, Jack didn't take it to heart at all. Not everyone is gifted like me. Looking at Yamato's figure, and the fact that she's a girl, even if she's Kaido's bloodline, she would have been just like an ordinary person as a child. Facing Jack's underestimation, Yamato was visibly angry. Since you don't use weapons, then I won't use weapons either, I want to see how powerful you are. Don't be fooled by your tall stature, you are just a kid of the same age as me. I, Kazuki Odin, will definitely defeat you, boring brainless fan. Yamato, I don't have a very good temper, and I have your father's permission. Don't cry when I hit you later. Jack stood up and walked to the training ground nearby. He hooked his finger at Yamato and said contemptuously. Don't say I'm bullying you, come on, I'll let you punch me 3 times first. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you look down on me? As soon as Jack finished speaking, Yamato rushed up angrily. Jack was a little surprised to see Yamato's speed, but after seeing the position of Yamato's attack, Jack hurriedly squatted down in panic. Bang! 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 Yamato punched Jack in the abdomen 3 times in a row, then jumped aside to observe Jack's reaction. It felt like I was hit by a missile, or like a red-hot iron was running across my stomach. The pain made Jack sweat profusely and his teeth were almost broken by himself. Relying on his strong physique and strong will, Jack clenched his fists and suppressed the urge to scream. Holy shit. Is this an 8-year-old kid? Chapter 8. If you can't use force, try using words. Hey, what's wrong, big elephant? You look very uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, I'll let you underestimate me. My, Kazuki Oden's punches aren't that pleasant. The force of these 3 punches almost made Jack vomit out the breakfast he had just eaten. After a long pause with a livid face, Jack rubbed his stomach, looked at Yamato seriously and said, as expected of you, you are Kaido's daughter. You are such a little girl but you have such great power. I, Jack, would like to call you the strongest 8-year-old girl. Shut up. I'm a man. I'm Kazuki Oden. Don't talk to me about that horned bee **************. Jack's face darkened when he heard Yamato address Kaido. You're so rebellious before you even reach puberty. What will happen when you reach puberty? Yamato. Don't force me to do it, just be obedient. Don't be fooled by Kazuki Oden's stupid behavior. An idiot like that is not a hero at all, not even a man at all. Shut up. You big dumb elephant. Jack's words made Yamato extremely angry. In Yamato's heart, Kazuki Oden was a real man and a hero. She would never allow anyone to slander Kazuki Oden, not even her father Kaido, let alone just Jack. In an instant, Yamato turned into a monster that looked like a wolf but was not a wolf, and pounced on Jack. Jack quickly stepped aside, looked at Yamato in surprise and said, You actually ate this fruit? I didn't expect that, Yamato. Brother Kaido still loves you very much, even letting you eat such a precious mythical beast fruit. Shut up, I ate it as food because I was so hungry. That horned bee ********** was nice to me, you gotta be kidding me. Swish. A cold air gushed out of the wolf's mouth. Jack quickly dodged to the side when he saw it, but Yamato used his speed advantage to pounce directly at Jack. The increase in a person's strength caused by the devil fruit is undoubtedly huge. Aside from Logia and Paramecia, Zone's devil fruit can greatly increase the user's physique. Whether it is strength or speed, an ordinary person who is powerless will become a Superman who can break records in various sports activities after eating the devil fruit. The user of this ability will gain a huge bonus in a certain aspect based on the characteristics of the fruit of the animal they eat. Advertisement for example, Jack's strength and physique were greatly enhanced by the mammoth fruit, and the fruit eaten by Yamato obviously had a great bonus to agility, and the mythical beasts also have the ability to control one or more natural elements. Take Kaido as an example. Kaido's blue dragon fruit can not only control the wind and clouds, but also spit out flames and strike down thunder. Such abilities are top-notch even among the mythical beasts. Although the fruit that Yamato ate was not as good as Kaido's blue dragon fruit, or the fruit was not deeply developed, it still has the ability to control ice elements. If Yamato had not been far inferior to Jack in terms of combat experience, Jack might have been seriously injured. Relying on his great strength and physique, Jack fought with Yamato for a while, and he couldn't help but become a little irritable. Yamato transformed into a giant wolf and was too agile. Jack was concerned about Yamato's identity and did not dare to kill him. This made Yamato even more fearless. He gave up defense and attacked Jack with all his strength. After being scratched by the sharp wolf claws again, Jack looked at the blood dripping on the floor and his eyes turned red. Ouch! Boom! The mammoth appeared again. Yamato did not retreat but advanced instead, spewing cold air from his mouth and pounced on the giant elephant. But the mammoth that Jack transformed into did not dodge or evade. After taking on Yamato's attack, he directly wrapped his long nose around Yamato and lifted Yamato high into the air. Boom! Because of Yamato's struggle, the floor could no longer withstand the strength of the two people, and they fell straight down. The dust cleared, and even though Yamato's sharp claws continued to tear at the trunk, Jack still used the trunk to tightly entangle Yamato. After a while, as Jack's strength continued to increase, Yamato's struggle became weaker and weaker until he turned into a human form again, and Jack threw Yamato to the ground. Hiss. Jack, who had transformed into a human form, touched the wound on his nose and thought with some worry. Will this not disfigure me? You know, I make a living with my face. What if I can't find a wife in the future? Cough cough cough, huff. Looking at Yamato who was breathing in the air greedily, Jack said expressionlessly. If you weren't Kaido's child, I would have strangled you to death just now. That bee ********* you call horns saved your life again. Huff. Yamato, lying on the ground, looked at Jack and said unconvincedly. Advertisement, you can kill me, but I will never allow you to insult Kazuki Oden. Nonsense, if I could kill him I would have killed him long ago, why am I still wasting time with a little brat like you? Yamato, you said Kazuki Oden is a hero? Just because of his stupid action? Stewing himself in a pot? Shut up. Bang. After hearing Jack's words, Yamato felt as if his whole body was falling apart, but he still rushed forward without hesitation. However, he was ruthlessly knocked to the ground by Jack with a slap in the face. Yes, it's quite cute to look at, and fun to fight with. Although he said so, Jack was actually a little worried about Yamato's crazy fans. He was almost strangled to death, but it was still useless. This is a crazy fan among crazy fans. Physical attacks are useless. You can't really hang him up and beat him 3 times a day, you have to think of a way. Jack squatted on the ground, staring at Yamato in a daze. A hero? A man? Worship of personal heroism? Hazily, an idea formed in his mind, and Jack stood up happily. The force doesn't work. Let's try the literary method. Yamato. Wait for me for a moment, and I'll show you what a real hero is, a real man. Yamato lay on the ground, looking puzzled as Jack ran out excitedly, then stood up with difficulty and said. HMPH, the real hero? The real man? Of course it's Lord Kazuki Oden. Soon Jack came back, carried Yamato on his back and left. No matter how Yamato insulted him, Jack turned a deaf ear and took Yamato directly to the cafeteria. Dozens of pirates were sitting in rows. Jack threw Yamato on an empty seat and said seriously. Don't say anything, I'll show you what a real hero is, a real man. Jack stood at the middle table, took out a wooden board from his pocket and slammed it on the table. Bang! The Yangtze River rolls eastward, its waves wash away all heroes. Success and failure are all in vain, the green mountains remain, the sunsets are red. The white-haired fishermen on the reefs are used to watching the autumn moon and spring breeze. A pot of muddy wine brings joy to our reunion, and all the events of the past and present are just jokes. As the world's general trend goes, after a long period of division, there will be unification. Chapter 9. The effect of the medicine has worn off. A passage from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms made Jack's mouth dry, and the audience were fascinated by it. It was not until late at night, when everyone was reminded by the sounds of hunger in their stomachs, that they realized that Jack had been talking about it all day. After finishing his meal, Jack said to Yamato, "How is it? This is called a hero. Kazuki Oden is not a hero." "Humph, Kazuki Oden can't be much worse than them, he's a true hero." Looking at Yamato's unconvinced face, Jack thought to himself. Wait, this is just the beginning. After we finish talking about how Guan Urge passed 5 passes and killed 6 generals, and Zhao Zilong went in and out 7 times, I'll see if you can still be stubborn. If you really don't understand, I will tell you about Water Margin and Sui and Tang dynasties. Then I can continue to go out to sea and rely on the ship. Once again returning with a full load, Jin, who had maintained the dignity of the beast's pirates, slowly walked up the stairs. After walking to Yamato's room, looking at the empty room, Jin asked in confusion. Where's Yamato? What's going on here? Master Jin. Yamato was taken to the kitchen by Master Jack. This place has just been repaired because of the fight between Master Jack and Miss Yamato some time ago. Hearing what the minions said, Jin's heart tightened and he asked hurriedly. Fight? Is Yamato okay? Jack is a stubborn guy, didn't he hurt Yamato? No, and now Master Jack and Miss Yamato have a very close relationship. With a lot of questions in his mind, Jin slowly walked towards the cafeteria. As soon as he entered the cafeteria, a slightly low voice reached Jin's ears. I saw Ma Zhang standing on the cliff. Jack's voice was full of magnetism, his tone was sometimes passionate, sometimes indignant, and Jin was attracted unconsciously. It was not until Jack told him that Liu Bei was also dead that Jin wiped his moist eyes and slowly walked out. Bang! To know what happens next, please listen to the next episode. After seeing Jin walk out, Jack quickly slammed the gavel in his hand and chased after him. Wow, the 3 sworn brothers of Peach Garden. If we cannot be born on the same day, we hope to die on the same day. How sad, how lamentable. 3 of the 5 tigers are gone. Advertisement. Many pirates lay on the table and cried bitterly. Among them, Yamato's reaction was the most intense. After seeing Jack leave, he immediately followed him. Hey, you B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** all 3 of them to death. I didn't write this. Which B asterisk 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 D wrote this. I'm going to kill him. Okay, just cry slowly and let me go. I have something else to do. After pushing open the door, Jack saw Jin sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed. Hey, brother Jin, please tell me in advance that you are coming to my room. I have been looking for you for a long time. Jin slowly opened his eyes and asked with some confusion. Where did you hear those stories you told? I remember that you were very resistant to studying, and Quinn spanked you a lot when he taught you. Jack picked up the water glass on the table, drank it all, walked to Jin and said. I have figured it out now. Apart from telling stories to them, I have been working hard to learn cultural knowledge. Pirates also need culture, right? As for those stories, they were just what I dreamed about, and then I made them up. I am just a child, and children have very rich imaginations. After hearing what Jack said, Jin asked with some confusion. Storytelling. Yes, it's a story told, a form of performance. I like to call it Pingshu. Let's not talk about this anymore, brother Jin. If I educate Yamato properly, can you let me go out to sea with you? I'm almost depressed from staying here all the time. Can you please let me go out to sea with you, brother Jin? Jack resisted the urge to vomit, shook Jin's arm and started to act coquettishly. Jin looked at Jack expressionlessly, then stood up and pressed his fist hard on Jack's head. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Don't you think it's cruel to treat an 8-year-old child like this? Kid. Jin increased the strength of his fists and Jack, who had been pressed down, covered his head. After he fell to the ground, Jin laughed at Jack. An 8-year-old child won't keep yelling about wanting to go out to sea with me and kill people. Advertisement. Whenever you can, educate Yamato and then talk about going out to sea. Looking at Jack's well-developed muscles, Jin turned around silently, walked to the door and couldn't help but said. And don't do such childish things to me again, Jack. It's a bit disgusting to me. Disgusting. Do you know how much damage your words can cause to an 8-year-old child? I'm just a little bigger and stronger, but I'm still an 8-year-old child. I'm acting cute and you say I'm disgusting? Am I disgusting? Jack ran to the mirror, put his hands together, shook them a few times, and then couldn't help vomiting. Forget it. Acting cute would only have a counterproductive effect on someone of my physique. I'd better just educate Yamato peacefully. After I have educated Yamato well, that will be the day for me to rely on the shipping king. Next, Jack sped up the process, quickly finished Romance of the Three Kingdoms, and approached Yamato. Hey, how's it going? Compared to the people in the Three Kingdoms, is Kazuki Oden considered a hero? Yamato shook his head and shouted, don't mention him, please call me Zhao Zilong of Changshan. From now on I will be a hero like Zhao Zilong, he is a real man. I think you are Changshan Zashi Nong, is it not over yet? Why do you, a little girl, insist on being a man? But I have succeeded in making Yamato stop liking that idiot Oden, right? Forget it, if she wants to be a man, then let her be a man. Anyway, my education is quite effective. I'll just have to wait for Brother Jin or Brother Kaido to come back and let them see me. I still have to go out to dock the boat. The next morning, Jack was sound asleep when he was awakened by a loud noise. He opened the door angrily and yelled. Do you have any sense of public morality? I have seen all the teachers, they're fixing the water pipes, what are you doing with the plane? Clang. A long spear flew straight past Jack's face and stuck in the door. Yamato shouted to Jack excitedly. Who are you? Tell me your name. I, Zhao Zilong of Changshan, will not kill nameless people. Looking at the group of pirates with bruised faces and crying, Jack had only one thought in his mind. The effect of this medicine has worn off. I have to think of a plan. What if Brother Kaido comes back and sees Yamato stabbing him with a spear? Wouldn't I just slap me and send me flying? Chapter 10 Kaido's shock. No, Yamato must be completely transformed. Not only do we need to cure her gender identity, but we also need to turn her into a truly filial child. Jack closed the door, walked into the room, recalled carefully, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Hey, kids, of course they have to listen to fairy tales. If that doesn't work, I'll at least make her 2 of those romantic dramas. Yamato was dragged into the room by Jack unwillingly and said with resentment. What are you doing, big stupid elephant, don't get in my way. I have to go in and out 7 times, ahem, no hurry Yamato. Have you heard of the story of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs? Snow White riding a dwarf? It's the 7 dwarfs. Sit down and listen to me tell you slowly. There is no doubt that fairy tales have a destructive effect on children. Although Yamato was a little contemptuous at first, after listening to a few stories, he pestered Jack and begged him to continue. In the following period of time, in order to make Yamato fully understand his gender, Jack thought hard and collected famous Huxia and foreign classics. He not only told fairy tales about princes and princesses, but also told Yamato stories like Romeo and Juliet and Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai. The effect is also extremely significant. At least the movement and sound of Yamato's tears have changed. In the past, tears would flow uncontrollably, mixed with shaking other people's heads, and ending with wiping the face. Now she was holding a handkerchief, sobbing quietly with tears and snot. When she heard the key parts, she would make sounds like a lark from time to time. Jack was very satisfied with this. He would tell stories for a few more days and find some stories about filial piety. When Kaido comes back, I will make him eat more than 10 kilograms of food. Several pirates stood at the door of the room and listened for a while, then sneaked down the stairs. One of the pirates wiped the sweat from his head and asked his companion. Hey, why do you think Master Jack has been dragging Yamato into the room all this time? Could it be, that shouldn't be the case, right? After all, Master Jack is only an 8-year-old child. Yamato is also an 8-year-old child. They shouldn't understand this, right? You are thinking a little dirty. I'm dirty, kid? An 8-year-old can tell that kind of story? What's up with the honey trap? What's up with Cao Cao, the wife-loving man? Didn't you hear what Jack said? All the 8-year-olds in the 3 kingdoms are engaged. And Jack is so tall, who can guarantee that he doesn't have that function? Advertisement. During the insurance period, I think we should notify Kaido-sama and ask him to come back. Otherwise, if something really happens, I don't know if Jack is okay or not, but we will definitely be killed by Lord Kaido. Kaido was puzzled after receiving the news about Onigashima. From the Den Mushi, the subordinate just said that there was something on Onigashima that Kaido needed to go back in person, and it was about Yamato. But what could be wrong with Yamato staying with Jack? I have a lot of things to deal with now. I'm so busy, how can I have the time to go back? But after thinking about it, Kaido became a little worried. Could it be that Jack didn't control his strength and injured Yamato? Otherwise, after finishing the things at hand, he should go back and check on him. Although Yamato always goes against him, he is still his child after all. If he is seriously injured, he will not forgive Jack. A week later, Kaido, worriedly, transformed into a blue dragon and flew towards Onigashima. Things could not be dealt with in a short time, so he decided to go back to Onigashima first. Jack handed Yamato a tissue, and Yamato took it and couldn't help sobbing on the bed. Stop that, Yamato. You are now an adult. The fact that you feel ashamed of your behavior shows that you truly understand how difficult it is for your parents and recognize your own mistakes. Admitting one's mistakes and correcting them is the greatest virtue. Brother Kaido, it wasn't easy to raise you all by yourself. I have so many brothers to support, and I have to go out and fight from time to time. You fell out with Kaido over Kazuki Oden. How hurtful it must have been to Kaido. As a man, Kaido may not be as considerate as a woman and his behavior may be a little rude, but he loves you from the bottom of his heart. Why else would they try so hard to make you eat such a precious devil fruit? They threatened you with bombs and told you not to leave Onigashima because they were afraid that someone might harm you? You have to understand Kaido's good intentions. Woo-woo. When Kaido hurried back to Onigashima, several minions were already waiting at the gate. When they saw Kaido, they immediately ran over. Lord Kaido. You're finally back. What happened? What happened to Yamato? Was he hurt by Jack? No. Then what's the matter? Jack was injured by Yamato. It's neither this nor that. What's going on? Tell me now. Several pirates looked at each other, then quietly stepped back, leaving one unlucky guy behind. Hurry up and tell me. Advertisement. The unlucky guy looked around and almost cried out. Lord Kaido. It's like this, Master Jack and Master Yamato have been together almost every day these days. And sometimes, Master Yamato even stayed overnight in Master Jack's room. Hearing the pirate's words, Kaido lowered his head in confusion. And then? You called me back just for such a small matter? Are you kidding me? No. Lord Kaido. Yes. I occasionally hear Master Yamato crying in Master Jack's room. The pirates looked at Kaido fearfully, then said softly. And that voice was very strange, like, so I thought that although Master Jack is only 8 years old, he is so tall, will he? What did you say? Bang, a hole Jack, damn it, how dare he? I'm going to kill him. Kill him. Kaido grabbed the minion, threw him heavily to the ground, and rushed in quickly. As soon as he reached the top of the stairs, Kaido activated his observation haki and heard Yamato crying. Wow, Kaido's eyes instantly turned red. He jumped up and pushed through the floor, came to Jack's door, raised the mace and smashed it down. Boom. Jack, you. Jack held the water cup and stared at Kaido blankly, with a confused look on his face. Yamato sat on the bed and looked up and saw Kaido. He grinned and ran towards Kaido, crying loudly. Father. I was wrong. Father, wow. Kaido held the mace, lowered his head and looked at Yamato who was crying while hugging his thighs, then sat down on the ground. Chapter 11. The first principal of Onigashima Kindergarten. Ha 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 ha. Yamato, my daughter, I won't blame you. Kaido's eyes were filled with tears as he gently stroked Yamato's back, enjoying the warmth he had never experienced before. After seeing this, several minions silently walked down the stairs, leaving the unlucky guy standing there with trembling legs. It was not until Yamato fell asleep in his arms that Kaido noticed Jack looking at him with a playful expression. His old face turned red, and he stood up gently, turned around and was about to leave. Hey, brother Kaido. What are you doing? You're just leaving like that. Why did you smash my room? Ahem, bang, crash. Kaido coughed a few times, quickened his pace, and when he saw the unlucky guy at the door, he raised his foot and kicked him hard. The unlucky guy flew away, broke through the window and flew out of the building. Jin looked at the flying pirates, stood up to catch them, and then flew up with a serious face. After seeing Jack's room destroyed, Jin's eyes turned cold. Is there an enemy invasion? Jack, yes, a man who looks similar to brother Kaido came over and smashed my door without saying a word. He also took Yamato away. You should go and check it out quickly, brother Jin. After opening his observation haki and observing carefully, Jin slowly walked towards Jack. Hey, what do you want to do? Don't do this, I'm angry. Brother Jin. Stop it. Most of the pirates who stayed on Ghost Island had their construction skills maxed out, and the next day the room had been restored to its original state. It seems that having a boss who gets drunk and crazy for no reason is helpful for the life skills of his subordinates. Buzz. A somewhat harsh and low voice came from outside the window, and Jack quickly looked outside. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and held Yamato, flying in the sky. The scene of a loving father and a filial daughter made Jack feel envious. It's just that their laughter is a bit irritating to the ears. Kaido is still half dead, just like a eunuch who has been in the palace for many years, making non-stop noises. As for Yamato, because he had been bombarded with Jack's culture for so long, he wanted to learn to make his laughter more ladylike, but unfortunately when he laughed, he just laughed like Li Kui, shouting, "Wow, ha ha ha." Advertisement Jack was afraid that Yamato would laugh and pull out a pair of axes from his waist, and shouted at Kaido. Grandpa is here, don't run. Fortunately, what Jack worried about did not happen. Yamato was transformed by himself very successfully. At least Kaido's oozing sound never stopped. At night, when Kaido sent someone to invite Jack and Jin to drink, Kaido's voice became like a hoarse duck. Ha 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 ha. Jack, I didn't expect you, a little kid, to be so good at this. Jack frowned slightly when he heard the sound like a duck. Then he saw the wine barrel in front of him that was bigger than his head. Jack's face turned dark. Brother Kaido, I still have to grow up. Being exposed to alcohol too early will affect my development and IQ. Stop talking nonsense. Do it, tons, tons, tons. Hiss, after drinking a barrel of wine, Jack's face turned slightly red, and he asked Kaido loudly. Brother Kaido, I have helped you educate Yamato. Isn't it time for you to let me go out to sea with brother Jin? Jack, just stay here honestly for the next few years, and don't bring up this idea again. Got it, kid. Do you think you can be a match for the enemies we are facing now? The result of going out to sea with me is death? Without waiting for Kaido to say anything, Jin started to scold him harshly. Jin, don't be so harsh on Jack. Kaido waved at Jin, turned to look at Jack and said. Jack, with your talent, I am sure that your strength in the future will not be much weaker than Jin and Quinn. Even though we, the Beast's pirates, are now a group of pirates that values strength above all else, I have deliberately reserved your position. Of course, with your current strength, you are far from being able to achieve that. Your only task now is to eat well and train well on Ghost Island. And the most important thing is that Yamato still needs your continued education. I want her to become the general of Wano Kuni in the future. Jack, you should understand what I mean, right? I don't want Yamato to become the same as before. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, Jack immediately said with a sad face. Brother Kaido, Yamato has changed for the better, and that's all we need to do to continue educating him. Advertisement. Besides, if you want Yamato to always be like a normal girl, at least find a few women to take care of her and give her some female playmates. Onigashima is full of men. If you let Yamato live in such an environment, of course his personality will be like a man's. It doesn't matter whether I'm here or not. Brother Kaido, please let me follow Brother Jin. If not, I'll just shout slogans on the ship and not participate in the battle. Besides, ordinary pirates are no match for me. Tons, 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 bang. Kaido wiped a few drops of wine from his beard and almost broke the stone table with a slap. Jack. You arrogant brat, it's different now than before. Since Roger's death, the number of pirates has skyrocketed because of his last words. The pirates who were able to reach the New World, except for the minions, are all powerful masters. With your current strength, if you meet them, you will die. I don't want our Beast's pirates to lose a powerful fighting force in the future. Get it, Jack? Kaido's tone slowed down when he said this, and he pointed at Jin who had remained silent across from him and said. Jin is not only responsible for dealing with those idiots who provoke us, he also has many other things to do. You should not cause trouble for him. As for what you said about finding a few women to take care of Yamato, that's easy to do. I'll transfer a few people over. As for the playmate issue, it just so happens that Black Maria is about the same age as you guys. I'll let her come over in 2 days. She is an ancient esper like you, and has the potential to become a cadre. Jack, you have to work hard, otherwise it would be embarrassing if you can't compare to a woman. I will let more children with potential come to live on Ghost Island in the future. I'll leave them to you, Jack. Jack was filled with despair when he heard Kaido's words. Yamato education is so successful, but it still can't get beyond the country. Don't look at my age, I can get on the boat. How can I get on the boat if I can't get out? Will there be more children? Do you really think I'm the headmaster of a kindergarten? I am Jack, the first principal of Ghost Island Kindergarten. Chapter 12. Thank you, Brother Kaido. After Kaido stayed on Onigashima for a few days, he transformed into a blue dragon and flew to Wano Kuni. Although Yamato's change is gratifying, a real man should focus on his career, and his main focus for now is still on Wano Kuni. As for Onigashima, Kaido was completely relieved after coming back this time. Although Beast's pirates has developed rapidly in recent years, there are actually very few cadres, and most of them are pirates' minions. The few cadres now have all been deployed to Wano Kuni to maintain the Beast's pirates' rule in Julie. Onigashima is the base camp of the Beast's pirates. In fact, among all the people left behind, the strongest one is Jack, who is only 8 years old. However, the location of Onigashima is special, and most people will not attack it. After all, no one knows what the defense of Onigashima is like, unless there is an idiot who has no scruples. But how many idiots can there be among the pirates who can reach the New World? Kaido used to be a little worried about Yamato, but now he has nothing to worry about and feels relaxed. Although Jack is still young, he seems to have suddenly become a different person during this period of time. Not only is he not as reckless as before, but he has also become passionate about learning. His warlike nature has not changed. At the age of 8, he thinks about going out to sea to fight and kill all day long. This is not a good thing. After finishing this busy period, Kaido decided to come back and train Jack properly. At present, the strength of Beast's pirates is still insufficient. We need to be patient and it only takes time. He had already planned everything. With the Kazuki family completely wiped out, the Beast's pirates completely controlled Wano Kuni with Kurozumi Orochi, and his plan was about to begin. Slowly opening up the market and attracting talents, Kaido believes that he will become the new pirates' king and conquer the world. On the third day after Kaido left, a pirate ship flying the flag of the Beast's pirates docked at the port of Onigashima. Yamato, who received the notice, was waiting early with Jack. Compared to Yamato, who was somewhat happy knowing that he had a new playmate to keep him company, Jack's face was full of unhappiness. Boss Kaido really keeps his word. It seems that he has to take office as the principal of the kindergarten. Jack had also heard of the name Black Maria. It was said that she was from the same tribe as Kaido, but she was born in Wano Kuni and had always lived in Wano Kuni. She had never met Jack. She was the demon fruit power that ate the ancient species of the spider fruit, the rose wolf spider. Jin and Quinn also mentioned her. She is older than Jack. Although she is a girl, Kaido, like Jack, considers her to be an important cadre of the future Beast's pirates. But Jack was somewhat disdainful of this. What future cadres? If you let me go out to sea, I will build a great empire for you in a few years. And besides Yamato, there's another 9-year-old kid, which is really annoying. Advertisement. But soon the displeasure on Jack's face disappeared. Several women in kimonos walked down from the boat. The sight of their white breasts made Jack drool. If this body wasn't so underdeveloped, Jack would probably be considering asking Kaido for a maid to take care of him. The woman in the lead had long golden hair like Jack, and a pair of red horns on her head. Her emerald green eyes exuded a unique temptation. She was about 1.9 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Jack, and her skin was so white that it dazzled Jack's eyes. But when he looked down, Jack felt sorry for her. Seeing Jack standing there blankly, the beauty walked up to him and took a look. A seductive voice reached Jack's ears. "Hello, Jack." Hiss. "This sound. I love it." Ahem. Jack coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment, then asked doubtfully. "Is it just you guys? Where's Black Maria? Didn't she come along as well?" "I'm here, Jack." Question mark question mark question mark. Jack looked at the beauty who was only a few centimeters shorter than him, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Don't be ridiculous. Black Maria is only 9 years old. Aren't you only 8 years old?" After hearing what Black Maria said, Jack looked at the maids who were taking care of Yamato in confusion. After receiving their affirmative nods, Jack stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. At the age of 8, I look like Wu Song. When I turn 18 and become an adult, I will at least not be much shorter than Kaido. It would be hard to find a wife by then, so wouldn't it be better to find a woman of average height? You have to have 2 banquets before and after the wedding. After taking a closer look at Black Maria, Jack nodded. From this perspective, even if Black Maria doesn't look as good as me in the future, she will definitely not be much shorter. Advertisement. A tragedy that can be accomplished in one go will definitely not happen, and this murder weapon. This is a lack of development. Brother Kaido is not looking for a playmate for Yamato, he is finding a future wife for me. Jack looked towards Wanokuni with tears in his eyes, and there was only one thought in his mind. Brother Kaido. Thank you. Yamato walked around Jack and Black Maria for a few times, then lowered his head dejectedly. Ms. Yamato. What's wrong with you? When Black Maria opened her mouth, Jack felt his tailbone tremble. Other children whose voices haven't changed have babyish voices, but yours is different, sounding like Dodgy. You two are about my age, why are you so tall? Haha, I don't know. But don't be disappointed because of this, Miss Yamato. As Mr. Kaido's child, you will definitely not be much shorter in the future. Why? Yamato looked so innocent that the smile disappeared from Black Maria's face. Seeing Black Maria's reaction, Jack's eyes widened into the size of bells. Holy shit, are you kidding me? You know this at your age. Are you so flirty? That's not okay. I have to teach you a lesson. Alright, Yamato, now that everyone is here, let's go back to the room. Black Maria, your rooms are on the same floor as Yamato's. I've already sent someone to prepare them. I'll have them take you to familiarize yourself with the buildings on Onigashima in a bit. Starting tomorrow, you and Yamato will train with me first. Hearing Jack's words, Black Maria laughed. Haha, got it, Jack. Call me Master Jack. Okay, Jack, look at how I educate you during this period. It's a good opportunity for me to experiment with my own ideas. Jack looked at the pirate's ship in front of him, shook his golden braids, and turned away. Chapter 13. If you don't let me go out to sea, I will get stuck with a bug. Although Black Maria is still young, Jack, who has lived 2 lives, admires her very much. When it comes to dealing with people, at least Jack now admits that he is inferior. In just half a day, she and Yamato became as close as real sisters. This time, Jin took away most of the pirates on Onigashima. Now there are only a dozen pirates left, and all of them are bewitched by Black Maria. However, after learning about Black Maria's age, except for a few mentally perverted scumbags, everyone else quickly regained their senses. Jack secretly memorized the faces of the 2 men and planned to let Jin take them out next time. It would be best if they died outside. Damn, even a 9-year-old child could feel it. What a beast. Early the next morning, Jack came to the port excitedly and waited. Today I can see whether my idea is feasible. By the time Yamato and Black Maria arrived, about an hour had passed. When Jack saw the 2 of them coming, he immediately stood on the deck and shouted to them. All right, you 2 just stand there. As pirates, strength comes first. Although you 2 are women, one of you is an ancient species like me, and the other is a legendary mythical beast species. So don't waste the devil fruit you ate, and train with me from now on. Jack clapped his hands, pointed at Black Maria and said. Black Maria, I'm going to see how strong you are next. Yamato, get out of the way. Black Maria looked at Jack seriously and said unhappily. The tone of your voice is really annoying. Woman, what's wrong? Stop looking down on women, you be asterisk 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 D. Black Maria's voice became louder and louder, and then her lower body turned into a hideous spider. Unexpectedly, Black Maria in the human beast form had a second face on her spider body, with a mouth full of white fang, as if she was smiling happily. When Jack saw this, he remembered what Quinn had mentioned accidentally and muttered to himself. Is this the mutation caused by the drug changing the transformation part? It looks like fun. Ha 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 ha. Pull the boat over. Advertisement. After a confusing shout, Jack rushed towards Black Maria with a long sword. A spider web shot out from under Black Maria's feet towards the running Jack, but Jack suddenly stopped in his tracks, with the web shot aside. Like Yamato, his combat experience is too weak. Jack shook his head and said with some disdain. You guys really wasted such a powerful devil fruit. You arrogant B asterisk 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 D. Black Maria's charming face was almost deformed with anger. Yamato, who was standing beside her, also shouted at Black Maria angrily. Sister Maria, we must defeat this big stupid elephant. Don't let her look down on us. Although Jack looked down on Black Maria, he was not careless at all in his actual actions. Just by looking at the spider under Black Maria's feet, you can tell that this thing must be poisonous. During the insurance period, Jack did not dare to transform into a mammoth because Jack did not know how poisonous Black Maria's fruit was and was not sure he could withstand it. If the mammoth couldn't bear it, its huge body would become a sitting duck, which would be extremely embarrassing. Like Yamato, Black Maria's fruit has a much greater benefit in terms of agility than Jack. And unlike Yamato's fruit which tends to bless speed and strength, Black Maria's fruit should bless agility and perception. Although Jack and Black Maria are very powerful, they are still children at heart. Their physical fitness that surpasses that of ordinary people is all due to the blessing of the fruit. Even with his rich combat experience and despite Jack's repeated caution, Jack still met with tragedy. But Jack was accidentally trapped in Black Maria's spider web and found that he was unable to cut it. Black Maria's spider web covered Jack like a tide, binding him tightly, and a few drops of venom appeared on the furry spider's legs and were thrown at Jack. Ha ha ha, do you look down on women? Jack. Black Maria stuck out her tongue, with a look of perverted excitement on her face, causing Yamato, who saw Black Maria's expression, to silently take a few steps back. Hiss. Ouch. The strong feeling of suffocation and the intense pain made Jack seem to lose his mind. Without time to think, Jack immediately transformed into a mammoth. The excitement on Black Maria's face had not yet disappeared when she felt a huge force coming from the spider web. She quickly used her hands and feet to continue to trap Jack. But in terms of strength, it was obvious that Black Maria was no match for Jack. After only a moment of stalemate, Black Maria flew directly towards Jack. Advertisement. Bang. Jack transformed into a mammoth. Looking at Black Maria flying towards him, his eyes turned cold. He raised his long trunk high up and dropped it heavily. Black Maria was knocked unconscious on the spot. Jack, who has returned to his human form, feels a little scared when he sees the unconscious Black Maria. If it weren't for my strong physique, I would have probably fallen into the ditch. Fortunately, I won in the end. Now it depends on whether my idea is correct. With anticipation, a reminder like the sound of nature appeared directly in Jack's mind. Congratulations host, the docking was successful. This evaluation is average. You can get the following rewards. 1. Agility plus 1. 2. Perception plus 1 inch. 3. Bailey plus 10,000. 4. Physical fitness plus 1 inch. 5. Devil fruit proficiency 10. Perhaps due to Black Maria's strength and Jack's poor performance this time, the reward was extremely average, but Jack still couldn't help but jump up excitedly. What does this mean? This means that from now on, as long as I shout on the boat first, the boat will move over. Then even if you are not fighting on the ship, you can still get rewards. This means that I can safely improve my attributes on the Ghost Island without going out to sea. The system doesn't say that there will be no rewards if you fight with the same person. Although my attribute points are quite poor, I am still young. I am only 8 years old. Wouldn't I be invincible if I spent 10 years on Ghost Island? Don't forget, Yamato and the others' strength will increase, so will the rewards also increase in the future? There are also brothers Jin and Kaido. We can rely on them a few times when the time comes. If I get some good reward, I will take off on the spot. You won't let me go out to sea? Ha 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 ha, I'm stuck on the bug on the Ghost Island. I'll be invincible for 10 years. Chapter 14. Sure enough, my vision is not as good as Mr. Kaido's. Because the host has not made a choice for a long time, the system automatically draws a lottery. Congratulations to the host for getting a perception increase of 1. The sound of the system quickly dissipated Jack's excitement. Looking at Yamato's frightened eyes, Jack realized that he was holding the unconscious Black Maria and couldn't help dancing. Ahem, I was just checking to see if she was seriously injured. Don't misunderstand me, Yamato. Really? Then I have to thank you very much, Jack? Black Maria opened her eyes, stared at Jack with an unfriendly look and said, "Don't let go of your stinky hands." As soon as Jack let go of her hand, Black Maria almost fell to the ground. She looked at Jack angrily and turned away. Hey, where are you going? We still have to train. Are you really so stingy? Facing Jack's shouting behind him, Black Maria touched her loose teeth and cursed loudly and impatiently. Get lost. I'll tell Mr. Kaido. Damn Jack, if my teeth fall out, I will kill you. Tisk, children are children. If you can't beat him, sue the parents. Jack turned his head, a friendly smile on his face, and whispered to Yamato. Yamato, let's ignore her and continue training. Yamato frowned, remembering the long mark left on Black Maria's face from being whipped by the elephant's trunk, and shook his head in resistance. What's with that expression on your face? Are you scared? Has Zhao Zilong ever been afraid? Upon hearing this, Yamato transformed immediately, and Jack quickly jumped onto the deck. Pull the boat over. Jack finally felt relieved after looking at his agility value increased with pleasure. However, the next day, after Jack happily fought with Yamato again, he found that he did not get any reward at all this time, and he couldn't help but panic. Advertisement. Fortunately, after a period of exploration, Jack discovered that the system has a time limit for repeatedly obtaining rewards for fighting with the same person. It's not too much, just 5 days is acceptable. As for the pirates' minions, unfortunately, they are not qualified to be recognized as opponents by the system. Alas, little Kurami, doesn't he even have the value to be used by others? System, you don't know how to create value. As there were only Black Maria and Yamato on the island who could continue to make money for Jack, Jack had to suppress the urge to beat up the two girls every day and instead did it once every 5 days. The rest of the time is of course Jack's small class. Although Black Maria has a high emotional intelligence and is somewhat mature, she is still a child at heart. Faced with the beautiful fairy tales Jack told her, as well as many places and names she had never heard of, Black Maria's reserve lasted less than half a day before she was completely attracted by Jack's stories. Jack was secretly proud in his heart. Little guy, I used to be a person who did good deeds every day, so dealing with a little girl like you who is a bit arrogant and sick should be easy, right? In order to have a better and happy life in the future, I must reform you. As time went by, Black Maria's psychological resistance gradually disappeared. Jack was so happy as he looked at his increasing attribute points that he couldn't stop smiling. Especially after defeating the joint attack of Yamato and Black Maria for the first time, Jack actually got a flash reward, which directly brought his devil fruit proficiency to the intermediate level. This made Jack very happy, and that night he went into the kitchen and cooked a few of his specialties from his previous life. The two of them praised the dishes very much and said that Jack would pay for their meals from now on. But what answered them was a long elephant trunk. What a joke. I, Jack, want to be a man who relies on shipping. How can I become a professional chef? However, Jack also had some complaints about the food in this world. Maybe it's not the world's problem, but the Beast's Pirates chef's problem. After all, it's Wano Kuni, it's good enough that we don't eat sashimi ramen every day. The seasonings in the kitchen are no less than those in my previous life, so why don't I know how to use them? After finding a chef who had practiced cooking for a while, the food on Ghost Island was finally not so unpalatable to Jack. This time, no one knew what mission Jin was assigned. He had been out for 2 months and had not returned. It was not until heavy snow fell from the sky of Onigashima that Jin's pirate ship with a pteranodon figurehead slowly appeared at the port of Onigashima. Jin stood on the deck with his hands folded across his chest, and as soon as the boat came to a stop, he jumped off. Due to the expansion of the territory and the lack of manpower, the base of the Beast's Pirates has been unmanned for a long time. In addition, with the presence of Jack, who has a somewhat bad temper, Jin couldn't help but feel worried when looking at the buildings in the distance. But soon, Jin slowly stopped and looked at the 3 people who were fighting nearby, observing them carefully. Advertisement: the mammoth fights alone against the ancient wolf spider, and the legendary dog fruit, the mythical beast species, and the big-mouthed true god form. Jin's attention was first placed on Yamato. The mythical beast fruit that Mr. Kaido had worked so hard to obtain was indeed extremely powerful. At least Yamato, who is still a child, already has the ability to spit ice knives from his mouth and use the ice element to fight the enemy. Thinking about it, Jin also wanted to laugh. After Mr. Kaido worked so hard to get this devil fruit, he suddenly stopped sending food to Yamato. When Yamato was so hungry that he ate the devil fruit as food, Mr. Kaido pretended to be very angry. As a childless person, Jin could not understand this kind of feeling before, but as he watched Jack grow up slowly, Jin seemed to understand Kaido's thoughts a little. But isn't Jack's strength increasing too fast? Looking at Jack, who was firmly in the upper hand, Jin's eyes were somewhat confused. The ability of Black Maria's fruit is not only to spit out silk and release poison, but also the improvement in perception is unmatched by Jack's fruit. Not to mention the mythical beast Yamato. Although the mammoth fruit gave Jack great strength and physique, he had no special abilities in other areas. In a one-on-one fight, Jin had no doubt that Jack would win. But if it's 1 against 2, even if Jack has much more combat experience than the two of them, it shouldn't be so easy. Jack's body reaction and speed are now much higher than a few months ago, which surprised Jin. Jack's body shouldn't have entered the developmental period yet, so why did he suddenly grow so fast? Is this why Mr. Kaido thinks so highly of Jack? As expected, when it comes to taste, I am still far behind Mr. Kaido. While Jin was sighing, Jack had already finished the battle and happily gained 2 points of agility. Brother Jin. You're back. Jin patted Jack's shoulder, then nodded with satisfaction and left. Jack, with most of his body buried in the ground, looked confused. No, are you seriously ill? You come back to bully kids? Do you know what the Minor Protection Act is? Chapter 1580? In Jack's memory, New Year has a special meaning. When Jack first met Kaido, it was also New Year's Day. After killing the pirates who wanted to sell him out, Jack ran in the snow for several days and nights to avoid their pursuit. At that time, Jack was starving and accidentally broke into the cave where Kaido and others were hiding from the wind and snow. Faced with the 3 tall men, Jack showed extraordinary courage and robbed Kaido and others with a machete. Perhaps this aroused Kaido's interest and prevented him from slapping him to death. Kaido not only helped him deal with the pirates who came to hunt him, but also took him in. A few years passed in a flash, the Beast's pirates gradually became stronger, and their lives became better and better. He never went hungry again, but for some reason, Jack still remembered the elephant raft that Kaido threw to him that day. The meat that day was really delicious. However, this world does not attach as much importance to the New Year as it did in the previous life. New Year is just a festival with a little commemorative value to them. What the Beast's pirates care most about is the fire festival after New Year, when spring comes and everything comes back to life. For Jack's first real New Year in this world, he was only accompanied by the expressionless Jin, and the whispering Yamato and Black Maria. And a few pirates' minions grilling elephant meat. I don't know why, but even though he's the user of the mammoth fruit, Jack's favorite is juicy grilled elephant chops. Perhaps eating elephant meat can make one's abilities even stronger? After swallowing the elephant meat on the plate, Jack skillfully spat out a few bones, causing Black Maria and Yamato on the side to cover their mouths and laugh secretly. Hey, what's so funny? After eating, go to bed, okay. I have something to discuss with Brother Jin. And the rest of you, go down too. Yamato stood up and stuck out his tongue at Jack a few times, then pulled Black Maria past Jack. A drop of purple venom fell on Jack's shoulder, and Jack almost broke his own sharp teeth. He was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat. Idiot Jack. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the two people leaving contentedly, Jin silently poured himself a glass of wine. After Jack paused for a long time, he walked to the door and gave a few instructions to a few minions before closing the door heavily. Only then did Jin take off his mask, pick up the wine glass and drink it all. Advertisement, hey, Brother Jin, do you have to be so cautious? You're not ugly, are you afraid of meeting people? Jack didn't quite understand Jin's behavior. Except for drinking with Kaido, Jin wrapped himself tightly almost every day. Of course, Jack was also honored to be one of the few people that Jin was willing to let down his guard against. Huh, Jack, you talk a lot. But when did you become so patient? And you have such a good relationship with these two girls? I remember you once said that women are the most annoying. Jin tore off a piece of barbecue, threw it into his mouth, looked at Jack and spoke softly. Ha ha ha. You are young and don't know the good of women. You mistake men for treasures. Jack scratched his head and said embarrassedly, I have grown up now, and I have Kaido brother to thank for that. You see, he knew that I was too tall and it would be difficult for me to find a wife, so he arranged Black Maria for me. So that I won't have trouble finding a wife in the future, next time we meet, I will definitely have a few drinks with Kaido. Cough cough cough. Hearing what Jack said, Jin almost choked himself to death. The violent coughing made the fire behind his head dim. After finally calming down, Jin looked at Jack with strange eyes and said, It seems that you have really grown up a lot. Does the fishman have this heritage? But isn't this a little early for you now, Jack? Don't waste your talent, don't let Mr. Kaido down. Seeing that Jin was getting a little stern, Jack quickly shook his head. Brother Jin, I'm only an 8-year-old child now, what are you thinking about? I meant later. My main concern now is to improve my own strength. When can you take me out to sea for a tour? I feel that I am much stronger now, and I will definitely not be a burden to you. Tons. Jin put down his glass, looked at Jack with interest and said, It's impossible to go out, but tomorrow I can see how much you have grown. Advertisement, if you really meet my requirements, I might teach you something new after a while. New things? Jack felt a little disappointed. Do I need you to teach me? As long as I can dock, there is nothing I can't learn. I can get it by drawing a card. The next day after breakfast, watching Jack and Jin walk towards the port, Yamato and Black Maria excitedly followed them. During this period, I didn't know what was wrong with Jack. At the beginning, he fought back and forth with the two of us, and it was very strenuous. Later, he completely played a trick on the two of us. This made the two girls who also ate the devil fruit very dissatisfied. Especially Yamato, who felt that as Kaido's daughter, she was still a mythical beast. She was very dissatisfied with the fact that she could never beat Jack, and kept shouting that she would defeat Jack sooner or later. Seeing that Jack was planning to challenge Jin, the two were extremely happy. Brother Jin, be careful, I am no longer the same person I used to be. The increase in agility and perception during this period made Jack full of confidence in himself. After hearing this, Jin hooked his finger at Jack with a look full of disdain. Humph. You underestimate me. Take this. Jack jumped onto the boat and shouted to Jin. Pull the boat over. Jack then transformed into a giant mammoth and rushed towards Jin. Bang. Bang. Although the mammoth is shorter than Jin, its long body can bring an extremely oppressive impact to people when it runs. Yamato and Black Maria couldn't help but take a step back, but Jin stood there without any reaction. Only when Jack's huge body rushed to Jin's side did Jin gently clench his fists. Boom. His head felt like it was being hit by a sledgehammer. For a moment, Jack seemed to hear someone yelling in his ear. 80. The mammoth shook its trunk, then collapsed to the ground, transforming into a dizzy Jack. Jin squatted down, touched Jack's head and said softly. You're in great shape, keep it up, Jack. For now, you should just stay on Ghost Island and eat well. Come back to me in a few years to talk about the sea. After saying this, Jin stood up and looked at the extremely excited Yamato and Black Maria, then shook his head helplessly. And there is still only one voice in Jack's mind. 80. Chapter 16 How to Activate Haki. If the host fails to dock with the ship, you can get one of the following rewards. 1. Strength plus 3. 2. Willpower plus 3 inches. 3. A set of gemstone necklaces. Because the host has not made any choices for a long time, the system automatically helps the host to draw rewards. Congratulations to the host for winning a set of gemstone necklaces. The jewel necklace has appeared in the host's arms, please check it. After calming down for most of the day, Jack's head finally stopped hurting. Jack silently closed the panel in front of him and felt a little frightened about Jin's strength. Even though he was killed instantly, he still received such a generous reward. I can imagine that if I really defeated Jin, the reward would be extremely generous. And there is an even more powerful Kaido here, so the future is bright. But it's a pity that no attribute points were given, only a gem necklace. Jack, lying on the ground, took out the reward he got from his arms in confusion. A huge orange gem looks like a burning flame under the sunlight, emitting a charming and dazzling luster. Everything went dark before his eyes, and a dark shadow appeared beside Jack. Wow, Jack, I didn't know you had such beautiful gems. It's rare for a rude person like you to have such taste. But from now on it's mine. Before Jack could say anything, a drop of purple venom appeared from Black Maria's hand and fell directly onto Jack's hand. After throwing the gem in his hand subconsciously, Jack covered his palm and jumped up. Thanks. After taking the jewel necklace thrown into the air by Jack, Black Maria turned and ran. Hey, Jack, why don't you give me such a beautiful necklace? Jack held his right hand with his left hand, squatted on the ground and looked at Yamato with an angry face with twitching mouth. Call. A stream of cold air came out of Yamato's mouth, which had turned into a big-mouthed true god form. Jack was directly frozen into an ice cube, and then Yamato chased Black Maria away. Sister Maria, let's talk about this. Can you give me the necklace first? Click. You two little brats, in 10 years, neither of you will be able to escape. I will definitely X you first and then X you, XXXXX. Achoo. The weather has been getting worse recently, and Yamato and Black Maria chose to completely give up. Advertisement: the two of them stayed on Ghost Island every day, either eating or sleeping, and showed great resistance to sparring. This left Jack helpless, so he had to follow behind Jin all day, hoping to spar with him a few more times. But knowing Jack's current strength, Jin had no interest in dealing with Jack anymore, which made Jack very depressed all day long. However, after finishing his work that day, Jin called Jack to the training room. Jack. He couldn't see the expression hidden behind the mask, but from the tone of his voice, Jack could tell that Jin was very serious. Although you are still young, your physical fitness is indeed very strong. After thinking about it for a few days, I decided that I should teach you something. You've heard of hockey before, right? I remember you once asked Mr. Kaito why it hurt so much when he hit you. After Jin finished speaking, he took off his gloves, and in the blink of an eye, his broad palms turned pitch black, just like a magic trick. This is armament hockey. It's a unique substance produced from your blood, from inside your body. With it, you can harm the body of a Logia user. It can greatly increase your own defense, or convert it into offensive power. Jin picked up an iron rod from the ground and squeezed it hard, leaving Jin's handprint on the iron rod. If you want to become a top-notch expert, you must master it. Of course, and observation hockey. After saying this, Jin drew the long sword from his waist, threw it to Jack and said, "Come on, cut me. If you can touch me, I will take you out to sea. If you are my brother, come and chop me." Jack did not show any mercy either. Anyway, with his current strength, it would be a bit difficult to hurt Jin. Since you ask me to chop him, then I will chop him. But what do you mean? Turn your back on me. You're going too far. Jin's sword was a little too big for Jack's current body, but Jack held it with both hands and swung it very easily. Jack felt looked down upon by Jin's overly pretentious attitude, and swung his greatsword at Jin as if it were a stick. Swish. After a few hits, all of Jack's attacks missed. He stared at Jin unwillingly, then pointed the tip of his sword at Jin's anus. Clang. Hole, Jack, what do you want to do? Before Jack could make a move, Jin turned around and punched him, and a big bump appeared on Jack's head at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hateful. Didn't you ask me to cut you? Why did you hit me? Advertisement: I didn't ask you to attack there. Besides, I didn't say I wouldn't fight back. Why are you so mean? You be asterisk 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 D Jack. Jack covered his head, looked at Jin with an unconvinced expression and continued. Were you peeking? Otherwise how would you know where I would attack? Bang. Shut up. Looks like I have to educate you. Let you know what you should do and what you shouldn't do, Jack. Seeing Jin take off the scabbard, Jack's face changed drastically. Hey, speak properly. We are all men. What you are doing is really too much. Shut up, Jack. Although Jack's body was stronger than that of an ordinary person, like a monster, but facing Jin, who was obviously not an ordinary person, Jack could only hold his butt with tears in his eyes and curse him silently in his mind. Observation hockey can enhance one's 5 senses and detect the breath and emotional changes of the creatures around them. Skillful use can avoid or even predict danger. If they are masters of Grandmaster observation hockey, they can use it better than their eyes. Jin glanced at Jack, who was grinning, and waited until Jack was straightened up before continuing. Armament hockey and observation hockey can be learned through hard training. There is another kind of conqueror's hockey that you don't need to know right now. It's not something you can learn through training. So next I will tell you how to activate armament hockey and observation hockey. Once you have learned it, teach it to Yamato and the others. Bang. After saying that, Jin punched Jack, who covered his eyes and screamed in pain. What are you doing? It's not over yet. Bullying a child. Is there any justice in this world? Snort. Jin looked at Jack and said with some gloating. This is how hockey awakens. The simplest way to activate armament hockey is to constantly exert your own physical strength while using external force to stimulate your body's potential and activate armament hockey. And observation hockey requires you to concentrate your attention, not your eyes, but use your senses and the changes in the air to avoid those unexpected attacks. It will definitely be activated in the long run. It can be simply summarized in 2 sentences. To activate armament hockey, you have to keep getting hit, and observation hockey means you have to keep dodging. Jack. Try your best, I will help you during this time. I tried my best, damn it, I seriously suspect that you are just looking for an excuse to beat me up. Chapter 17. Autistic Jin, Brother Jin, why don't I need to know Conqueror's Hockey now? How do I get Conqueror's Hockey? Looking at Jack who was full of curiosity, Jin said softly. Conqueror's Hockey cannot be learned through training. Only a natural-born king has the talent for Conqueror's Hockey. For example, Mr. Kaido has this kind of hockey. Conqueror's Hockey can turn one's will into a physical form to shock and attack the enemy. When someone with insufficient strength faces this kind of hockey, the only outcome is coma. Hearing what Jin said, Jack suddenly remembered a scene he had seen before, where Kaido shouted and countless enemies fell to the ground. He was quite amazed at the time, but now it seems that this is what Jin said is the Conqueror's Hockey. But I can learn it after training. I wonder if I have the talent? It doesn't matter if I have it or not, I should be able to get it through the system, right? Otherwise, this system is too lame. Jin looked at Jack in a daze, thinking that Jack was frustrated because he couldn't learn Conqueror's Hockey, and said quickly. Jack, you don't have to do this. Although ordinary people cannot obtain Conqueror's Hockey, when Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey reach a certain level, they will not be weaker than those so-called natural kings. Mr. Kaido is powerful because his name is Kaido. I don't know Conqueror's Hockey either, but I've killed many Conqueror's Hockey owners. And Yamato also knows Conqueror's Hockey, didn't you defeat her as usual? Jack was a little confused after hearing what Jin said. Yamato knows Conqueror's Hockey, how come I don't know? After thinking for a while, Jack asked uncertainly. Brother Jin, are you sure? Yamato knows Conqueror's Hockey? Of course, otherwise why did your clothes float up for no reason last time? The clothes are floating. Jack recalled the times when he fought with Yamato, and the scenes of his spare clothes and the leaves on the ground blowing in the wind. No, Brother Jin, you're being so arrogant, after all this time, this is Conqueror's Hockey? How come it's like an air conditioner blowing air? You know what, it's quite cool. Over the next period of time, Jack drew countless circles to curse Jin. If you say you want to hit me, then go ahead and hit me. Why are you spanking me? Put my age aside for now. Who has ever seen a 2-meter-tall macho man being spanked with a scabbard every day? And if I behave badly, you hold me on your legs and beat me? Don't I have any dignity? Do you know what social death means? Aren't you just relying on the fact that you are taller and stronger than me? When my growth spurt is over, I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be taller than me. Advertisement, bang. Ah, Jack, come on, it must feel good to be beaten. Yamato and Black Maria sat on chairs far away, watching Jack being beaten by Jin with relish, their faces smiling like flowers. Shut up you two little brats. When I learn it, you will be in trouble. Slightly, wait till you learn it, pervert Jack. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Jack couldn't help but rush towards them, Yamato and Black Maria got up and ran. Jack saw that Jin did not stop him, so he followed the two of them. After this period of fighting on the ship, although the attribute points obtained were not many, Jack's perception and agility were still greatly improved. In addition, his strength and physique both exceeded 70, which allowed Jack to master Armament Hockey before the Fire Festival began. As for Observation Hockey, although he hasn't comprehended it, judging from Jin's experience, Jack will definitely be able to learn it soon. This amazing comprehension caused Jin to shut himself off for several days. Jin was sitting under a big tree, looking at the sea alone. When Jack saw him, he walked over with a smug look on his face. Hey, Brother Jin, are you sure this is Armament Hockey? I don't quite believe it, do you want to let me poke it and see? Jack gestured with his chin, the black substance only covering the tips of his fingers, and looked at Jin innocently. After hearing Jack's words, Jin's eyes turned red with anger, and he silently untied his scabbard. Jack ran away after seeing this, but facing Jin who could fly, he was just asking for trouble. Ever since Jack learned Armament Hockey, Jin was shocked, but he also gave Jack a few days off. This not only allowed Jin to calm down alone, but also allowed Jack to get familiar with the power of Armament Hockey. But I didn't expect that this D kid, after getting familiar with me for 2 days, would always think about sneak attacks on me. The most outrageous incident was when Jack cooked a lot of delicious food himself, which I couldn't resist and drank a little too much, and I fell asleep drunk. As a result, that D Jack took advantage of me sleeping and tried to use Yamato's mace to attack me. Although he still failed, Jin broke out in a cold sweat when he thought of the place where Jack made the sneak attack. It was almost time for me to have to stay in bed for a while. Thinking of this, Jin hesitated for a moment, and his palm slowly turned black. Brother Jin, what are you doing? What are you doing with your hands? You're using Armament Hockey. Stop it, I'm going to get hurt. Snap. Snap. Advertisement. Jin's original intention was actually that since Jack had been pestering him all this time, and he had the time, he decided to teach Jack the concept of hockey in advance. This also gives Jack a direction for training in Onigashima in the future. If everyone gets busy again after the Fire Festival and no one teaches Jack, it will be a waste of Jack's talent. To be honest, Jin had no doubt in his mind whether Jack could comprehend Armament Hockey and Observation Hockey. But it shouldn't be at this age. An 8-year-old has mastered Armament Hockey? And is about to master Observation Hockey? Although due to age limitation, the amount of Armament Hockey is not large, but he has indeed mastered Armament Hockey. After a while, when Jack is familiar with it, and as he grows older and his body enters the development period, Jack's armament haki will definitely grow very fast and he will be able to master observation haki easily. 8 years old, Jack has a bright future ahead of him. Ha ha ha. Pervert Jack. You deserved it. Yamato and the other man, who had been chased by Jack a lot in the past few days, came over at some point and started laughing at Jack crazily. Damn it. You two little brats. Wait until I get better, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Shut up. Jack. Bang. Ah. Looking at Black Maria and Yamato who were laughing at Jack again, Jin's mood suddenly became heavy. Yamato is now 8 years old and has also awakened Conqueror's haki. When Black Maria turned 8 last year, she was able to skillfully use the Devil Fruit's abilities. Add Jack to the mix. What kind of monsters are these little ghosts now? What were you doing when you were 8 years old? Oh, right, when you were 8 years old, you were being studied on the operating table by a bunch of weaklings. Thinking of this, Jin picked up the scabbard and walked forward dejectedly. Hiss. What's going on? Are you so kind as to let me go this time? Although he didn't know what was going on, Jack touched his butt, looked at the two people who were still laughing, turned into a mammoth and rushed over immediately. Isn't it funny? Is it funny? You guys try it too? Bang. Yuck. Pervert Jack. Call me Macho Jack. Advertisement Chapter 18. The Fire Festival begins as the Fire Festival approached. Many pirates returned to Onigashima. Jin led them to get busy, preparing various supplies needed for the Fire Festival. Jack, who had no one to discipline him, began to practice Yamato and Black Maria like crazy. Bang. Get out of here, pervert Jack, go to hell. Swish. After kicking the two people's room open, Jack skillfully dodged to the side, avoiding the pillow that was thrown at him, and shouted loudly. Hurry up and get up, after breakfast, follow me to training. I will definitely teach you armament haki. This is the task that Brother Jin assigned to me. Black Maria held the quilt to her chest and shouted angrily. Would you please get out of here, we are girls, how can you just barge in like this? No. That's why I closed my eyes, Jack shouted confidently, and then said with disgust. Besides, even if I open my eyes I can't see anything, it's not even as big as my pectoral muscles. Go away. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Swish. Bang. Clang clang. Jack jumped out of the house in a panic and did not forget to warn. Hurry up and get up. There's fresh goat milk in the kitchen today. Bang. Get out. What's wrong, sis? Why are you holding the quilt so tightly? Yamato rubbed his eyes and looked at Yamato in confusion. Black Maria turned her head to look at Yamato and shook her head helplessly. Yamato, we are girls, so remember to wear pajamas when you go to bed. I've told you many times, don't expose your body like this. Sorry, I forgot about my sister again. After eating and drinking, Black Maria looked ahead with an expressionless face. Yamato was chasing Jack with a mace, and both of them were extremely excited. Pull the boat over. After Jack jumped onto the boat, he shouted out loud as usual and then rushed towards Yamato. Sister Maria, come on, I can't beat him alone, advertisement. Black Maria forced a smile and walked over reluctantly with heavy legs. Fortunately, this kind of life did not last long because the Fire Festival was about to begin. On the day of the Fire Festival, most of the Beast's pirates returned. Early in the morning, Black Maria was drawing her eyebrows and lips in front of the mirror, while Yamato was watching her blankly. After Black Maria finished her makeup, she looked at Yamato who was standing beside her in confusion and waved to her with a smile. Bang. Hey. Stop wasting time, Brother Jin wants us to go meet Brother Kaido and the General Kurozumi. The door was roughly pushed open, and Jack's tall figure appeared in front of the two. Hey Jack, don't you know you should knock before entering someone else's room? What a rude b****************. Facing Black Maria's accusation, Jack curled his lips in disdain. Come on, little brat, why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. Besides, why are you being so shy with me? When we grow up, I'll ask Brother Kaido to marry you. We are one family and we don't have different opinions. After hearing what Jack said, Black Maria picked up the bottles and jars on the table and threw them over. Get lost. Dream on, I won't marry a rude, stupid elephant. What's a wife, Jack? Unlike the precocious Black Maria, Yamato, who has been on Ghost Island for many years, knows nothing about this. Jack glanced at Yamato and Black Maria and said in amazement. You're wearing makeup, not to mention, you look pretty good. As for a wife, Yamato, when you grow up, you become my wife, and we do what we do every day. Do it every day, things you do, okay, I want to be your wife? Bang. Get out of here, stop dreaming. Mr. Kaido will give you Yamato as your wife, ha ha ha, that's hilarious. You still want to marry both of us? Mr. Kaido will beat you to death? After dodging Black Maria's throwing pillow attack, Jack walked out with a depressed look on his face. Black Maria's words made Jack feel a little worried. That's true. Yamato is Kaido's daughter, and Black Maria is also a very promising talent and a reserve cadre for the Beast's pirates. Given Kaido's personality, would he let his daughter marry me with someone else? How about I take this opportunity when Kaido comes back to talk to him about it, choose one first. Advertisement as for which one to choose, Black Maria, of course. Black Maria knows too much and is not easy to deceive. So you should book her first, and then it will be easy to deal with Yamato, who is like a little white flower. By then, I will have made it a done deal. Even Kaido can't do anything about it, right? Can you still beat your son-in-law to death? Besides, it's not certain whether you can beat me by then. Don't blame me, brother Kaido. It's my fault for not knowing how tall I can grow. As your daughter, Yamato will definitely not be short in the future. You don't want someone to die every time I enter the bridal chamber, do you? The Fire Festival is a festival that Wano Kuni attaches great importance to. After Kaido occupied Onigashima and formed an alliance with Kurozumi Orochi, the venue for the festival was changed to Onigashima. On this day every year, Kurozumi the Great Snake would lead the generals to pay homage to Onigashima. But this is all just a cover. The reason why the Fire Festival is so important is because on this day Kurozumi Orochi will lead all his officials to participate in the banquet on Onigashima, so that both sides can become more familiar with each other and increase their feelings with the beast's pirates. As a cadre appointed by Kaido, Jack would follow Jin and wait at the port during every festival. However, this time there were several new cadres, including Black Maria and Yamato. Master Jin. Master Jack. Mr. Kaido is back. Following the shouts of the pirates, a dozen warships slowly docked at the port. Kaido, who was named the protector of the country, and Kurozumi Orochi, the general of Wano Kuni, got off the same ship, and the others slowly followed behind them. Kurozumi the snake has a very strange hairstyle, with a crown on the left side and a bun on the right side. With his sparse purple hair and two canine teeth that are longer than the other teeth, he looks like a clown and does not have the bearing of a king at all. Although Kurozumi Orochi is not short, being over 3 meters tall, he looks like a child who has not grown up compared to Kaido who is over 7 meters tall. Mr. Kaido, General. After a brief greeting, Jin led a group of people to follow Kaido, while Kurozumi Orochi's eyes were on Black Maria. The carefully dressed Black Maria looked extremely beautiful and exuded an alluring charm that made Kurozumi Orochi drool. Jack was very keenly aware of this scene. After thinking for a while, he grabbed Black Maria's hair, picked up a handful of snow and smeared it on the confused Black Maria. Why are you wearing makeup, you 9-year-old kid? You're already tempting me at this age? Do you think I don't exist? Cough cough cough. Hearing Jack's words, Kurozumi Orochi coughed a few times, then looked at Black Maria carefully and asked Kaido. That woman is only 9 years old. Well, yes, still a child. After Kaido finished speaking, he shouted to Black Maria who was beating Jack. Alright, you two little brats, stop making trouble. Go fight somewhere else if you want. Black Maria looked at Kaido hatefully, then transformed into a human beast form and dragged Jack directly behind a huge rock. Bang. Chapter 19. Confused Kaido. Stop hitting me. Stop dripping venom. You're AF ****** G pervert. Why are you stepping on my face? Do you have athlete's foot? Why are you dripping venom on my back? Bang. Jack knocked Black Maria to the ground, then held her down and said. Do you know that I saved you? Look at the lustful look on Kurozumi Orochi's face. Why are you wearing makeup? If it weren't for me, he would have fallen for you. We are now allies with them. What will you do if he asks Kaido-sama to come over and spend the night with him? If brother Kaido refuses, he might get angry and that would destroy the alliance. If he doesn't refuse, will you go? Although Kurozumi Orochi is nothing, he has nearly 10,000 men under his command. After hearing what Jack said, Black Maria said unwillingly. Then you can't just smear snow on my face without saying anything. My face is all stained. Let me go, hee. After Jack released Black Maria, he said with a shameless face. If you can't wipe it off, do you want me to help you? I can use my eloquent tongue to help you. Go. Pervert Jack. Black Maria used snow to wipe the stains on her face for a long time before she cleaned them. The two of them quickly ran towards the banquet hall. When the two arrived at the banquet hall, the banquet atmosphere group and the banquet band had already started their performance under the leadership of the banquet host and the band's sole lead singer, Beast's Pirates' famous rapper Quinn. The pirates and Kurozumi Orochi's men hugged each other and celebrated excitedly. Jack pulled Black Maria slowly towards the room. The minions were in the hall, while the cadres were in their exclusive rooms upstairs. Although Jack and Black Maria are still young, their status is clear after all, so they must go upstairs. As soon as he went upstairs, Jack saw Jin leaning on the railing watching Quinn's performance. Although Quinn's music rhythm is extremely dynamic, the audience is very enthusiastic and the atmosphere is hot, but Jin still gives people a feeling of desolation and loneliness. A lonely listener. In his previous life, Jin would definitely be an artistic young man who likes to be alone. You always fill the air with sadness. At this moment, Jack seemed to hear a song. Snowflakes are falling. Ahem, brother Jin, why don't you go in? Jin tilted his head and glanced at Jack, his eyes falling on Jack and Black Maria's tightly clasped hands. Bang. Let go. You shameless B********************. Black Maria gave Jack a big bag and walked towards Yamato in the house. Advertisement. Who are you? I was afraid you didn't know the way. You turn against me after you've used me. You're destroying the bridge after you've crossed it. You're killing me after I've done my job. You're so ungrateful, you're pulling out. Jack looked at Black Maria's back, covering his face and cursing in anger. Okay, it looks like you've been studying very hard lately, Jack. You know so many idioms. Hurry up and go in and join the party. Mr. Kaido is looking forward to seeing you. Jin patted Jack on the shoulder, then lowered his head and whispered in Jack's ear. Mr. Kaido was very happy to hear that you can do armament hockey. I'm afraid Mr. Kaido will reward you with some treasures. Treasure? Yamato always asked me for a jewel necklace, so I gave the treasure that Kaido gave me to Yamato. Tisk tisk, using the father-in-law's things to please the wife, just thinking about it is exciting. Jin looked at Jack, who was laughing foolishly, and said seriously. Jack, don't be happy too soon. We Beasts pirates are no longer the same as before. We are now a pirates group that respects strength. After the situation in Wano Kuni stabilizes, Mr. Kaido will definitely recruit more people and occupy more territory. Mr. Kaido, out of old friendship and your potential, has made you second only to me and Quinn in the pirates. However, as the number of people increases, there will definitely be many people who are dissatisfied with you. Even though Mr. Kaido won't agree with their idea of challenging you, you must work harder yourself. After you become an adult, if you don't behave well, I think your position will definitely be lost. Jack, don't make things difficult for Mr. Kaido. Don't worry, brother Jin. Bang, Jack patted his shoulder and said confidently. Have you ever seen a kid with such big pecs at the age of 8? When I grow up, don't tell them they want to challenge me. I'll beat them so hard that they'd rather challenge you than me. Jin was silent for a while, turned Jack's body with his hands, and Jack turned his head to look at Jin with a confused look on his face, and saw Jin lifting up his long legs. Bang. Jack stood up, holding his butt, then shook his head, looked at the three people in the room who were a little surprised, and smiled. Everyone. The new year has passed, it's been a while since we last met, Happy New Year. Oh, Jack. You've offended Jin again somewhere, sit down. Kaido glanced at Jin outside the door, then said to Kurozumi Orochi. Jack, you've seen him before. He will definitely be one of our Beasts Pirates pillars in the future. Now Jack is only 8 years old, and he has already mastered armament hockey. He is a rare genius. Advertisement? Oh. Kurozumi Orochi cast his eyes on Jack, and the wineglass in his hand trembled slightly. Is this Jack? I remember he wasn't this tall last year, right? You Beasts Pirates kids are really, ha, it's normal for children to develop quickly. By the way, Jack, after the festival is over, go to the treasure room and get some jewelry as my reward to you. Okay. Kaido-sama. After Jack took a bite of the dish, he felt an unfriendly gaze and quickly looked over. Fukurouju, who was standing behind Kurozumi's snake, saw Jack looking at him and quickly turned his head to the other side. Damn. This pervert, with ears like 2 lychees and a head like a pillar, still looks down on me? Look at how you look, you even need to be mosaicked. When I grow up, I will kill you with a blow from my nose. Forget it, I can't relax even if I have dinner with you guys, so I'd better finish talking to Mr. Kaido about Black Maria and then leave. Thinking of this, Jack walked over to Kaido with a glass of wine. Brother Kaido, I want to toast you, thank you for helping me find a wife in advance. I'll do it without further ado, tons. Kaido looked at Jack with a confused look on his face as he drank the wine in the glass in one breath, and asked in confusion. Wife? What wife? Black Maria? Who else could it be? Aren't you worried that I'd be too tall and wouldn't be able to find a wife in the future, so you sent Black Maria to Onigashima to accompany me? Hey, brother Kaido, I never thought that a hockey man like you could be so considerate. Are you worried that someone might die when I get married and enter the bridal chamber, so you think so carefully? You guys drink first, I'm going to the room over there to accompany them. Jack walked aside, gently opened the shoji door, turned to Kaido and said. Brother Kaido. Thank you, cough. Kurozumi Orochi coughed a few times, looked at Kaido who was in a daze, and then said softly. Your 8-year-old Jack knows quite a lot. It seems that you Beasts Pirates are quite advanced in education in this area. Chapter 20 Taking Advantage of Kaido. Jack walked into another room and saw a few muscular men sitting together drinking and masturbating non-stop. Several other men and women dressed strangely were talking to Black Maria. As for Yamato, he was sitting next to Black Maria and eating heartily. Those tough guys are the few cadres of Beasts Pirates. As for the few people sitting with Black Maria, they're the Oniwabanshu who protect Kurozumi Orochi. Their leader is Fukujiraku, who never leaves Kurozumi Orochi's side. He is the guy standing behind Kurozumi Orochi who needs to be blurred. When they saw Jack coming in, no one reacted at all, only Black Maria rolled her eyes at Jack. Jack, who has not yet established his own reputation in the Beasts Pirates, although his status is higher than those macho men, obviously does not get their respect. If it was Jin and Quinn who came in, these people would have stood up long ago. Jack had no complaints about this. After all, his current strength was still too weak, so it was normal for others to look down on him. When I grow up and become stronger, whoever dares to treat me like this will be killed with a slap in the face. Licking his face, Jack squeezed between Yamato and Black Maria and began to eat with relish. As for the Oniwabanshu on the opposite side, they had no interest in paying any attention to Jack, who looked extremely rude. Although the Fire Festival is a party for both sides to deepen their relationship, except for the people at the bottom and Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi at the top, the few cadres between the two sides in the middle actually have a just-so relationship. That's right, the cadres on both sides are extremely scarce and can be counted on 2 hands. The reason why the alliance is so unbreakable is that the Wano Kuni warrior group is extremely powerful and the two sides need to unite to suppress them. Kaido and Quinn captured a lot of warriors in Wano Kuni during this period and threw them into the factory, during which several large-scale fights occurred. From this point of view, it is enough to prove how stupid Kazuki Oden is. He was deserted by his friends and relatives, with only 9 warriors following him. His wife and children died, so he couldn't blame anyone else. However, those 9 warriors were indeed very powerful, and they were given the reputation of the 9 red scabbards. It's a pity that they followed the wrong boss. Although he is now staying on Onigashima for a long time, Jack still learned a lot about what happened in Wano Kuni from the pirates' minions who come and go. Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi adopted a violent suppression management method to deal with Wano Kuni, which Jack disagreed with, but Jack also knew his own weight and did not raise any opinions on this. The main reason is that I am still too young. I am lucky to be able to live safely in this world. Although Kaido values me very much, if I become arrogant because of Kaido's appreciation for me, Kaido will definitely punish me without mercy. Advertisement after all, to put it bluntly, the Beast's pirates are a group of pirates who kill without blinking an eye. Kaido is the leader of the pirates. Even Jack himself doesn't know how many people he has killed. Cruelty and tyranny are synonymous with pirates. Although Black Maria is still young, she is extremely tactful in dealing with people. I saw Black Maria chatting happily with the people opposite, making Jack and Yamato, who were eating like crazy, look like 2 idiots. The fire festival was moved to Onigashima, and it has been a few years. Yamato had never participated in the fire festival before because of his bad relationship with Kaido. This was Yamato's first time to participate. Yamato's appetite is usually astonishing, and today it was even better. Even with the pirates' minions constantly serving food, except for Jack, the Black Maria guys couldn't get even a piece of meat. After a long while of dull looks on everyone's faces, Yamato patted his belly, which had turned into a ball, with satisfaction. "Ah, I'm full. I'm so full, pervert Jack, come play with me. I'll say it again, call me Macho Jack." Yamato stood up and took Jack away. Jack did not forget to take away all the steaks that had just been served. Black Maria covered her mouth and smiled softly at the silent people. Those 2 are still children, so it's understandable that they eat a lot. "Ah, understand. But you seem to be a child too, right? You should be growing up too, right? How about this plate of meat for you?" It has to be said that the people in this world have extremely strong physiques. At least not sleeping or resting for a few days will not have much impact on people. After the fire festival lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, Kurozumi Orochi and his men left Onigashima. After chatting with Jack, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, Quinn carefully checked Jack's body and hurried back to Rabbit Prison. There were many places that still required Quinn, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. Tons. Jack was sitting between Yamato and Black Maria with a sad face, while Kaido was drinking with his own daughter Yamato in a wine barrel. "Brother Kaido, you are really a talent. Yamato is 8 years old, and she's still a girl. Advertisement. Do you know the harmfulness of alcohol? You drink it bucket after bucket. Where are you drinking? Can we give alcohol some face? Besides, you're not a good drinker. I guess Yamato's drinking tolerance is not much different from yours. If you 2 get drunk and start fighting, the consequences will be disastrous." However, what Jack was worried about did not happen, because Yamato's words successfully made Kaido lose interest in drinking. "Dad, I'm telling you, Jack is awesome. No matter how hard the 2 of us fight, Jack's trunk will hit us." Upon hearing this, Jack was completely stunned as he looked at Kaido's dark face. "Damn, Yamato, yeah, Jack is still very good, Mr. Kaido. You just don't know how to be gentle with women. Last time you spanked Yamato's butt so hard that it was swollen." Black Maria made the final kill at the right time, successfully forcing Kaido to put down the barrel in his hand. Oh, Jack, it's just so rare for me to come back, so I'll take a look at how much you've grown." Don't, Brother Kaido, how dare I fight with you? Brother Jin beats me like it's a game. Forget about you. Let's not talk about it. How about I go to the kitchen and cook a few dishes for you? Stop talking nonsense. Jack, show some manliness. Let me see how strong you are now. As soon as Jack heard Kaido say this, he knew he couldn't escape the beating today. But Jack turned his eyes and realized that this was a good thing. Wouldn't this way he could take advantage of Kaido? Even if you can't win, there is still a chance that you will be given good things even if you are defeated. If I get a conqueror's haki, wouldn't I be lucky? Thinking of this, Jack forced a smile on his face and said to Kaido. Brother Kaido, the space here is too small. Why don't we go to the port? That will be a good opportunity for me to give full play to my efforts and show you how hard I have worked during this period. Okay Jack, I'll see how far you can go. It doesn't matter what step I'm at, what matters is that this time my hands must be red and not black. Chapter 21 Immortality. Yamato drank a little too much and was unsteady on his feet, but he still insisted on watching how Kaido beat up Jack. Black Maria followed the 3 men slowly. Having secretly drunk with Yamato several times before, Black Maria knew clearly what Yamato looked like when he was drunk. Black Maria considerately threw Yamato to Jack. Jack had no choice but to carry Yamato on his back. But Yamato's drinking habit was really bad. His sharp nails pinched Jack's arm, which made him grimace in pain. Kaido was walking in front, occasionally looking back at Jack who was carrying Yamato on his back. His expressionless face made Jack feel uneasy. This look, this expression, please don't misunderstand, brother Kaido. Although I did have ill intentions towards Yamato, that was at least 10 years later. Yamato has nothing now, and I also have nothing. I am powerless, so please don't let your imagination run wild. Vomit. Puff. Ha ha ha, well done, Yamato's sister. A strong stench came from behind, and at the same time, Black Maria's gloating laughter reached Jack's ears. Jack transformed into a mammoth, and subconsciously wanted to swing his long trunk to hit Yamato. But when he saw Kaido's expressionless face, Jack immediately wiped Yamato's mouth with his long trunk, handed Yamato to Kaido, then rolled in the snow, wiped off the dirt on his back, turned into a human form and stood up as if nothing had happened. Ha ha ha. Idiot Jack. Yamato, who had spit out the filth, was obviously feeling much better. He shook his head and woke up. Seeing Jack's miserable appearance, he jumped out of Kaido's arms, grabbed a handful of snow from the ground, squeezed it hard, and threw it at Jack. Ha ha ha. I'm coming too. Seeing this, Black Maria also joined the fight with a smile. Kaido simply crossed his arms and watched the few people having a snowball fight with a loving face. Bang. Hiss. Who is it? Why are you throwing stones? How shameless. He was alone holding down Yamato and Black Maria, beating the two girls until they screamed in surprise. Jack was in the middle of his excitement when he felt a sharp pain in his head. Jack covered the big bump on his head and glared at Black Maria. Kaido gently put the other stone in his hand on the ground. Because of Jack's injustice, Black Maria turned into a multi-legged wolf spider and threw snowballs like a machine gun, including some unknown objects such as stones. Jack was beaten so hard that he cried out in pain and stopped the snowball fight with a big bump on his head. After they arrived at the port, Jack excitedly jumped onto the deck and yelled at Kaido. Pull the boat over. Advertisement. Jack then attacked Kaido fiercely. Regardless of whether he could win or not, at least he was not at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Facing the aggressive Jack, Kaido crossed his arms and didn't even try to dodge. Hey, looking down on me? You'll regret it. Look at me, Kamui, armed Iron Fist. Jack's armament color could barely cover his palm. Kaido nodded with satisfaction after seeing it. Bang, bang, bang. After hitting Kaido dozens of times like a violent storm, Jack looked at the motionless Kaido and shook his numb palm with a dull look on his face. Brother, what are you doing? You make me look like a weakling. Is your body made of iron? Doesn't it hurt? I hit your thigh. Do you want me to hit you with lychees next time? Have you ever practiced the golden bell cover and iron shirt? Well, you just learned how to use armament hockey. Although the quantity is a little less than that of an adult, it is very good considering your age. Come on, let me see how you use your devil fruit. Seeing Kaido's relaxed look, Jack instantly transformed into a mammoth and stabbed Kaido, who was standing still, with his long fangs. Ding! 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 After a while of fierce operation, the damage turned out to be negative. Feeling his fangs numb, Jack used his trunk and hooves to beat Kaido mercilessly. Then the result was no different. Kaido even yawned. Seeing this, Jack transformed into a human form and said helplessly. That's it, brother Kaido, you are too strong. I am no match for you. Kaido nodded, then frowned again. That's it, Jack, where's your human animal form? But come to think of it, I don't think I've ever seen you use the human beast form. Don't you know how to do that? It shouldn't be that a zone can transform into a beast form just by eating a devil fruit. Jack's face immediately fell when he heard this, and he said to Kaido in a pleading voice. Brother Kaido, forget it, let's just not do it. Even if I transform into a human beast form, I will definitely not be your opponent. It's better not to transform. Advertisement, stop talking nonsense, otherwise Lousy will use Bajizai to beat you. Damn it. Why be so ruthless? Why don't I turn into a human beast? You know what I ate, but the mammoth fruit. What is the most important organ of an elephant? It's its trunk. Transformed into a human animal form? Do you like watching it so much? Under Kaido's threat, Jack had no choice but to transform into a human beast unwillingly. Jack turned into a human beast, and except for the roughness of his skin, the only change was his head. What catches the eye is the long trunk and sharp tusks, but other than that there is no change. Yamato and Black Maria looked at Jack with disgust, then walked aside. So you're so ugly, no wonder you don't easily transform into a human beast form. Jack weakly used his trunk to attack Kaido, but Kaido grabbed his trunk and threw him to the ground. Jack. Kaido looked down at Jack and said seriously. In this world, only strength is the basis for you to obtain everything. Don't mind the ugliness of your image, as long as it makes you stronger, that's good. If anyone laughs at you for this, then kill them. Use your strength to shut them up. Remember that, Jack. Seeing Jack nodded, Kaido said softly. I already know your strength. Very good, it's beyond my expectations. If you keep going like this, it won't be long before you become a cadre of the Beast's pirates. Come on, Jack. Host failed to dock, and received the following rewards. Please draw them in time. Because the host has not made a selection for a long time, it is now automatically extracted. Oh shit. Another automatic draw. I haven't even figured out what it is. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shining reward, immortality. A strong feeling of pain flashed by, and before Jack could react, his body was covered in sweat. Kaido, who was walking slowly, suddenly stopped and turned to look at Jack in shock. Chapter 22 Dumbo is coming. Special skill. Immortality, elementary. Immortality. An extremely rare ability of the Ghost Clan, which allows the body's recovery and defense to surpass the strength of ordinary people, strengthen the bearing capacity of internal organs and bones, and become stronger as the level increases. High-level immortality can ignore most attacks and survive no matter how harsh the environment is. After reading the introduction, Jack was completely stunned by the sudden happiness. What is this? Immortality. Is this the origin of Kaido's powerful defense? How could I be so lucky? Even if I failed in the battle, I could still draw such an amazing ability. Your system is really kind, unlike some mobile games where you can't get anything good even after hundreds of draws. With such a powerful ability, I must practice it to the top level no matter what. Wouldn't I be invincible then? Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Cool. Let's take off. Jack was still in his fantasy when Kaido's tall figure occupied Jack's sight. Then Kaido raised his right hand high and smashed it down hard while Jack looked confused. Bang. Puff. Jack, Dad, what are you doing? Jack flew backwards 5 or 6 meters, blood spurting out. Yamato immediately ran over and glared at Kaido. Although Black Maria did not say anything, she also stood in front of Jack with Yamato. After hesitating for a moment, Black Maria whispered to Kaido. Mr. Kaido, if Jack did something wrong, please forgive him, Don't panic. Jack, stand up. Kaido stretched out his hand to interrupt Black Maria. Under the surprised gaze of the two, Jack slowly stood up from the ground. It seemed that Kaido's fierce attack just now did not cause much damage to him at all. Really? It shouldn't be like that. Doesn't it have horns on its head? It's impossible? Is the horn too small to be seen? Kaido was circling around Jack, feeling Jack's body carefully, examining Jack's head in particular, pulling apart Jack's hair with all his strength. Jack endured the severe pain, thinking about how to give Kaido an explanation. Looking at the introduction of this skill, you can tell that even within Kaido's race, not just anyone can get it. If you can't give a reason, you don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Jack. After carefully examining Jack's body, Kaido looked at Jack seriously and said, you should be a half-fishman, and your father is probably a member of our Oni clan. That would also explain why most of your body shape is human-like. As for why I say this, it's because you have just awakened an extremely rare ability of our Oni clan. I call it immortality. This is an extremely precious and powerful physique. Apart from the legend, no one else in the Ghost Clan has ever been able to master it except me. And now you're the second person to master it. Jack looked at Kaido in bewilderment as he explained the power of immortality. Brother, are you so sloppy? Does this confirm that my father is a ghost? Why not my mother? That's right. Given the current status of mermen in this world, no woman would be willing to find a male merman as her husband. Given the strength of the Ghost Clan, no woman would definitely be forced by a merman. Advertisement. So it seems like Kaido's explanation is perfect? Jack. So next time I will specifically train you on this ability, and after I leave I will let Jin continue to help you. Let's try it now. What? Before Jack could understand what was happening, Kaido had transformed into a ferocious dragon, grabbed Jack and flew into the air. Black Maria and Yamato looked up at the two people flying higher and higher. Mr. Kaido. I'm not afraid of heights, but why are we flying up all the way? Looking at the ghost island getting lower and lower in the distance, a bad idea came to Jack's mind. Well, it should be about the same. When I first acquired this ability, I was 3,000 meters above the ground. Now that you have eaten the mammoth fruit, your physique should be no worse than mine at that time. You should be able to withstand 3,000 meters. Kaido said and immediately released the dragon claw, causing Jack to fall down with a look of horror on his face. Damn it. Someone killed someone. What are you doing? If you have any opinions about me, you can tell me, but if you let me bungee jump, at least tie the rope for me. What? You can run 3,000 meters. I'm not worse than you. I'm only 8 years old. 8 years old. You are abusing a child. You are committing a crime. As he was getting closer and closer to the ground, Jack became so flustered and frightened that he turned into a mammoth. Wow. Sister Maria. Look, that's Dumbo. Run. It's coming. What's Dumbo? That's pervert Jack. Boom. All the snow on the ground was blown away by Jack's huge body, and with the dust on the ground, smoke rose instantly. Ahem. Yamato and Black Maria fanned the dust from their mouths, waited for the smoke to clear, and walked over to Jack. Ouch, ouch, my kidneys, my legs. It hurts so much, I'm going to die, I'm dying. Ouch. From the deep pit, Jack could be vaguely seen lying on his back on the ground, groaning in pain. Kaido also transformed into a human form and landed. After hearing Jack's miserable cry, he nodded with satisfaction. Very good, good Jack. Take a rest and stand up. This injury is not enough to make you lose your ability to move. Have a good rest tonight, and tomorrow we will challenge the 4,000 meter altitude. Can you let me live? Can you let me live? Challenge 4,000 meters tomorrow? Are you kidding me? Advertisement. I fell down and my limbs went numb during the 3,000 meter race, and I almost died on the spot. You're going to increase your speed to 1,000 meters? Do you have any common sense? Hiss. What is this? It hurts. As the numbness in his body slowly disappeared, Jack felt a sharp pain in his buttocks. Jack supported himself on the ground with both hands and lifted up with all his strength. FK. Who is this? What is this? Why is there steel bars? Who is so wicked as to bury the renovation waste here? Hiss. Brother Kaido, save me, I'm dying, seriously. Because of Jack's accidental injury, Kaido had to give up his plan to continue letting Jack do the extreme sport of high-altitude rappelling without a parachute. Kaido felt a little bit sorry about this. He had originally hoped to find a partner who loved extreme sports as much as he did, but now it seems he will have to wait for a while. A week later, Jack was lying on the bed with a comfortable look on his face, enjoying Yamato's considerate feeding service. Humph, shameless, Black Maria sat aside, looking at Jack with contempt. What do you mean by shameless? I exchanged it for stories. Let me tell you, if you continue to want to hear those love stories tonight, you'd better not be so unruly to me. Squeak. The door was quietly opened from the outside, and the tall figure of Jin walked in. After seeing Jin, Jack put his hands on his hips and immediately showed a painful expression. Ouch, ouch, ahem. Yamato, stop feeding me. Jin didn't say anything, but waved at Black Maria. Black Maria quickly pulled Yamato, who was still stuffing fruit into Jack's mouth, out. Stop pretending, Jack. Mr. Kaido said that with your physique, that kind of injury will only take 3 to 5 days to heal. Ouch, brother Jin, I am seriously injured, I am not lying to you. Ouch. Looking at the miserable Jack, Jin silently unsheathed the knife from his waist. Brother Jin, what are you doing? Don't untie my bandages. Don't, I'm really hurt, don't, let's talk it over nicely, don't hit me with your scabbard. I will turn hostile, I'm powerful, very cruel, bang. Chapter 23 Kaido's departure. Jin proved with facts what true cruelty is. With Jack's current physical strength, he had to rest for a full night before he could get out of bed the next day. From then on, Jin would fly into the sky with Jack in his arms every now and then throw Jack down like he was throwing away garbage. We started out on Onigashima, then headed to the sparsely populated Reigo in Wano-kuni. Ever since he believed that Jack was a fellow demon like himself, Kaido valued Jack even more. In addition to instructing Jin to train Jack more when he was free, he also emphasized Jack's identity at Beast's Pirates. This made the few Beast's Pirates cadres hate Jack even more. They secretly swore in their hearts that as long as Jack was old enough for Kaido to be assured and allowed him to participate in the daily management of the Beast's Pirates, they would challenge Jack no matter what. To the pirates who became cadres after fierce duels, Jack was just a big, stupid guy with an unusual body shape. He became a cadre only because Kaido valued him. They would never admit that such a guy was sitting above them. Although he didn't know what they were thinking, Jack, who had lived 2 lives, could definitely guess what they were thinking. We are all here to work, and we are all capable. Why should we let a little kid stand over our heads? You are not the boss's son, who would obey you? So Jack understood and turned a blind eye to their rudeness. Anyway, I don't come here often and I only see them a few times a year, so I just have to bear with it. After another high-altitude extreme sport that day, Jin took Jack and flew to Giuli. Looking from the air, thick smoke was billowing from the factories in Giuli, and large tracts of forest had been cut down, revealing a desolate land. The sewage from the factory was discharged into the largest freshwater river in Giuli. Jack hesitated for a moment after seeing it, but he couldn't help but shouted loudly. Brother Jin, if we continue to leave things alone like this, these factories will completely destroy Giuli's environment. If this continues, the water sources in Giuli will be filled with toxins, the air will be polluted, and these people will be plagued by diseases, which is not conducive to our rule. And I heard that in Giuli, you forbid them to use weapons. How can we recruit members in Giuli? Jin looked down at Jack at his feet, shook his head gently, and then slowly fell to the ground. When several samurai wearing kimonos and having topknots saw the 2 men, they drew their swords and rushed over. Since we've been found by them, let's not run away. Kill them. The devils from the Beast's Pirates. Jack, these people are nothing more than a bunch of slaves to us, a bunch of ants that can be killed at will. Jin pointed at the warriors coming towards him, drew the long sword from his waist which was much longer than Jack's height, and rushed forward. Swish. Advertisement. Jin rubbed the warrior's body with his sword, and after wiping off the bloodline, he put the sword back into the scabbard. Did you see that, Jack? Once they have weapons and become warriors, they will rebel against us. These people are full of hatred towards us Beast's Pirates. So keeping them hungry and thirsty will make us less worried. Jack, remember this, sympathy and pity shouldn't exist for us. Hearing Jin's serious tone, Jack quickly said, Oh, I see, I understand, brother Jin. However, Jack disagreed in his heart. The 3 older brothers, led by Kaido, all agreed to suppress Curry with violence and rule it with fear, and Kurozumi Orochi agreed with this very much. Those harsh laws, just as Jin said, turned these civilians into livestock that could be slaughtered at will. If the Wano-kuni were ruled in this way, it would be strange if they did not resist. If this was temporary plunder, Jack had no objection. However, Kaido has mentioned to Jin many times the importance of Wano-kuni to the Beast's Pirates. Kaido is privately planning to wait until the time is right to kill Kurozumi Orochi and completely rule Wano-kuni. Ruling a country with tyranny is undoubtedly the most unwise way of ruling. The history of his previous life had already told Jack the fate of those tyrants. Although Kaido is smart, he didn't receive much education since childhood, which is a common problem among pirates. Those powerful pirates all dream of becoming the pirate king and take action. But for them, they will not think too much after they occupy the territory. For those countries that want to seek their protection, as long as the protection fee is in place, they are good fighters. However, for the countries and territories that are truly under their control, their method of ruling is mostly suppression by force, because this method saves time and effort. But this is normal, because in this world the weak can't even choose how they die. Jack really wants to discuss with Kaido which way of ruling can make Beast's Pirates stronger, but he wants to be on an equal footing with Kaido. No, as long as Kaido can value your status, it is not only based on Kaido's appreciation and talent, but also requires you to transform this talent into real strength. Until then, I can't change anything. Jack grabbed Jin's dragon claw and was taken into the sky again. Looking at the dead warriors, he shook his head helplessly. Advertisement, they were all strong laborers, and maybe even good fighters. It's a pity that they just died like this. Jin and Jack slowly landed at the entrance of the tallest building in Bola Town. Several pirates came running over. Master Jin, Master Jack, is Mr. Kaido here? Take us to him. Yes. After the minions led the two to a room, they retreated in a panic because he didn't know if Kaido was drinking. If Kaido was drunk, he might get a stick reward if he disturbed him. Jin opened the door nonchalantly, and a strange smell almost made Jack vomit. But after taking a closer look, Jack immediately felt a surge of envy. Several tall, good-looking girls with long legs were lying on the floor with Kaido, almost dazzling Jack. Brother Kaido really knows how to enjoy life, Kaido-sensei. Jin, you're here. Kaido patted the buttocks of the long-legged girls, and they stood up, put on their clothes, and walked past Jin. Jin didn't even blink, and Jack noticed this scene and turned his eyes to Jin with ill intentions. It's outrageous. Are you a man? I don't have the ability to do this. I just want to enjoy it. Mr. Kaido, Jack has grown very fast. He can now survive at an altitude of 5,000 meters without getting hurt. Oh yeah? Kaido stood up, walked out the door, turned to Jin and said. Jin. Jiuli is depending on you from now on. It's time for me to go out and meet those new people. Jack. Let's go. No way, big brother, what are you doing? Isn't it a waste for you to leave big brother Jin in this environment? After being roughly grabbed by Kaido and thrown into the air, Jack asked with a confused look on his face. Brother Kaido, aren't we going back to Onigashima? This route is wrong? Oh, didn't Jin say that you were fine after jumping down from 5,000 meters? Today I'll take you to challenge 6,000 meters, and then we'll go back. Brother Kaido, you really touched me, I want to cry. Chapter 24 Terminator. The feeling of falling to the ground from a height of 6,000 meters made Jack feel as if his body was about to fall apart. After lying in the hole created by his own body bomb for a long time, Jack finally crawled out staggeringly. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Kaido carefully felt Jack's body and nodded with satisfaction. The bodies of fishmen are naturally strong, and combined with the immortality of the ghosts, your physique can be even stronger than mine at the same age. I'm sure you won't be far behind in the future. But, Kaido changed the subject, looked at Jack seriously and said. That's going to have to wait until you can survive and grow up, so just stay on Ghost Island for the next few years and don't go anywhere else, Jack. Wait until your immortal body can ignore the attacks of swords and bullets, then go out. Kaido said as he picked up Jack, transformed into a dragon, and flew towards Onigashima. Jack was in tears. Brother Kaido, you can't do this. In order to enhance one's immortality, according to the method given by Kaido, one must use armament haki to protect the body the moment one falls to the ground from a high altitude, and in this violent way, allow armament haki to penetrate into the internal organs. Each impact makes the internal organs stronger, until they can jump from a height of 6,000 meters without any injury and ignore ordinary bullets and sword attacks. If one could fall from a height of 10,000 meters and remain unscathed, then the body's defense and recovery abilities would reach an extremely strong level. To exaggerate a little, one could definitely be called immortal. Jack's armament haki is currently only at the primary level, and the number is very small. Although he can survive at an altitude of 6,000 meters, it is thanks to his extraordinary physique. But this is also the limit. In order to reach the state of being unscathed, in addition to the necessary training, the growth of age is the main way to grow. Armament haki is generated by the strength of an individual's physical fitness and is a consumable ability. At least after this fall, Jack can no longer use armament haki. The stronger your personal physique, the greater the amount of armament haki you will have, and the longer you can fight with it. Jack was still too young, and his physical strength was far from reaching its peak. Moreover, after staying on the ship with Yamato and Black Maria for too long, the intervals between rewards were getting longer and longer, which made Jack's idea of getting a bug on the Ghost Island and going out to sea invincible completely shattered. Unless, Jack turned his head and looked at Kaido's huge body, feeling excited. Brother Kaido, I'm counting on you, please let me get more benefits from you. When Kaido took Jack back to Onigashima, Yamato was playing baseball with Black Maria using a small mace. In order to prevent himself from getting too lonely on Onigashima, Jack slightly modified the game from his previous life and taught it to everyone. Compared to other pirates, they like to play mahjong indoors or gamble as before. Yamato and Black Maria prefer outdoor activities. No, it should be said that I like this kind of outdoor violent sport. A baseball is like an angular stone. If it hits your head, you will get a mild concussion. There were many people interested in this, but after playing for a while, only the two of them were left. Both of them are Zone Esper, and although they're young, their physical fitness and strength far exceed those of ordinary pirates. Advertisement. Kaido threw Jack to the ground, and just as he turned into a human form, Yamato threw the stone into the air and hit Kaido with all his strength. Bang! Crash! The stone that the mace couldn't break was smashed by Kaido's head. Kaido wiped his forehead, looked at Yamato who was running towards him, a smile appeared on his face, he squatted down and opened his hands. Jack was lying on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. The shoe prints on his face were left by Yamato when he ran over just now. A dozen pirates saw Kaido coming back and ran out in a hurry. When they saw Jack lying on the ground, several of them came over. Master Jack, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Let us help you up. No, don't touch me. Today's sun is shining brightly, and I am enjoying this rare beauty. Go away, and don't worry about me. Several pirates looked up at the sky, were silent for a while, and said with some doubt. But Master Jack, it's cloudy today, there's no sun. Oh, I like cloudy days. Let's go. Master Jack, what happened to you? Are you hurt? There's so much blood? Someone come. Someone come. Master Jack is injured. Go away. Leave me alone. I told you to get out. Ah. After Jack was carried away by a group of people, Kaido looked at the sharp mace on the ground and his face turned green. Oh, it's my spare bat. How did it get here? I was wondering why it disappeared. Dad, come on. Let's play together. Thanks to Jack's strong recovery ability, the physical pain healed in 2 days, but psychologically Jack felt that he was about to become depressed. When I was taking a shower yesterday, I touched my butt and found calluses on it. Throughout history, no matter which world it is, I am the only one who can grow calluses on my buttocks. Even Crayon Shin-chan wouldn't do that. Jack finished lifting weights, turned off the lights, and lay in the corner with a heart full of sorrow, enjoying his time alone. Advertisement, thump. Not long after, footsteps were heard, and as the lights were turned on, the voice of a pirate was heard. Right here. There's no one in the training room. I'm telling you, this is the fine wine that Kaido-san gave me. Just this one barrel. If it weren't for the fact that you saved me, I wouldn't have called you. Hurry, hurry, I can smell it, it smells so good. Eat meat, cheers. Ah. After eating and drinking for a while, the two of them started talking about a lot of things, and somehow the topic ended up being about Jack. Master Jack's talent is really strong. He was thrown from the sky by Master Jin so many times some time ago, but he was fine. I went to see the big hole that Master Jack had dug. There's absolutely no problem fitting us in there. No wonder Mr. Kaido thinks so highly of him. Jack is only 8 years old now. When he grows up, he will definitely be no worse than Master Jin. I hope I can be assigned to go on and off Master Jack's ship in the future. With such a powerful captain, it will definitely be safe. Jack was lying on the ground, listening to their conversation. A smile appeared on his lips. Although I am still young, there are still people who admire me. But another voice instantly made Jack's smile disappear. Forget it. Jack's talent has suddenly become powerful, but his habit is too perverted. Either you spank someone with your nose or you get spanked. Look at his butt, he gets hurt every other day, and now he has a good reputation. I was called the Butt Terminator on Ghost Island. I don't want to be under his command. Huh? What's wrong with you? Why are you shaking? What's behind me? That. Looking at Jack's face, which was as black as the bottom of a pot, the pirate's body was covered with sweat out of fear. For a long time, he looked at Jack timidly and closed his eyes. Master Jack, please be gentle, I have never been spanked before. Oh my god. Chapter 25 New Weapons and Kaido's Teachings. After beating up all the people who had been stationed on Ghost Island for a long time, the matter of the Butt Terminator was finally over. Jack started to set his sights on Kaido and pestered him to have more sparring with him, but Kaido was not interested at all. However, Kaido was actually interested in the fact that Jack removed all the ivory decorations on his face. Because Jack's ivory is not only used for decoration, but also as the scabbard of his machete. Kaido looked at Jack curiously and asked softly, Jack, without the tusks, where's your machete? A machete? Jack's tone was full of disdain. When I was little, I didn't know much and thought the machete was very powerful. But the weirder the weapon, the faster I die, so I want to change my weapon and not use the machete anymore. Oh, hearing Jack say this, Kaido pondered for a while, then stood up and said to Jack. Jack, now that you know armament hockey, you must decide what weapon you will use early on. If you have a high-quality weapon and temper it with armament hockey every day, then over time, the weapon will become harder and stronger. Eventually it will become a partner you can completely trust. People call weapons with this quality black swords. My 8 Fasts and Whitebeard's Murakumo Kiri have both reached this level. Unless you plan on not using a weapon, choose a weapon early. If you decide on your weapon now, and temper it with armament hockey every day, it might greatly shorten the time it takes for it to become a black sword. Black knife. Jack looked at the mace stuck in Kaido's waist, and a question came to his mind. The weapons used by most swordsmen in this world are long swords, which are also called swords in addition to knives, so that's fine. Kaido's weapon is a mace. Why do you call it a black knife? Can a black stick be used? More hockey. When a fight breaks out, I pull out my big black. It doesn't seem to sound very good, so forget it. But weapons? Jack glanced at the introduction of weapons that were not limited to swords behind the intermediate swordsman on the panel, and then his eyes fell on Kaido's mace. Brother Kaido, I want a big club like yours. Ahem. A mace like Hachisaiji's. The same mace as Hachiju. Advertisement. Kaido looked at the 8 precepts in his hand, then looked at Jack, nodded and said. That's a good choice. Compared to the scimitar, the mace is more suitable for you. You will definitely be as tall and strong as me in the future. Using a mace as a weapon will allow you to better utilize your physical advantages. Besides, weapons like maces are not as troublesome as swords. We don't need to find a forging master to forge them. All it needs is relatively fine ore, which needs to be continuously compressed and refined. Any foundry craftsman with decent skills can do it. You're lucky, Jack. I just happened to get a batch of extremely rare ores, so I'll make a mace for you and Yamato. A week later, Jack and Yamato looked at each other in bewilderment as they saw the mace reaching Kaido's chest. Ha 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 ha, I have to consider that you will grow taller in the future, so I made it a little longer. You can practice with a normal mace or sword during the week, and temper it with armament hockey at night. Jack looked at Kaido and shook his head, pointing to a group of beautiful girls at the port and said, putting the matter of the mace aside for now, what's going on with this group of people? In the crowd, there were the tall girls who had accompanied Kaido that day. When they saw Jack, they gave him a wink, and Jack quickly turned his head away. How cruel. I am only 8 years old and you are seducing me like this. You are worse than beasts. And what are you wearing? Regular leopard print ante. Oh, nothing. Wasn't a new castle completed in the past few days? That's my newly built playground, so I brought them here. Jack, you're still young, this isn't something you should care about. Yukua, isn't this a brothel? Brother Kaido, you are really good at playing games. No wonder you were the boss. Are you here to create benefits for your brothers? Two maids who usually served Black Maria came over, and Kaido said to them. Take them down with you. Yukua will be in charge of you for the next few years. When Black Maria grows up, you can listen to her instructions then. No, what do you mean, Kaido? You want my future wife to be a PP? After hearing what Kaido said, Black Maria covered her mouth and laughed. Mr. Kaido, we agreed that I will not only lead them, but all the female members of the Beast's pirates will be under my command from now on. HMPH, then it depends on your strength. I'm sure you won't be disappointed. Jack finally breathed a sigh of relief. Will this Black Maria be in charge of all the women in the Beast's pirates from now on? And will she also be in charge of the roaming area? Advertisement brother Kaido does think highly of her, but he has to assert his sovereignty. Thinking of this, Jack walked up to Black Maria, and in Kaido's surprised eyes, he grabbed Black Maria's hair and bit it. Ah, it hurts so much, hiss. Don't bite, I was wrong, Maria. A-hole Jack. My hair, I'm going to kill you. Watching Jack fleeing in panic after being chased by Black Maria, Kaido shook his head and said with a smile. This brat, he's young, but he knows a lot. Jack, why did you kiss Sister Maria and not me? Are you playing house? Wait for me, I want to join in too. Kaido's smile disappeared as he watched Yamato eagerly chase after the two men. Bang. Brother Kaido, be gentle. Jack stood up with a grin, looked at his swollen shoulder, and complained to Kaido. Brother Kaido, aren't you here to teach us? Are you serious? And why did you only hit me and not them? Shut up, Jack. Kaido put the 8 precepts on his back, looked at the 3 people with a serious face and said. No matter what weapon it is, it takes a long time of training to master it. If you want to unleash the maximum power of your weapon, your body is the most important thing. When your body is strong enough and your haki is powerful enough, it won't make any difference to you whether you have weapons or not. Yamato, Black Maria, although you two are women, you are Zone Demon Fruit power just like me and Jack. Zone Devil Fruit can greatly enhance the physical fitness of the eater, so even though you are women, you have the potential to become a top master. As for Jack, as long as you can endure the loneliness and continue to practice hard every day, there will be a place for you in the future world. So from now on, the 3 of you have to supervise each other, train hard. If you don't understand anything, ask me when I come back. Got it. New. After answering with a long nasal tone, Jack looked reluctant. He knew he had cheats, so why bother practicing so hard? Brother Kaido, if you let me go out to sea, I will be invincible in a few years. Chapter 26 Growth in the Unknown Warrior. Yamato's current dream is to become a heroic woman like Hua Mulan and Fan Lahua. Therefore, I have a great interest in training that can increase my strength. But this made things difficult for Jack and Black Maria, who was also reluctant to train. There's no way. No matter how naive Yamato is, he still understands the meaning of mutual supervision. Moreover, Yamato has a stubborn personality, and no matter what method the two of them use, they cannot change Yamato's mind. Jack didn't want to wait until Kaido came back and hit himself on the butt with Bajizai because he didn't train well, so he had to reluctantly train with Yamato and the others. Although Pirates King Roger died, the last words he left behind made the whole world boil. No matter in the east, west, south, north, or the Grand Line New World, countless people have joined the terrifying and despised profession of pirates. There are even many kings who secretly form pirates groups to get the great treasure that Roger mentioned. Fighting and chaos are the current themes of this ocean. Especially in the past 2 years, those pirates elites who have come from the 4 seas and the Grand Line through numerous dangers and battles to reach the New World have begun to constantly challenge the famous pirates in the New World, including the Beast's pirates. Kaido, Jin and Quinn had to take turns going out to sea to defend the dignity of the Beast's pirates. At the same time, Kaido began to recruit people on a large scale. Because of his young age, Jack can only stay on Ghost Island to train his sister. Time passed slowly in this boring calm, and in the blink of an eye it was Sea Circle Calendar 1509. 13-year-old Jack was nearly 5 meters tall, and 14-year-old Black Maria was only half a head shorter than Jack, but was also over 4 meters tall, which made Jack feel completely relieved. It looks like that no matter how tall I grow in the future, Black Maria will be able to keep up with me. This way, I won't be afraid that when I'm 30 years old, I'll have to pee to ward off evil spirits. But, hey, Jack, let's go to Ghost Island and have some fun, okay? Okay. Jack raised his arm and Yamato sat directly on it. Looking at his arm, which was thicker than Yamato's waist and Yamato's 1.7-meter tall figure, Jack fell into deep thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Just because someone has horns on his head doesn't necessarily mean he's a biological child, Kaido-sama. That's not right. With Kaido's ability, he should be able to detect whether it is his own child. In this case, perhaps Yamato's puberty period has not yet arrived. Hey, pervert Jack. Speak. Advertisement. Let's go to Ghost Island and have some fun. We are so bored. Sister Maria, can we go together? Black Maria thought about it for a moment, nodded, and Yamato happily jumped off Jack's arms. The minority obeys the majority. Jack also happened to have something to ask Kaido, so the three of them jumped onto the deck and, accompanied by several pirates' minions, happily headed towards Wano-kuni. Taking advantage of this time, Jack opened his panel and started checking. Name. Jack Constitution. 85, SSR. Agility. 70, SR. Strength. 92, SSR. Perception. 69, SR. Will. 70, SR. Rating. SR. Gunmanship. Intermediate swordsmanship. Intermediate. Armament hockey. Intermediate observation hockey. Beginner. Conqueror's hockey. Not owned devil fruit. Advanced, zone elephant fruit ancient species mammoth form. Fruit skills. Trunk whip, tusk charge, hoof attack. Devil fruit. None special skill. Immortality, intermediate. The growth that the system has given Jack in recent years has been slower and slower, mainly because he can no longer get rewards from Black Maria and Yamato by boat. I don't know if it's because Jack's strength far exceeds the other two, or because he's taken advantage of them too many times, but the attribute points he's gained from them in the past 2 years have been getting less and less. Advertisement, however, thanks to the agility and perception attribute points given by the two in the early stage, plus the several times he had been on the boat with Kaido and others in the past 2 years, as well as his own hard work, Jack's basic attributes are still quite gorgeous, and his character card has also been upgraded from R to Senior. Moreover, in the past 2 years, Kaido has emphasized that the three of them should focus their training on Devil Fruit, and their growth rate in using Devil Fruit is very exaggerated. Although Jack couldn't see the panels of Yamato and Black Maria, he could tell from their usual fights that Yamato and Black Maria were definitely as proficient in Devil Fruit as himself, which also proved that Kaido's vision was indeed very sharp. Compared to observation hockey, Jack's talent in armament hockey is stronger, at least in this respect he is better than Yamato and Black Maria, maybe he also has a physical advantage. As for the intermediate level of immortality, Jack had just upgraded it after Kaido, who had hurriedly returned to Onigashima, dropped him from a height of 7,000 meters. After seeing that the skill of immortality had reached the intermediate level, Jack ordered the pirates to attack him with knives, guns, sticks and clubs. Later, even Yamato and Black Maria joined in. Without the armament hockey, even the two of them could not cause any harm to Jack, and Jack didn't know whether he could be hurt by covering himself with armament hockey. Because after Jack allowed the two to use armament hockey to attack him, the two's attack targets made Jack flee with his butt covered. Jack always remembered what Kaido had said to him, that as long as his immortal body reached the intermediate level, he would let him go out to sea, and now was the time. With excitement, the three men slowly came to Tuden, rode on crocodile mounts and rushed towards Bola town with a group of men. However, halfway through the journey, several people changed direction and headed towards Binley village. After several years of being influenced, Yamato has changed a lot. He doesn't react much to the desolate scenery and the civilians who glance at him with fear and a little hatred in their eyes. In fact, Yamato is quite kind-hearted. Even though he knows that he cannot change most people's hatred towards the beast's pirates, he still relies on his status and sends his men to give those civilians some clean food and water from time to time. Kaido and Jin did not object when they found out about it. In the past 2 years, some people in Ikasa village were sincerely grateful to Yamato, because if it weren't for Yamato, their newborn babies might have starved to death. After all, clean water and food were extremely expensive consumables for them. Let's go. After the food was distributed, Jack and his group turned around and headed towards Bola town. However, after running for a while, a group of people riding various types of mounts suddenly appeared in front of them. That is? Who is so bold? The leading muscular man was tall, with a long sword hanging on his waist and light red skin. Under him was a huge blue buffalo, which looked extremely ferocious. Thump, 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 under the surprised eyes of Jack and others, the group of warriors did not control their speed at all and passed by the group with endless smoke. Who is that? There are actually warriors who dare to show up so openly. But the direction they are going is... Jack looked at the group of people who were working non-stop with a hint of worry in his eyes. Chapter 27 Jack's murderous intention. After watching them slowly disappear from his sight, Jack decided to go to Kaido first. This group of people could run rampant in Giuli openly and were not afraid of him at all. It would be impossible for Kaido not know this. Moreover, he was eager to go out to sea and become a shipping king, and he could not wait. However, Jack overestimated the endurance of his mount. Although these crocodiles looked huge and extremely fast, their endurance was not as strong as the big roosters ridden by his minions. After walking and stopping to the foot of the mountain, Jack and his group simply took a rest on the spot. However, the dozen or so pirates sent by Quinn to accompany the others were in a bit of a dilemma. A dozen people discussed for a while, and a pirate's henchman walked towards Jack with an embarrassed look on his face. Master Jack, let's leave here first, it's not safe here. Jack just finished drinking the water and handed the kettle to Yamato. Then he stood up and looked at the pirates expressionlessly. Unsafe? Are you kidding me? Is Wano Kuni still an unsafe place for us beasts pirates? Idiot? Jack. Big. Adult. Jack is almost 5 meters tall, which can hold more than 2 of the pirates' minions. Jack now has a great reputation among the beasts pirates because he taught a real lesson to a man who had insulted him at the fire festival this year. Coupled with Jack's muscular body and sharp teeth, the pirate's minion was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Master Jack, please don't be angry, this is a long story. Another burly pirates came over. Jack glanced at him and said in a deep voice. Captain Blizgra, I'm not angry, don't panic, please explain it to me. Blizgra wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked at Jack and said softly. Master Jack, this Two Mountain has a group of wandering warriors called the Two Bandits, the same group we met on the way today. Their leader is a warrior named Shudenmaru. I once heard from Lord Quinn that Shudenmaru is very powerful, and Mr. Kaido has always wanted to subdue him because he values his strength. After hearing what Blizgra said, Jack said with a grim expression. Is there a samurai that Brother Kaido wants to subdue? Humph. I get it. Go down, Master Jack, there are so many of them. If they come back, I'm afraid. Shut up. Advertisement Blizgra saw Jack getting angry and retreated unwillingly. Then he thought for a while and gave an order to a pirate's minion. The pirate's minion walked slowly to the side with the big rooster mount and then rushed towards Boro Town. Thump, 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 the sound of mounts hurrying on was heard, and Blizgra and his group stood up nervously. Black Maria and Yamato looked at Jack who was motionless, and slowly sat down again. Thump, 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 Shudenmaru returned with dozens of his men with a full load, but when they reached the foot of the mountain, they slowly stopped and looked at Jack and his group who were resting. Ju Tianwen's face turned cold. After jumping off the buffalo, he hung the wine gourd with the word Tien printed on it around his waist, walked up to Blizgra and said. Snort. I didn't want to bother with you just now, but now you dare to come and die, kill them. Yes. Ha ha ha, Blizgra shouted angrily at Shudenmaru. Shudenmaru, how dare you? We are from the Beast's Pirates. If Mr. Kaido finds out, he will never let you go. I've already seen it from your attire, after all, who else but you can walk around Jiuli so brazenly? But what about the people from the Beast's Pirates, die? Blizgra's skills are considered good among the team captains, but he is no match for Shudenmaru. After a few rounds, he is in danger. The other pirates were quickly at a disadvantage when faced with the thieves who outnumbered them. Clang! At the critical moment, Jack and his 2 companions took action. Yamato and Black Maria rushed towards the group of thieves, and Jack picked up his mace to block the sword in Shudenmaru's hand. Shudenmaru was extremely tall, half a head taller than Jack, who is now almost 5 meters tall. However, compared to Shudenmaru's fat body, Jack's muscular body gives people a more oppressive feeling. After the 2 of them were in a stalemate for a while, Shudenmaru found that the long sword in his hand could not suppress Jack, and asked in surprise. Who are you? Are they new recruits of the Beast's Pirates? I'm your uncle. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you rob Lousy's things? Jack's eyes instantly turned red when he saw the bags with elephant designs drawn by Yamato on the mounts of Shudenmaru and his group. Yamato also saw the bags and shouted angrily. You bastards, what have you done to the villagers of Wikasa village? Advertisement? Oh, villagers? Ha 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 ha. Judenmaru was stunned for a moment, then laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. This is so funny. The pirates from Beast's Pirates would actually show mercy to those civilians? Are you kidding me? Assholes, isn't it because of you that this country has become like this? Shudenmaru's tone was filled with anger and resentment. He swung the sword in his hand at Jack and shouted. There are no real men in this country anymore. Wano Kuni is finished. So I can do whatever I want to them, whatever I want to them. Clang. Shudenmaru's attack demonstrated the extremely powerful armament haki. Although Jack blocked it with his mace, he felt very strenuous. Shudenmaru's haki was obviously superior to his own, and his strength was also slightly stronger than his own, which made Jack feel extremely humiliated. The scene of being almost killed by one blow from the 2 samurai a few years ago appeared in Jack's mind again. Swish, puff, Shudenmaru seized the change in Jack's emotions, and the long sword wrapped with armament haki slashed across Jack's chest, and a stream of blood splashed onto the ground. Humph, you've been seriously injured after taking this blow from me, run for your life. Noticing that Yamato and Black Maria had transformed, Shudenmaru also realized that the 3 must have special identities in the Beast's Pirates. Not wanting to cause unnecessary trouble, Shudenmaru decided to let them go. However, Shudenmaru, who was about to go over to rescue his companion, suddenly stopped and slowly turned around. Jack transformed into a huge mammoth, exuding a dangerous aura, causing everyone to stop fighting. Seriously injured. Escape. How dare you talk to me like that? Who gave you the courage? Was it Fish Liang? It's just a scratch on my skin, and you're so proud of it? If I let you cut my treasure, you'd be so awesome. What else do you want? Just like that. Die, trunk whip. Chapter 28. Shudenmaru's fear the long trunk, covered with armament haki, looked very imposing. There was no time to draw the sword, and without thinking too much, Shudenmaru concentrated the armament haki on his arms, crossed his arms to protect his head, and blocked it with force. Bang! In this fight, Shudenmaru was uncontrollably knocked away by Jack's nose. Although Shudenmaru didn't suffer any damage at all thanks to haki's advantage, the others didn't know that. Seeing Shudenmaru being easily knocked away by Jack, everyone except Yamato and Black Maria opened their mouths in surprise. The Zone Devil Fruit, unlike the Paramecia fruit, has strange and bizarre abilities, nor does it have super destructive power like the Logia fruit, and it also has the ability to transform into an element. However, Zone Devil Fruit also has its own advantages, which is that it can greatly improve the physical fitness of the eater after eating. Different fruits can improve different physical qualities. But if that were the case, Kaido wouldn't love and value the Zone Devil Fruit so much. Kaido's original words are as follows. Jack. If a person's strength is 20, then an ordinary person can only exert a maximum of 12 or 13 strength. Only through long-term training can one exert a strength of 15 or 16. Only people with extremely high talents can exert their full strength after long-term training. But Zone users in Beastman form can fully control their latent power as the fruit improves, and the Beast form has a significant bonus to your physique. Compared to Paramecia and Logia, only Zone can truly enhance his physical combat power. Jack had never seen a Logia fruit user, but had only heard of him. As for Paramesh's ability users, from Jack's memory, he seemed to have only seen them a few times. The most memorable thing was when I had just joined Beast's Pirates for about a year, there was a guy named Gecko Moria who dueled with Kaido in Wanakuna's Ray. In that battle, the Moonlight Pirates were ultimately defeated due to the powerful strength of Jin and Quinn, but Gecko Moria, who was able to fight with Kaido for a long time before being distracted by the death of his companions and severely injured by Kaido, left a deep impression on the young Jack. The ability to transform into a bat and create clones at will to resist damage made Jack realize the magic of Paramecia Devil Fruit for the first time. Hateful. Shudenmaru's angry voice interrupted Jack's recollection. Seeing Shudenmaru rushing up unconvinced and determined to continue to fight him head-on, Jack raised his long trunk and smashed it down hard. Bang! As expected, Shudenmaru was blown away again. The anger in his mind slowly disappeared, and he lay on the ground and slowly calmed down. Transforming into an orc greatly increased Jack's physique and strength, even reaching the dividing line of 100 points. If Jack's current character card only had an SR rating, perhaps his strength and physique would have directly reached over 100 points and reached her. Advertisement. Furthermore, Jack has grown quite a bit taller, now reaching a height of around 8 meters after transforming into a mammoth, and the weight of his body will also increase his strength, which is not visible in the system. Bang, bang, the huge mammoth started running, causing cracks in the ground. Yamato and his group completely separated and avoided the running Jack. Ivory charge. Shudenmaru stood up and finally regained his sanity in the face of Jack's violent attack. His fat body jumped high the moment Jack's fangs attacked him with a cold blow, and the long sword in his hand instantly emitted a black light because he fully activated armament hockey. Swish. Jack. The amount of bleeding this time was obviously much greater than the last time. It was almost like a fountain. When Yamato and Black Maria saw it, they shouted Jack's name in worry and ran over quickly. Go back. The huge mammoth shrank rapidly, and a loud shout stopped the two panicked people. Jack didn't turn his head, but felt the scar on his back, and whispered to Shudenmaru. What a sharp sword, what a powerful hockey, Bellows, you won't be hit so easily. Jack took out the mace from his waist and slowly turned around. When Shudenmaru saw Jack's long trunk and sharp tusks, his heart sank and he observed Jack's every move more attentively. But after Hockey's shout, Jack frowned slightly, with a look of pain on his face. Seeing this, Black Maria immediately asked worriedly. Jack, what happened? Is the injury serious? Jack waved his hand, and after a while the painful look on his face disappeared. He said a little embarrassedly. The mace is too long, and I put it in the wrong position just now, so it got stuck when I transformed into the beast form. A-hole. Pervert Jack. Go to hell. What are you doing, Master Jack? Advertisement. Everyone in the Beast's Pirates was shocked by Jack except Yamato, who looked at Jack and shouted. What is Tan? Black Maria covered Yamato's mouth and dragged Yamato aside. Shudenmaru's fat body trembled slightly with anger. He pointed his long sword at Jack and shouted. Are you insulting me? You dare to say such vulgar words while fighting me? B************** D of the Beast's Pirates. Tell me your name. Vulgar. It's so funny. I accidentally got stuck, and I can't continue? Jack turned his gaze to Shudenmaru's bare chest and laughed loudly. Is this an insult? Your self-esteem is more sensitive than your grandmother? As for Lousy's name, listen carefully. I am your Uncle Jack. A-hole. As a swordsman, Shudenmaru had never been insulted like this. Even if Kaido had heard of his strength, he would have sent his men to offer him gifts in an attempt to subdue him. Shudenmaru rushed towards Jack with a long sword without saying a word, and Jack also swung the mace in his hand and smashed it down with all his strength. Thundering 8 trigrams. Clang. The collision between the sword and the mace seemed evenly matched, but Jack also had an extremely flexible trunk. Although it was not as long as the transformation into a mammoth, it still made Shudenmaru a little flustered and he was almost hit on the head by Jack's stick. Fortunately, Shudenmaru's swordsmanship and hockey were much better than Jack's. Relying on these two advantages, after dozens of rounds, Shudenmaru quickly took the initiative and hit Jack with the long sword in his hand again. Unfortunately, Jack only frowned slightly, and Shudenmaru was surprised to find that his knife only barely scratched Jack's skin, leaving only a bloody mark. This gave Shudenmaru a more direct understanding of Jack's body's defense. Although he did not use armament hockey in this attack, with his powerful strength and the sharp long sword, most people would end up being cut in two. Jack clearly didn't use armament hockey to resist, but the injuries he suffered were so minor, which made Shudenmaru feel very apprehensive. Damn it! Could this powerful physique be another monster like Kaido? And he has the same moves as Kaido. This must be Kaido's apprentice. No, before he grows up, we must kill him. Chapter 29. Die like a man. After Shudenmaru decided to kill Jack, he secretly thought about how to kill Jack quickly. After fighting with Jack for such a long time, Shudenmaru had already figured out Jack's strength. Although Jack seemed to have the upper hand for a while thanks to the power of the mammoth fruit, compared to himself, Jack was at a disadvantage in every aspect. Jack, who didn't transform into a mammoth, had the strongest strength only equal to his own even when he turned into an orc. Although the number of armament haki seemed large, the quality was not at the same level as his own. Although his fat body made him less flexible in dodging, Jack was not much stronger than him. He could easily block Jack's attack with his superior observation haki. Jack's only advantage is his monstrous physique. Jack's powerful defense gives Shudenmaru a headache. If he is not covered with armament haki, at most he can leave a scratch on Jack's body. Even if covered with armament haki, Jack didn't care at all as long as his vital parts were not hurt. Even if the vital parts were hit, it would only make Jack's facial expression distorted a little, and it would not be able to penetrate into his body at all. This made Shudenmaru a little distressed. There is no other way. If you want to kill him, you can only exhaust his physical strength and then use that move. After making up his mind, Shudenmaru began to fight with Jack slowly. Yamato saw Jack was at a disadvantage and anxiously wanted to go up to help, but was stopped by Black Maria. Hundreds of warriors with long swords appeared from the top of the mountain at some point and slowly surrounded their group. After seeing this, Yamato sat down silently, tightly gripping the mace in his hand. Bola Town. The guard at the town gate saw the pirates rushing over on a rooster and was about to step forward to ask questions, but when he found that the rooster had no intention of staying, he quickly jumped aside. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. What do you want to do? Wow, ah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of the way. The panicked crowd attracted the attention of the town guards. When they saw the expressions of the pirates on the big rooster, they immediately realized that something big must have happened and hurriedly opened the door. Huff, where's Mr. Kaido? Oh no, Ms. Yamato came here with Master Jack and Black Maria, but they stopped at the foot of the mountain to rest and said they would not leave. And Shudenmaru, the leader of the Tuyama bandits, will be returning soon. Huff, go tell Mr. Kaido that Ms. Yamato is in danger. Advertisement before the pirates could run into the house to pass the message, a huge green dragon rose into the sky and overturned a large area of houses. Shudenmaru, if you dare to hurt Yamato, I will kill you. That's great, I'll just see what kind of warrior you are. Jack now regretted being too arrogant. He thought that with his current strength, it would be no problem to defeat a samurai. If not, he should be able to take him down with the help of Yamato and Black Maria. However, Shudenmaru's strength was beyond his imagination. He was stronger than him in every aspect. Yamato and Black Maria were now surrounded by hundreds of thieves. Although they did not take action, their intentions were already very obvious. As long as they lose, these guys will definitely attack Yamato and the others without mercy. Yamato and Black Maria were still young, and even with the help of a dozen pirates' minions, it would be difficult for them to resist this group of thieves. Thinking of this, Jack jumped high, used the force generated by the collision with Shudenmaru's weapon, pretended to be knocked away, adjusted his direction, and fell into the crowd. Seeing Jack being knocked away by Shudenmaru, the group of thieves quickly dodged, but Jack's body suddenly grew larger, and a huge mammoth appeared. As soon as he landed on the ground, his trunk wrapped around Yamato and Black Maria, while one of his hooves was raised high. Elephant hoof attack. Boom. The elephant's hoof covered by armament haki, plus Jack's strength, immediately caused a large area of land to collapse when it hit the ground, splashing countless dust, which blocked the thieves' vision and also knocked most of them to the ground without warning. Everyone, leave! After a loud shout, Jack took the lead and ran towards Boro Town, while Blizgra and the others quickly jumped onto the somewhat panicked crocodile, and after slapping it gently a few times, the crocodile began to run wildly with them. Want to run? Not that easy. However, Jack in mammoth form was not very fast, and the blue buffalo that Shudenmaru was riding soon caught up. Seeing this, Jack shouted to the two people on his back. Yamato, change into your beast form and hurry to Boro Town. Black Maria, you ride the crocodile with them and go first. I will stop them. As soon as they heard Jack say this, everyone quit. Stupid Jack, how could we possibly leave you alone? Master Jack, let's fight them. Shut up. Jack suddenly stopped, turned around, picked up the two people with his trunk and threw them behind him, shouting. It was my arrogance that got us into this predicament, and I should be held responsible for it. Now, as a member of the Beast's pirates, I order you to rush to Boro Town immediately. Blizgra, take them away. If anything happens to the two of them, you should know the consequences. As soon as Jack finished speaking, Shudenmaru had caught up, jumped high from the buffalo, and the long sword in his hand exuded an amazing momentum. He slashed down with a blow. Feeling the power of this blow, Jack gritted his teeth and raised the mace to charge forward. Advertisement: if I dodge, Yamato and the others behind me will definitely not be able to withstand this attack. Alas! This swordsmanship is so high. You can swing and slash at will. You think you are a sword immortal. Bring it on. Since it was my own arrogance that led me into such a dangerous situation, I must not escape. Clang. A feeling of numbness came from Jack's arms, and the impact of falling from the air made Jack groan inwardly. But this was not the worst. For some unknown reason, Jack suddenly felt as if his internal organs were attacked inexplicably. Blood spurted out uncontrollably, his knees softened, and he almost fell to the ground. Swish. Come. Seeing this, Shunmaru drew back his sword and slashed at Jack, who had no time to defend himself. The sword was aimed at Jack's neck. Jack groaned, and blood spurted out of his neck instantly. A horrible wound appeared on Jack's neck. Shunmaru jumped back a few steps and looked at Jack, who was holding his neck and bleeding, with a hint of appreciation on his face. You could have avoided it, but you didn't want your companions to get hurt, so you blocked my attack even at the risk of getting seriously injured? It's rare to find someone so loyal and righteous among the beast's pirates. I admire you very much, but it's a pity. HMPH. He. Jack spat out a mouthful of blood and phlegm, looked at Shunmaru with disdain and said. Stop admiring me all the time. I'm not a beauty. Do I need you to admire me? And I'm not as great as you say. I just understand one thing. You have made your own mistakes, so you have to bear the consequences yourself. Humph, it's better to die like a man than to live in humiliation like a coward. Shunmaru looked Jack up and down, and his eyes fell on Jack's lower body. Like a man? Could it be that you, a-hole, what are you thinking? Lousy is only 13, he's a teenager, not even a real man. You are still a samurai? You say I insulted you? Is this how you behave like a samurai? Shunmaru's face turned red and his neck became thick after hearing Jack's words, and at the same time, his murderous intent towards Jack became stronger. He is just a 13-year-old boy, but he has been able to hold on in my hands for so long. This kid must not be allowed to stay. Chapter 30 I will definitely come back. Jack, don't come over here, go, Blizzard control them. Yamato and Black Maria, who had just run a short distance, wanted to rush over after hearing the noise and seeing Jack's miserable appearance, but were held back by several strong men from Blizzard and ran away. Although Yamato and Black Maria are both users of the zone fruit, they are still young, and their fruit abilities do not focus on strength like Jack's. The strength of Blizzard and the others is far beyond that of ordinary people, so the two cannot break free even if they use all their strength. Let me go, let me go, let me go, you bastards! Do you know who I am? I am Kaido's daughter, I order you to let me go. However, Yamato's threat had no effect on Blizzard and his companions. Beast's pirates respected strength, and Jack had become a real cadre after defeating several short-sighted real fighters last year. Both Black Maria and Yamato were still reserve cadres. In comparison, they would of course obey Jack's orders. And the more Yamato said that she was Kaido's daughter, the faster Blizzard and the others ran. If Jack died, they didn't know what punishment they would receive, but if Yamato also died here, then the fate of this group of people could be imagined. Kaido is not a kind captain. After getting drunk, he often randomly selects a few unlucky people to lie in bed for months with the 8 precepts in his hand. Jack, go away, leave me alone, no, Jack. As the two shouted, Jack felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After thinking for a moment, he shouted at them angrily. Stop howling, do you think you are Ruth? Go away. Lousy may not die yet, FK. Jack turned around suddenly and cursed. While Jack was distracted, Shunmaru held the sword in one position and began to accumulate power. By the time Jack realized something was wrong, it was too late. Although I'm not very familiar with this move, it's enough to deal with you. Die, little devil. Barbie was so cute, but I didn't expect that she would really die like this. Armament hockey has been temporarily used up. Otherwise, my neck wouldn't have been hit so hard just now. His physical strength also dropped to ultimate, and his body suffered a lot of injuries both internally and externally. Moreover, Jack had already sensed before Shunmaru's move that he would not be able to avoid it no matter what. That's all, I'll just die. I hope I can travel back in time after death. If I can choose, let me travel to the world of the Wagtail Goddess or the Ship Girl next time. If you have a strong taste, you can also throw me into the world of monster girls. Jack closed his eyes, raised the mace in his hand, gathered his last bit of strength, and waited for Shunmaru's attack. Odin 2 Swords Style. Peach Garden 10 Fists. Thundering 8 Trigrams. Thundering 8 Trigrams. Dang. Boom. At the critical moment, Kaido suddenly appeared, jumped in front of Jack and blocked the move. When Shunmaru saw Kaido, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Kaido turned his head and looked down. Jack quickly retracted the mace he had hit Kaido on the back. Advertisement. Fortunately, my armament hockey has been temporarily consumed and my strength has dropped to the extreme, otherwise this blow. It should be nothing. Crack. Kaido turned his head and shook it a few times. The sound made Jack frown. It seemed that he should remind Kaido that his cervical spondylosis was very serious and he needed more massage. So you were Shunmaru, I remember you, I just didn't expect you could do this trick. What a pity, you only have a little bit of Odin's shadow, but not his strength at all. Kaido. Huff. Shunmaru held the sword and looked at Kaido with anger on his face. Hearing Odin's name from Kaido reminded Shunmaru of the desperate scenes in the past few years. He gasped and his chest heaved violently. That's Kaido, Shunmaru boss, let's run. Hundreds of thieves also rushed over. After seeing Kaido, although they were afraid, they still plucked up the courage to come forward. Shunmaru, I'm going to let bygones be bygones and send my men to invite you to join us, the beast pirates. I don't mind your rejection. Since you are quite good at martial arts, I still welcome you to join the Beast's pirates and become my capable subordinate. Kaido looked at Shinmaru expressionlessly, then suddenly his face turned cold and he pointed at Jack and said, "But you shouldn't have the intention to kill our Beast's pirates members. Although you attacked them in the past, it was just to teach them a lesson. I wouldn't bother with you. But what you did today completely angered me. Although Idiot Jack's brain is not very good, he is not a character that you can kill at will. You should have recognized that I taught him martial arts, right? And you dared to attack him, and you also wanted to kill my daughter? At this point, do you have any last words? Shinmaru stared at Kaido angrily, then turned to look at the group of men surrounding him and whispered to them. You guys run for your lives, I'll hold Kaido back. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Boss Shinmaru. Without you to lead us, how long can we survive even if we escape? That is, fight him, kill him, you guys. Shinmaru's eyes became moist, but he then shouted in horror. No, don't go up there, advertisement, it doesn't matter, Boss Shinmaru, let us clear the way for you. A dozen thieves rushed towards Kaido with long knives in their hands, but Kaido didn't react at all. The thieves were delighted, jumped into the air, and chopped Kaido's head and chest with all their strength. Dang. Crack. This, how is it possible? Thundering 8 trigrams. Several people looked at the daggers in their hands, and before they could react, Kaido hit them with a stick, and they immediately went to another world. Kaido. A-hole. Prepared to die. Shinmaru's eyes turned red upon seeing this, and his fat body burst out with astonishing speed, rushing towards Kaido quickly. The long sword in his hand was covered with armament color, emitting an inky black color. Thundering 8 trigrams. Swish, puff. However, facing this attack, Kaido had no intention of dodging. He raised the 8 trigrams in his hand and used the thundering 8 trigrams like a normal attack to hit Shinmaru. Shinmaru's knife cut Kaido's skin, leaving a faint scar, and Kaido's stick hit Shinmaru directly and sent him flying backwards. Jack thought that the blood that spewed out of his mouth was so fresh that even an 800cc blood bag could not contain it. Humph, what a disappointment. Shinmaru, it shouldn't be Ash. Never mind. I'll just call you Shinmaru. It seems that you haven't really mastered Oden's moves yet. Your hockey isn't good enough to use an attack like that just now. Kaido shook his head in disappointment, and walked forward slowly with the big stick in his hand. Shinmaru stood up painfully, holding his shoulder. Kaido's blow directly broke the bone of his left shoulder. His left arm was soft and he could not use any strength at all. Kaido stopped and looked expressionlessly at the thieves standing in front of Shinmaru. He raised the 8 rings in his hand and was about to smash it down when suddenly a voice came, telling Kaido to stop the attack. Brother Kaido. Stop it, leave him alive. Oh, Jack? Are you sure? He almost killed you just now? Jack slowly walked up to Kaido and whispered to him. Brother Kaido, I have never suffered such a big loss before. Leave him to me. I will kill him with my own hands in a few years. Humph. Idiot Jack. Kaido smiled slightly and then said softly. I hope you can do it. This is one of the 9 red scabbards of Wano Kuni legend. What the hell? The 9 red scabbards, HMPH, there's nothing to worry about. I will take action when the time comes. Jack looked at Shinmaru, whose body was soaked with sweat due to the pain, and said softly. Just wait for me, I will definitely come back. When the time comes, you will kneel down and sing Conquer for Lousy. Chapter 31 Brother Kaido. I want to go to sea. After watching the 2 figures slowly disappear, Shinmaru squatted down weakly, holding his shoulders. Brother Shinmaru. Fine. After Shinmaru waved his hand to indicate to his men that he was not in any serious trouble, his heart was filled with despair. Under Kaido's protection, the little brat named Jack will definitely grow up. And those 2 women, their strength should not be underestimated. Wano Kuni. Destroy it. After Kaido and Jack walked for a while, Yamato and Black Maria appeared in front. Jack. Are you okay? Idiot Jack. The 2 of them ran towards Jack one after the other. Jack picked up Yamato with his right hand and put his left hand around the brown Maria's slender waist. He felt the unique fragrance of the girl, and even the wounds on his body seemed to lose their pain. Just when Jack looked very pleased with himself, a sense of danger came over him. Kaido's face turned pale, and his bull eyes revealed a look that seemed to melt Jack, causing Jack to put down Yamato in his arms with a flattering smile. We are still young, 13 years old. Snort. After they returned to Bola Town, Jack sent someone to take Yamato and Black Maria downstairs to wash up, and then dragged Jack to the room. Bang. After closing the door, Kaido gritted his teeth and said to Jack. Idiot Jack. Do you know how dangerous today is? If Blister hadn't sent someone to inform you, you would have definitely been dead. I'm not dead yet, am I? Brother Kaido, relax, what do you want to do? As Kaido pressed closer and closer, Jack leaned against the wall helplessly. What? Kaido took out the mace from his waist and whispered to Jack. Be more self-aware. No, Brother Kaido. That's the 8 precept fast, someone could die. Besides, I'm 13 years old, I'm not a child anymore, you can't do this to me, you're violating my human rights. Advertisement, that's right, I'm injured, very seriously, I need a doctor to treat me. Doctor? Snort. Sizzle. Kaido impatiently lifted Jack up, placed him on his lap, and placed his right hand under Bajizai's fangs. Hey, stop it, someone will die, seriously, ah. No matter how Jack resisted, he couldn't break free from Kaido's hand that was controlling him. After Jack struggled, tears of humiliation filled his eyes. I'll remember you. By the way, how many times have you hit me? Kaido, add 7, and Jin, add as much as you want. Forget it, add 10,086. Hiss. Jack stood up and found Kaido staring at him strangely. He quickly turned around and said with some fear. Brother Kaido, I'm still a child, what do you want to do? Kaido retracted his gaze and said in surprise. Jack, has your immortality been broken through? Let's try. Hey, are you kidding me? I'm hurt, brother Kaido, brother Kaido. My armament hockey hasn't recovered yet, please let me go, I'm still a teenager, I've just reached puberty, if you treat me like this, I'll rebel. Kaido picked up Jack and transformed into a blue dragon and flew out of the room again. Boom, several pirates took a look and shouted helplessly. That's it. Tell the construction team to bring some materials over. Wait, that's Master Jack. Why are his pants torn? You know what, they're quite white. Kaido was quite considerate. After realizing that Jack's armament hockey had not recovered after a fall, he let Jack rest for a few days before taking Jack to do the extreme sport of parachuteless landing. Once, twice, 3 times, 6 kilometers, 6,500 meters, 7 kilometers. It was not until the 7,000-meter mark that Jack showed minor injuries, which made Kaido overjoyed. He specially ordered people to prepare a sumptuous banquet in the evening to celebrate. Advertisement: the only participants were Kaido, Jack, and Yamato, who came in uninvited, smelling the aroma and dragging Black Maria in with him. Delicious, so delicious. Why don't you eat it? Try it, it's really delicious. Jack and Black Maria looked at Yamato, who was eating madly with helplessness, while Kaido's eyes were full of love and he kept picking up food for Yamato. Because Jack cooked for Yamato several times in private, Yamato became a little addicted. After asking Jack for help several times and being rejected by Jack, Yamato started to tell Kaido about it. In fact, the method of making food in this world is similar to that in the previous life, and the ingredients and condiments are also richer. However, because most of the beast's pirates are tough guys, chefs usually prepare ingredients by grilling or stewing, and rarely stir-frying. But since Yamato likes to eat, Kaido, who is actually a daughter slave at heart, will definitely satisfy her wish. Not only did he let Jin beat Jack more than a dozen times and force him to tell him all the recipes of the ingredients, he also plundered a lot of chefs from other countries and specially set aside a piece of land on Onigashima to grow various vegetables. The quality of the food at Beast's Pirates has been very high in the past 2 years. If Jack hadn't been training hard every day, he would have been a smaller version of Quinn. Yamato ate like crazy, Jack and Kaido drank like crazy, and Black Maria said she wanted to lose weight, but she didn't eat much. Tons, belch. Due to his strong physique, Jack's alcohol tolerance has become very good. Perhaps it is also because Kaido and Jin laid a good foundation for him since he was a child. At least Jack, who is only 13 years old, can drink with Kaido and still stay sober. Of course, this was just Jack's own feeling of great pleasure. At least if Kaido was really happy after drinking, he would have chased Jack with a mace in his hand. I don't know what happened in recent years, but whenever Kaido gets drunk, he uses the 8 precepts to beat Jack. The most outrageous thing was the last time he got drunk with Orochi in Wano-kuni. Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and flew to Onigashima. Most of the Yoruichi sticks didn't kill Jack, but they almost scared Jack to death. Are you G stealing bamboo shoots? You got drunk in Wano-kuni late at night and went to Ghost Island to act crazy? Fortunately, even though he was drunk, Kaido's daughter-slave nature remained unchanged. As long as Yamato yelled at him a few times, Kaido would regain his sanity. If Black Maria hadn't stopped him, Jack would have wanted to sleep in Yamato's bed during that time. Jack. Not bad. You've already broken through to immortality, and you defeated Shinichi last year. If you continue to grow, you'll definitely become my right-hand man. Jack looked at Kaido helplessly. No, you've been nagging for so long, repeating the same few words over and over again. Aren't you annoying? Have you forgotten your promise? Thinking of this, Jack looked at Kaido seriously and said loudly. Brother Kaido, I want to go out to sea, you promised me, you didn't forget it? Going out to sea? I want to go too. After hearing what Jack said, Yamato put down the chicken leg in his hand. Brother Kaido? Chapter 32 Kaido's Thoughts and Promises. Brother Kaido, don't worry, I won't take Yamato with me. After hearing Jack's words, Kaido stopped snoring, raised his head from the table, and said with a confused look. Oh, I didn't get enough rest yesterday. I fell asleep after drinking so little. What are you pretending to be? Besides, is it possible for me to bring Yamato with me? If I bring Yamato with me, won't you be following us around all day? Just wait for me. I call you big brother now, but when Yamato grows up, I will make you my grandfather. Jack was still fantasizing. Kaido looked at Jack very seriously and said. Among the 3 of you, you are the first to become a true cadre. Last year, you defeated the Shin Uchiha and became the Shin Uchiha stationed on Onigashima. This year, you broke through to become immortal. I am very pleased to see your growth, but I still want to ask you a question. Are you really ready to lead a team out to sea alone and uphold the reputation of our Beast's Pirates? Yes, I do, of course I'm ready. Seeing Jack nodding his head hurriedly, Kaido closed his eyes, thought for a while and said. Forget it. With your strength, ordinary pirates are no match for you. Your half-merman bloodline can also allow you to survive in the sea. If you encounter a tough opponent, just jump into the sea and escape. I'll have someone keep your life card safe. But Jack, I can let you lead the team out to sea, but I have to give you a few words of advice. Tons. While Kaido was drinking, Jack glared at Yamato, who was unwilling to give in. Yamato pouted in anger, but soon attacked the chicken leg on the table again. Kaido wiped the wine stains on his beard, looked at Jack and continued. The ocean is becoming increasingly chaotic because of Roger's last words, and the Marines have also set their sights on New World, sending a lot of people to try to gain a foothold in New World. Marine? That's right, Marine. Jack. Kaido suddenly raised his voice, stared at Jack with burning eyes and said. You have become an official member of the Beast's Pirates. There are many things you should understand. Advertisement, and you, Yamato, Black Maria, listen up too. Yamato put down the chicken drumstick in his hand, and Black Maria also put down the red wine glass in her hand, and looked at Kaido with a serious face. In this ocean, Marine is the most powerful force, both now and in the future. And the world government, which owns the Marine, is standing at the top of this world, looking down at us. Are you guys wondering why I'm trying so hard to occupy Wano Kuni? That's because I have personally experienced the power of the world government. Tons. After another bottle of wine, Kaido's tone was full of sarcasm. Those fools thought that by reaching Raftel they would become the king of pirates, the new king of the sea. Unfortunately, without the support of strength and power, even if you reach Raftel and obtain Roger's legacy and the so-called Great Secret Treasure, it will be easily plundered by others. Only by becoming strong and expanding your power can you become the king of pirates. Becoming the king of pirates means becoming the enemy of the world government, which means you have to overthrow their rule. If you don't want to be their enemy, they won't let you go. We don't know how powerful the world government that has ruled this world for more than 800 years is, so we can only strengthen our own strength and power as much as possible. Wano Kuni is the foundation that helps me achieve all this. I use the weapons made in these factories to sell to countries that need them in exchange for money, and then use the money to recruit people. Then I will strengthen the power of Beast's Pirates and gain more territory. In the long run, our Beast's Pirates will become stronger, and I will be one step closer to my dream. I can wait decades for this. Jack, Yamato, Black Maria. I hope you all grow up healthily and slowly become the pillars of our Beast's Pirates. So you guys better do your best. Jack looked at Kaido, his face full of confidence, patting his pectoralis major and saying. Brother Kaido, look at my muscles. Have you ever seen a 13-year-old with a body like mine? Don't worry, just wait for me for 10 years, it won't take too long. In 10 years, I will be absolutely invincible. By then, I will carry you to some Raftel or Diarrhea Drew and make you the king of pirates. If any crappy government comes, I will knock it down with one punch. Yes, don't worry, old man. We're here for you. With our help, Mr. Kaido will definitely become the king of pirates. Advertisement, ha, 3 ignorant little brats. Looking at the 3 people who were full of confidence, Kaido laughed from the bottom of his heart, and then Kaido continued to say to the 3 people. Now that Beast's Pirates has accumulated a lot of money and recruited some new members, the current structure is a bit too simple, so I discussed with Jin and Quinn and decided to make adjustments to the cadres of Beast's Pirates. Jin and Quinn have already earned their own nicknames on the sea. They're called the Fire Disaster and the Plague Disaster. So they'll be the big guys just below me. There are only 2 big bosses right now, but Jack, I'm very optimistic that you will become the 3rd big boss. There won't be too many positions for the big bosses. I've decided to have only 3 at the moment. Of course, if there are people who can compete with Jin and the others, I might make some adjustments. And under the big sign is the Flying 6. We Beast's Pirates already have a lot of real fighters. I decided to select the 6 strongest real fighters as the Flying 6. Under the Flying 6, it's a real fight. That's all for now. Of course, we, the Beast's Pirates, are a pirates group that respects strength. Except for the position of the head honcho, you can challenge for other positions at will as long as you gain enough merit. So you all have to work hard, especially you, Jack. If you can become the big boss, I will hand over Jiuli to you. You are free to arrange the men you recruit, and I will never object to any method you choose to control Jiuli. Jack was stunned when he heard Kaido's words, then smiled. Brother Kaido, we're true to our word, big boss? Don't worry. No matter what mission you assign to us during this voyage, I promise to complete it. No matter who I compete with, the position of Big Boss will be mine. I believe that if I am given 2 years, I can kill the so-called member of the 9 Red Scabbards with my own hands. Kaido looked at Jack, who was full of confidence, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Ha. Jack. That's up to you. As long as you can kill that guy, I will give you the position of the Big Boss. Then it's settled. Kaido-sama. Jack's heart was filled with excitement. As long as he took control of Jiuli, he would definitely surprise you. Isn't it just to let those warriors work peacefully in the factory? Haven't you heard the saying, workers souls, workers are the best? Chapter 33 Mission and Subordinates. Yamato has been very unhappy these past few days, and Black Maria has also been a little absent-minded. Because the 2 were sent back to Onigashima by Kaido overnight after drinking too much, both Jack and Kaido could not stand the 2 people who kept clamoring to go out to sea with Jack. The 2 wanted to threaten the minions to take them back to Jiuli, but Jin happened to come back. Although Yamato and Kaido are usually a loving father and son, it is not uncommon for them to hit each other with clubs. As for Black Maria, she has a high EQ and no one in the Beast's Pirates dislikes her. But when the two of them saw Jin, they both ran away consciously. Perhaps it was the scene of Jin beating Jack 2 years ago that left a deep impression on Yamato. Yamato was fearless except for Jin, and he didn't even dare to breathe in front of Jin. As for Black Maria, who was called the community bull by Jack, she couldn't say a word in front of Jin. There was no way. Jack's bloody butt left too big a psychological trauma on the two children. Plus, Jin usually wore a mask, just like a pervert, which deepened the fear in their hearts. Jack, since you chose to go out to sea at this time, I will give you a mission. Kaido took out a stack of documents, threw them to Jack and continued. You should know that our weapons factory in Wano-kuni has produced a lot of weapons in recent years. Although the quality needs to be improved, sales have been good. But recently, there are several countries that have received our goods but have not paid on time. Jack, I'm really angry now, you should know what to do. Brother Kaido, don't look at me like that. Really, when you say that, it reminds me of a guy who was shot to death by the Wan Chai gun god. And you have a bad temper, you should ask those ordinary leopard print aunties to solve it, I can't do it. Without waiting for Jack to answer, Kaido continued. You should find a way to incorporate those countries into the territory of our beast's pirates. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem. If those foolish kings can't see the situation clearly, you can help them change their rulers. Your main mission this time is to target the last two pirates. They are backed by two powerful kingdoms in the New World, and the leaders of the two pirates groups are very powerful. Relying on the support of the country, they dared to provoke us, the beast's pirates, but now we don't have the manpower to deal with them. Advertisement, Jack, I leave them to you. Whether you can deal with them depends on your strength. If you can complete all the tasks I assign to you, then no one will doubt your promotion to the top position. Kaido stood up, patted Jack on the shoulder and said softly. With your current strength, it would be a bit difficult for you to deal with the two captains of the pirates. It will also take time to deal with those countries, so I will give you 4 years. You just need to complete these tasks within 4 years. 4 years? Humph, Brother Kaido, you underestimate me. If it weren't for you, I would have pinned Brother Jin down and beaten him. You trapped me, who has a system, on a ghost island for 5 years. 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? Every day I either accompany Black Maria and Yamato to train and improve their relationship, or I peek at those aunts taking a bath. You know what, it's pretty good to think about it this way. Ahem. Brother Kaido, don't worry, I will definitely be able to get rid of them all in less than 4 years. I will definitely have my own nickname on the sea, let them be afraid of me. Looking at Jack, who was full of confidence, Kaido nodded with satisfaction. Ooh, Jack, I'll be waiting for your good news then. Can you please stop smiling like that? It reminds me of a little girl picking mushrooms, don't you think it's inappropriate? Knock, 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 come in. As the door opened, a tall figure walked in. Come on, Lim, meet your captain. Jack looked over and saw a thin, handsome man with long black hair. The man was wearing a floral shirt and green trousers, looking extremely sexy. The man named Lim is a new member of the Beast's Pirates who joined the Shindai 2 years ago. Although Jack is not very familiar with him, he knows that this guy is very good at swordsmanship. He once captured dozens of Wano-kuni warriors by himself. He is also a very powerful guy among the Shindai. But, advertisement, ahem, Lim's dark circles looked very heavy, and he coughed frequently. Jack couldn't help but think that this guy would return to Onigashima and go to the entertainment area as long as he accomplished some meritorious service. The first time I met him was when I was peeking at those leopard print aunties taking a bath. This guy was also peeking from the other side. Because he coughed too loudly, the leopard print aunties noticed him and chased after me and my friend. This guy is extremely lustful, and I heard that he is seriously ill. Even Brother Quinn can't cure him. Why would he arrange such a dying person to be his subordinate? Lim looked at Jack and was about to speak, but he started coughing violently. Cough cough, cough cough, ahem, Master Jack. Hello. Seeing Lim almost dying just by saying hello, Jack had a few drops of sweat on his forehead. He forced a smile and whispered to Lim. Ah, Lim. Hello, please sit down and rest for a while. After Jack greeted Lim, he looked at Kaido in confusion. After seeing Jack's look, Kaido shouted to Lim. Lim, go to the mammoth and wait, ahem. Got it, I'll take my leave now then. Well, after Lim left, Kaido sighed helplessly and said to Jack. Lim inherited a blood disease since he was a child, but even so, he has excellent talent and is one of the best in the real fight. The reason why I let him follow you is not only because he is so strong that I can rest assured, but also because his navigation skills are extremely advanced. Quinn just checked his body and found that he can last at least another 5 years, so you don't have to worry about him dying on the ship. Besides, the 2 pirates I asked you to deal with include Lim's enemies. This will allow him to take revenge before he dies. I see. However, it's a pity that such a powerful player can only wait for death. Jack, I have already sent someone to build a pirate ship for you. It's called the Mammoth. There are also hundreds of crew members on it, including some talented young people. You must teach them well. Brother Kaido, can you please respect my personal opinion? What the hell is the Mammoth? Who made this rule? Just because I ate the mammoth fruit, does that mean my ship has to be named Mammoth? Titanic is not okay? I'm not afraid of drowning anyway. Chapter 34. The second real dockage. Jack stood at the port, staring at the ferocious figurehead, walked forward and touched it, and said with a complicated expression. Mammoth with its mammoth figurehead. Why does it feel like you're saying a jingle? Master Jack. Ahem. Shall we set off now? Looking at Lim, who appeared beside him, Jack's expression became more complicated. He patted Lim's shoulder, who was only slightly shorter than him, and said, Lim, it's windy outside. If you don't have anything to do, don't come out. Before Lim could react, Jack grabbed Lim and jumped onto the deck, shouting, Young ones, let's go, as you command, Master Jack. After leaving Wano-kuni from the diving port, the first goal is of course to go to Onigashima. In addition to getting your personal belongings, the most important thing is to say goodbye to Black Maria and Yamato. After all, teenage girls are always sensitive. She didn't know when she would be able to come back this time, and she also refused the two people's permission to follow her. Jack didn't want to be chased by two angry women with kitchen knives when he came back. Black Maria is well developed, and I have also begun to have this ability. Why not take this opportunity? Beast. Born. How can you have such shameless thoughts? No matter how mature your bodies are, you are just underage children. Forget it, let's wait a few years. When the mammoth docked at the only port on Ghost Island, Jack's face immediately fell. The scene that I expected of Black Maria and Yamato, with tears in their eyes and anxious faces waiting for me, was completely gone. Instead, there was only a macho man who loved black heavy metal outfits, looking at me with his hands in his pockets. Brother Jin, why are you back? Weren't you out discussing cooperation with someone? Why are you back so soon? Jack. Jin's tone was very calm. He looked at Jack with his eyes under the mask and said, Mr. Kaido told you to just complete your mission and not say goodbye to them. Of course if you don't want to. Seeing Jin unsheathing the knife from his waist, Jack shouted helplessly. Advertisement, turn around. Go. Like an arrow shot from a bow, the mammoth sped away from the port. Jin watched the mammoth slowly disappear and said in a barely audible voice. Come on, Jack. Hey, you two guys, go train quickly. Do you think I didn't notice you? Bang. Snort. A huge snowman suddenly exploded at the port, and Yamato and Black Maria jumped out of it. After taking a look at Jin, Yamato snorted unwillingly, then turned around and ran away, pulling Black Maria. It can be seen from the mammoth that the beast's pirates are indeed much richer now. It has all the necessary facilities, including cold storage for food, cabins large enough to accommodate hundreds of people, a spacious chess and card room and billiard room, and even a glasshouse for growing fruits and vegetables. Although many of these ideas were Jack's, it took a lot of money to realize them one by one, which was enough to show Kaido's appreciation for Jack. This also greatly alleviates the boredom and tedium of sailing on the sea. Jack stood on the deck, holding a thick fishing rod, staring at the sea. Compared with gambling and billiards, Jack prefers fishing because it can greatly exercise Jack's patience. Master Jack, dinner is ready. A burly man wearing a black top hat came out with a few pirates and carrying several huge plates. The man's name is Hold'em. Although he looks like a mature uncle, he is actually just a 15-year-old boy. Jack has a deep understanding of what it means to look older. Damn, I am only 13 years old, but every day when I wake up and see the 30-year-old face in the mirror, I want to cry. It is impossible to make a living by relying on your looks in this life. You can't be an idol, you can only be a talented person. Although Hold'em is young, he is very strong. After being taught by Lim, he can use the sword in a very professional way. He is one of the team leaders on the ship. He admires Jack very much, because Jack is the only guy who dares to take advantage of Kaido's drunkenness and want to hit Kaido's butt with a mace. Although he failed and was beaten badly by Jin, this did not hinder Hold'em's admiration for Jack. You have to know that even the beast's pirates were deeply afraid of Kaido when facing him. Jack's heroic act of daring to draw his sword when facing the drunk Kaido attracted the admiration of many pirates, Hold'em being one of them. Is it Hold'em? Looking at Hold'em's square face and pointed nose, Jack felt a little more confident about his appearance. Ahem. Advertisement, but this confidence soon disappeared, because Lim walked out of the cabin, leaning on a long sword, coughing with every step. The big blue eyes under the double eyelids, the extremely conspicuous bridge of the nose on the high nose bridge, and the light red lips on the pale face add a sense of sadness and fragility. Unfortunately, the green pants, floral shirt, and long straight hair like those of a gangster completely destroyed this temperament. Damn you. You totally wasted the favor that God showed you. If Lousy had this look, changed his hairstyle, and wore a white suit, I don't know how many women's attention he would attract. He could change 8 wives a day. Unlike you, the women your brothers often see are those **street youths in the brothels who are available to anyone. It's so frustrating to follow you, ahem. Big Jack, we are about to arrive at Renskport, what should we do next? Lim's words not only made Hold'em look happy, but even Jack stood up happily. It's been a month. Is it finally here? How do we proceed? Eat until you're full, we'll talk later when we get there, eat first, together. The mammoth continued to move forward, and after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, the port of Rensk gradually appeared in Jack's sight. Kill. Ha 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 ha. Kill them. Where did these pirates come from? They're looking for death. However, the thick smoke rising from the port, the excited shouting, and the pirate ship with a skull and crossbones painted on its flag all showed that the port was being looted by pirates. Master Jack. What should we do? What should we do? This is the beast's pirates' territory. How dare you act wildly here? Pull the boat over. Clear. As the mammoth accelerated, everything in the port became clearer and clearer. Helpless howling, the pirates' hideous smiles, and the brave soldiers resisting, Jack couldn't wait to jump off the deck. If you count it, not counting Yamato and the others, this is actually my second time on a ship. You guys better give it some strength. Chapter 35. Can you sing? Boom. As soon as Jack jumped onto the harbor, he instantly attracted the attention of several people. The pirates, wearing a sun hat and holding a flintlock rifle, were supporting their companions. They looked at Jack and didn't care at first, but when they saw the mammoth approaching quickly, their eyes immediately became panicked. The most classic and eye-catching part of the beast's pirate's flag is the double horns that are exactly the same as the one on Kaido's head. When the pirates saw the double horns on the skull, they immediately shouted loudly. Captain Pabu, oh no, the beast's pirates are attacking. A tall pirate with a skull higher than that of an ordinary person and only one eye, killed his opponent, looked back, and immediately shouted. Back off. Gather. Hundreds of guards who fought desperately at the port also discovered the pirate's abnormality. When they saw the mammoth, the old man in the lead had a complicated look in his eyes. Not bad, you have assembled in such a short time, you are quite capable. Seeing Jack carrying a mace, the one-eyed pirate's Captain Pabu held the sword in his hand and shouted. Who are you to the beast's pirates? Tell me your name. Jack didn't say anything. He looked at the group of pirates and shifted his gaze to the guards on the side. Lim and Hold'em also jumped off the boat with the pirates. In the escort team, a thin old man with a sword scar on his left face and a huge sword in both hands was staring at Jack. When he noticed that Jack was looking in this direction, the old man immediately lowered his head. Captain Pabu, that guy seems to be the real fighter of Beast's pirates, Ghost Swordsman Lim. The guy with a bounty of 80 million, I heard he's very good at swordsmanship. As for the guy who jumped up first, he is not on the wanted list of Beast's pirates. Except for the Ghost Swordsman, there are no other masters. Pirates, wearing a sun hat, held a stack of wanted posters, read them carefully, and then said to Pabu. Really? A bounty of 80 million? Humph, you don't know what's good for you? Lousy's bounty is 120 million. As for this guy, Pabu's one eye showed a trace of doubt. He looked at Jack carefully and said. He seems quite imposing. He can even have Lim standing behind him, which means his position in the Beast's pirates must be stronger than Lim's. But why haven't I heard of his name? Etc. Look at the weapon on his shoulder, could it be related to Kaido? Pabu's expression suddenly became serious, and he turned his head and said. Buck, if that guy is hard to deal with later, support me. Scott, I'll leave Lim to you, is that okay? After hearing what Pabu said, the pirates wearing a sun hat looked at Jack expressionlessly, then said softly. Advertisement, at your command, Captain Pabu. Behind Pabu, a burly man with a forehead that could be used as a light bulb patted his chest and said loudly. Don't worry, Captain Pabu, I can crush the balls of that guy called Ghost Swordsman with just one hand. Lim, who was standing opposite him, showed a hint of surprise when he saw Pabu, and said to Jack beside him. Master Jack, ahem. The guy across the street seems to be a tough guy with a bounty of over 100 million. What's his name, Pabu? He's the captain of the grilled chicken pirates. He's very good at swordsmanship and has many good fighters on the ship. This guy was named the Supernova of last year's Pirates by Marine. He's very famous in New World recently. We have to be careful. Jack turned his head, looked at Pabu, and asked in confusion. Supernova? What is it? An idol group? Can they debut with one eye? Why haven't I heard of the name of this group in the newspaper? What is he singing? He looks like a chicken, and the roast chicken pirates, too much roast chicken. Lim looked at Jack helplessly and said, Master Jack, although I have no objection to your hobby of music, can we please respect our main profession? We are pirates. What kind of newspapers do you usually read? Supernovas are those pirates who set out from all over the world and have bounties of over 100 million in a short period of time before they even reach the New World. Not only the Marines are wary of those guys, but even the ordinary pirates in the New World have to be careful when they meet them. After all, those who can offer a bounty of over 100 million before reaching the New World are all ruthless people. After saying so many words in one breath, Lim suddenly looked painful and lowered his head. Cough 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 cough. After seeing this scene, Pabu immediately shouted decisively. Shoot, shoot, Pa, Jack picked up Lim, turned around and squatted with his back to Pabu and the others. Faced with this situation, some smart guys hid in front of Jack and started to fight back. As for Hold'em, he relied on his flexible body to rush forward with a group of pirates. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Buck, please support me later. The bullet hit Jack and fell softly to the ground without causing any harm to Jack. Pabu noticed this and warned Buck worriedly. Ahem, advertisement. Okay, Master Jack, thank you. Jack reached out and covered Lim's mouth and said. Shut up. Don't speak unless it's a critical moment in the future, or you'll cough up your lungs before you kill your enemy and end up farting. Looking at Jack standing up, Lim felt a little touched. By the way, Lim, your disease isn't contagious, is it? Forget it, just to be on the safe side, stay away from me in the future. The emotion in Lim's heart disappeared. Over there, Hold'em had already taken the lead in the charge and started fighting with the pirates of the roast chicken pirates. With a mechanical sword in his hand, Hold'em danced with it like fireworks during the New Year, which was dazzling to watch. Many pirates were killed by Hold'em's sword before they could figure out what was going on. With Hold'em and several captains leading the team, the pirates of the barbecue chicken group soon fell into a disadvantage. Buck hurriedly picked up his shotgun and went to support them. Just as Lim was about to chase after them, a burly bald man with a height of nearly 5 meters stood in front of Lim with a weapon similar to a dung fork. The tough guy looked Lim up and down and said disdainfully. I originally thought that the guy called the Ghost Swordsman would be a guy with 3 heads and 6 arms, but I didn't expect it to be a consumptive ghost. For a guy like you, Lousy can beat you to pieces with just 1 hand. Remember, the man who killed you is called Scott. Lim looked at Scott, who could hold 2 of his own, with a chill in his eyes. His expression suddenly became extremely grim. I only remember the names of 3 types of people. One is those who are stronger than me, and the other is women. Scott waited for a long time, and found that Lim stopped talking, and asked with some doubt. Aren't there only 2 types? What about another one? The other kind is a dead person like you. Swish. Clang. Lim's sword was just about to pierce his throat. Scott roared angrily. You dare to play lousy and attack by surprise? You are courting death? Scott's strength seemed extremely amazing, and Lim had no intention of fighting him head-on. After a few rounds, the 2 of them disappeared. Jack glanced at the group of guards who were still on guard, and slowly walked towards Pabu, who had been staring at him. After walking in front of Pabu, Jack looked at Pabu's skull, which was comparable to Fulu Show, lowered his head and said softly. Your name is Rag. Parker. Never mind, the name doesn't matter. I just want to ask you a question, can you sing? A song praising your favorite food? Chapter 36. Do you want to dance too? Pabu raised his head, stared at Jack angrily and shouted. Lousy's name is Pabu. Lousy is very cruel. Lousy can't sing. But Lousy dances well. When Lousy kills you, he will bury you and dance for you in front of your grave. Serial thrusts. Ding. 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 Pabu's weapon is a pointed rapier. Before Jack came over, Pabu had already held it in his hand. Although he became a supernova only last year, Pabu was a battle-hardened general of the kingdom and had a lot of combat experience. While Jack was distracted by his words, Pabu started with 3 consecutive stabbings. But after that, looking at the blood marks on Jack's body, Pabu raised his head in disbelief. Jack tilted his head, looked at his chest, then patted it lightly with his hands a few times and said to Pabu in disappointment. It looks like you don't know how to do it, but dancing. I hope it's not the kind where you move your body while exercising. Thundering 8 trigrams. Wind strike, clang. Pabu raised the rapier in his hand and stabbed Jack's mace without fear. However, as soon as the contact came, Pabu felt a huge force coming from his rapier. After a few seconds of stalemate, he involuntarily retreated. After retreating more than 10 steps, he slowly stabilized his body. Oh, his strength is pretty good, and his hockey is pretty good too. No wonder he almost made his debut. He's really good at what he does. Although his thunderous 8 trigrams does not wrap around Conqueror's hockey like Kaido's, but with its enormous power and the real feeling of being practiced countless times by Kaido himself, few people except Shenmaru can easily take it on. Using a weapon like a rapier with a slender blade, he was able to block his thunderous 8 trigrams without taking any damage. It seems that this Pabu is a good fighter in terms of both strength and hockey. What a pity, that's all. Let you be the first soul to be killed by my beloved weapon. Jack's mace is very heavy, its length and weight even exceed Kaido's 8 precepts, which makes it inconvenient for Jack to hold it. Usually he can only put it in his waist, and he also specially installed a long lock on the vest to fix it. Jack always feels that this thing is like a lightning rod. When it thunders, Jack tries not to take it out with him to avoid being struck by lightning. When he sits down, Jack can only take it out and put it aside. Advertisement, however, as Jack entered his growth spurt, coupled with the daily refinement of armament hockey, he gradually became more adept at using it. Because the spikes on the mace were too ferocious, Jack named his beloved mace, Tooth. Due to his unusual skull, Pabu's height is roughly the same as Jack's, but his body flexibility is just as good. After just a few rounds of fighting, relying on his rich combat experience, Pabu was certain that confronting Jack head-on would definitely be courting death. Jack's strength is insane, and his defense is so strong for some reason. His attacks are mainly piercing, but even with armament hockey, he can't even pierce Jack's muscles. If he wanted to kill Jack, he had to seize the opportunity and use his strongest move. Before that, he just needed to fight with him slowly. He seemed to be extremely confident in himself. This kind of person would definitely have a flaw that he could exploit. It was just as Pabu had thought. After experiencing countless beatings from Kaido and Jin, and Black Maria's daily venom baths, Jack didn't even frown when facing Pabu's attacks. It can't penetrate his own muscles. The damage is 1 level lower than that of Shenmaru. He is sure to win, but there is something wrong with the looks of those guards. While Jack was fighting with Pabu, he was also observing the group of guards. As soon as he jumped down, Jack felt a pair of eyes staring at him. Although he didn't know who it was, from the perception of observation hockey, he was among the guards. Seeing that Jack was distracted while fighting him, Pabu made a decisive decision to take action. Pabu, who had been dodging Jack just now, showed a strong aura and shouted loudly. Buck. Back me up. After wounding Hold'em and several others and stabilizing his retreat with the flintlock in his hand, Buck began to focus on Jack. When he saw Pabu's action and shouting, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang. Clang. Jack's observation hockey was only at the elementary level. When he felt the bullet coming towards him, it was too late to dodge, so he had to hastily use the armament hockey to block it. The bullet hit Jack's forehead, as if it had hit hard steel. A crisp sound of golden swords was heard, and the bullet fell weakly to the ground. Rosethorn. But this created an opportunity for Pabu. The rapier in Pabu's hand was like a beautiful rose, piercing straight into Jack's chest. If Jack hadn't noticed something was wrong and moved his body a little to the left, the sword would have hit his heart. Advertisement, puff. Because he was distracted and failed to use armament hockey to block in time, Pabu's rapier still broke through Jack's defense and pierced into Jack's body. This time Jack frowned, his body shook and he let out a cry of pain. Pabu showed an excited smile on his face. Just as he was about to draw out the rapier, he found that the rapier was tightly clamped by Jack's muscles and he could not pull it out even if he tried his best. Captain Pabu. Swish. Pabu was so eager to draw his weapon and take the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Jack that he didn't notice Jack's movements at all. A big arm suddenly grabbed Pabu's neck. Pabu was lifted into the air by Jack and began to struggle desperately. However, Pabu was no match for Jack in terms of strength. As the strength in Jack's hand increased, his face slowly turned from red to white, and the white of his only remaining eye gradually covered his face. Captain Pabu. Seeing this, Buck wanted to continue attacking Jack, but several captains of Hold'em had already rushed in front of him, so Buck had no choice but to retreat. As a sniper, it was undoubtedly stupid to get close to the enemy. From a swordsmanship perspective, Shunmaru should be much stronger than you, but he couldn't inflict such heavy damage on me so easily. It seems that the rapier's penetrating power is indeed stronger than that of the long sword. Pabu couldn't hear what Jack was saying anymore. He slapped Jack's arm in vain. Jack shook his head and said softly, "You told me you danced well, so I'll let you dance." Pa, swish. After releasing the unconscious Pabu, a few big shots were thrown into the room, and Pabu's body began to spin in circles on the spot like a top. Then Jack looked behind him, clenched the mace in his hand and smashed it down. Pabu's unusual skull flew far away and his body fell to the ground weakly. Jack turned around, looked at the guards walking towards him, and asked softly, "Do you guys want to dance too?" Chapter 37 Pirates, Kill. The people in front of him did not answer his question, so Jack turned his gaze towards the battlefield. I don't know when the guards joined the battle, and the three parties were fighting together. The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Many of his men suffered injuries of varying degrees because of the guards' participation in the battle. Several inexperienced young men were lying on the ground like Pabu. Lim has dealt with the bald muscular man and is now confronting a guard holding a giant sword. Judging from the expression on Lim's face, that guy should be difficult to deal with. But the huge sword in his hand. Jack lowered his head and looked at the old man who was leading the group in front of him. He was less than 1.6 meters tall and holding a huge sword that was more than 2 meters long. For a moment, Jack was reminded of the porters he had seen on TV in his previous life. Hey, Lim. Hold 'em. Stop. Everyone from the Beast's pirates evacuate. Return to the Mammoth. At Jack's command, a group of people evacuated quickly. The guards did not stop them. Buck organized his few companions and slowly retreated to the side. Seeing Lim and the others return to the boat, Jack lowered his head and looked at the old man and said, "Uncle, what do you mean? I'm here to save you. It's not good for you to treat us like this." The old man raised his head and looked at Jack carefully, then his eyes rested on the rapier still stuck in Jack's shoulder. "HMPH, Beast's pirates. Save us. If it weren't for you Beast's pirates providing weapons, our countries wouldn't be at war all the time. You are even more vicious than these marauding pirates. I don't know how many soldiers and innocent civilians died because of you. The Lensk port is my Lauren's territory. You guys can't get involved. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving. Draw your swords, Kaido's men." Jack looked at Lauren with an expressionless face. He exerted force with his right hand and threw Pabu's rapier directly to the ground. Then he stuck the fang on the ground and whispered to Lauren. "Master Lauren, first of all, this is a mace, I don't use a sword. Secondly, my name is not Kaido's subordinate, my name is Jack, remember that. Secondly, even if we, the Beast's pirates, don't provide you with weapons, you countries will still fight each other. Because human desires are endless, just like you. You think this port is your territory? Do you think you are a gangster? And one last thing. Am I being polite and civilized when I tell you to be so? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Advertisement, I'll only say this once, hand over the people who killed my men, otherwise, you will all die today." Without waiting for Lauren to answer, Jack raised his mace and pointed at the young man in the distance who was also using a giant sword and said, "By the way, that young man should be your son. I saw him kill 2 of my men, so he must die." After hearing Jack's words, Lauren's eyes changed immediately. His body suddenly swelled up. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a skinny old man of 1.5 meters to a 3-meter tall strong man. The clothes on his body were directly torn apart by his muscles that were about to explode. Lauren rushed towards Jack with murderous intent. "Oh shit, is Master Roshi transforming? Bang, wait a minute." As the giant sword and the mace collided, Jack jumped back and then jumped directly onto the deck. In Lauren's confused eyes, Jack roared, "Pull the boat over." The huge mammoth rushed into the crowd. Lim looked at the mammoth that was about to crash into the port and said with some doubt, "How else can we rely on this? Come on, hold 'em. Let's see your skills. Drive forward 50 centimeters. Forget it, it's a bit dangerous, just jump down and push the boat forward." The reason why Jack had to return to the deck and shout the slogan again was because the battle rewards had just been distributed. Because there had been no automatic selection for a long time, the system started automatic extraction again. This time, the most valuable reward was drawn, but Jack was very dissatisfied because he drew the advanced armament hockey. Even if he didn't draw armament hockey, Jack felt that he was about to break through, because his talent in armament hockey was pretty good. What Jack had in mind was observation hockey. I don't know why, but my talent in observation hockey is completely opposite to that in armament hockey. It is simply a daydream to want to reach the top level of observation hockey through practice. I can only rely on the system to accomplish this. Fortunately, his swordsmanship had just reached a higher level when he defeated Pabu. Armament hockey and swordsmanship both broke through, which made Jack full of confidence. He transformed into a mammoth and rushed directly into the crowd. Elephant hoof attack. Boom. With the blessing of advanced armament hockey, the destructive power is incomparable. The ground beneath the feet seems like weathered gravel and shatters at the slightest touch. The huge impact caused Lauren, who was chasing Jack, to fall to the ground. Jack ignored him and continued to run towards the densest crowd with his huge body. Elephant hoof attack. Elephant hoof attack. Mom, help. Advertisement, monster. Help, we can't defeat it. After violently venting his anger, Jack slowly turned into a human form. Lauren dispelled the smoke in front of her eyes and her vision gradually became clear. Oh my god, what have you done? Although it is not displayed on the system, mammoths, as an ancient species of zone, have the unique ability to absorb water. Although this ability is very weak, it can only absorb water from plants and soil and has no effect on the human body. Perhaps this is also the reason why the system does not display it as a separate ability, but it is indeed very powerful in terms of destroying the environment. The buildings at the port had basically collapsed, the trees had withered, and the land was in a mess. For a moment, Lauren thought she had come to the desert. Damn it. UB****************. D. The guards were lying on the ground in 2s and 3s, not to mention the pirates. After fighting for a long time, their physical strength and willpower had declined a lot. Faced with the violent Jack, many pirates were unable to dodge and were directly turned into meat paste. Bang, 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 countless bullets hit Jack and fell to the ground. A group of civilians in different clothes came from nowhere and attacked Jack with various guns in their hands. Jack took a closer look and found that these weapons were basically the same weapons made by the Beast's pirates in Wano Kuni. Looking at their eyes filled with hatred, Jack's eyes slowly turned red. An uncontrollable violence grew from the bottom of his heart, and Jack slowly closed his eyes. This is the rage from the blood. Instead of suppressing it, it is better to let it go. This world is full of dangers. Either you are killed or you kill others. You can have compassion, but you can't be a saint. My mercy and kindness can only be shown to those who have no hostility towards me. After a brief calm, Jack's eyes slowly opened. Lauren felt that Jack in front of her seemed to have turned into a mad beast, and a dangerous aura continued to emanate from Jack. Damn it. Run. Boom. Jack threw the long fang directly into the crowd, and then he shouted loudly. Pirates. Kill. Anyone who dares to resist us, kill them all. Let my name, Jack, resound throughout the sea from now on. Chapter 38. He is still a child. Lauren's heart was filled with regret at this moment. If he had a choice, he would rather stay there and wait for Jack's decision. It would be better than now. The port was destroyed, his son's life and death were unknown, his men were dead or injured, and the villagers who came to support him were all killed. Moreover, Lim had already led a group of pirates and excitedly rushed into the town. When faced with this group of ferocious pirates, one can imagine what would happen to the residents of the town. Jack saw Lauren in a daze, and ran over quickly with a mace. He had just fought with Lauren for a while. Lauren was even stronger than Pabu and was a master with good strength. If a guy of this strength is just an ordinary guard officer of the port, I should think carefully about my next actions, so I must find out the strength of several countries and capture him alive. Lord Lauren. A guard saw Lauren in a daze and desperately stood in front of Jack. Boom. Jack swung the mace in his hand and the loyal guard turned into meat paste. Bang. What are you thinking about? Pay attention. Most of his men have left. This is our only chance to escape. Kill him. You must kill him. Buck's roar brought Lauren back to his senses. Looking at the body of the guard left under the mace, the veins on Lauren's neck bulged. He raised the giant sword in his hand and jumped towards Jack. Jack. Clang. Nice strength, good coordination, but it's a pity that it's useless. Jack tilted his head, a bullet slipped from his forehead. Looking at Buck in the distance, Jack whispered. Your name has the word, K, in it. Why are you so eager to die? When armament hockey is upgraded to a high level, the amount produced is enough to cover Jack from the top of his head to the soles of his feet with armament hockey. Moreover, some of the techniques used by hockey were also transmitted to Jack's brain by the system without any trace. Jack now has more experience in using armament hockey to defend his body. Although Buck's shooting skills are very good, when facing Jack, the bullets fired by the strength of his hockey alone cannot break Jack's defense at all. He can only harass Jack from a distance. But this also successfully aroused Jack's anger. There is a mosquito buzzing around you all the time. Not only is the sound harsh, but it also bites you from time to time. I believe most people can't stand this feeling. While fighting Lauren, Jack began to use observation hockey to keep an eye on Buck's location. To be honest, Lauren's swordsmanship is really good. At least in Jack's opinion, if he and Pabu fight to the end, Lauren will definitely be the winner. But in Jack's opinion, dealing with Lauren is easier than dealing with Pabu, because Lauren's attack method is very simple and crude, just like his own. A real man is tough. Lauren's strength may be stronger than Jack's, but her endurance is no match for Jack. Up to now, facing Jack's mace, Lauren gradually felt a little tired and began to retreat. After Jack's thunderous 8 trigrams completely awakened her anger, Lauren's heart was filled with despair. Thundering 8 trigrams, advertisement, bang. Thunderous 8864 hexagrams, clang. Although the name is a bit funny, this move is Jack's strongest attack move at present. Concentrate all armament hockey between your thighs and waist and abdomen to enhance your core strength, then smash down violently from top to bottom. Although it is only once, the force is so strong and the speed is so fast that even a huge rock can be smashed into pieces by Jack. Having resisted the Thunderous 8 trigrams so many times, Lauren had become accustomed to Jack's attacks. Facing the sudden appearance of the Thunderous 8 trigrams, and Jack's smashing first and then shouting, the giant sword in Lauren's hand was completely bounced away, his hands were torn at the knuckles, and his arms were numb and unconscious. Unable to even feel the pain, Lauren closed her eyes in despair. Jack raised the mace in his hand high. Buck saw it and showed an unwilling look on his face. He stood up and took a look. After finding that the port had been occupied by Jack's men, he gritted his teeth and ran towards the town at a high speed. Thundering flying 8 trigrams. The expected death did not come. Lauren opened her eyes in confusion and looked at Jack, who had nothing in his hands. Lauren turned her head and was completely confused. Swish. At this moment, Jack also ran forward frantically. The thick blood vessels and strong muscles made Jack's running speed in a short period of time even faster than the speed of the mace flying towards Buck. Sensing a sense of danger, Buck slowed down in confusion, but it was this behavior that resulted in Buck having no chance to escape. What the hell? Swish. How is it possible? Why? Let me go. Crack. These were Buck's last words. After dodging the flying mace, Jack arrived and grabbed Buck's neck, squeezing it hard. Boom. At this time, the mace hit a tree in the distance, making a loud noise. Looking at Buck's eyes that were still open, Jack said softly. Let you go? You're the anchor? You're a little late, maybe next time? Lauren looked at Jack, who was walking towards her with a complicated expression. She wanted to resist, but after the numbness disappeared, the pain in her arms that made her sweat coldly told her clearly that she could no longer wield the giant sword. Looking around, Lauren saw that there was no one left standing on the field except a dozen minions of the beast's pirates. She closed her eyes again. Advertisement, why don't you run? Nothing to say? You have a rather stubborn temper, sir, why do you want to make it like this? Jack looked down at Lauren and said sincerely. Well, sir, tell me what is happening in the Allen continent right now. Why don't the Kingdom of Widna, the Kingdom of El, and the Kingdom of Kusa pay the weapons fees they should pay us on time? Who gave them the courage, Fish Liang, or DK Cowboy? However, Lauren obviously didn't understand what Jack said, and she kept her eyes closed and said nothing. My lord, my patience has its limits. If you don't speak, I'm going to kill you. At worst, I can just go and catch a few more people. We'll know the answer after we ask them. Jack raised the giant fang in his hand, gently placed the ferocious spike on Lauren's head, and said again in a threatening tone. Sir, if I use a little force, you will definitely die. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. 3. Let my father go. Huh? Jack looked behind him in confusion, and Lauren's eyes opened instantly. Looking at his son standing up from the pile of dead bodies, Lauren's eyes were filled with horror and he shouted loudly. Shook. Run. Shook. What a nice name. Does he have a friend named Beta? I envy you for having such a good son. He is really filial to you. Shook. Run. Damn it, run. Do you want me to die with regret? Run, or I'll die right now. Seeing his father's reaction, Shook seemed to realize how stupid his actions were and wanted to escape. However, Shook, who was injured in the leg, fell to the ground after taking 2 steps. Lauren shouted at Jack in despair. Jack. Jack. Damn it, stop it, you can't do this, he's just a kid. Child? Jack walked up to Shook, looked at the beard on Shook's cheek carefully, touched his smooth chin, and said happily. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, I'm also a child, and I'm only 13 years old, definitely younger than your son. Come, let me get closer to brother Shook. Chapter 39 Pirates should act like pirates. Lauren. This is your last chance, speak up, just tell me, even if you're not the anchor, I'll let you go. Lauren ignored Jack's advice and walked over slowly with heavy steps. Tisk tisk, Jack pressed the mace in his hand against Shook's leg. Although Shook was in great pain, he gritted his teeth and showed his manliness. He didn't say a word even when Jack deliberately stepped on it. Seeing this, Jack slowly retracted his foot. Facing such a stubborn enemy, he still had to show due respect. A real man, a true man of steel, to express my respect. Ah, wah, wah. Jack squatted down suddenly and sat down. Facing Jack's tried and tested hip shaking, Lauren couldn't help it anymore. Tears and snot flew, and she cried and screamed. Jack curled his lips in disdain. Stay hard with me, you little dog. Lauren, who was running over desperately, saw the miserable state of his son and immediately shouted. Stop, Jack. You are so powerful, why do you do such a mean thing? You use my son to threaten me. How despicable. You are unworthy of your status. It's really shameful. Jack stared at Lauren blankly, then pointed at his nose and said. My identity. Are you ashamed of what I did? What should I do? Be fair and above board? Be an upright person? Do things with integrity? You're out of your mind. Lousy's identity is a pirate. A pirate. Also, Lousy's other identity is even more incredible. Lousy is a miner, did you know that? Have you ever heard of the Miner Protection Act? Everything Lousy is doing now is to protect his own safety. Do you understand? Do you understand? Crack. Jack became more and more angry as he spoke, his hips shaking as if he was in a fierce battle, and finally he broke Shook's legs with his butt. Shook fainted without a sound, and was temporarily freed from this painful torture. You, stop talking nonsense, my patience is limited, speak now. In fact, Jack had been threatening Lauren all along, wanting to learn about the situation in Allen Continent from him, because judging from Lauren's strength, the information he would get would definitely be much more detailed than that of ordinary people. Advertisement. But by now, Jack's patience had completely disappeared. Looking at Jack's expressionless face, Lauren hesitated for a moment and sighed helplessly. Well, forget it, forget it. Whatever you want to ask, just ask. I will tell you everything, but you have to promise me that you will let us go. Jack nodded and said softly, oh, don't worry about that. I said I'd let you go, and I'll let you go. I'm Jack, the real fighter of Beast's Pirates, the Uranus superstar on Ghost Island, and the lead singer of Gao Beimei. I still have some integrity. I mean what I say, come on, please tell me, your identity. And what is the current situation on the Allen Continent? Why did the kings of the Widna Kingdom, the El Kingdom, and the Kusa Kingdom unite to rebel against us? Lauren motioned for Jack to pick up the mace that was pressing on her son's legs. After Jack took the mace away, Lauren told him everything. In the past, the three countries fought endlessly for the exclusive control of the Allen Continent. Especially in recent years, with the support of your Beast's Pirates, the fighting has become even more intense. But not long ago, a person appeared and stopped this endless war. Just one person? What person? Jack frowned slightly. This kind of news was not mentioned in the intelligence. The Allen Continent used to be like the Three Kingdoms period in the previous life. National hatred and family feuds can be described in just 4 words, but the hidden resentment and countless wronged souls cannot be stopped by human power alone. If one person can stop this war, then one can imagine how powerful he is. Facing Jack's question, Lauren shook her head and continued. I'm not very clear, I just know that she is a woman, and this woman is a capable person. But I'm not very clear about her abilities. She first appeared in the Kingdom of Widna, where she saved the old king who was seriously ill. The second time she appeared was in the Kingdom of El, where she saved the little prince who was just born. Later, she continued to travel between the 3 countries, saving countless lives. Although she had a strange temper and her medical fees were extremely expensive, she was still called the Savior. Later, she was invited by the king of the Kingdom of Kusa to save his queen. With her help, the war finally ended. After the end, the 3 kings discussed and decided not to buy weapons from you Beast's Pirates, so the remaining funds will not be delivered to you at all. As for my identity, I am the younger brother of King Widner and King Widner's military minister. I am stationed here to prevent the Beast's Pirates from attacking. Jack touched his bald chin and asked in confusion. She's the only woman? You kings are not good people, can you let her go so easily? Lauren also looked a little puzzled and said softly. I don't know why, but the kings seemed to have something to ask of her and were very respectful to her. After saying this, Lauren looked at her son who was still in a coma and said to Jack. Mr. Jack, I have told you everything I know, can you please let us go? Oh, are you done? Ding ding. Advertisement. Jack held the fang and kept hitting the ground. Lauren's heart started beating fast when she saw this. After a while, Jack stopped pounding the ground and said to Lauren. Now that I've finished talking, I will definitely let you go. Hey so-and-so, come here, get a rope. I remember there are several horses on the boat, right? Lead one over here. Seeing Lauren's confused expression, Jack said sincerely. You see, I hit you too hard. Your son's leg is broken, and you can't use your hands for the time being. I will tie your son to you and give you a horse, which will make it easier for you to travel. After hearing this, Lauren was somewhat moved and said. Thank you, please be polite to me. After Shook was tied to Lauren, Jack took the rope and tied Lauren's legs to the horse's belly. After wrapping a few circles, Jack waved at Lauren. Bye now. Go. Hiss. The mace gently touched the horse's butt, and the sturdy little wild horse rushed towards the sea at full speed as if it was equipped with thrusters. When Lauren discovered this, her face turned green. Wrong direction. Wrong. Lauren struggled desperately, but Jack tied her up tightly with a rope made of some unknown material. At the last moment before she fell into the sea, Lauren turned around and shouted angrily. Jack. You are dishonest. You are a shameless and despicable person. Crash. Jack turned his head and looked at Hold'em who had just returned and said softly. How shameless. He actually said that I don't keep my word. I said I would let him go, but I'm not keeping my word. That Mr. Jack. Hold'em scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Lord Lim asked me to come here to ask for instructions. All the men in the town have been killed, leaving only a group of old, weak, women and children. What should we do? Should we follow the usual style of our Beast's Pirates, or do you decide otherwise? Jack looked at Hold'em's mature but still somewhat childish face and said softly. Since we are pirates, we should act like pirates. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Chapter 40 Mariajoy Attack. After receiving the news from Hold'em, Lim was stunned at first, but he quickly reacted. Looking at the group of old, weak, women and children standing trembling in the middle of the square, Lim said softly. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Pa pa pa. Hearing Lim's order, the pirates pulled the triggers without mercy. After a burst of gunfire, countless blood slowly flowed out from the mountain of corpses, gradually wetting the soles of Lim's shoes. The pirates skillfully threw clothes, tree branches, and dismantled door panels onto the corpses. As the flames grew, A foul smell gradually rose. Except for a few pirates wearing masks who continued to burn the corpses, everyone else returned to the port. Lim looked back at the raging fire and muttered to himself. It seems that our Captain Jack, although young, has been trained by Mr. Kaido. He is not a soft-hearted man at all. Cough cough cough. The consistent style of Beast's pirates can actually be summed up in one simple sentence. Those who resist will be killed, and those who surrender will be captured. As for the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled, they usually die. Kaido only values those who are powerful. Jin and Quinn are not good people either. Under the teachings of the three of them, and with Jack's extremely irritable and bloodthirsty personality, even with the memories of an extra life, Jack does not take human life very seriously. Jack had already understood this truth. Human life is the least valuable thing in any world, especially in a world full of war and force. Our ancestors have long told us the consequences of not removing the roots of the problem. Stories such as sleeping on firewood and tasting gall and the orphan of Zhao have been passed down to this day. Jack didn't want to see a group of strong men who were as energized as chickens, clamoring for revenge on him 20 years later. The key is that it's okay if there's only a strong man, but if she uses a beauty trap, I'm enjoying it, and she bites me. Besides, I am now an evil pirate. In this kind of environment, if I still have a heart of a saint, it would be better to jump into the sea and commit suicide. My mercy and kindness are limited to my companions and friends, and those who have no hostility or harm towards me. As for those who have become enemies, the best way is of course to kill them all. Lim led the pirates back to the port. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he quickly called the pirates to continue cleaning up the scene. Advertisement: the dozen or so pirates had already finished counting the property on the roast chicken. Lim looked carefully at the land that had become dry and rotten due to Jack's tyranny, his eyes full of amazement. Master Jack, it seems that your strength has improved a bit. Jack's expression was very unhappy, because Lauren, who was stronger than Pabu, only gave 5 points of willpower as a reward for docking the boat. Perhaps it was because there were too many times of fleecing on Ghost Island, and the system couldn't stand it anymore. After many experiments, Jack has discovered that if the enemy's strength is too far behind his own, he will not get a very good reward even if he relies on the boat, or even no reward at all. Being able to obtain 5 attribute points can be considered a relatively generous reward, but these are 5 points of willpower, which makes Jack a little depressed. In terms of willpower, it increases gradually every year as we age and our tolerance for pain improves. There are also attribute points such as agility, which can be obtained not only through boat extraction but also through hard training. Only in the aspect of perception, the speed of improvement is even slower than that of a turtle. The increase in perception familiarity points in recent years is basically all due to Black Maria. The rewards given by the second company for docking on the ship were not very good, which made Jack very depressed. Jack is an adult. Cough cough cough. What's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Cough cough cough. Seeing Jack frowning and silent, Lim hurriedly asked with concern. After all, whether he could get his revenge depended on Jack. If anything happened to Jack, Kaido would definitely not let him go. Jack shook his head, looked at Lim who was concerned, and took a few steps back. Nothing's wrong, Lim, is the town clear? Lim took a few tentative steps forward, then looked at Jack who was retreating step by step, and said with a frown. Captain Jack. This is a genetic disease. It's not an infectious disease. There's no need for you to be so nervous. I'm not nervous, I'm just not used to having a man so close to me. Hey, Lim, move back, do you hear me? While the two were still struggling, a pirate ran down from the chicken roast with a newspaper, shouting as he ran. Advertisement: Jack is an adult, Jack is an adult. Something big has happened. Jack took the newspaper from the minion, and Lim looked over curiously. Mariajoy attack. Murloc explorer, Fisher Tiger climbed the red line with his bare hands and liberated thousands of slaves in Mariajoy? Whose subordinates are these? So brave? After reading the newspaper carefully, Jack couldn't help but think of this sentence. Jack knew more or less what Mariajoy was. Kaido and Jin had also mentioned it a few times. As a city where the celestial dragons, a race of gods that stood at the pinnacle of the world, were located, it went without saying that the city had a strong defense capability. Moreover, the headquarters of the world government is also there. How could such a city, which is full of both symbolic and practical significance, be destroyed by a fishman? Looking at Fisher Tiger's wide mouth and the words, Merceman Explorer, in the newspaper, Jack was full of doubts. Although the physique of mercemen surpassed that of most humans, given the number of humans, there would always be many monsters with physiques surpassing ordinary people every year. Not to mention those far away, just take Pabu and Lauren, who had just fought with him. Even compared to most fishmen, they were much stronger in both power and strength. Even a small pirate's captain or guard commander can have strength far exceeding that of most fishmen, so one can imagine the number of masters hidden in the world government that has ruled this world for more than 800 years. Fisher Tiger landed on the red line, not the red soil sea. He could not make use of the fishman's advantage in the water. How could he break into Mariajoy and liberate so many slaves? Is Fisher Tiger really that good, or is he also a cheat like me? But this guy's character is better than mine. Freeing the slaves? I don't have such a high level of awareness. Slaves and non-slaves exist in every world, they may just have different names. Otherwise, why should people be divided into different classes? I am just an ordinary person who came to this world. Since I have the opportunity to become the top person, of course I will seize the opportunity. Fisher Tiger? This fishman doesn't seem to be very smart. I hope he can survive the hunt by the world government. 2 kilometers Chapter 41 Infiltration failed? Then let's break in. Although the name of Allen Continent sounds very hockey, to put it bluntly it is just a larger island. Except for the red line, most of the land in this world is actually islands of various sizes. The port of Lensk is the territory of the Kingdom of Widna and the only port city on the continent of Allen. You can also reach the island from other places, but most of the places are cliffs, and there are forests full of trees and beasts, as well as unknown poisonous insects. Even the powerful pirates will not choose to reach the island from other places. Because of the information he learned from Lauren, Jack decided to leave most of the people to guard the ship and only take Lim and hold him to sneak into Rensk. Although the Kingdom of Widna is called a kingdom, it only has a few cities, among which Lensk is the capital of the Kingdom of Widna. As for the Kingdom of El and the Kingdom of Kusa, their territories are not as vast as the Kingdom of Widna. Jack made the decision to leave most of the pirates in the port after careful consideration. On the one hand, it was to prevent the Kingdom of Widna from sending support, and on the other hand, he was afraid that other pirate groups who were ignorant of the world might damage his mammoth. As for whether he could defeat those enemies, Jack was not worried at all. The strength of the team leaders is pretty good, except for the 20 or so young people. The other hundreds are veterans who have followed Kaido in battles for many years. The pirates group was able to ignore the reputation of the Beast's pirates and insist on breaking in. It is estimated that these people will definitely not be their opponents. However, the lookouts were rotated 24 hours a day, so when they saw pirates approaching, they were able to run away with the mammoth. As for the support from the Kingdom of Widna, the total population of the 3 countries in the Allen continent is estimated to be only about 400,000, and due to years of war, the number of middle-aged men in their country is actually not too large. Combined with the mammoth's firepower, defeating them shouldn't be a problem. Roger's last words made those who had some talent and ability leave their country early and go out to sea for adventure. Perhaps there is an ambitious person with a unique style who wants to control the country and become king himself. Although it's a bit cruel, no ambitious person with strong power would be interested in a poor and sparsely populated place like the Allen continent. Otherwise, the battle wouldn't have lasted for so many years without a clear winner. How much wealth can such a small population in a poor country bring? Jack deeply suspected that Kaido asked him to come here because he was unwilling to accept that he had worked so hard as a weapons transporter for so long in the early days, but encountered an employer who did not pay him, and he became angry and humiliated. People of Lauren's strength should be the ceiling of this place. If Widner can still send out people like Lauren, Jack can only wish his men good luck. Because of the bounty on Lim's head, Jack forced him to tie his hair up, change his clothes, and put on Buck's sun hat. He looked much nicer and no one should be able to recognize him. As for Jack and the others, they should just change their clothes and cover up their overly mature faces to avoid scaring the children. After running into the forest and catching a few wild beasts, Jack transformed himself into a mammoth and taught them a lesson. The huge beasts then transformed themselves into mounts and carried a few people towards the city of Lensk. Remember, when you get to Lensk, you must keep a low profile. After all, they're a country, and we must respect them. Advertisement, also, secretly check where that woman is, we must find out. After explaining the whole incident in detail to Lim and the others, the tall and dilapidated city gate of Lensk appeared before them. That's a beast, close the door now. Etc. There seems to be someone up there, that person is not a good person, someone should be locked up too. Also, look at the figure of the leader, could he be from our country? The arrival of Jack and his companions caused the dozen or so guards guarding the city gate to panic. The huge wild wolves, the ferocious lions, the drooling beasts with sharp teeth forced this group of guards, who were not much stronger than ordinary people, to quickly close the city gates. The leading team leader was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Just after a group of people closed the heavy city gate, Jack and his companions, riding on the beast army, arrived at the bottom of the city gate. Bang! Hello, brothers, open the door, we are good people. These are our friends who we raised since they were young, there's no need to panic. However, no matter how Jack and his companions shouted, the guards kept their mouths shut and said nothing. Bang! Open the door, I saw you guys, don't hide in there and keep silent, I know you are home. Open the door, we really are good people. Open the door, I'll give you money, open the door. Jack's tone became more and more impatient, and he banged on the city gate with greater force. However, even if he offered money to lure the guards, they remained silent. If Jack had not discovered from his observation hockey that a group of people were desperately blocking the city gate from the inside, he would have really thought they had left. Advertisement, Master Jack, what should we do? The infiltration seems to have failed. Looking at Jack's red eyes, Lim hesitated and said, how about we go somewhere else, or come back another time? Change the hammer. Hold head high. As soon as the huge mammoth appeared, all the beasts immediately covered their heads with their paws and lay on the ground. The only beast that looked like an ostrich and a pheasant, after seeing the mammoth appear, tried hard to thrust its head towards the ground. Unfortunately, there was a huge rock underneath, and the ostrich fainted immediately. Infiltration failed. Let's break in. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine for punishment. If you have money, you don't have to ask for a beating, I'll help you. Jack raised his trunk high, and then pulled it down like a mountain falling down. Bang! Boom! The trunk fell down, and the poor guard in the middle had his head smashed directly into his neck. Before the guards next to him could react, Jack retracted his trunk and pushed hard, and the city gate collapsed. Jack, transformed into a human, walked in slowly with Lim and a few others. When the beasts saw this, they seized the opportunity and ran away. The ostrich, who had just woken up from its dizziness, blinked its eyes and found that there was no one around, so it quickly ran towards the city. You see, I told you they're not good people. After waiting for a long time without any response, the captain of the guard team looked at his men who were crushed to death and immediately knelt down. Please spare my life, sir, bang. The ostrich rushed in without breaking and knocked the captain of the guard to the ground. The captain of the guard looked at the bird's beak stuck in his chest and pulled it out with force. The whole world suddenly fell into darkness. Gaw gaw gaw. Jack looked back and found that the beasts were gone. Then he said to Holdeman. Holdem, this is a loyal and good chicken, you must keep it beautiful. Chuckle. The ostrich with the body of an ostrich and the head of a rooster tilted its head to look at the few people, then ran towards Holdem excitedly. Chapter 42 Lily Blossoms. Call. Cough cough cough. Call. Cough cough cough. Jack turned his head to the side, looked at Lim who was smoking, and silently moved a few steps to the side. This guy was smoking a hookah, and the hookah looked very delicate. Jack looked at Lim with complicated eyes. You're coughing like this, are you really not afraid of death? However, Lim was so focused on enjoying the feeling of the tobacco washing over his lungs that he didn't notice Jack's look at all. Jack said to Lim with a sigh. Lim, with your lung function, you still give it a spa treatment, it can't bear it. Although your disease is difficult to cure, don't give up on yourself. Who knows, maybe you'll come across some magical paramecia fruit that can heal you. That's right, the woman we're looking for might be able to cure you. Cough cough cough. Lim waved his hands and coughed a few times, with smoke coming out of his nose and mouth at the same time. Jack hurried forward and patted Lim on the back. Cough cough cough. Stop, stop, I didn't cough to death, but you almost slapped me to death, cough cough cough. Jack let go of his hand, looked at Holdem who had just walked over with a horrified look on his face, and shouted to him. That word should be called pie instead of paw, right? Please don't get confused, Lousy is not interested. It doesn't matter, you don't care, but I do care. Ahem. I said my illness doesn't matter anymore. Lim put away the hookah and put it in his arms. He looked at Jack with a sad look and said. Master Quinn has already said that I can still hold on to this body for a few more years. It doesn't matter to me whether I smoke or not. As long as I can avenge myself, I can die with my eyes closed. Seeing Lim like this, Jack was about to comfort him, but Lim's eyes changed. Who's out there? Hurry up, if you don't come out, we'll have to. Bang. Advertisement. It's over. While Lim was still shouting, Jack had already jumped over. After smashing the wall with the giant fang in his hand, Jack looked towards the alley on the side. In the long alley, several carriages were protected by dozens of armed guards. After seeing the wall being destroyed, the guards looked at Jack in fear. Oh, a noble? The leading carriage was hung with a flag representing the nobility, an eagle with its wings spread high in the sky, which looked lifelike. Unlike the pirates, most of the nobles' flags are brightly colored, and most of their flags are based on animals or plants. Of course, some nobles' flags will choose weapons or other things as representations. He, the ostrich, followed Holdem with curiosity. Bloodline, whose sharp beak was not yet dry, opened his mouth to reveal a set of sharp teeth, scaring the guards so much that they all took a step back. Then the group of guards looked at each other. Although they were a little scared, they took a few steps forward firmly and stood in front of the carriage. Lim. Is that Lord Lim? It's me, Hedain. When Lim came over, a man with a mustache suddenly ran down from the carriage and rushed over with an excited look on his face. Cough cough cough. Lim looked at Hedain in confusion, then as if he had suddenly remembered something, he pointed at Hedain and said to Jack, who looked confused. Ahem. That's him. He is, responsible. Cough cough cough. I am the finance minister Widner, who is in charge of the beast's pirates trade with our Widner kingdom. Seeing that Lim was out of breath, Hedain simply introduced himself to Jack. What, it's you, kid? Where's the money? How dare you play tricks on us? As soon as Hedain finished speaking, Jack grabbed him by the collar and lifted him into the air. He hurriedly explained in a panic. It's not my fault. I prepared all the gold, but His Majesty the King seized it all. And now they are accusing me of betraying my country and want to arrest me and confiscate my property. I am innocent, One hand was placed on Jack's arm. Lim covered his mouth, nodded at Jack and coughed softly. Cough cough cough. Cough cough cough. Come on, I understand what you mean. Jack put Hedain on the ground and said to Lim, advertisement. Are you saying that this person is on our side? Let me let him go. Ahem. Seeing Lim nodding and coughing, Jack put Lim on the ostrich that was drooling at the horse with both hands, turned the ostrich's body around, and slapped it hard. Cough cough cough. With Lim's departure, Jack's mind finally became much clearer. Looking at the thin Hedain, Jack asked softly. Then do you know what's going on with that woman who heals the disease? Certainly. When Jack asked about this, Hedain seemed a little angry, his tone full of resentment. I ended up like this, it's all because of that hateful woman. That woman is called Master. She is extremely greedy for money, and lustful. She fell in love with me. Jack looked at Hedain's thin body and Mediterranean hairstyle, and was very skeptical of what he said. What kind of woman is so hungry? Even the Mediterranean grandfather is not spared. Daughter, who did you learn this heavy breathing from? And what the hell is your daughter? Damn, I like this. Hedain didn't notice Jack's abnormality at all and continued angrily. As a woman, she actually likes women. 3 countries even joined forces to build a castle for her. In the past year, the most attractive girls from the 3 countries have been sent to her palace. Even the princess of our country has been. Well, it's fine if he likes my daughter, I've already sent her to him, but the king also wants me to hand over all my property. I didn't agree, so they charged me with treason because of my deal with the beast's pirates. Thanks to these loyal men, I was able to escape from the pursuit of the king's army. My lord, now that you are finally here, you must make the decision for me. All my property is gone. Wow, the more Hedain spoke, the more aggrieved he felt. He hugged Jack's thighs and cried. However, Jack didn't care at all. His mind was now occupied with one question. If I can get this woman, does it mean that I will have a group of wives? Chapter 43. Immortality Plan. They're here, they caught up. Hedain was still crying while hugging Jack's thighs when a loud noise came. A group of the king's soldiers wearing armor and holding spears appeared from the entrance of the alley. When the guards saw them, they immediately split into 2 groups. One group drove the carriage forward, and the other group blocked the king's soldiers. The narrow terrain prevented the king's army from taking advantage of their numbers. Hedain also had several good fighters under his command, who managed to block the king's army's offensive for a while. However, when a group of royal soldiers armed with flintlock rifles appeared, the guards immediately ran towards Jack in panic, and did not forget to pick up Hedain, who was crying too hard. After seeing the flintlock rifles in the hands of the group of people, Jack's eyes immediately changed and he slowly walked over. Hey, you guys, use our weapons, have you paid? Shooting? Ding ding, boom, this. What kind of monster is this? Hedain, who was being dragged away by the guards, stopped in horror, and a group of guards stood there in a daze. Elephant hoof attack. An enormous mammoth was wreaking havoc in the king's army. The king's army's hard armor seemed to be made of paper. In less than a moment, the narrow alley suddenly became wide, and only countless pieces of meat and broken corpses were left beside the giant mammoth. The king's army that was still rushing here turned around and ran after seeing this scene. Hedain's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Vomit. Even the guards who had experienced many wars could not help but vomit. Jack, who had returned to his human form, looked at the ostrich that had just carried Lim back and hooked his finger at it. The ostrich stuck out its butt and Lim fell down. When the ostrich came over with an innocent look on its face, Jack raised his feet and rubbed them hard on the ostrich's feathers. Chuckle. The ostrich saw the meat paste on its wings with an angry look in its eyes, and immediately blinked its big, adorable eyes and acted cute at Jack. In response, Jack gave a big smile. Bang! Get out of here. You look like a chicken, why are you trying to be cute? Hedain woke up in a burst of pain. When he woke up and saw a hand like a palm leaf fan slapping at him, he was scared to death. Help, you're awake. Jack withdrew his palm, stopped beating Davido to wake people up, and said to Hedain, who was still panting. Advertisement, you haven't finished talking yet, let's continue. That woman named Master, is she a person with special abilities? What abilities does she have, and why do the kings listen to her so much? Don't tell me it's just because she saved the king's son and daughter-in-law or something like that. If this is the only reason why you 3 countries should stop fighting, then you are insulting my intelligence. Master. Scold him to death, what a crappy name. Hedain licked the gap between his teeth with his tongue, covered his face and said. That woman should be a person with special abilities, as for what kind of person she is, I'm not sure. And the reason why the kings respected her opinion so much. Having said this, Hedain waved to the guards beside him. After the guards walked aside, Hedain looked at Hold'em and the others around Jack. Jack frowned slightly and said expressionlessly. Just say whatever you want to say, these are all my reliable men. However, Hedain ignored Jack and looked at Lim. He asked softly. Mr. Lim, I wonder if this gentleman is in your beast's pirates. Ahem. It's my captain, you, ahem. Just say it if you have something to say. Oh, really? After hearing Lim's answer, Hedain finally felt relieved and said to Jack sincerely. Please forgive my caution, because this matter is of great importance. This is about a ritual that can grant people eternal life. Eternal life. As soon as Hedain's words came out, Jack and the others' pupils dilated. Needless to say, eternal life is very tempting to people. If this kind of opportunity were given to ordinary people who have trouble even getting food, they would probably be very hesitant or even reject it outright. After all, for those who can't even guarantee food and clothing, things like immortality are not something they care about at all. For Jack and his fellow pirates who have no worries about food and drink and are free, the appeal of eternal life is self-evident. There was no saint present who felt that living too long was meaningless, and for a moment, the breathing of several people became much heavier. Among them, Lim's reaction was the biggest. He had suffered from a serious genetic disease since childhood and had struggled hard to live until now, but was told that he would die in a few years. If possible, who would be willing to watch himself die? When Lim heard the word, eternal life, his eyes became bloodshot with excitement. What you said? Cough 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 cough. Advertisement? Cough cough cough, is it true? Jack couldn't bear it any longer and spoke for Lim, then threatened Hedain. If it's false, your fate will be. Looking at the black mud in the alley, Hedain's heart trembled and he said loudly. I don't know whether it's true or not, but there is something going on. Master's fruit ability is very unique. I have seen her save people with my own eyes. At that time, our King Henry VI was seriously ill. The high reward attracted famous doctors from all over the country, but they were unable to do anything. It was under such circumstances that Master walked into the palace with a bounty. She just gently placed her hand on Henry VI's head, and His Majesty Henry opened his eyes and walked down from the bed. That scene. It's simply a miracle. After a pause, Hedain lowered his voice and continued. The immortality ritual was proposed by Master. She said that activating her ability would require a large amount of gold and jewels as a price. With enough gold and jewels, she can give people immortality. Because those who were treated by Master recovered their health, the kings believed it firmly. That's why we stopped the war, collectively built a castle for Master, and collected the country's gold and jewels to send to her. My property was also. At this point, Hedain's expression was full of resentment, and he said with some heartache. Now that we have obtained my property, the gold and jewelry needed for the ceremony have been gathered. King Henry VI and his guards have already been escorted to Master's castle. The time for the eternal life ceremony is set for half a month later. How much money did you embezzle? Did you collect all the remaining gold and jewelry by yourself? Even Zhao Dahan is not as greedy as you. After complaining, Jack looked very serious. If what Hedain said was true, this matter was really no trivial matter. Even if immortality is false, this woman named Master can save Lim with her ability. Ahem, Jack, cough, cough, cough. Big, cough cough cough. Ahem. Shut up, I know what you mean, let's go. Chapter 44 Gurgle. Hiccup. There was chaos in Lensuke's palace at the moment. Jack charged forward alone and killed hundreds of the king's army. The morale of the king's army had collapsed. Especially the commander of the guards, after being crushed into a pulp by Jack, a group of the king's soldiers fled in panic like headless flies. King's army, surrender, join my men, Hedain. Overthrow the corrupt Henry VI. Hedain came out under the protection of a group of guards, holding a loudspeaker and shouting at the king's army. Because King Henry VI did not keep his promise, he brought revenge from Lord Beast's pirates Jack. Remember what Henry VI did to you? There was an endless supply of food in the palace, but did your family outside ever enjoy even a bit of it? Look at this country. The royal family enjoys everything, but treats the common people. Shut up. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jack grabbed the loudspeaker and shouted at the panicked king's army. Put down your weapons now, get down on your knees. Those who surrender will live, those who resist will die. Click, wallala. In a moment, everyone except Jack and his group knelt on the ground. Jack lowered his head, looked at Hedain who was kneeling on the ground, and said softly. Head-on. Stand up, you don't have to do this, we are one family. My legs are a little numb. Jack threw the loudspeaker to Hedain, pointed at the king's soldiers kneeling on the ground and said. Recruit them, you should be able to do it now, right? When we get back, I hope you'll have control of the city. Hearing Jack's words, Hedain's face was full of excitement. Absolutely no problem. Moreover, I can completely control not only this city, but also this country. The governors of the other two cities are all from my family. Holy shit. Your family is so powerful, how dare Henry VI plunder your house? It seems that the word, eternal life, is too tempting for the king who is about to die. He has lost his mind. Advertisement. After seeing that the king's army was incorporated by heating without resistance, Jack nodded with satisfaction and turned to leave. However, after Jack took a few steps, he turned to look at the excited Hedain and said. When you become king, don't forget how you ascended the throne. Master Jack, please rest assured. Hedain's expression was very serious, and he said to Jack word by word. I am willing to submit to the beast's pirates. I have decided to hand over the port of Rensk to the beast's pirates. To show my loyalty to the beast's pirates? Oh, you're quite aware? Jack touched his smooth chin and thought for a moment. The port of Lensk is the only safe port on the continent of Alan. Occupying it is equivalent to strangling their throat. But Head-on is also quite smart. The reason why the Kingdom of El and the Kingdom of Kusa have been uniting to attack the Kingdom of Widna is largely because of the port of Lensk. This Head-on wanted the beast's pirates to occupy that place. On the one hand, it was to show loyalty, and on the other hand, it might also be to let the beast's pirates resist those two countries. But your idea will fail. This time I come here to deal with more than just your country, Widner. Thinking of this, Jack looked at Hedain meaningfully. Okay. Then please rebuild the Rensk port. Before I came here, I was a little rough. The place should have become a ruin. Oh, there's another town that we should have destroyed as well. I'll have to trouble you to rebuild that town when the time comes. I will have Brother Kaido send some people to be stationed at Rensk port. That town will be our beast's pirates base on the continent of Alan. Hedain nodded rapidly, and the few strands of hair that were left fluttering in the breeze looked a little funny. Jack couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. Hedain, don't be so nervous. As long as you are loyal to Brother Kaido, we can give you whatever you want. Even if it means controlling the continent of Alan alone. After hearing Jack's suggestive words, Hedain said excitedly. Obviously, Jack is an adult, please rest assured. As long as it is Master Kaido's request, we will definitely do it. Very good. Then I'll leave this to you. By the way, prepare some water and food for us. And the woman named Master, what are her characteristics? Advertisement. Hedain thought about it carefully and said. As for her characteristics, she is very beautiful and very tall, at least 4 meters tall. 4 meters. Jack rolled his eyes. That would be a good match for him now. After the group of people had eaten and drunk their fill and walked out of the city gate, they ran into a group of ferocious beasts that came over because they smelled blood. The biggest reason why the continent of Allen is so barren is definitely the ferocious beasts that can be seen everywhere. However, when facing Jack, they can only obediently transform into mounts. The ostrich could not suppress its excitement when facing these new companions. It spent the whole day either pecking at this or chasing that, often declaring its status as the boss. After walking for a week according to the map in hand, Jack and his group arrived at their destination. The lush forest and winding stream make it a great place for a picnic. But after searching for a long time, there was no castle here at all. After looking at the map carefully, Jack discovered something very speechless. He had held the map upside down. Cough cough cough, Master Jack. What's wrong? Lim had just taken a breath when Jack tied him to an ostrich, and the group of people desperately returned to the original path. After rushing so hard that even the usually lively ostrich was almost tired and sticking out its tongue, Jack and his companions finally arrived at Master's castle late at night when the Eternal Life ceremony began. However, looking at the tall city walls and the tightly closed gates, Jack was in a dilemma. If I just barge in, it will easily disturb people, and it would be bad if the ceremony is interrupted. But if I don't go in, who knows what stage the ceremony has reached? After studying for a long time without any results, Jack felt a strong urge to urinate. He looked at a tree next to him and released the urine. Clatter, huff. Jack had been holding his urine for a whole day and night, and the aftertaste was so strong and the comfortable feeling made him close his eyes. Crack, The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook, and Jack quickly stepped back. A head suddenly appeared, holding a torch and looking left and right, then looking forward. With the flickering light of the flames. FK. Groove. Gurgle, Gululu, Belch. Chapter 45. Damn it, vomit, vomit. Master, what's wrong with you? Vomit. Vomit. You. Looking at the beautiful woman who was pointing at him even though she was vomiting continuously, and then looking at a few cute girls with worried faces, Jack felt confused at the moment. What's going on? I'm just peeing. Why don't you come out from somewhere else? You're here pretending to be a ghost and scaring people in the middle of the night? And your master? What the hell is going on? Isn't this your castle? Aren't you going to hold the immortality ceremony tonight? Why did you come out of the ground? Lim and his men also came over. The mounts led by the ostrich all looked ferocious, which made the beauties nervous. Who are you? No, please, come over here. Master, look at them, vomit. Jack looked at Master carefully. Master was over 4 meters tall, wearing a pink women's suit that made her look very capable. She had long purple hair and exuded a mature and mysterious smell of urine. Her skin looks quite fair, with a high nose bridge, delicate little lips, and big double-lidded eyes that are full of anger. Jack looked at Master and said with a guilty conscience. It's really not my fault. You said it was the middle of the night, in the dark, and I had to pee urgently. How could I have known that you would come out from underground? You said you'd come out, so come out. Why are you keeping your mouth open? Don't you know how to hide? Advertisement. Seeing Jack speaking more and more confidently, Master's eyes turned cold, and he drew the long knife from his waist and slashed at him. Clang. Lim drew the long sword from his waist to block Master's attack. It can be seen from his face that he was very interested in Master. Oh, forget it. Lim is already so sick, why not just give it to him? The key is that I like to drink it, but the taste is a bit strong, I can't stand it. Jack cast his eyes on the other cute girls and found that their height was no more than 2 meters. He shook his head in disappointment. However, why were there so many boxes? Judging from the system level, Lim's swordsmanship proficiency is at least 1 level higher than Jack's current level. However, due to physical reasons, he cannot fight for a long time, so when Lim faces an opponent, his moves are always steady, accurate and fast. Most opponents cannot survive the 10th move when facing Lim. A small number of opponents who survive the 10th move will be defeated by Lim within 20 moves. As for the guy who had withstood 20 blows, Lim ran away without stopping. Because of his weak physique, Lim's strength and hockey can only unleash 20 moves at full strength. Anyone who can withstand 20 moves and survive can definitely kill Lim. However, facing Lim's sword skills that were as fast as the wind, Master, except for feeling a little tired at the beginning and being almost injured by Lim, quickly stabilized the situation. After 10 moves, he actually fought back and forth with Lim. When Jack saw this, he silently put his hand on the fang. When Lim was fighting, his handsome face looked like a devil. Jack really couldn't understand how he did it. He could have a face as handsome as Daniel Wu and make people think of a pervert killer licking the tip of a knife when they saw him in battle. This is also the reason why Lim is called the Ghost Swordsman, but now Lim's expression has returned to normal. When encountering an opponent that he cannot defeat in 10 moves, Lim will restrain his expression and start fighting with his opponent with all his concentration. Because of his illness, Lim's physical condition is actually worse than that of a normal person, but Lim is very self-disciplined. Even if he is about to cough out his lungs, he is the first one to get up and go to the gym to exercise. Because only with such persistent exercise can you have enough strength to become strong. Ever since Lim failed to take revenge and join the Beast's pirates, he hasn't met anyone who can last 20 moves in his hands for a long time. Although he didn't use his full strength, Master, as a woman, actually did it. Lim's eyes became firm, and he was determined not to hold back any longer. All the armament hockey in his body gathered on the tip of the blade, and he chopped down fiercely at Master. Clang. Master Jack. Help. Seeing that his last move was blocked by Master, Lim turned and ran, but Jack, who was prepared, jumped over with the giant fang in hand. Just in time. You damn B asterisk 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 D. Master's voice was slightly neutral and full of magnetism. When he saw Jack standing in front of him, Master did not retreat but moved forward, slashing at Jack with the long knife in his hand. Clang. Ding. Ding. Advertisement. Although Lim ran away, he at least used all his strength for 20 moves. Master, who took these 20 moves, was not feeling so good either. After one blow, he still had time to catch his breath. Jack continued to hammer at him with the mace. After 3 consecutive hits, the sword in Master's hand was knocked away, and he looked at Jack with a dazed face. The pitch-black night made it difficult for Master to see the expression on Jack's face, but after sensing from observation hockey that Jack was about to hit him with the mace, Master closed his eyes and shouted. Hero. Spare my life. This is such a familiar line. Jack's mace stopped above Master's head and he fell into deep thought. This Master was able to defeat Lim, and his strength was pretty good, but that was all. After all, Lim couldn't last long. If Lim could last long, I believe this Master would definitely not be his opponent. She hasn't used the ability of the Devil Fruit in the battle so far. Could it be that her Devil Fruit is a purely auxiliary one? After finding that the battle was over and Master was defeated, Lim came over with a torch. Tisk tisk, she's really pretty. I can't believe you have so much strength. Tisk, tisk. Look at those pectoral muscles. Why don't you seem to have any chest muscles? FK. No way. Hey, what are you doing? Stop it, aw. With a scream of, FK. The torch fell from Lim's hand, followed by Master's angry shout. With Master's cry of pain, both of them fell into silence. What's going on? Lim, what did you find? Jack, who was holding the mace and guarding against Master, was extremely curious. However, Lim did not respond to his questions at all. At the same time, Lim could be heard sobbing softly. If Jack hadn't seen Master still kneeling obediently in front of him, he would have thought that Master had done something to him. It was not until Hold'em came over with a torch that Jack noticed Master's blushing face and Lim crying beside her. Hey, Lim. What happened? You are so sad, tell it out loud and make everyone happy. Wow, bigger than mine. Taking the torch from Hold'em's hand, Jack looked at Master carefully with a grim face. FK. Chapter 46, Purification Fruit Power User. Hey, stop crying. After making sure that Jack had no intention of killing, Master felt relieved and took out a tissue from his pocket to comfort Lim. Wow. Thank you. Lim took the tissue, looked up and saw that it was Master, and tears started to flow again. Wow, but I finally mustered up the courage to like someone, but you're a man. Huh, why does this tissue smell like urine? Oh, this is what I just wiped my face with. Vomit. Looking at Master who was patting Lim's back and comforting him softly, Jack suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. A cross-dressing man or a handsome guy. There's something wrong with this style of painting. Alas, it's hard for Lim, who has always been hanging out with street youths, to muster up the courage to express his love to someone. Otherwise, why don't you two just get along for the time being? Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Perhaps it was because the smell on Master's body was a bit pungent that made Lim start coughing again. After Master saw Lim's painful expression, a white light suddenly came out from his hand. Under the white light, Jack found that Master's expression suddenly twisted. Just when Jack put his hand on the mace again, Master suddenly burst into tears. Ah, woo-woo. Master's crying was so sad that Lim's cough stopped. However, after crying, Master was afraid of being discovered, so he quickly covered his mouth. After forcing himself to calm down, light suddenly appeared on his body. I'll go, Ultra Warriors from the Land of Light? Lim stood aside with Jack holding a torch. No one knew what the light on Master's body was for, so it was better to be alert. However, the white light on Master's body soon disappeared, and then Master slowly walked over under the gaze of the two. This is. Not only Lim noticed it, but Jack also noticed the difference in Master. The urine smell on his body disappeared, and even the dust on his clothes disappeared. Under the vigilant gazes of the two, Master covered his mouth and smiled sweetly. Hee. The lethality of this smile was so great that even Jack's heart was shaken, and Lim's nose was bleeding. But when Jack thought of Lim's words and looked at Master's thick Adam's apple, he immediately regained his consciousness and even felt a little nauseous. Seeing that Master was still laughing, Jack took out the giant tooth from his waist. Looking at who was drooling beside him in his tight pants, Jack fell into silence. Forget it. Hey, you two guys, how about we make a deal? It seemed that Master was also very interested in the blonde, blue-eyed Lim. He didn't even look at Jack, but looked straight at Lim and asked. Lim didn't say anything, but stared at Master obsessively. Advertisement, call. Looking at Hold'em and his men who were flirting with some pretty girls on the other side, Jack shouted angrily. Lim. You be asterisk 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 D. What are you doing? Your eyes are all drawn. He's a man. A man. Hearing Jack's roar, Lim immediately regained his consciousness. Master looked at Jack angrily and said. Mind your own business. What's wrong with being a man? What the hell? What the hell is wrong with men? God gave you a stick and you use it to stir shit. Anyway, I can't stand it. Before Jack could refute, Master continued to speak to Lim. Are you suffering from a serious illness? How about we make a deal? I heal you and you let us go? What? Seeing Lim's surprised look, Jack said to Master seriously. Lim's disease is a serious genetic disease, and it seems to be related to the blood. Are you sure? Snort. As long as it's a disease, I can cure it. Master's voice was very confident, which made Lim's expression even more excited. I am the purifier who ate the paramecia purification fruit. I can purify all bacteria and viruses that are harmful to the human body. Do you know about bacteria and viruses? With Quinn around, the people of Beast's Pirates are no strangers to these things, let alone Jack. After watching Jack and Lim nod, Master continued. I have developed the purification fruit to a fairly good level. In addition to curing diseases, I can purify hidden injuries in the human body and various useless substances. I can also purify all harmful substances in water and air. Anyway, treating a simple genetic disease is easy for me. Paramecia purifying fruit. Jack was completely shocked by Master's words. Not only could it cure diseases, but it could also purify hidden injuries and useless substances? Wait, useless substances? Doesn't that mean that with Master's ability, I won't have to go to the toilet for the rest of my life? This is a magical skill. The key is that it can purify the air and water. If Jack controls Jiuli, then Master's ability will be crucial to Jack. Thinking of this, Jack had only one idea in his mind. I must get him, even if it means Lim's death. How about I cure him and you let us all go? Advertisement. Jack patted Lim's shoulder, and the strength from his shoulder calmed Lim down instantly. Lim, you make the decision on this matter. After meeting Jack's excited eyes, Lim nodded slightly. It seems that Master's treatment method requires touching the human body. Faint white light continuously gathered from Master to Lim. It looked like this wouldn't be over anytime soon, so Jack looked at the tightly closed castle gate. I don't know why, but even though we made such a big noise, no one came out of the castle to check. And what about those boxes? Alright, it's over. Try it. As soon as Master finished speaking, Lim's body suddenly exuded a strong aura, which made Jack feel threatened. This guy, it seems to be really healed. I just don't know if I can suppress him if he wants to challenge me. Under Jack's gaze, Lim's expression slowly calmed down from excitement, then he hugged Master and said sincerely. Thank you. Thank you. In the light of the torch, Master's face turned an unnatural red, and he took the opportunity to put his hand on Lim. Jack turned around with the torch in hand. It was so hot, it was so hot. Fortunately, Lim remembered Master's identity in time, jumped aside with a look of disgust, and said loudly to Lim. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Although I am very grateful to you, you don't have to touch me randomly. B asterisk 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 D. Tisk. Man. Master adjusted his collar and waved to Lim as he walked. In that case, goodbye. Seeing that the girls were chatting passionately with Hold'em and his friends, Master didn't get angry at all. He packed his suitcase and was about to leave with the girls. Bang. The mace blocked Master's path, and Jack said expressionlessly. It was Lim who promised you just now, not me. Now I, the real fighter of Beast's Pirates, Jack, send you a sincere invitation. Join Beast's Pirates, become my subordinate. For this, I can give Lim to you as a husband. What, are you kidding me, Master Jack? I don't like men. The anger on Master's face disappeared, and looking at Lim who was desperately opposing, Master showed a bright smile. I promise. What? Chapter 47. Lim's past and first encounter with the Revolutionary Army. Are you kidding me, Jack? This kind of thing is not something you can decide. I'm a real man. My hobbies are normal. I like women. You know, women, not men who look like women. It seems that Lim is very dissatisfied with this marriage and strongly expressed his opposition to Jack, which makes Jack a little angry. Lim, are you getting carried away? What's the point of pretending to agree? When we bring him back to Wano Kuni, won't we have the final say? Just as Jack was hesitating whether to teach Lim a lesson, Master walked towards Lim and said something that shocked everyone. You said you like women? Ha 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 ha, woman? I used to be a woman? I was turned into a man by another person with special abilities. This is earth-shattering. What kind of person is this? Can he turn you into a man? Look at that Adam's apple. Look at that stubble. Look at those tight suit pants. If you can give me the person I'm looking for, I can turn back into a woman. Master stared at Lim with scorching eyes, his tone full of resentment. That person is the queen of the Kamabaka kingdom, Emporio Ivankov. What's the name? Makabaka and Ivankov. Unlike Jack who knew nothing, it seemed that had heard of this name. As soon as Master finished speaking, Lim's somewhat shocked voice came. Leaving behind a legend of relief. The most powerful queen in history. Emporio Ivankov. Jack was very confused by Lim's tone, which was very complicated. He was shocked and admired him, but also felt an indescribable loneliness and sadness. This aroused everyone's curiosity, and even Master, who was a little excited, was attracted by Lim's lonely expression and tone. As if sensing everyone's curiosity, Lim simply leaned on the ostrich that had come over at some point, and said to Jack. Master Jack, you should know who my enemies are, but you probably don't know what hatred they have against me, right? My hometown is a very beautiful town and I have lived there since I was a child. This genetic disease has always run in my family. My father died when I was young, and my mother raised me. Advertisement, my mother is a doctor and has always wanted to eradicate my disease, so she has been doing various experiments all the time. Fortunately, the people in the small town are quite caring towards us. But one day, we saved 2 people, and it also brought disaster to the town. Lim's voice sounded slightly tearful and he seemed very regretful. Jack and the others did not say anything and just looked at Lim silently. I still remember that day when my mother took me for a walk on the beach. We found 2 seriously injured people. However, in addition to the trauma, these 2 people also suffered from a very serious infectious disease. Gradually, the disease spread to the entire town. My mother developed a drug to treat this disease, but due to limited materials, there are only 3 copies. Because they contracted the disease first, the antidote was given to them first. The other one was given to me. They agreed to go out and buy medicinal herbs, but later the people who came were the world government's men. Lim's voice became extremely cold, and his eyes revealed deep hatred. Because the world government is particularly cautious about special infectious diseases, if anyone reports it, the world government will give him a generous reward. As long as it is confirmed that there is no cure for this infectious disease, the world government will send people to completely destroy that country. Those 2 beasts. In order to get the reward from the world government, they killed the only doctor who could make medicine for this disease. She was my mother. I was hiding in a box at the time and watched my mother being killed by the 2 of them. Then I jumped into the sea, but was rescued by a passing merchant ship and came to New World. Later, I learned that those 2 men also came to the New World and became captains of 2 pirates groups. I sought revenge on them and nearly died. Then I joined the Beast's pirates. At this point, Lim, who was used to seeing life and death, gradually calmed down his excitement, glanced at Master and continued. I am so familiar with Ivankov because I heard about her deeds when I went to the Grand Line. She is a doctor like my mother, and she has achieved the dream that my mother always wanted to do but never accomplished. She saved countless patients who were given up by other doctors, and saved a country that was on the verge of death. So I admire her very much. I see. Jack nodded, looked at Master and asked softly. So according to Lim, this Ivankov is a kind-hearted doctor. Advertisement, why did this Ivankov want to turn you into a man? Hearing Jack's question, Master's mood, which had just calmed down, was suddenly filled with anger again. That pervert, she wants me to be her companion. If I didn't agree, she turned me into a man and threatened me. Hearing this, Lim was a little confused and interrupted Master. Although I have never met her, but from what I have heard of her deeds, she should not be the kind of unreasonable person, right? That. Master said somewhat embarrassedly. She wanted to help me recover, but I didn't agree. Looking at the stunned crowd, Master scratched his head embarrassedly and a shy smile appeared on his face. I was young then, and I wanted to try being a man, but now I find that being a man is boring, and I don't want to be a man anymore. Then why are you so angry? You just asked for it. After yelling at Master, Jack stroked his chin and asked. Why did Ivankov invite you? Is he planning to form some kind of doctors' union? Master shook his head and said in confusion. At the time, there was a man named Long beside her. He invited me to join the Revolutionary Army and become their companion. They said they wanted to fight for freedom and unite with like-minded people. I didn't agree because I wasn't interested. Revolutionary Dragon? Fighting for freedom? What kind of organization is this? After thinking for a long time, Jack suddenly noticed something and asked Master. You said that Ivankov can restore you to a woman, so can she turn a man into a woman? Of course. Master nodded without hesitation and said loudly. I saw it with my own eyes. She turned a very ugly man into a very beautiful woman. She herself can switch back and forth between woman and man. What kind of fruit is this? If you were in your previous life, you would definitely be the savior of Thailand and India. But in this world, I hope I won't meet her in the future. Chapter 48. I am very angry now. Alright. We'll talk about your marriage later, and put Ivankov aside. Jack pointed to the dozen large boxes behind Master and said. What are you going to do with all this gold and jewelry? And what on earth is that immortality ritual all about? Can you make people immortal? Just as Master was about to answer, a loud noise came from the castle and the gate was opened. Chase. Catch up with them, His Majesty the King has ordered. Looking at the hundreds of soldiers holding torches, Master said in a panic. Let's run first. We'll really die if we're caught up. Die. Lim, now that your illness has been cured, let Master see how strong you are. From now on, when you live your life together, let her know who is in charge. Lim wanted to refute Jack, but when he looked at Master who looked timid, an idea came to his mind. Even if I become a man, I can get hard if I become a woman again. Thinking of this, Lim wiped the blood from his nose, took out the long sword from his waist and raised it above his head. After a brief accumulation of strength, a sword energy that illuminated the night sky appeared, and before the soldiers could react, the sword energy fell down. Moonlight slash. Only a few soldiers survived, and even the castle gate was broken down. After seeing this, Jack wondered in his heart whether he could withstand this move. Judging from the power of the sword, Lim at this time was no less powerful than Shunmaru whom he met in Wano. In the past, although Lim was extremely skilled in using armament hockey, the number of armament hockey was very limited due to his physical condition. Lim's inability to fight for long was mainly due to his weak body and the limited number of armament hockey. However, Lim's sword energy not only showed great power, but also showed the powerful armament hockey. Although Jack's swordsmanship has not reached this level, he has heard Kaido and Jin say that if a swordsman can achieve an attacking move that uses sword energy to cut, he can be called a swordsman. For example, Shunmaru of Wano is a swordsman, and now Lim can definitely be called a swordsman. According to Jack's speculation, Swordsmanship might be the next level of his swordsmanship. Seeing Lim's awesome move, Jack was looking forward to it. With his own physique, he could stand 100 meters and knock him down with one stick. Wait, the mace I use shouldn't be called sword energy, but stick energy? Great. But a little low, advertisement whatever. Anyway, the system has already considered my mace as swordsmanship, so why bother about it? Jack shook his head, looked at Master who was still in shock with his mouth wide open, and asked softly. Tell me everything about the immortality ritual. Can you really make people immortal? Seeing Master looking at Lim with red eyes, Jack got goosebumps. Big sister. Brother? You are a man now. Don't do this, or my eyes will go blind. Ahem, Master, I know you are very happy with Lim. But you have to restrain yourself, don't forget your gender. You'll scare Lim away. Don't worry, I'll ask Brother Kaido to find that Ivankov for you. When you become a woman again, you and Lim will be together forever. For now, you should keep your distance. Hearing Jack's words, Master turned his head, wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth, and said a little embarrassedly. Then I'll trouble you. Actually, that immortality ritual. It's fake. Although he had already guessed the result, Jack still had a look of disappointment on his face. After all, the word, eternal life, was too attractive. Noticing that Jack's clarity was somewhat lost, Master looked at Jack nervously and continued. I just want to get some money to spend. Because of my purification fruit, these kings had no doubts about the immortality ritual I propose. I am a bit greedy, so, Master pointed to the dozen boxes behind him and said. This batch of gold, silver and jewelry was collected by the kings for the eternal life ceremony. When they all arrived, I put drugs in tonight's food. This tunnel was also dug to prevent someone from missing a meal and encountering us again. I also prepared a carriage in that woods and a boat at the port. Everything was planned, but then I met you. Looking at the wooden cart under the box, Jack couldn't help but say. You've made thorough preparations, so they dared to break the agreement with us beasts pirates because of you? Advertisement, really, oh, forget it. This is also a good thing. Our side did not lose anything, and also gained a port and a person with the ability of the purification fruit. However, these women, looking at the girls surrounding Master, Jack said curiously. What is your relationship with these women? Are they your women, if so? No. Yes, but only in name. Master looked at Lim who was coming over and said in a panic. They are all pitiful people. Although they are of noble status, they are not valued by their parents and are used as tools for marriage. That's why I pretended to be lustful and rescued them. Having said that, Master looked at Lim lovingly and said. We usually call each other sisters. If Lord Lim doesn't mind, I will let my sisters take care of you before I become a woman. I don't think they will have any objection. Lim looked at the shy girls and said happily, okay. You are obsessed with S*X. Lim, if you say that, doesn't that mean you have agreed to Master's request? However, facing the naked temptation of these little cuties, it would be difficult for most men to resist. Jack suddenly felt a little envious of Lim. Although these women were less than 2 meters tall, they were still young and could grow taller. Even if they didn't grow taller, Lim's 4-meter height should not be able to kill anyone. How could it be like me? I was just beginning puberty at the age of 13, and I was already over 4 meters tall. Oh my god. How tall can I grow? What if I grow to more than 10 meters? Putting aside the inconvenience of daily life, if I want to find a wife at that time, can I only find a giant? I might as well become a dwarf. That way I can also enjoy the 8-foot-tall master. Tisk tisk, if it were me, these women. Just when Jack was full of resentment, another group of people appeared from the castle. The leading guys, who were wearing crowns, saw Master and his men and shouted angrily. Catch her. Catch this damn woman. She dared to deceive us. She will be torn into pieces. Jack stopped Lim who was about to step forward, took out his mace, and said with red eyes. It just so happens that I'm very angry right now. Chapter 49. Now they're the same length. It has to be said that the kings really trusted Master's words and attached great importance to the immortality ceremony. Now that it was getting light, Jack could finally see the true appearance of the castle. Compared to Lensk, the capital of the kingdom of Widna, this castle without even a name does not cover such a large area, but it is decorated extremely luxuriously, and is not inferior even to the royal palace in Lensk. It seems that I have underestimated these kings. They are still very financially wealthy. However, the more the kings valued this ceremony, the more they could not accept it when they learned that they had been deceived. Even though they saw Jack transformed into a mammoth and charging through the crowd, no one was a match for him. The kings still roared with red eyes. Go together, kill him, you must kill him. Although they knew they would die, the soldiers still rushed forward because they thought of their families. But the courage is commendable, but the ending is tragic. The weapons in their hands could not cause any harm to Jack at all, and Jack turned several unlucky guys into meat paste with just a kick. Later, Jack simply changed into human form and started sweeping with his huge fangs. As the death toll grew, several soldiers quietly fled. 1, 2, more and more soldiers ran in all directions. No matter how the kings shouted, fewer and fewer people dared to fight Jack until... Father, please help me take good care of my 5 concubines, let's go. Bang! Jack hit the prince with a stick, and the prince, who was quite strong, was instantly shot in the head. My son. Among the 3 kings wearing crowns, the oldest one stopped running after hearing the prince's cry. He watched this scene with grief. His son's miserable death made him unable to help but take out the decorative sword at his waist. But when he saw Jack's ferocious face and the blood dripping from the mace, he stamped his feet in anger and shouted. Don't worry, my son, I will take good care of those 5 concubines for you. 5 concubines? You take care of them? Isn't it your daughter-in-law? Do you need to take care of her? And at your age? Before Jack could react, the old king turned and ran. Although he is old, he is still very agile and catches up with the 2 kings in front of him in a blink of an eye. After seeing this, Jack couldn't help but sigh. I see. No wonder he's still strong despite his age. But, I'm sorry, you may not have this opportunity. Just when Jack was about to catch up with the 3 people, Jack suddenly stopped and blocked the giant tooth in his hand in front of his chest. Clang. Bang. After blocking the powerful slash, Jack used armament hockey to cover his back. After a muffled sound, 2 figures stopped Jack from the front and the back. Advertisement, what a strong defense. Who are you? The man who was speaking had long flowing hair and looked to be around 50 years old. His stubble had already turned a little gray. What surprised Jack was that the weapon in his hand was the same brass knuckles as Black Maria's. For a moment, Jack suddenly missed Black Maria. I miss your smile, your coat, the taste of your purple venom and lips. Hey, I'm asking you a question, are you from the Beast's Pirates? The tough guy's slightly angry question interrupted Jack's thoughts. Jack did not answer, but looked at the 2 men carefully. It didn't matter that he took a look. Jack was surprised to find that the man using the brass knuckles had only 1 leg. This amazing balance and agile speed made Jack's heart ring with alarm. As for the other muscular man holding a long knife, he had a very ordinary appearance and looked at Jack as if he was looking at a dead man. Jack curled his lips, raised his right hand and waved it backwards. 1 against 2. I'm not stupid, why wouldn't I use help? There's no boat reward, why am I fighting so hard? Ahem, in Jack's confused eyes, Lim came out with a light cough. After meeting Jack's eyes, Lim immediately stopped coughing. I'm sorry, I'm not used to this healthy body for a while. Ahem, but leave this guy to me, it just so happens that I want to test my current strength. This guy should be a good opponent. Clang. Lim became more and more excited, and he raised his knife and chopped at them. After the 2 men left, the old king suddenly shouted. Raoul! Kill him! You must kill him, Jack looked over and saw the old king running away. Raoul punched Jack in the head. Bang! Jack, who was prepared, grabbed his fist with his hand, but Raoul did not panic at all. He pushed and pulled with his fist and broke free in an instant. Then, one of his legs passed over Jack's head as if it was equipped with a spring, and he punched Jack's head with both fists. Bang! Bang! Jack learned a lot today. A guy with only 1 leg could be so agile and perform movements that were completely inconsistent with Newton's laws. If this guy had 2 legs, he might not be able to deal with him. The key is that Raoul's armament hockey is not bad, he is unique in using the brass knuckles. In Jack's opinion, he is at least much stronger than Black Maria. Raoul's attack was powerful and his armament hockey was very skilled, so he and Jack were fighting back and forth for a while. But with only 1 leg, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Huff, it was already bright and the chilly morning made white smoke come out of the 2 people's bodies. Advertisement Raoul's eyes were still firm, but his 1 leg was trembling slightly and the corners of his mouth were full of blood, because his internal organs were shaken after being hit by Jack's huge teeth. On the other hand, Jack still looked full of energy except for being sweaty and having a few minor wounds on his body. Your name is Raoul, right? Are you interested in joining us Beast's Pirates? With your abilities, you should have no problem becoming a real fighter like me. If you have any requests, just let me know, I can make the decision. Raoul, who has been fighting with Jack on 1 leg, has won Jack's respect. The key is that Raoul is a real man. He didn't make a sound when such a thick mace hit his body. Even when his legs were weak, he still held on to Jack tightly. He is courageous, loyal to his master, and quite capable, which makes him a rare talent for the Beast's Pirates, which are expanding rapidly. Jack was filled with admiration for Raoul's talent and forced a smile while waiting for Raoul's answer. Ha 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 ha, are you kidding me, a-hole? Insult me? Join you Beast's Pirates? Do you know who broke Lousy's leg? That's the captain of your Beast's Pirates, Kaido? Raoul's expression was very excited, his tone was full of resentment, he stared at Jack and said. Let me join the Beast's Pirates. Sure, if you can do it, make Lousy's 2 legs the same length. How about it? Can you do it? Idiot, ha 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 ha, want to tame Lousy? You're just dreaming. The smile on Jack's face disappeared. He looked at Raoul who was laughing wildly and silently raised his huge fangs. Bang! Raoul, who was still laughing, had no idea that Jack would turn against him so suddenly. Before he could react, his only remaining leg was attacked by Jack. Raoul fell to the ground uncontrollably, howling in pain. Ah! Bang! Bang! However, Jack still held the fang expressionlessly and smashed it at Raoul's leg mercilessly. After a few hits, Jack nodded with satisfaction and put the fang in his hand on the ground. Ah! You! Crack! Jack pulled Raoul's leg off with the force of both hands. Raoul fainted without a sound. Bang! Jack threw the thick thigh in his hand to the ground, looked at the unconscious Raoul and said softly. Now they should be the same length. Chapter 50 missed 100 million. Lim had already defeated the opponent and was watching Jack's fight from the side. When he saw Jack's violent action, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Then when Lim saw Jack stomping on Raoul's head and walking towards him, his heart started pounding. The key is that Jack's eyes will be bloodshot when he is angry, with a mouth full of fangs, blood all over his body, and an overly mature face. He looks like a man-eating demon. Lim immediately made a decision and gave up the idea of returning to Onigashima to challenge Jack. After taking revenge, he would just be his subordinate. It would be fine if he could beat him, but if he couldn't, given Jack's personality, if he got hurt, he might be torn to pieces alive. Who can I go to for justice when the time comes? I still have several little wives, and I have to enjoy the life of a big wife who is a man for now but will be so beautiful as a woman. If I die, I don't know who will benefit. Jack is very depressed now. Although this guy named Raoul has only one leg, he is much stronger than Lauren at the port. He was too far from the port and couldn't get the docking reward. I originally wanted to tame him, but ended up like this. Hey, brother Kaido, why did you break his legs for no reason? If it weren't for you, we would have gained another admiral. Wait, Lauren? Raoul? Oh, that's okay, adult Lim? Master's magnetic voice came, and he rushed towards Lim quickly. Jack looked at Lim with a slightly pity look. It's hard for you, brother Lim, although Master was a woman before, but... Although you guys are handsome. The scene of handsome guys hugging each other seems pretty good, but I can't accept it. Hey, Lim. Jack's loud shout woke Lim up all of a sudden. He quickly pushed Master aside. Looking at Master's pouting lips, Lim closed his eyes and whispered. I'm sorry, until you become a woman, it's better for us to keep some distance. After all, you don't want me to change my orientation, right? Master nodded, held Lim's hand and said, I understand, don't worry, I will pay attention. Bang. You two bastards, are you done yet? I'm still a child, I'm a child. Please don't do this in front of me, it's okay if you look at me with a glare. What are you doing with your hands? What are you doing? Do you want me to give you some oil? Seeing Jack was a little angry, Master reluctantly took back his hand and rolled his eyes at Jack. Humph. A boring man. What are you talking about? Aren't you still a man now? And what's that look in your eyes? I can't stand it. Lim quickly hugged Jack, who was a little crazy, and shouted. Give me some face. Give me some face, ahem. Advertisement. Seeing Lim coughing uncontrollably, Jack thought for a moment and decided to give Lim some face. Besides, Julie's environmental improvement will still depend on him in the future, I will bear with it. Hold'em came back riding an ostrich, holding the old king who had escaped, and said to Jack helplessly. Master Jack, the other two kings were killed by ostriches, only this old guy survived. Although he is old, he is quick-witted and ruthless. If he hadn't pushed those two guys, they wouldn't have been killed. Oh, Henry VI, after seeing this scene, Master slowly walked over. It seems that the old ones are still the best, His Majesty King Henry is still better. Jack carefully looked at the king with a flattering smile on his face, and asked Master. This guy is King Henry VI of Widner. Yes, the Raoul you just killed is his youngest brother. He also has a younger brother named Lauren. It is thanks to his two brothers that the Kingdom of Widna can face the alliance between the Kingdom of El and the Kingdom of Kusa and still gain the upper hand. Yes, my brother Lauren is still here. You'd better let me go, otherwise. Bang. After hearing what Master said, Henry VI became tough again and began to threaten Jack, but Jack slapped him. Have you been king for too long? Have you become stupid? If I hadn't killed your brother, how would we have gotten here? Oh, by the way, I have also captured your palace. Hedan has become the new king. He should take good care of your queen and concubines, including your son's 5 concubines. Don't worry about them, he will take care of them all. There's no point in keeping this idiot around, Hold'em, kill him. Wait. Seeing Hold'em raising the long knife in his hand, Henry VI shouted miserably. Master, I gave you my daughter, you can't do this to me. By the way, where's my daughter? Linda, shut up you beast. Master pointed at the girl standing in the distance and peeking at this place and said. How dare you say that's your daughter, you beast with a head full of filth and obscenity. Kill her mother with your own hands in front of your daughter, and you still want to insult her? Advertisement, if it weren't for me. Bang, Jack hit Henry VI's head with one blow, and it exploded like a watermelon. Jack rubbed his mace on Henry VI's body and said expressionlessly. Okay, stop talking. I feel a little sick. These royal nobles have been pampered for too long, their minds have been perverted. Everyone come here, let's talk about something serious. After the few men came over, Jack said in a deep voice. You all know that Hedan promised me that he would give Rensk port to us Beast's pirates. He would also pledge his loyalty to the Beast's pirates. Since they have expressed their willingness, we can give them some benefits, right? So I decided to help him conquer the Kingdom of Kusa and the Kingdom of El and let him rule them. That someone is you. Jack pointed at the big and strong pirates with one big eye and one small eye and said. Go tell Hedan to prepare to take over those 2 countries. Master Jack. My name is not that person, my name is Rune. I know, so-and-so, go ahead. After watching that person leave, Jack turned around and continued. Master, you should know what other masters there are in these 2 countries, right? Go to the castle later and write it down for me in detail. Okay, disband, go to the castle and have some rest. Jack walked up to Raoul, who had died from excessive blood loss, picked up his mace, and shook his head helplessly. Alas. What a pity. With such strong strength, it would be great if I could get on a boat. I wonder what kind of reward I can get. What reward? Lim, who happened to be passing by, asked in confusion after hearing Jack's words. Oh, nothing. I said if he wasn't so stubborn and joined the beast's pirates, maybe Brother Kaido would give me a reward. Ah, so that's how it is. Master Jack, you can lock them up on the boat first, and then bring them back to Ghost Island and hand them over to Master Jin. Master Jin is very interested in these stubborn guys. Tisk. You don't need to tell me, that pervert likes this, otherwise, Brother Quinn would call him the pervert who likes to torture others. Wait. Put him on the ship first? If I beat them half to death and then pull them back to the boat. Thinking of this, Jack suddenly covered his chest, this feeling. I feel like I missed out on a billion. Chapter 51 The Name of Draught. Jack. Are you an adult? Jack looked at Raoul's body with a grief-stricken look, and Lim felt a little scared when he saw it. It's okay. Let's go. After being sad for a while, Jack suddenly became happy again, thinking that he had found a new way to fix the bug. The Kingdom of Widna doesn't have to worry about it, but these remaining 2 countries at least have a few masters, right? I don't ask for the same strength as Raoul. If I don't have the quality, I can make up for it with quantity. When the time comes, we will catch them all and release them as soon as we get to the port. Ha 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 ha. Lim quietly stopped for a few steps and distanced himself from Jack. The supplies in the castle were extremely rich, including vegetables, fruits, all kinds of meat, and a lot of fine wines. Jack didn't hesitate to order a group of servants who did not choose to escape to prepare a banquet. After eating and drinking, Master handed a piece of paper to Jack. Jack took it and took a quick look. When he found dozens of people on it, he was overjoyed. Are there so many experts in these 2 countries? How strong is it? Master said seriously, your strength is definitely no less than mine. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? I'm very strong, okay? Why don't you speak? Believe it or not, I will chop you to death with a knife. Bang. Looking at the mace stuck under his feet, Master's expression froze. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Master pulled out the mace with difficulty, handed it to Jack, bent down and said. Master Jack, I think you were right. I spoke too loudly just now. I am really sorry. Jack took the mace, patted Master on the shoulder, and said softly. Watch your attitude. If you don't know your place, I will castrate Lim. Don't want. Looking at the sleeping Lim, Jack gave Master an evil smile. Male. Gentlemen, you don't want your husband to become a hunter without a spear, right? So. I'll listen to you and promise you everything, don't hurt him. Advertisement. Looking at Master's pitiful appearance, Jack turned his head. After vomiting for a long time, Jack's head became much clearer. Looking at Master who was staring at Lim lovingly, Jack couldn't help but close his eyes. Master. Calm down a bit. Haha, as you command, Master Jack. Master wiped his mouth, reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the sleeping Lim, and said to Jack. Master Jack, even the strongest man on the list I gave you would not be a match for Raoul. The reason why the Kingdom of Widna was able to gain the upper hand against the alliance between the Kingdom of El and the Kingdom of Kusa was that the royal family's Raoul brothers played a big role. Now that you have killed the Raoul brothers, these people will definitely not be your opponents. Only, Master's expression was a little worried when he said this. It was not until Jack looked over impatiently that Master continued. It may be difficult for Master Jack to conquer these 2 countries. Jack frowned and asked in confusion. Why, didn't you say there were no more masters? As long as we defeat these masters who want to resist, those civilians will be easily captured. Besides, don't we still have you? Aren't you well known here? Master wiped the sweat from his forehead and said a little embarrassedly. My reputation is very loud, but it's mostly just bad reputation, because I treat people's illnesses and don't treat those who don't have money. Most civilians hate me to the core. Another point is that although these countries have ceased fighting because of the immortality ritual I fabricated, this is only temporary. The corrupt rulers don't pay attention to the voices of the common people. They think the common people will never dare to resist them. But I am different. I discovered the resentment of the civilians early on. The 3 countries have been fighting each other for many years. Even the temporarily allied Kingdom of El and Kingdom of Kusa still have an irreconcilable hatred. That's why I moved up the immortality ceremony. Otherwise, there is still a lot of gold and jewelry in this country, and I won't give it up. Jack frowned even deeper, looked at Master and said impatiently. What do you mean by all this nonsense? Well, what I mean is that if you want to rule the Alan continent, those civilians are the biggest obstacle. Civilian? Jack pointed at Master in surprise, then couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha, civilians? Advertisement? You're just like an ant, and you still want to stop me? Ha 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 ha. Jack suddenly stopped laughing and whispered to Master. In this world, the weak have no right to choose, including hatred. If they dare to resist, it only proves one thing. That's because I'm too kind. Jack's voice was very calm, but for some reason Master's back was soaked with cold sweat. Hedain did not deceive Jack. After Jack sent someone back to the palace to convey the message, Hedain had completely controlled the Kingdom of Widna and, with the support of his family, ascended the throne as the new king. After receiving the news from Jack, Hedain was overjoyed and almost cried with excitement. The reason why Hedain became the new king of Widna so easily was not only because of his family's huge power, but also because of the people's growing dissatisfaction with Henry VI. They could tolerate the debauchery of Henry VI and the oppression of princes and nobles, but they could not tolerate maintaining peace with the other 2 countries. Especially those military nobles. More than one person in their family died in previous wars. Destroying the other 2 kingdoms and unifying the continent of Alan is the wish of every Widner. With Jack's implicit hint, Hedan also assured the nobles that he would not be as foolish as Henry VI, and only then was he able to ascend to the throne smoothly. After receiving Jack's order, Hedan immediately announced the news of going to war with the two countries, and notified the whole country that he had received the full support of the Beast's pirates. The people enthusiastically joined the army to support Jack. However, when they arrived at Brack, the capital of the Kingdom of El, under the leadership of Hedan, with high morale, they were all stunned. Countless civilians fled in panic. Even when they saw the fully armed army, they rushed forward without fear, as if something terrible was chasing them from behind. Where's Brack? What kind of monster is this? The once prosperous Brack has completely disappeared, including the city gates that had not collapsed after hundreds of battles and the buildings that could accommodate 100,000 people. All of them have disappeared. Hedan looked through the telescope and saw a huge mammoth venting its anger on the rotten and dry earth. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a red glow behind the mammoth. Is this the true strength of Master Jack? Except for the fire disaster, Jin, the plague disaster, Quinn. It looks like the Beast's pirates have another incredible cadre. Hedan observed for a long time and couldn't help but exclaimed. One person destroyed a city, it's like the drought demon in the world. Everywhere I go, it's like a drought. Chapter 52 a little stronger. It would take longer than Jack thought to resolve the issues on Allen Continent. The main reason was that the hatred among the three countries was too deep. Jack destroyed 2 cities and countless small towns, which made everyone feel afraid and stop resisting. They also had to rely on the reputation of the Beast's pirates and Jack's military force to suppress some of the voices of resistance on Hedan's behalf. This step alone took more than half a year, and as Jack discovered some rich mineral veins on the continent of Allen, Jack's next idea of going out to sea was temporarily shelved. These mineral veins were discovered by Jack when he destroyed several small towns. After Hedan sent people to make simple measurements, it was found that these mineral veins contained extremely large amounts of ore. This was very good news for the Beast's pirates, who were expanding rapidly. Whether used to make weapons or for sale, a steady stream of funds can be obtained, not to mention that these mineral veins are not just iron ore. Because Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi have adopted a closed-door policy in Wano-kuni, Jack can only use Den Den Mushi to contact Black Maria. When he was bored, Jack would always use Den Den Mushi to contact the two of them to enhance their relationship. They would chat all night long, and thanks to Onigashima not blocking the Den Den Mushi signal, Jack had a way to comfort himself when facing Lim's men and women. Hi, baby, do you miss your brother? Jack, my scabbard has missed you. Jack's excited expression changed, and he said helplessly. Brother Jin, aren't you busy? Could you please hand the Den Den Mushi over to my Maria? Shut up, unreliable Jack, and you too, don't be lazy. After Jin finished scolding Yamato and Black Maria who were looking over here, he walked over to the side with a Den Den Mushi and said loudly. Jack, have you completed your mission? Don't hold on to the Den Den Mushi all day. Do you know that you're already interfering with my training of the two of them? If this continues, I'll have to consider placing a few signal-blocking Den Den Mushi on Onigashima. When Jack heard what Jin said, he immediately became anxious. Hey, brother Jin, can you please stop being so cruel? Have you ever been in love? Do you know how crazy men and women who are in love are? We can't meet, and we can't contact each other. Can you stop being so overbearing? Advertisement. Besides, we are childhood sweethearts. You can't be so cruel. Don't you like my story about Liang Zhu? You don't want me to turn into a butterfly and fly back? You. Shut up, Jack. Are you okay? If you are, tell me now. He. Jack dared to guarantee that if he stood in front of Jin now, Jin's first move would probably be to beat him up. Thinking that he was not Jin's opponent yet and would have to go back sooner or later, Jack laughed dryly and said. Brother Jin, I have resolved the matter of Allen Continent, but I found a good thing. There are rich mineral veins in Allen Continent, and there are more than one. There are iron mines, gold mines, and so on. I need support. What? A mineral vein? Are you sure, Jack? Jin's tone was somewhat joyful, but Jack's next words made Jin's face under the mask smile even more. Very sure, brother Jin. I asked someone to do a simple measurement. These mineral veins can ensure that we can mine them for decades without any problems. Very good, Jack. Jin calmed himself down, took a few steps and said to Den Den Mushi. I will continue to send more people over. I will ask Mr. Kaido to send a few cadres over now. I will go there myself when the time comes. You don't have to go anywhere until I get there, guard there first. Oh okay, brother Jin, give the phone to, beep. Looking at the Den Den Mushi with its eyes closed, Jack simply stuffed it back and put it in his back pocket. What kind of person is this? Forget it, let's get down to business first. The information provided by Master was very accurate. Those dozens of masters were indeed not as powerful as Raoul, but they were also strong enough to be rewarded for docking on the ship. Moreover, all the people were very tough and would rather die than surrender. Jack was greatly shocked. He treated them with good food and drinks and even let Master treat them. Treat one and kill one. So far, 9 have been killed. Advertisement. As for the rewards obtained, apart from a few attribute points, there were only some large gold chains and small pocket watches. There is only one left, and Jack calls him number 10. This person is the strongest and can be compared to Lauren, which makes Jack feel a little excited. After arriving at the cabin, Hold'em limped over with one hand wrapped in a bandage. Master's purification fruit is not as effective as treating diseases when dealing with these external injuries. It will only speed up the recovery of injuries, so Hold'em is wearing bandages. These injuries were caused by Hold'em being beaten by number 10 who had his eyes closed in the cage. If Lim had not rescued him in time, Hold'em would probably have been killed by him. Hold'em's talent in swordsmanship is actually quite good, but his physique is not as strong as Jack's. From the perspective of Lim and Jack, even after he reaches adulthood, Hold'em's strength can only increase a little, and the possibility of him reaching a senior cadre is very low. Unless Hold'em can get the devil fruit, he may be able to break through his own limit. However, the number of devil fruits is extremely rare and precious. Kaido may have some in stock, but he cannot give devil fruits to pirates with talents like Hold'em. However, Jack was very optimistic about Hold'em, thinking that if he could get some devil fruit, it would be okay to give it to him. Because Hold'em is fearless, admires Jack, and is of similar age to Jack, if he wants to secure his position as the boss in the Beast's Pirates, where strength is respected, he must have loyal subordinates. Although he had no intention of competing for power with brother Kaido, it was always good to have loyal younger brothers. After all, to put it bluntly, Kaido is also a pirate. No matter how deep the relationship is, when faced with sufficient interests, it is difficult to guarantee what choice Kaido will make. Master Jack. Is it time? After struggling to walk in front of Jack, Hold'em could not hide the excitement on his face. Seeing that the culprit who hurt him so miserably was about to die, the hatred in Hold'em's heart subsided a lot. It's so embarrassing. I wanted to show off in front of Lord Jack, but I didn't expect to meet such a ruthless person. It hurts so much. As soon as the shackles on number 10 were undone, number 10 attacked Jack without any hesitation. Last time he was just careless for a moment. After eating well and sleeping well these past few days, number 10 believed that he could definitely defeat Jack. However, the reality is cruel. This time, number 10 was defeated even faster than last time. When Jack's mace was used to wipe the blood off the headless corpse again, Lim, who was watching the fight, suddenly asked in confusion. Master Jack, why'd I feel that you were suddenly a little different? I feel that your aura is a little stronger than before? Oh, Lim, your observation hockey is pretty good. Jack looked at the character card and saw that his agility attribute points had reached 84 and 3 attribute points had broken through senior when he saw that the evaluation on his character card was SSR. He clenched his fist and said softly. It's a little bit stronger. Next time, don't use observation hockey to observe me. My orientation is normal. Chapter 53. Numbers and chimpanzees. Because the distance between Allen Continent and Onigashima is not very far, a normal pirate ship can reach there in less than a month if it goes at full speed. So when Jin appeared in front of Jack, Jack was still wearing beach pants, lying on the beach, sunbathing and sleeping soundly. Feeling that the sunlight was blocked by someone, Jack took off his sunglasses, rubbed his eyes, and saw Jin unsheathing his knife. Jack, didn't I tell you to keep a close eye on it? What are you doing now, FK? Jack instantly lost all sleepiness, stood up and held down Jin's hands. Looking at his hands that were almost as big as his own, Jin was stunned for a moment, then he sighed. Jack, it looks like you've grown up, Jack said doubtfully. I'm wearing pants, how did you tell, brother Jin? Bang. After kicking Jack to the ground, Jin immediately drew out his long knife. When Jack returned to the port with a bruised face, his mouth opened in surprise. Two giants, at least 20 meters tall, walked down from the huge raft. They had ferocious faces. One of them had the number 1 tattooed on his body, while the other had the number 3 tattooed on his body. There was a giant with a number tattooed on his face, with long pointed ears, a handlebar beard, a prominent widow's peak on his black hair, and a pair of horns extending from above his ears and curving upward. The expression on his face was crooked and evil, and he didn't look like a good person at first glance. He also had many wine gourds hanging around his waist, so he must be an alcoholic. The giant had a tattoo of the number 3 on his head, with long, thin horns on his head, a round, fat face that looked a bit honest, and a beard on his chin. Behind his butt hung a samurai sword that was several times larger than Jack's. Jack looked closely and it seemed that this guy was wearing the samurai sword. Jack was a little confused. What kind of styles were these? Seeing Jack's shocked expression, Jin quietly introduced. These are the numbered ones from our beast's pirates. That's Ichimi, and that's Sangui. They are the numbers of our beast's pirates. It's somewhere between the real fighters and the Flying Six. It's an independent cadre system. They are from Mr. Kaido's trade with the world government. They are the product of failed research on ancient giants. Advertisement. Hearing Jin's words, Jack said with some surprise. Trading with the world government? Aren't we enemies? Jin shook his head and said softly, although they are enemies, they are under the banner of the world government. They are not like us pirates, who are all united. You will understand these things in the future. Jack rolled his eyes helplessly. Of course I understand this kind of thing, but I didn't expect the world to be like this. These numbered ones, due to their size, have good strength and physique. They are not only good at attacking cities and seizing territories, but also strong shields to protect their territories. So Mr. Kaido, send Ichimi and Sankey here. They will be here to guard the mine from now on. After Jin finished speaking, Jack looked at the two tall giants carefully again. I can understand calling you Sangui, because you look like a ghost, but what's the point of calling you Yime? What's so beautiful about you? Do you want to have cosmetic surgery? Oh, Lord Jin, are we going to live here from now on? Bang, bang. Yime and Sangui spotted Jin and Jack standing nearby, and ran over with their big feet. By the time Jack shook his head, which was ringing in his ears, two people had already run up to him. Well, You two will follow Jack's instructions for the time being. When everything is on track, you can stay in the factory here permanently. Jin pointed at Jack and said. The two giants lowered their heads and looked at Jack curiously and asked. What kind of officer are you in the Beast's Pirates? A flying six, or a big boss like Master Jin? Jack covered his nose, frowned and said. Remember to brush your teeth more often? Do you know that your mouth stinks? Also, I am just an ordinary pillar now, that is, I really fight, not a flying six, and I am not a big sign. But just a real fighter. Yimei suddenly interrupted Jack and said to Jin. Master Jin. Mr. Kaido has already said that our status is only below that of the flying six. Ordinary Shindai have no right to order us around. How can such a small guy command us, and make us listen to him? I don't agree. Well, advertisement. Jin sighed helplessly, looked at the three ghosts beside him and asked. What about you? Do you think so too? The three ghosts nodded and said with certainty. Certainly. After hearing what the three ghosts said, Jin turned around and said softly. Jack, be gentle, these guys cost us a lot of money. Ha ha ha. I got it, brother Jin. Jack took out his huge fang, shook it in his hand for a few times, then suddenly accelerated and ran forward. When Yimei and Sangui turned around and chased for a while, they saw Jack running onto the deck and leaping high towards them. Pull the boat over. After seeing Jack just now, Jin knew that Jack's strength had improved again. In addition to the unparalleled pressure on people caused by the huge size of the numbers, it also brings extraordinary strength, making their destructive power extremely astonishing. In addition, because of its huge size, ordinary attacks on the number are just like tickling. If an ordinary fighter were to face the number, they would probably be helpless. After all, with their strength, even if they could hurt the number, it would not play a decisive role. They may not be very smart, but they are definitely very powerful, otherwise Kaido would not have spent a huge amount of money to secretly buy them when they should have been executed. However, with Jack's current strength, defeating them is definitely not a difficult thing, because the number's weakness is as obvious as his size. Their oversized bodies make their movements less flexible than those of ordinary people. When you have the strength to severely injure them, you can imagine what will happen to them. After the character card reaches the SSR level, although the system does not explain what the difference will be, Jack feels that his control over himself has become more subtle, regardless of other things. All masters who are very strong in physical skills have extremely perverted control over themselves. Kaido can even use the 8 fasts to swat mosquitoes for Jack without hurting Jack at all. Jack feels that after breaking through his control over himself should be able to reach Kaido's level. Even though he has not reached Kaido's level, based on his current physical strength, Jack still has an absolute upper hand when facing Yimei and Sangui. The two giants seem to have become living targets, allowing Jack to beat them. Even though they had thick skin and flesh, they could not withstand Jack's fierce blows. Finally, with Jack's help, Yimei and Sangui fainted. As they fell, Jack's eyes turned serious. A very familiar face appeared in front of Jack. In his right hand, he was holding the seriously injured Hold'em, and in his left hand, he had the upper body of a black gorilla, beating its chest. Jack glanced at Hold'em and said expressionlessly. Brizgra, can't you pull your hand out from inside the gorilla's body? Is it really that heavy? Chapter 54. Brizgra's defeat and Hold'em's awakening. Bang. Brizgra did not get angry when he heard Jack's words. He threw the Hold'em in his hand to the ground and smiled at Jack. Sorry, Jack, I hurt Hold'em so badly, but it's not my fault that he dared to challenge me. Without waiting for Jack to speak, Brizgra shouted to Jin beside him. Hey, Master Jin. If I remember correctly, Jack seems to be just an ordinary real fighter? According to the rules of our Beast's Pirates, I can challenge him anytime? Jin nodded helplessly and said to Brizgra. That's the rule, but I advise you not to do it. Jack is different from you. Different? What's the difference? Brizgra shouted angrily. It was just my luck that I ate an ancient devil fruit. Just let Mr. Kaido look up to me. Now I am also a zone fruit user. I don't think I'm any worse than him. I will prove it with facts. Brizgra will be more powerful than Jack. While the two were talking, Jack had already carried Hold'em aside. Hold'em looked at Jack and said softly. I'm sorry, Master Jack. I've embarrassed you. Ouch, shut up, idiot. After Jack checked Hold'em's injuries, he said helplessly. Stop being sentimental. Are you going to act out a romantic drama with me? I'm not Yangchi, and you're not Zoe, bang. Jack looked at Hold'em, who was puzzled, and went up to him with a big dice. If I'm not saying anything about you, I don't even need to ask. Did Brizgra say she wanted to challenge me or something, and that's why you rushed forward? Advertisement, Hold'em, you should control your temper. Hold'em nodded, then said unwillingly, I just can't stand his arrogance. He used to be a team leader like me. Now he just ate the artificial devil fruit and survived by luck, but he's so arrogant. Artificial devil fruit. After hearing Hold'em's words, Jack realized what was happening to Brizgra's arm. What a ruthless person. Beast's Pirates has always had a laboratory researching artificial devil fruit, and Quinn has participated in a lot of it. However, because Quinn is not an expert in this area, and those scientific research talents do not seem that reliable, the progress of artificial devil fruit has not been very great. Over the years, few people have been able to make it successfully, and most of the people who ate it after making it successfully died. In Jack's impression, it seems that except for Rabbit Don's Warden Babanuki, there are very few successful Beast's Pirates. Compared to normal zone users, they have some animal characteristics in their bodies and look like the product of human-animal hybrid. Jack has no interest in this, but Kaido attaches great importance to this research. Not only did they invest a large amount of money in researching this experimental project, they also used the extremely rare devil fruit for the experiment. Although the result was not very good, Kaido still refused to give up. But Kaido always used these things to feed prisoners, other captured pirates, and of course beasts pirates. There were also a few warriors who were dissatisfied with their own strength and took the initiative to swallow them, and they all ended up dead. Blizzgra was able to actively eat this thing and successfully survive. This is such luck that he could buy a lottery ticket. Hey, Jack. Accept my challenge. Seeing Blizzgra's confident look, Jack said to Hold'em. Hold'em, there's no need to bear a grudge against Blizzgra. He has already held back, which means he is still a good person. It's not shameful for you to lose to him. After all, his current strength was earned at the cost of his life. Just lie down. Your injury has just healed, and I have to trouble Master again. But don't be sad, I'll let Blizzgra lie with you. After Jack finished speaking, he strode towards Blizzgra. The expression on Blizzgra's face became more excited as Jack approached. Jack. I have to prove to Mr. Kaido, you are no different from us. I will definitely defeat you today. Jack dodged Blizzgra's saliva attack and asked in confusion. Looking at you like this, you have a lot of complaints about me? I don't think I have ever offended you? Snort. Blizzgra shook his head and said with disdain. You really haven't offended me, I just think you don't deserve to be valued so much by Mr. Kaido. Last time, if I hadn't opposed your opinion, I would have secretly sent someone to ask for help. Advertisement. We might all die there, Jack. You are too confident in your abilities, too arrogant. How can you possibly become the third big boss of our beasts pirates? Blizzgra, was the first one to disagree. That's why I ate the artificial devil fruit. After hearing what Blizzgra said, Jack suddenly realized that over the years, many people in the beasts pirates had complained about a kid like him becoming a reserve cadre. Especially after he defeated one of the real fighters in the Fire Festival last year, although they no longer talked about it, they were even more dissatisfied with him. If I hadn't stayed on Onigashima all year round, and if I hadn't been for the support of Brother Kaido, I might have to accept challenges every day. After he went out to sea, he learned from Yamato and Black Maria that there was a rumor in Wano Kuni that he would become the third most important figurehead of beasts pirates. Those who had a problem with him should be even more restless. It seems that Blizzgra has been used as a gun. Thinking of this, Jack lowered his head and looked at Blizzgra and said seriously. I was too reckless last time, and it's all thanks to you. So to thank you, I allow you to offend me this time. I won't kill you this time, but remember this for the future. Don't be so cocky anymore, you can't yell at Jack. Call me Master Jack. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack used all his strength to smash the giant tooth in his hand towards Blizzgra. Blizzgra was not panicked at all, and the gorilla in his left hand rushed forward to embrace the mace. Bang! The gorilla hugged the giant tooth, and Blizzgra showed a proud smile on his face. Humph. That's all, you know, the devil fruit I ate greatly enhanced my strength. Oh, really? Then I don't know how strong your defense is. This is a mace, doesn't it hurt? After hearing Jack's words and looking at the orangutan who was trying hard to hold back his tears in agony, Blizzgra opened his mouth and howled. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Bang, idiot. After being hit by the stick, the gorilla scratched its head and looked at the fallen Blizzgra in confusion. Then, after meeting Jack's eyes, it closed its eyes and lowered its head. Bang. Hey, Hold'em, I found a companion for you. Jack kicked Blizzgra towards Hold'em and shook his head. Although Blizzgra's strength had increased a lot, he was still no match for himself now. And the reward given to Yime and the three ghosts just now was just a few attribute points in strength. My growth is still too slow. With all the skills I have, when will I be able to stand at the top of this world? Hold'em looked at the unconscious Blizzgra with his mouth wide open. When he remembered how he was easily defeated by Blizzgra, an idea popped up in his mind. If I eat the artificial devil fruit, I might not be a burden to Master Jack. Chapter 55. The Lion's Trickster Attacks the Chicken. Hold'em is very clear about his own talent. If nothing unexpected happens, being a middle-level cadre in beasts pirates may be his limit. Although Master Jack mentioned to him that he would be given priority in obtaining the devil fruit, Hold'em did not have high expectations for this. Devil fruit is extremely rare everywhere. Besides, my fighting style is physical skills and swordsmanship, so the devil fruit that is useful to me should be zone. Mr. Kaido values the zone devil fruit very much. According to the rules of the beasts pirates, all zone devil fruits must be handed over to Mr. Kaido for distribution. With his talent, Mr. Kaido would never waste a powerful zone devil fruit. As for the other devil fruits, Hold'em didn't have high expectations. Logia was not to be mentioned. The abilities of the Paramecia devil fruit were strange. A powerful Paramecia devil fruit was not so easy to obtain. He hadn't even seen the devil fruit illustrations. In case he ate a useless fruit, it would be better not to eat it. I still remember what Lord Jack once said to me, if all else fails, he would give me the whole shit fruit, and let me become some kind of shit Superman, and run a shit-filled golden mountain. I don't know where Jinshan is, but I know what feces is. After several days of consideration, Hold'em's injuries had improved and he offered to escort the first batch of mined ore to Wano Kuni. Jack didn't care about it because he was very busy now. Bang. Clang. Bang. Clang. Yime, Three ghosts and Jack are working hard to mine ore under the supervision of Jin. In order to facilitate the construction of the mine, and to determine the quality of the ores and whether it was worth building a weapons factory here, Jack and his two companions directly started mining manually, becoming mining masters and working day and night. The ore transported by Hold'em was the result of Jack's hard work. Jin held the scabbard in his hand and kept staring at the three people, under the pretext of training their strength. Anyone showing signs of slacking off will be hit without mercy. Yimei and Sangui were okay. After they were out of breath, Jin would let them rest, but Jack kept doing it for 3 days and 3 nights without even giving them time to go to the bathroom. Facing Jack's strong opposition, Jin said righteously, "Jack, I remember Mr. Kaido said that. A man who can't even hold his urine, what kind of man is he? And you are different from the other two, you are more powerful, so you should persist. I insist on your uncle, I have run out of armament hockey, and you want me to mine with a hoe? No bonuses, no performance, not even wages, exploitation of people to this extent? Even the capitalists would cry when they see it." But facing the long knife in Jin's hand, Jack just laughed dryly and continued to work hard. "There's no way, I still can't beat Jin now, I have to endure it a little longer. When my skills are fully maxed out and my attributes are at the peak, I will definitely beat your butt into 8 pieces." Wano-kuni, after learning that Hold'em had returned with the ore, Kaido brought Quinn to the port of Rabbit Dawn in person. Advertisement after Hold'em came down to report, Quinn immediately went up with a group of professionals carrying instruments. Not long after, Quinn came out and said to Kaido excitedly, "Mr. Kaido, the purity of this batch of ore is very good, it is not inferior to the ore from Wano-kuni." Really? Hearing Quinn's words, Kaido lowered his head and looked at Hold'em, smiled and asked softly, "I remember you. Your name seems to be Hold'em, right? Tell Jack that I'm going to give him a great credit for this, and you too. You'll all get rewards. I saw you mentioned in Jack's report, you did very well. Let's go to the Onigashima Yukata for a few days, go get your reward before you leave." "Ah, Mr. Kaido." Hold'em scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Well, since I'm not that old yet, I'm only 15 this year, so I don't want to go to the brothel, and I don't want any gold, silver, or jewelry. Can you change the reward to something else?" Kaido was a little surprised when he heard Hold'em's words. He looked at Hold'em carefully and said, 15. Why do you look more anxious than Jack? You don't want to go to the entertainment area, and you don't want gold, silver, or treasures. Then what do you want? Good wine, weapons, or something else?" Hold'em raised his head, looked at Kaido with a firm gaze and said, "Mr. Kaido, I want an artificial devil fruit." The smile on Kaido's face disappeared, and he stared at Hold'em seriously and asked, "Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know what that is?" "Of course I know." Hold'em faced Kaido with a serious face. Although his legs were almost weak from fear, he still said firmly, "That's what makes me stronger, with my talent. Something like the devil fruit is definitely not something I can get. I don't have the luck to get devil fruit just by going out to sea. So the artificial devil fruit is the only way for me to become stronger." After carefully examining Hold'em and seeing his resolute expression, Kaido patted Hold'em on the shoulder and said, "You're great. If you don't die, I'll give you a real fighting position." Advertisement Hold'em nodded and said with tears in his eyes, "Thank you very much Mr. Kaido, I will definitely survive." When Jack saw Hold'em again, it was almost New Year's Day. Jack has been living a life worse than death for the past 2 months. Under Jin's supervision, Jack first transformed the terrain and then turned into a mammoth to work as a transport worker. At night, Jin wanted Jack to continue to experience the feeling of high-altitude bungee jumping. Jin kept saying that it was for Jack's own good, and that he was afraid that his strength would grow too fast and that his foundation would not be well laid, which made Jack lose weight. When Hold'em came back with the pirates, Jack was playing the role of a miner with a depressed look on his face. When Jack learned that Hold'em had returned with people, he ran out excitedly. "Huh? Hold'em? You had plastic surgery? Why has your beard become like this? It's growing more and more like a lion? And this lion belt is so realistic. Why is there a tail behind the butt? Holy crap. The eyeballs can move. Where did you buy them?" Jack pressed down on the lion's eye on Hold'em's waist, but a lion's claw blocked the eye. Roar, woo woo, bang. A threatening roar came from the lion's mouth, and before Jack understood what was happening, Hold'em slapped the lion's head. "Nijiro. You be asterisk 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 d. How dare you yell at Master Jack like that? Nijiro. Alive. What is this? Could it be Hold'em? Wait, what does this lion want to do?" Seeing the lion raising its claws and bringing them down hard on Hold'em's crotch, Jack and Jin beside him couldn't help but clamp their legs together. Bang. Ouch. Less than 3 seconds after Hold'em fell, the lion stuck out its tongue in pain, and the few minions who were escorting the pirates' workers with Hold'em shouted excitedly. "It's out again. The lion's mischief making attack on the chicken. But this crotch is also the lion's territory. Shit." Jack blinked his eyes and looked at Hold'em, whose face was ashen and drooling from the pain, and said, "Hold'em, are you planning to change to Iron Crotch Kung Fu?" Chapter 56. Jin's warning. After Hold'em struggled to stand up, he angrily wrestled with the lion. Although the lion grew around Hold'em's waist and had no neck, it was still able to rotate its head 360 degrees. With the help of a pair of claws, it was no match for Hold'em, but it could still hold on. Seeing that the lion was getting angry and was about to start making trouble and attacking the chicken again, Jack, who was watching with great interest, hurried forward to pull the two apart. The lion was still quite fierce, but after Jack slapped it on the nose, it immediately became obedient. The lion covered his nose in pain, and although it hurt so much that tears came out of his eyes, Hold'em was fine. This made Jack marvel at the magic of the artificial devil fruit. "I'm sorry, Master Jack, I really want to help you." "Master Jack. Seeing Hold'em's nervous look, Jack patted him on the shoulder and said, "There is nothing to mourn, I'm not your father, you are responsible for your own life. Besides, this result is still good." Jack lowered his head and looked at the lion who was trying to please him. He shook his head and said, "You just have to be nicer to it from now on. Otherwise, even if you have mastered the iron crotch technique, you will probably only be a boy for the rest of your life. Or, let it help you, its name is Nijiro, right? Hold'em, if you still treat it like this, I can only wish you a happy marriage." After hearing Jack's words, Hold'em was suddenly stunned, then lowered his head to look at Nijiro who was looking at him with a smirk on his face. Jack shook his head helplessly. Just looking at the expression of this lion, you can tell that he has a high IQ. "Hold'em, you are confused. Didn't I tell you that I would find you a devil fruit in the future? Don't you think it would be nice to be a poop Superman? As soon as you appear, everyone will stay away from you. Why bother? Now you are either a human or an animal for the rest of your life, or you can only practice virgin kung fu." Because of the mine, Jin and Jack spent this new year in the continent of Alan. Even for the fire festival, the two did not go back. Because as the construction of the mine accelerated, a steady stream of slaves had been sent over by Hedain. Although not as powerful as those superpowers, the continent of Alan, which had just experienced a war, could still find several thousand slaves. Advertisement moreover, many passionate men who dreamed of restoring their country formed a restoration army, which caused great trouble to Hedain. At Hedain's request, Jack and Jin harvested about tens of thousands of slave workers. Nearly 20,000 slaves, plus the complex terrain of the mine and a series of instrument operators, at least 3,000 people are needed to guard it. But now the total number of beasts pirates is only a few thousand. Although even a pirate's minion can easily defeat dozens of civilians, as the mine is built, more and more slaves and manpower will be needed. Even with Kaido's full support, only a few thousand pirates were sent over. With the current strength of beasts pirates, it is really difficult to swallow such a piece of fat meat, because Kaido puts all his focus on Wano Kuni, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the terrain of the Alan continent is similar to that of Wano Kuni, and with the rich mineral resources, Kaido will never give up easily. Fortunately, Hedain took the initiative to send out his own guards to maintain order. Although their strength was not even as good as the lowest level pirates in the eyes of Jack and his group, it was enough to maintain order. However, in order to ensure the safety of the continent of Alan, not only was Jin sent to garrison for a long time, but Jack was also ordered by Kaido to temporarily stop all tasks and stay here with Jin. As batches of ore were transformed into money, the beasts pirates began a frantic recruitment campaign. After watching his men unload all the supplies, Hedain bowed to Jin and Jack. "Master Jin, Master Jack, I will take my leave now. Beasts pirates, if you need anything, just ask, as long as I, Hedain, can do it, I won't even frown even if it means asking for my wife." Seeing Hedain patting his chest to show his loyalty to Jin, Jack said impatiently. "All right, Hedain, your wife is at least 50 years old, right? You should keep her for yourself. If there's anything, I'll send someone to notify you." "Okay, Master Jack, I won't bother you anymore." Watching Hedain say hello to the others with a big smile on his face as he left, Jin whispered. This Hedain seems to be very self-aware. Not only did they hang the beasts pirates flags all over the kingdom, but they also adopted such a humble attitude. It seems that they really submitted to us beasts pirates. "But I hope you won't be stupid, hey, Jack laughed disdainfully and said. Although he unified the Alan continent, the population is now only over 300,000. Excluding the elderly, the weak, the sick and the disabled, there are only tens of thousands of adult men in the country. Rather than saying that he unified the Alan continent, it would be better to say that we unified the Alan continent. He is very smart. By handing over the only port of Alan continent to us pirates, he is handing over the lifeblood of Alan continent to us. Advertisement, so he had to be so humble when facing us, because he knew that we had the strength to easily destroy the Alan continent. Compared to Kurozumi the Great Snake, King Hedain is really a bit pitiful. But a country like Wano Kuni, with such strong military power and so many experts, is quite rare. I really want to see the scene where Kurozumi Orochi is burned into Kurozumi soon. Watching Hedain walk into the carriage surrounded by a group of guards and slowly leave, Jin patted Jack on the shoulder and said, "Mr. Kaido has his own ideas about this matter, so he shouldn't get involved. In a few days, you will go out to sea to look for those two guys, right? I have to tell you in advance, those two are not the opponents you have met before. They are all zone fruit users just like you, and their fruit abilities have all awakened." Awakening? Seeing Jack's puzzled expression, Jin nodded and continued. When Logia users awaken, they have the ability to permanently transform the terrain. When Paramecia users awaken, each person's ability is different. When the zone ability Fruit Power awakens, your body will become abnormally strong, and your endurance and recovery abilities will also be greatly improved. Either of them is as strong as you, and because of the deep relationship between the two of them, the two pirates often go out together. So you must be more careful. If you're going to be the third boss of the Beast's pirates, take care of them yourself. Jin looked up at the sky, his tone indescribably lonely. Don't worry, brother Jin. They are nothing but traitors, worthless people. I will let them know what cruelty is. Besides, Lim's sword has been waiting for a long time. Jack said confidently, looking up at the sky. Brother Jin, it's cloudy today, what are you looking at? Jin lowered his head, turned around, and walked back. Idiot. No, what are you doing? How do you curse? Chapter 57 Jack's Bounty. With the arrival of several mainstays under Jin, Jack also prepared to leave the continent of Allen with his men. Jack was in a good mood. After all, no one likes to be lifted in the sky and then drop down like an eagle catching a chick all day long. The results were gratifying. Although it was not shown on the system panel, Jack had vaguely felt that his immortal body seemed to be much stronger than before. Kaido told Jack in detail the characteristics of each stage of immortality. According to Jack's understanding, Kaido's immortality is divided into 4 levels. In addition to high-altitude landing without a parachute, being beaten more often and suffering serious injuries will also increase the proficiency of immortality. The beginner to intermediate level is the most difficult, while the intermediate to advanced level is the easiest. From intermediate to advanced level, it does not increase the strength of the body, but increases the body's resistance to some abnormal conditions. When the immortal body reaches a high level, the most intuitive manifestation is that one will not drown even if he falls into the sea. However, this ability is of zero use to Jack. When the immortal body reaches the 4th level, it will be superimposed with the awakened zone devil fruit, which will produce a qualitative change. Kaido is currently at this level, and he can bungee jump from a height of 10,000 meters without any injury. He took lava baths, soaked his feet in iron juice, and even faced the full force attack of armament hockey without blinking an eye. And the most important thing is that the endurance of each organ inside the body exceeds the scope of human beings. Not only normal humans, but even a race with extremely strong physical fitness like the mermen are far inferior to them. Kaido said that according to the records of the Demon Clan, the strongest immortal body reached this level. As for whether the immortal body could become even stronger, he was not too sure, so he would go bungee jumping occasionally when he had nothing to do, or go out to cause trouble and get beaten up. But Jack knew very well that there was definitely a 5th level of immortality. Kaido's physical strength has been perverted when he reached the 4th level. If he could reach the 5th level, not to mention being able to withstand a nuclear bomb, but even ordinary attacks like the hair on his body would be useless to him. It seems that I have to work hard during this period. Go out and dock at the ship more often, get rewards, and strive to upgrade the level of immortality as soon as possible. And those 2 guys, according to what Brother Jin said, are they as good as me now? To be on the safe side, I'll settle the score with them later. After experiencing the Shudenmaru incident, Jack also restrained his arrogance and conceit. After all, there is only one life, and even if there is a system, if you die, you die. It won't be too late to travel around when your body is perverted like Kaido's. Lim. After shouting for a long time without any response, Jack walked into the cabin and looked at Lim flirting with some girls. He suddenly had the urge to kill him, but when he saw Master standing beside him, Jack suddenly calmed down. Advertisement judging from the look in his eyes, he probably won't be able to wait until the day he becomes a woman. Lim, you're on your own. Hold him, ouch. Following the sound out of the cabin, Jack glanced at Hold'em lying on the deck, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Forget it, if you keep practicing the iron crotch technique, your life is over. However, I feel that these subordinates are unreliable, can they do it? Hey so-and-so, notify them to leave as soon as possible after the inspection is completed. Master Jack, my name is Rune, not that so-and-so. Got it, that's so-and-so. Watching the mammoth quickly leaving the port, the corners of Jin's mouth under the mask rose slightly. Jack the Drow. That's a nice name, Jack. I hope you can live up to your reputation and become the 3rd disaster of our Beast's pirates. Don't let Mr. Kaido down. It took less than 3 days to leave the Beast's pirates' territory from the continent of Allen. The sea is undoubtedly in chaos now, with fighting and death being the main themes of this sea. If you encounter another ship while sailing on the sea, then the battle begins. This was the first time Jack felt the influence of Roger, the Pirates' King, on the ocean. The big promise Roger made before his death caused the number of pirates to increase dramatically. Since leaving the territory of the Beast's pirates, they encountered other pirate groups almost every few days. Although Jack's mammoth also flew the flag of the Beast's pirates, the pattern on the mainsail was a ferocious mammoth head. There are also Shinichi letters on it, marking the real identity of Jack Beast's pirates. Most of the pirates would come over when they noticed that Jack was just a cadre of the Beast's pirates. Advertisement: this group of pirates always clamored to become the Pirate King and obtain the great secret treasure. The blood in Jack's bones always makes him extremely excited when facing a battle. With his thick skin and good hockey, Jack has an absolute advantage when facing most enemies. The only thing is that the rewards are a bit pitiful, either Bailey or gold, and getting 1 or 2 attribute points is a very good reward. As pirates, robbery is a must. Faced with Jack's incarnation of a mammoth, several small countries that were ungrateful were directly destroyed by Jack. After being out for a few months, the scarcity of devil fruit once again refreshed Jack's cognition. After fighting for dozens of times, Jack didn't see a single ability user, which made him a little disappointed. Fortunately, after dozens of battles, the immortal body finally reached the advanced level, the observation hockey also reached the intermediate level, and the physical fitness also broke through the 90 levels. The increase in the number of battles also means that Jack has more combat experience, and after fighting for this period of time, Lim and Hold'em have also fully mastered their enhanced bodies. Just as Jack was secretly considering whether to go look for the two pirates, a newsbird landed on the deck. Master took out a coin and handed it to the newsbird. The newsbird then took out a newspaper from its small backpack, handed it to Master, and flew away. It's a bit like paying for something and receiving the goods at the same time. After Master opened the newspaper, he suddenly shouted excitedly. Master Jack, we've all been put on a bounty. You are so excited? Is being rewarded a good thing? Yes, I am a pirate, and it seems that being rewarded is a good thing. After taking the newspaper, Jack saw a photo of himself grinning wildly. With a set of sharp teeth and blood on his face, Jack would give people nightmares at night. Jack the Drow, bounty. Hundreds of millions, brother, uncle, father, grandfather. 250 million? 2.5 masters? And this drought, we haven't even acknowledged it internally, but the Marine and World Government have acknowledged it? Oh, that's right. Jack seemed to hear Hold'em's voice in his ears. It was his opening statement every time he faced an enemy. You idiots. Surrender now. This is our Lord Jack the Drow from the Beast's Pirates. Chapter 58. Kaido's order. The bounties on Hold'em and others also appeared in the newspapers. Not only was Hold'em, who was being rewarded for the first time, overjoyed, but even Lim, who saw that his bounty had been raised to 110 million, excitedly hugged Master. Master looked so shy that Jack silently turned his head to the other side. This scene is really eye-catching. However, Jack's mind was immediately focused on another matter. In addition to the bounty warrants for Jack and others, the newspaper also published many bounties for other people. Among them, the guy named Fisher Tiger was second only to Jack with a reward of 230 million. The crew of their pirates group are all composed of fishmen, and the name of the pirates group is also very hockey, called the Sun Pirates Group. The Pirates of the Sun. The abbreviation of the Sun in this world should also be RE. Jack is extremely curious about the Sun Pirates. As a Murloc, Jack has a vague memory of his fellow Murlocs. I have almost no memory of the Fishmen Island. I only remember that the mermaids there seemed quite beautiful. Jack actually wanted to recruit a group of Murlocs, but unfortunately, Murlocs had an extremely low status in this world. Most humans looked down on them and thought they were no different from the fish in the sea. The number of Murlocs who could reach the new world was even rarer, so Jack gave up on this idea. It seems like his predecessor Jack has been wearing a steel mask since he was a child, also because it was to cover his sharp teeth and conceal his identity as a merman. Because of his identity as a merman, Jack suffered a lot of insults and torture when he was young, which made him feel inferior because of his race. However, Jack doesn't care now. With a big fist, no one dares to hate you even if you are from the shit tribe, not to mention the fish people. The news about the Sun Pirates rekindled Jack's desire to recruit Murlocs. How about I wait for them to come to New World and then go meet them? Baloo, Baloo, Baloo. Puff. The call of Den Den Mushi brought Jack back to his senses. After searching for a long time, he was hit by a strong urge to fart. Jack couldn't help but sigh. Well. Wave. After taking out the dying Den Den Mushi from his back pocket, Jack quickly used his hands to dispel the strong stench. Advertisement. Just when Jack pursed his lips to give it artificial respiration, the Den Den Mushi suddenly widened its eyes again. Baloo, Baloo, hello? Who is this, Brother Jin? What? I know, okay, I understand, don't worry, I'm sure of it. Seeing Jack becoming more and more serious, the people nearby slowly gathered around him. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Lim couldn't wait to ask. Master Jack, what's wrong? Are you going to look for those two guys? Lim, calm down. Jack understands Lim's feelings very well. Lim, who has suffered from a genetic disease since childhood, has survived so strongly only because he carried the hatred of his mother's murder. Over the years, this has become his obsession in life, and he would do anything to get revenge. For this reason, when Jack proposed to train on the sea for a period of time to enhance his strength, Lim suppressed his emotions and expressed his agreement with both hands. Because the stronger Jack is, the greater his chances of revenge. Lim, Hold'em, and Master, Jack glanced at them and said in a deep voice. My bounty was brought back to Wano Kuni, causing dissatisfaction among some people. Especially now, the Flying Six think that I am just an ordinary real fighter and have no right to be called a disaster like Brother Jin and Brother Quinn. So Brother Kaido gave me an order, asking me to take care of those two guys this year. And Brother Jin also told me a good news. For some reason, those two guys left New World with a group of men and went to Grand Line. Let's go now and destroy their lair first, then head to the Grand Line immediately, then one of our allies will tell us their location. Lim, I think you should know where their lair is. Although Lim tried his best to control his expression, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Of course, Master Jack, I have been fully prepared for all these years. I always carry the permanent pointer to Kuichi Island with me. Ha ha ha, cough cough, cough cough. The location of Kui Island is actually not too far from where the mammoth is docked. Jack's training location is between the two countries of Ostrich and Linstein, and the kings of these two countries are the real masters behind the two pirates groups. Ostrich and Linstein used to have trade dealings with the Beast's pirates, but they fell out over one incident. Because these two countries want to join the world government and become member states of the world government. The waters where these two countries are located block the Beast's pirates' route to the Grand Line. If they become members of the world government, then the Marine is likely to establish a marine base nearby with their help. This was something Kaido absolutely could not tolerate, so he gradually developed the intention to kill. According to Kaido, both countries are quite powerful, and if the Beast's pirates crew were to attack them, there would probably be a lot of casualties. The reason is that the Beast's pirates are short of manpower, and the most important thing is that they still have two pretty strong pirates groups. If only Jin or Kaido leads the team, their retreat will be easily cut off. However, if two people are sent out, it will be easy to get stuck in the quagmire of war. If the battle cannot be ended in a short time, it will cause a series of troubles. After all, there are so many things to do in Beast's pirates right now. Kaido had thought about recruiting the two pirates, but they were used to being the boss and rejected Kaido outright. This matter caused Kaido a lot of trouble, so he decided to monitor these two countries first and temporarily give up trading with them. It just so happened that Jack chose to go out to sea at this time, and Kaido suddenly had an idea and handed the matter over to Jack. Jack's reputation is not well known. Even if those two guys meet Jack on the sea, they probably won't take Jack seriously. If Jack can get rid of those two pirate groups, then the two countries of Ostrich and Linstein will be like meat on the chopping board for the Beast's pirates, and they can cut them at any time. It was already late at night when the mammoth followed Lim's instructions and arrived at Kui Island. Lim jumped down impatiently and wanted to rush into the island with a long knife, but was soon stopped by Jack. Lim, don't be impulsive, we have our own people here. Light the torches, chop down some trees, and make the fire bigger. Wait here for a while. After giving the order, Jack looked around and muttered to himself. Kui Island. Kui. Ichiku, Chapter 59. The Bonbon Fruit User. Soon after the fire illuminated the entire beach, Jack, who had been observing the vicinity with observation haki, discovered something unusual. Lim's observation haki seemed to be even more powerful than Jack's. He reacted before Jack and walked over. When Jack walked up to Lim, Lim asked softly, Master Jack, who are these people? Oh, this is one of ours. Mr. Kaido is not only powerful, but also a wise man, Lim. After hearing what Jack said, Lim nodded in agreement. Even though Kaido looks intimidating, if you look at him for a few more seconds you'll start to wonder if he's going to hit you. But in private, Kaido is a thoughtful and kind captain. Of course, this only applies when he is not drunk, but generally speaking, he is either on his way to getting drunk or is already drunk. When Lim first joined the Beast's pirates, he often saw Kaido get drunk, transform into a blue dragon, run to Onigashima and play free fall with Jack in his mouth. However, in the past 2 years, Kaido has been drunk less frequently because Yamato has suddenly become very opposed to it. As the captain of Beast's pirates, Kaido is not like other captains who act as they please and have no goals. He has a clear plan for every step the pirates will take next. As for the two countries of Ostrich and Linstein, it seems that although Kaido can't do anything to them for the time being, he has already sent people to infiltrate them. Once he has his revenge, Kaido will probably launch a war against these two countries. Crack, is it Master Jack? Two people holding torches appeared in front of Lim and Jack. One of them asked in a low voice, and the two stopped moving forward cautiously. Yes, it's me. You two are Bart and Cleo, right? Yes. Master Jack. After hearing Jack call out their names accurately, the two men finally felt relieved and walked over quickly. When the two men came closer, Lim's eyes suddenly widened. If I remember correctly, these two guys fought with me when they came to seek revenge a few years ago. The man with a scar on his face still keeps the scar on himself. If I remember correctly, Beast's pirates seemed to be in a honeymoon period with those two countries at that time. Mr. Kaido, you really don't look like a pirate. But having a captain like this really makes me feel at ease. Jack lowered his head and looked at the two of them and asked softly. What's the situation on the island now? Tell me in detail. Bart looked at Lim carefully. From his eyes, Lim was sure that he had recognized him. After all, he had left a scar on his face. Advertisement, but Bart was not surprised at all. After confirming Lim's identity, he turned to Jack and said, Master Jack, the two captains took about half of the men to the Grand Line. There are about 600 pirates on the island now. The officers who stayed on Kui Island are our two vice-captains of the pirates. One of them is a swordsman named Raphael. He fought with Mr. Lim a few years ago. I think Mr. Lim must have been very impressed by him. Jack turned his head and looked at Lim, only to see Lim gnashing his teeth and saying, Of course. I almost died in his hands. I hope his current strength is not the same as it was a few years ago. Master Jack, leave this man to me. Can Jack turned around and continued to ask. Who is the other person then? Cleo on the side took a step forward and said, Master Jack, the other one is the best fighter in our two pirates group besides the two captains. His name is Tro, and he's the bone man who ate the paramecia bone fruit. He can use the bones in his body as weapons, and his own bones are extremely hard. Coupled with his deep armament haki, he is extremely powerful. Upon hearing this, Jack immediately became interested. Paramecia bone fruit? Great, after being out at sea for so long, I finally met someone with special abilities? Leave this person to me. Jack turned around and shouted to Hold'em. Hey, Hold'em. Get ready to lead your men into battle. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack transformed into an extremely huge mammoth, giving the unprepared people a fright. Ouch, the deafening shout spread across the entire island, Bart said nervously. Master Jack, you will attract them all like this. Snort. Jack, who had transformed into a human form, snorted coldly and said disdainfully. Nonsense, just let them come over, We've come all this way, do we still have to run over to find them? Just wait here obediently. Right. You've been here for so many years, you must be very familiar with them, right? The two of you will be with Hold'em. Those who can surrender will be spared. Bart and Cleo looked at each other, a hint of joy in their eyes, and said loudly. Advertisement, as you command, Master Jack. After being out there for so long, everyone would have a few drinking buddies. Besides, the two of them had been out there for so long, and when they returned to Beast's Pirates they didn't even have any acquaintances, so it would be easy for them to be ostracized. When the two of them gathered a group of people and went back, the situation was completely different. After all, a group of battle-hardened pirates would be welcomed wherever they went. Thump, thump, with the appearance of hundreds of torches, pirates riding on fiery horses and various ferocious beasts appeared in front of everyone. The leading man was wearing a skull-shaped hat, was shirtless, and had a gloomy look on his face. The man who arrived a step behind him had a long sword tied around his waist, and his hairless head was glowing in the light of the torch. The burning flames allowed them to clearly see hundreds of grinning pirates. The other side immediately shouted. Who are you? Dare to come to Koby Island and act wild? Do you know that? You know nothing, die. Lim couldn't contain his excitement, he drew his sword and rushed towards the bald man, but he was not the first to arrive. Hold'em, with a helpless look on his face, was carried by the excited ostrich and rushed into the crowd. Seeing this, Jack shouted helplessly, go ahead. Hey, let's see what you two can do. If too many people surrender, I will report it to Brother Kaido. When Bart and Cleo heard what Jack said, they also rushed forward excitedly. Trot jumped off his mount and rushed towards Jack. Soldiers fought against soldiers, generals fought against generals, and no one from the Beast's Pirates stepped forward to stop them along the way. From Jack's shouting of orders, it was clear that he was the leader of this group of unknown enemies. As the strongest fighter left behind on Koby Island, I must deal with him. But just as Trot rushed to Jack, he found that Jack was rushing towards the pirate's ship on the shore. Tro stopped in confusion, then laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. I thought you were some kind of expert. I didn't expect you were just an idiot. After Tro took off his gloves, his two hands revealed white bones without any flesh and blood, and there were some metal-like things on them, which showed that they had been modified. Ha ha ha. Run. Look how Lousy kills you, 10 fingers flicking. Bang. 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 Continuously white bones flew out from Tro's fingers. Judging from the sound they made and the speed at which they flew towards Jack, their power was much greater than that of ordinary firearms. However, after these finger bone bullets hit Jack, Jack did not react at all. Before Trot could continue to attack, Jack jumped down with the mace in hand. Pull the boat over. Chapter 60 New Abilities, bang. Seeing Jack coming at him aggressively, Tro's rich combat experience told him that Jack's strength was definitely not comparable to his, so he quickly dodged to the side. 10 fingers flicking. Bang. Bang. Because the distance was far and it was dark at night, Trot did not see what happened and thought Jack used something to block his attack. But now, when he saw his bone bullet shooting towards Jack's body and falling to the ground, Tro was a little stunned. How is it possible? How did this guy do it? Also, what did he just shout? Pull the boat over. Suddenly remembering that he had read the latest newspaper, Tro shouted to Jack. You're Jack the Drow from Beast's Pirates, right? Oh, you know Lousy? It seems that Lousy's popularity has increased significantly after the bounty was put on him? Jack put the mace on the ground and asked Trot. Tell me, why did you recognize Lousy only now? Is it because Lousy is too handsome? Tro shook his head firmly and shouted. No, it's because your bounty poster says your quirk is that you like to shout, pull the boat over. And you're really ugly. Are there not many people left in the Beast's Pirates? Huh, I heard you're the guy with the highest bounty ever? Just a fishman. Now you Beast's Pirates are attacking us. Are you going to turn against us completely? Who do you think we are? Will we be afraid of you? You be asterisk 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 D. Am I ugly? Am I ugly? I am mature? Jack's eyes instantly turned red, and he raised his mace and shouted. Lousy, just take a look at how powerful this bone hyperplasia thing of yours is. Thundering 8 trigrams, bone shield, bone gun. Countless white bones suddenly appeared in Tro's left hand, turning into a shield to block Jack's attack. At the same time, his right hand turned into a sharp spear and stabbed at Jack. However, Jack's strength was beyond his expectations. When the thick and big mace hit the bone shield, Trot felt that his bones were about to break. His body tilted involuntarily, and the spear in his right hand lost its accuracy and missed. Thundering 8 trigrams, strengthened the bone shield. Bang! Jack raised the mace and smashed it down again quickly. Countless bones burst out from Tro's hands and turned into a huge shield. This time, facing Jack's attack, the bone shield did not break and it withstood it easily. Humph! Such a trifle. Lousy just doesn't believe it can be smashed. Thundering 8 trigrams, bang, advertisement. Trot secretly groaned in his heart. He didn't expect that Jack was so powerful, he was too careless. I shouldn't have fought him head-on in the first place. Now that he's got me stuck, I must find a way to get out. Thundering 8 trigrams, bang, FK. You're a turtle shell. It's pretty hard. After hitting him for more than 10 times, Jack got a little annoyed. Seeing that Troy was like a turtle, only defending and not attacking, he gathered all his strength in his hands and started to use his ultimate move. Huh? This kind of momentum. Damn. Tro noticed this scene and became a little panicked. Jack's observation hockey was fully locked on him, and he could not avoid this move no matter what. But if I try to hold on, I will definitely not be able to hold on. Although my bones are hard, my internal organs are not. Jack had injured himself after these dozen hits. No matter how hard you try, you can't break Jack's defense. Unless. Tro's eyes became extremely firm, his body began to tremble constantly, and a trace of pain appeared on his face, but he quickly returned to normal. Ha ha ha. Lousy lets you carry it. Thunder, Dad's 64 hexagrams. Seeing that the giant tooth in Jack's hand was about to fall, Tro suddenly opened his mouth. Puff. Bang. Boom. Jack's strong body suddenly flew out and rushed directly into the crowd, knocking down several unlucky guys, who fell face to the ground, their life or death unknown. Jack is an adult. How is that possible? Damn it, Master Jack. Hold'em, who was far away, noticed this scene and tried desperately to rush over, but he couldn't get away for a while and could only watch Trot walk towards Jack. Ha 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 ha, Draught. Trot deliberately jumped in front of Jack's head and laughed arrogantly. Mercemen are a brainless race. How about that? Even Draught must die in front of me, Lord Tro. Let Lousy give you a ride. A sharp bone spear formed in his hand, and Tro stabbed Jack, who was lying on the ground. Bang. However, a pair of strong and powerful hands suddenly grabbed Trolla's feet. The force from above made Trolla feel that his legs were about to be crushed. He couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Stop, help, stop, spare me. Jack stood up and increased the strength of his hands. Trot felt that his body was slowly being torn apart and he let out a miserable howl. Bang. Advertisement. Just when Trot felt that he could not hold on any longer and was about to be torn in half, Jack threw him to the ground, and Trot curled up in pain. Sizzle. Jack tore all of Trot's clothes and stretched out his hands. Trot raised his head and said with a smile, enduring the severe pain. So, Master Jack. I can do it. Please spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I will definitely cooperate. After groping for a long time, Jack stood up and looked at Trot and said with sudden realization. I see, your fruit ability is actually useless. If you hadn't been transformed, you would have died long ago, right? Although bones can regenerate, your flesh cannot. And the bone needle you just saw was made by compressing your spine, right? It was quite powerful. Lousy's teeth were cracked. Jack pointed at his fangs and raised his foot angrily. Bang, 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 humph. The head is indeed quite hard. But the brain is not hard. After taking a look at Trot, who was dying with blood coming out of all his orifices and a look of pain on his face, Jack rushed towards the crowd with his huge fang in hand. With the death of the Cadres and the persuasion of Bart and Cleo, about 300 pirates surrendered. Faced with this situation, the Beast's pirates were very experienced. Hold'em broke these people up and stuffed them into the team. As for Cleo and Bart, they temporarily served as Hold'em's helpers. As the battle ended, a pleasant voice rang in Jack's ears again. Congratulations to the host for successfully docking. Please draw your reward. Since Jack's character card was upgraded to SSR, it seems that he has passed the novice period. Not only are the rewards worse, but even the rewards are no longer visible. Jack pulled his hand and looked over without much expectation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the flash reward. Bone fruit. Because of the special nature of the bone fruit, you can choose from the following two options. 1. Manifest the bone transmutation fruit. 2. Absorb one of the abilities of the bone fruit to enhance the host's strength. System Daddy. I love you, but the bone fruit? What's the use of eating this thing? Troy will be the best end. If he wants to hurt others, he must hurt himself first, or be transformed like him. What is the special feature of the bone fruit? Jack decisively chose the second option. Congratulations host, you have obtained a non-upgradable skill, tooth regeneration. What the hell is this? Tooth regeneration? Holy shit, are teeth bones? Are you kidding me? Do you still need to help me with tooth regeneration? Any master of physical skills can do it, and some fishmen can regenerate teeth once a second. Rubbish. System. You are F asterisk 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 G. System IXXXXXXXX. Chapter 61 Panic in Dragon Palace. FK. No matter how excited Jack was, even if he roared out loud and scared a group of pirates who had just surrendered so much that they trembled, he could not change this sad result. Jack had no choice but to take the mace and transform the natural environment to vent his anger. Lord Hold'em. Master Jack. What happened? Bart and Cleo looked at Jack, who was like a mad tiger, and asked with some concern. Oh, don't worry, Hold'em whispered to the two of them. When Jack was a child, he met a guy called System. That guy deceived Jack and almost killed him. As a result, he was deeply traumatized. It causes Master Jack to get very angry whenever he thinks of him. But don't worry, Master Jack won't hurt us. If he thought of the system on the ship, Master Jack would choose to jump into the sea to calm down. After hearing Hold'em's explanation, Bart said softly. It seems that the guy called System must have cheated Master Jack out of a lot of money. No, or not money. Lim came over and said to Jack, who was hitting the mace hard. I heard that Master Jack had a quirk when he was a child. He liked to spank people or be spanked. After getting Hold'em's confirmation, several people looked at Jack's angry figure with a hint of pity. Ouch! Seeing Jack transform into a mammoth and rush into the forest frantically, the expressions of pity on the faces of several people became even more intense. After a long time, Jack didn't come back, so Hold'em and his men began to enter the island to search for spoils. It was not until dawn that Jack returned to the boat with an expressionless face. The gold, silver, jewelry and supplies on the island filled their own pirate ships to the brim. After changing the ship's flag to the Beast's Pirates logo, Jack thought for a moment and only left about 200 pirates. The other pirates boarded those pirate ships and were led to the continent of Alan by Cleo, Bart and several team leaders. As for why we do this, it's because the next step is to go to the Grand Line. Advertisement: the only way to get to the Grand Line is through the Fishman Island. Relying on his identity as a fishman, Jack was confident that he could enter the Fishman Island. By recruiting a group of people there, we will have a group of special soldiers. Lim opened his room, took out the key, opened the dark room in the room, took out a dozen small boxes and began to search. Soon, he found the permanent pointer of the Grand Line. After carefully placing the other permanent pointers, Lim checked them carefully and put them back into the dark room. These perpetual pointers were not cheap, and Kaido personally handed them to Lim the day before Jack went out to sea. From this point, Lim could also see Kaido's gaze on Jack. You have to know that other real fighters, even the Flying Six, don't have so many permanent pointers on their ships. At most, there are one or two, and most of them are recording pointers. The sale of recorded perpetual pointers on the black market is not cheap. Among so many permanent pointers, only Jin and Quinn have this treatment. From this point, it can be proved that Jack is as important as the other two big bosses in Kaido's heart. However, what Lim didn't know was that in the early days when Beast's pirates were short of resources, Kaido often used his own abilities to buy blank permanent pointers, fly to other islands to record them, and then sell them at high prices. Most of these permanent pointers were recorded by Kaido himself, except for the permanent pointer of the Fishman Island. If you want to go to the Fishman Island, you must be coded. Jack won't take care of these things, Lim will be responsible for them. I don't know what's wrong with Jack during this period. Even when he is coding, he turns into a mammoth and keeps running into the forest. It was not until the third day after the coding was completed that Jack came back with a look of joy on his face. These days, people in the small town live in fear all day long, because even at night, they can hear the howling of animals in the forest. Lim thought of Jack's previous quirks and looked towards the forest with a sad face. Is this an aggravation? Can't humans satisfy Master Jack anymore? Has he turned into a beast? Hey, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Hearing Jack's impatient voice, Lim hurried into the cabin. As the sunlight gradually disappeared, everything in front of me fell into darkness. The mammoth lit up bright lights. As the dive went deeper and deeper, a group of burly men excitedly ran onto the deck and looked at the scenery on the seabed. In fact, the depth of the New World seabed is mostly between a few hundred meters and 2,000 or 3,000 meters. Even the underwater team that has been tasked with catching Jack for a long time, when they take a submarine, the deepest they can dive is only about 3,000 meters. It is the first time for most people to go to the Fishman Island and come to such a deep seabed, so it is understandable that they are a little excited. Even Jack stood on the deck, staring at the sea monster that was getting closer and closer to the mammoth. Etc. Advertisement: it's a sea monster, it's going to swallow us. Excitement turned to panic, and Lim put on a bubble mask and rushed forward. It is said that countless pirates die on the bottom of the sea every year, and a big reason for this is the attacks of sea beasts and sea kings. If a pirates group without some strength encounters them on the seabed, the only result will be turning into their excrement. Along the way, even Jack put on a bubble mask and ran into the seabed, allowing the mammoth to arrive at the Fishman Island safely. From a distance, the Fishman Island looks like a fantasy kingdom in a fairy tale world or a fairyland in heaven. This made a group of rough men who only knew how to fight, drink and swear all day long calm down involuntarily and appreciate this rare beauty. The Fishman Island is wrapped in a double layer of bubbles. If you want to force your way in through the bubble, it depends on your luck. The only entrance and exit is controlled by the Dragon Palace City. As the entrance got closer, the group of rough guys returned to their normal state, and many of them shouted excitedly. I heard that the mermaid chicks on the Fishman Island are super sexy. We are so blessed now, ha ha ha. This must be a feast for the eyes. But I heard that mermaids only have legs when they're 30 years old. Never mind her, I'll just grab a few and take them back. Seeing that they were getting more and more outrageous, Lim finally couldn't help but shout loudly. Shut up, you idiots, be quiet, this is Whitebeard's territory, don't mess around. Also, this is Master Jack's hometown, do you want to die? Oh, I'm sorry, Master Jack, we drank too much. Shut up, Jack roared, and the pirates fell silent instantly. The mammoth sailed into the long passage and stopped. Looking at the images on the monitor, the right minister on duty carefully looked at the pirate's flag on the mammoth, and then shouted in horror. Oh no. Go and inform His Majesty Neptune. That's the beast's pirate's ship. What? Chapter 62 The problem. Hey, why don't you guys open the door? My patience is limited. After waiting for a long time and seeing no one paying attention to him, Jack finally couldn't bear it anymore and looked at the surveillance Den Mushi. Your Majesty Neptune. What should we do? This guy seems to be the new big boss of beasts pirates, Jack the Drow. Legend has it that he was a very terrible guy who destroyed many countries. If we let him in. Minister Zuo was sweating profusely as he looked at Jack on the surveillance screen. The huge King Neptune also stood aside with a sad face, not knowing what to do. The Fishman Island is now Whitebeard's territory. The beast's pirates must know this. What do they want to do here? Why don't we ask him first? Ahem, that. Jack looked up at the monitoring Mushi. After the voice in the monitoring Mushi hesitated for a long time, another serious voice suddenly asked. The Fishman Island is a country protected by Whitebeard. What are you doing here, beasts pirates? What are you doing? Jack adjusted the mace on his waist and shouted at the surveillance Mushi. I don't care whose territory it is. Can't I go home and take a look? Lousy is a fishman. You know that, can't you see it? Hearing Jack's answer, Neptune was a little confused and immediately looked at the left minister beside him. Mercemen. The left minister was also a little surprised. Just when the two of them didn't know what to do, a gentle but firm female voice came. Open the passage. Let them in, Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime jumped to Neptune's side and spoke into the microphone. Jack, right? I've heard of your name and have been keeping an eye on you for some time. I hope you return to your hometown and don't bring war. Jack looked at the surveillance Mushi in confusion and said. Of course not, I just came to take a look. Also, could you please stop switching back and forth? Can this door be opened or not? Is it okay for me to come and build my hometown? Advertisement. Yuzu from far away has returned home. Are you just going to shut her out? As soon as Jack finished speaking, the passage was immediately opened and the mammoth slowly sailed in. Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime. In the blink of an eye, Princess Odahime ran out with her short legs, and the right minister chased after her, shouting loudly. After walking along the long passage for a while, the long-lost sunlight appeared in front of everyone's eyes again, which caused a group of unsophisticated people who had never seen it to talk about it. It's incredible, it's almost exactly the same as the sunshine outside. It's a miracle, such an amazing tree. If we cut it down and take it away, how much can we get for it? Come on, do you know how big that tree is? Besides, if you move that tree, you will kill the fishman. Shut up. You bastards, be quiet. When the mammoth appeared in the port, it immediately attracted the attention of the fishmen. Jack jumped off the deck, looked at the frightened fishman, grinned and laughed loudly. I am also a fishman, we are family, we are one family. You should have said it earlier, I thought. Jack is an adult. The appearance of hundreds of strong men stunned these fishmen, especially after seeing the weapons in their hands. Their bodies began to tremble with fear. You bastards, who told you to hold weapons? Put away the weapons. Put them on the boat. If anyone else causes trouble for me, they will stay here forever. By feeding the fish, of course. After scolding his men, Jack looked at the shivering fishmen with a smile on his face. Ha. These are my men, don't be afraid, although they are ugly, they are very gentle. After hearing Jack's words, several fishmen looked at each other and said with some doubt. Subordinates? Will humans be willing to be subordinates to us fishmen? Nonsense. Fishmen and humans, they are all the same, no one is nobler than anyone else. No one is inferior to anyone else. Thump, 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 well said, who? Jack looked down and seemed to see those action figures in his previous life that sold for more than a kidney. A petite mermaid in a robe ran over and praised loudly after hearing Jack's words. She had long wavy golden hair and wore an orange crown-shaped hairpin on her head, tying her hair behind her head. She looked playful and capable. Advertisement. The big blue eyes looked bright and lively. The robe he was wearing reminded Jack of the Guangan fairy dress he wore in his previous life. The whole person exudes a vigorous, yet lovable temperament all the time. Princess Odahime. When a few fishmen saw her, their mouths opened wide and they shouted in surprise. Princess Odahime. Wait for me, wait for me. A fishman with a seahorse head led a group of guards and ran over here. After hearing their names, Jack lowered his head in confusion. Princess Odahime? Just now in the corridor, following me. Yes, it's me. Princess Odahime nodded, stretched out her right hand and said to Jack. Jack. Welcome back to the Fishman Island. Jack squatted down, stretched out his left hand and gently touched Princess Odahime's, then raised his head and looked at the sky. A huge whale with a crown on its head flew over from the sky, and there were people on it shouting desperately. My queen mother, bang. As the whale landed, a fishman over 10 meters tall, wearing a crown and with curly chest hair all over his upper body, rushed over, holding 3 children. Of those 3 children, the shortest one was taller than Princess Odahime. Jack couldn't help but ask softly. Princess Odahime, I want to make sure, they're yours. It's my husband and children. Following Princess Odahime's loud response, several people hugged each other. The tough guys who had just returned after laying down their weapons had the same expressions on their faces as Jack after seeing this scene. Their eyes almost popped out. Jack is an adult. Lim pointed at a merman with a big belly in the distance and asked Jack softly. If I'm not mistaken, the mermaid is pregnant. So fish people give birth in the same way as us humans? Then here comes the question. How does a 1 meter thick water pipe connect to a 10 centimeter pipe? Gu. Looking in the direction of Lim's finger, Jack swallowed his saliva and cursed at Lim loudly. Roll. I've just entered puberty. Chapter 63 piece? That requires strength to support it? With the arrival of the guards, the situation on the scene suddenly became tense. When the fishman guards saw this group of ferocious-looking pirates, they couldn't help but pick up their weapons and face them. Jack's men were not cowards either. Although they were unarmed, they were not at a disadvantage in momentum. If Jack hadn't spoken, many people would have been eager to rush forward. Stop. Put your weapons down. Fortunately, The tall Neptune noticed this scene and quickly stopped his men's reckless behavior. Jack, really? I am Neptune, the king of this country? I'm sorry, but you should also understand the attitude of humans towards us fishmen, so. I know, Your Majesty Neptune. If someone respects me 1 inch, I will return it 1 yard. Neptune, as the king of the merman tribe, had no heirs at all, which made Jack unable to help but have a liking for him. Coupled with the appearance of Princess Odahime and the little mermaid princess who looked like a giant porcelain doll, Jack's natural love for beautiful things was aroused. Seeing Jack looking at his daughter, Princess Odahime introduced. This is my daughter, Shirahoshi, she's almost 2 years old. Oh, Princess Shirahoshi, he. Jack gave Shirahoshi a kind smile, his mouth full of sharp teeth and overly mature face successfully made Shirahoshi's eyes fill with tears. Wow, Princess Shirahoshi. Jack became a little autistic. It seemed that he would never be able to be amiable in his life. But the 2-year-old Princess Shirahoshi is a bit old, after all, Princess Odahime. Because Shirahoshi kept crying, Neptune dragged the 3 children and was reluctantly driven away by Princess Odahime. Right, Minister. You guys go down too, Princess Odahime. There is no way we could put you in such danger. What are you worried about? Jack was a little surprised when Princess Odahime started arguing with the guy who looked like a seahorse. As the royal family of the Fishmen Island, it is really rare to have such a deep relationship with his subordinates. Jack noticed the worried looks of the guards and civilians nearby, and he admired Princess Odahime even more. Needless to say, the guards, the fishmen and mermaids who trembled at the sight of their own subordinates, even though there was still fear on their faces, slowly surrounded and stood in front of Princess Odahime, separating their group from Princess Odahime. It seems that Princess Odahime is very popular among the people. Seeing that Princess Odahime was about to fight with that Kaiba, Jack turned around and looked at his group of men and said, Advertisement, hey, you guys, get back to the cabin first. After the pirates jumped onto the deck and walked into the cabin, Jack turned his gaze to the people beside him. Master obediently led her little sisters to the boat. Hold'em and Lim pointed at their noses and asked, Are we going up there too? All right. The departure of the pirates also calmed down Princess Odahime and the others. After the pirates returned to the cabin, the panic on the faces of the fishmen also disappeared. All right, Princess Odahime, you must have something to ask me, right? If you have anything to say, you can just ask me directly. There's no need to ask these guards to leave. The fishmen slowly made way for Princess Odahime. Looking at Jack's serious face, Princess Odahime laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that. Although Mr. Jack looks rude, he is actually such a considerate person. Princess Odahime slowly walked up to Jack, then looked up at Jack and asked seriously. So, Mr. Jack, do you support the peaceful coexistence between us fishmen and humans? What? Coexist peacefully with humans? Yes, Mr. Jack. Princess Odahime's tone was very firm. She turned around and looked at the crowd and shouted. I believe that as long as we let go of hatred and prejudice, we will be able to coexist peacefully with human beings. One day, we will be able to live openly on land. My fellow countrymen, as Princess Odahime was talking, she turned around and shouted at the crowd, leaving Jack completely confused. Do you have something to tell me? What's going on? However, after hearing Princess Odahime's passionate speech, Jack suddenly realized. This turns out to be an innocent Madonna. It's boring, really boring. The fish people have been oppressed in this world, and they still hold on to the idea of peace. Let go of hatred. Let go of prejudice? Keep peace with humans? Oh, your vision is too narrow? The appearance of Princess Odahime attracted more and more fishmen to gather here, but after they heard what Princess Odahime said, they all showed a trace of helplessness on their faces, and many of them even had hatred written all over their faces. Although they respected Princess Odahime very much, they did not agree with her ideas. Faced with this situation, Princess Odahime was not discouraged at all, and it seemed that this was not the first or second time. Advertisement. After Princess Odahime finished her speech, she turned to Jack and asked. I wonder if Mr. Jack can understand and support my idea? Understand? Support? Jack squatted down, and the expression on his face made the right minister's heart tighten, and his hand slowly placed on the hilt of the knife at his waist. Princess Odahime, although I have almost no memory of the Fishman Island, I can see that you are very loved by our compatriots. Because they didn't come up to beat you up when faced with such a stupid idea of yours. What did you say? How dare you, right minister? Stop it, let him continue. Jack's murderous gaze made the right minister feel as if he was being stared at by a man-eating beast. His scalp tingled and he stood there in a daze. After Jack looked away, the right minister sat down on the ground in panic. Princess Odahime, peace can only be achieved if both sides are of similar strength. With the weakness of the Fishman Island facing the human world, you want peace? In their eyes, we are no different from the fish in the sea and the cats and dogs we raise. Will you speak peace to your pet? It's an extremely precious pet. Jack stood up and said to Princess Odahime, who looked unconvinced. Peace requires strength to support it. For so many years, you have been oppressed by humans and can only hide deep in the sea. If you're not careful, you'll be captured by humans and sold like merchandise. In this situation, you are talking about peace with humans? Stop making me laugh. Even among humans, there's war. Why should they talk about peace with us? If you want to maintain peace, you must be able to protect yourself with your own strength. For example, me. I may be a fishman, But when humans see me, they will definitely not see me the same way they see you. Because anyone who dares to despise me because of my race, their only fate is death, just like them. Whoosh. A fang flew out of Jack's mouth, and then a human pirate who was covering the mermaid's mouth and nose slowly lay on the ground. Chapter 64. There are only strong and weak people in this world. You. How can you be so cruel? Princess Odahime did not expect Jack to kill her directly, and she shouted at Jack angrily. However, unlike Princess Odahime, the fish people showed excitement on their faces after seeing this scene. Damn humans. That's how it should be. Over the years, so many of our compatriots have been sold as slaves by humans. Kill them. A dozen pirates were very angry when they saw their companions die, but they gradually felt a little afraid when they saw the fishmen in a state of excitement. Hey, you guys. Do you want to die? The leading pirates bravely stepped forward with weapons in hand, but the fishmen, who used to treat humans as their natural enemies, did not retreat at all. Many fishermen's eyes turned red and they shouted loudly. Kill them! Kill them! Everyone, be quiet for a moment. Jack's loud voice immediately quieted the fishmen. Then Jack looked at the group of pirates with a smile on his face. My fellow countrymen, I, Jack, will teach you another lesson today. When you are strong enough, the positions of fishmen and humans can be reversed. We don't even have to do it ourselves. Someone come, kill them for me. Yes. After hearing what Jack said, Hold'em and his men immediately jumped off the deck, and dozens of strong men rushed over aggressively. Hey, what's wrong with you guys? We are all human beings. Human beings. Why are you helping these fishes? Bang. Oh, when the fishmen saw Hold'em and his group kill a dozen or so pirates without any hesitation, they were all shocked. Then, their eyes lit up with an unprecedented excitement. They looked at Jack with admiration and shouted Jack's name loudly. Jack. Jack. Even within Neptune's army, many soldiers looked at Jack with admiration, which made Princess Odahime a little worried. Jack. Do this, it's not right, advertisement. It's wrong for you to do this. Princess Odahime's voice became louder and louder, and her petite body emitted a sound beyond imagination, which immediately quieted the boiling crowd. The Queen Mother. Princess Odahime. Princess Odahime looked at Jack with tears in her eyes and shouted. If this continues, the hatred between us fishmen and humans will become deeper and deeper. Peace will forever become a luxury. If you kill these humans, they will take revenge on our compatriots. If this continues, the hatred will never dissipate. We shouldn't do this. Looking at Princess Odahime with tears streaming down her face, Jack squatted down again. Princess Odahime, your education level is probably not high, right? You've been talking a lot, but one sentence can make it clear. When will the cycle of revenge end? But, Jack stood up, looked at the calmed down Murlocs and shouted. But revenge is my motto in life, and don't talk to me about peace between races. As long as you are strong enough, no matter what race you are, you will be respected by this world. Mercurial? Human? To use race as a basis to differentiate between us and them is simply ridiculous. The reason you are being bullied by humans is because you are not strong enough. There are only two kinds of people in this world, the strong and the weak. The strong enslave the weak, and the weak have no right to resist. The reason why celestial dragons are called the race of gods, do you think it's just a matter of race? As long as you are strong enough, you can even pee on the heads of celestial dragons. Jack's words made the mouths of the Murlocs present widen, and many of them broke out in cold sweat. It's simply audacious. Nonsense. The right minister looked at the fishmen who seemed to be in deep thought and loudly refuted Jack. This person's thoughts are really too dangerous. Princess Odahime hesitated for a moment, her eyes revealing a determination. Advertisement. After reaching out to stop the emotional right minister, Princess Odahime looked at Jack very seriously. Mr. Jack. Your idea is too dangerous, so I'm sorry, I want to personally confirm your truest thoughts. Just let me see the real you, huh? Jack lowered his head and looked at Princess Odahime with a confused look on his face. What the hell? You want to see the real me, Buzz? This is. A gentle consciousness invaded his brain, but Jack did not feel any hostility at all. The feeling from this consciousness made him extremely relaxed, and Jack closed his eyes involuntarily. But soon, Jack realized something was wrong. This consciousness seemed to want to express something. Peace. No war. Mercemen. What a joke. Jack slowly opened his eyes and looked at Princess Odahime, whose face changed drastically and her body swayed weakly. If the right minister had not supported her, she would have fallen to the ground. Princess Odahime. This ability of yours is very unique. But it's no use to me, and don't try to change a person's mind. That could easily bring you to war. Please rest assured, I won't be here for long. I will leave in a few days. But I need to select a group of compatriots to go to the land to help me. I hope Ryugu Castle will not object. Hearing Jack's threatening words, Princess Odahime looked at Jack deeply and said softly to the right minister. Let's go back to Dragon Palace City. After walking for a while, the right minister asked with some doubt. Princess Odahime, why don't we stop him, if our compatriots all? Princess Odahime shook her head and said softly, he can't take many people away. His compatriots' fear of humans won't change because of his few words. Otherwise, my dream would have come true long ago. After a pause, Princess Odahime stopped and looked back at Jack and said in a somewhat strange tone. That person really thinks that all races in the world are the same. Is there only a distinction between the strong and the weak? No distinction between races? I don't quite agree with this statement, so I will work harder. Chapter 65 I will introduce you to Brother Arlong. Jack naturally had no idea what Princess Odahime was thinking. Looking at the emotional fishman in front of him, Jack patted his chest, pointed at the pirates beside him and said, "My fellow countrymen, now is your chance to become strong. Follow me, to the land. Join us beasts pirates. Be like them, become my subordinate. Give up those unnecessary worries and abandon your identities. There is no racial distinction here, as long as you are strong enough, you can become a cadre of the beasts pirates. If you are stronger than me, then I will be your subordinate. There is no racial discrimination here. If anyone dares to gossip about your race, I will kill him with my own hands. Who's interested in following me? Limited quantity, first come, first served." Jack's main purpose of coming to the Fishman Island was to recruit a group of fishmen as his crew. For this purpose, he deliberately sent half of the pirates on the Mammoth to Jin. The physique of the mermen is naturally many times stronger than that of humans, and their combat power in the sea is especially doubled. Even if they go to the New World, they will not be much worse than those pirates' minions. With a little training, they can become a group of good players. More importantly, there is no need to use submarines to rescue yourself. Kaido has always wanted to recruit the Fishmen, but the Fishman Island is now protected by Whitebeard. Whitebeard's strength makes Kaido dare not act rashly. I came here relying on my identity as a Murloc, risking a war with Whitebeard. However, with his identity here and without doing anything excessive, Ryugu City probably won't inform Whitebeard. Even if Whitebeard knew, he probably wouldn't easily start a war. I became an officer of the Beast's pirates and came back to my hometown to show off. If you want to go to war with us because of this, it would be a bit far-fetched. So, I've decided to take in this group of fishmen. However, after hearing Jack's words, the fishmen who had been a little excited just now suddenly quieted down. Except for one fishman who ran out excitedly, the others stood there with hesitant expressions and did not move. After a long while, under Jack's puzzled gaze, several fishmen gritted their teeth and said in a heavy tone, "I'm sorry, Master Jack. We still have children and a family. Besides, we can't leave our hometown just because of what you said. The outside world is too dangerous for us. Who the hell are you?" They are all tall and strong, looking ferocious. No wonder they are bullied like this by humans. In our own country, millions of our compatriots are scared to death when they see humans. They are all cowards. No, we must trick them again, at least hundreds of them will leave. Humph. These idiots, they don't have the guts to follow you. Just when Jack wanted to say something else, a voice suddenly attracted everyone's attention. Jack looked in the direction of the voice, but saw nothing. However, from his observation hockey, he sensed that someone was walking towards him quickly. Advertisement. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Jack still lowered his head and looked at his feet. Observation hockey had already noticed that he was next to him. Invisibility? Transparency? Demon fruit power? Or a special fishman? As Jack's vision continued to shake with his observation hockey, a fishman with many black and white stripes on his body like a Madara horse and a tattoo with a O2 pattern on his chest appeared in front of him. Although his face was obscured by some stripes, judging from the trembling whiskers on his chin, he was surprised that Jack could see him. Looking closely, except for the stripes on his face, the stripes elsewhere on his body were not on his clothes, but on his own skin. Jack squatted down with interest and asked him softly, "What's your name? What species of fishman are you? You actually found me. How did you do that?" The fishman's voice was a little surprised, then he looked at Jack and said softly, "My name is Gio, and I'm a fishman from the Wabagong tribe." "Joe, a Wabagong fishman?" Jack smiled brightly and stretched out his right hand to Gio. "Ha ha ha, my name is Jack and your name is Gio, maybe we are related. How about you join us? I'd love to." After hearing Jack's words, Gio was silent for a while and said softly, "Whether to join you or not, I have to go back and discuss with my partners. But I can tell you a place where you can go to recruit men." "Sure. Where is it?" "Fishman Street." When Jack and a group of people followed Gio to a coral reef, Gio stopped. "These humans should stay here. Humans are not allowed to enter Fishman Street, otherwise, the consequences will be." "Oh, I understand. Just wait here." After Jack finished his instructions, he looked around and asked, "Where is Fishman Street?" "Here, follow me, plop." "Hello." After Gio finished speaking, he jumped into the sea. Jack closed his eyes silently. "Just listen to what I have to say." After a long time, Gio emerged from the sea and asked in confusion, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you come with me?" "I cannot swim. Are you kidding me? You're not a fishman?" "Advertisement, I am a person with special abilities." "Merce man ate the devil fruit? Are you kidding me?" After taking the wanted order and carefully examining it for a long time, Gio nodded continuously. "Oh, I see. No wonder. You can't swim. You got the wrong one. That's Lim's wanted poster. Don't you know how to read? Even if you can't read, you should be able to recognize photos, right?" Looking at the questioning eyes of the group of people, Gio said very calmly, "I knew this a long time ago, but I just forgot about it. Besides, I just wanted to get to know your human companion. Forget it, just wait a moment." Plop. Jack scratched his head. "I seem to remember that my bounty order did not specify what kind of ability I have. This guy is really stubborn. It will probably be sent to the incinerator, and in the end all that will be left is a mouth." Not long after, several fishmen jumped out from the bottom of the sea. The leading fishman was actually wearing the uniform of Neptune's army, which made Jack confused for a moment. As for the others, there was one who looked like a squidman, a guy who looked like a sloth, a dwarf who was less than 1 meter tall, and Geo was among them. Judging from their somewhat immature faces and temperament, these fishmen should be only a few years older than Jack. From the looks of them, they were all focused on this fishman wearing the uniform of the Neptune army, and Jack began to look him over carefully. Under the uniform hat, one can see that he has extremely thick black curly hair. With this amount of hair, I wonder how many programmers will cry with envy after seeing it. It just looks a bit weird after being pressed down by the hat, the curly hair and the hair somewhere. And this appearance, the more I look at it, the more it looks like a world superstar in my previous life. While Jack was still looking at the fishman, he grinned, revealing his sharp teeth, and said to Jack with a smile. Jack, after hearing what you said just now, I think what you said makes sense. But there's something wrong with it. We fishmen are noble creatures. Humans are low-level and evil creatures and are not worthy of occupying that land. You are disgracing your identity as a fishman by associating with these humans. Have you heard of the Sun Pirates? Quit the Beasts Pirates? Join our own group of pirates. I will recommend you to Brother Arlong. Huh? Brother Arlong? Jack looked at Lim in bewilderment. Who is this Brother Arlong? Is he so sad? Chapter 66 Uncle, I am your nephew. Of course. Without waiting for Li Lu to answer, Hody Jones said proudly. Brother Arlong is the pride of our Murloc Street. Now he follows our Murloc hero Fisher Tiger, and is one of the cadres of the Sun Pirates. He is very strong and cares for his compatriots. He is our good brother. Your good big brother. Just when Jack was confused, Lim took out a bounty order and handed it to Jack. 4 million Baileys. Evil dragon? After a moment of silence, Jack pointed at the bounty order and said to Hody Jones. Is this your good brother? That's right, it's Brother Arlong. A bounty of 4 million Baileys? He. Jack looked at Hody Jones with a forced smile, then took the bounty warrant from Lim's hand, took out a few and threw them to Hody Jones. I have good brothers too, 3 of them. I feel like you, the good big brother, can't be a good big brother in front of any of my good big brothers. If you don't believe it, you can let them touch it. This is. Geo and the others also looked at the bounty in Hody Jones's hand and couldn't help but exclaimed. Brother Jones, so many zeros. Shut up, snort. Hody Jones threw several reward warrants in his hand to the ground, looking unhappy. The amount of the bounty doesn't mean anything. We fishmen are the strongest, otherwise you wouldn't be their leader. My compatriots, join us, kill all these lowly humans. I can help you become the leader of that beast's pirates. How about we go to Brother Arlong together? You be asterisk 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 D. What did you say? Are you looking for death, Master Jack? Let me kill them? Hody Jones' words almost p asterisk 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 D off Lim and his men to death. Hody Jones even drew out the mechanical sword from his waist and pretended to chop at Hody Jones. Stop. Hold'em. Advertisement Jack stopped Hold'em with a loud shout and whispered to him. Look at you, you have such a bad temper. You all have the surname Huo, so give him some face and don't be so impulsive. After reprimanding Hold'em, Jack turned to Hody Jones and said. Did someone take out your brainstem? Don't you know our name, the Beasts Pirates? You haven't heard of our name, but can't you see the attitude of the Neptune army towards us? Hody Jones shook his head and said disdainfully. Neptune's army? I didn't see them. I just happened to hear what you said when I arrived, and I thought it made sense. As for attitude, humph, Neptune, the weak king, always has the same attitude towards humans. Stop talking nonsense. My patience has its limits. Don't think that just because you're a fishman, you can be a match for us with a group of humans. You have to know that there are differences among Murlocs. I am the most powerful Murloc of the Shark clan. I give you face. There are differences among fishmen? Shark fishmen? I think you are a shark-arm fishman. Hold them. Kill them. Jack thought for a moment and said quickly. Oh, by the way, I have to recruit some men. Don't kill them. Save some breath. As you command. Master Jack. Hold'em, who was already furious, heard Jack's order and immediately jumped in front of Hody Jones and said. How dare you speak to our Lord Jack the Drow like that? I think you don't want to live anymore. Thank Master Jack for his mercy, otherwise you would definitely be dead. Lowly human. Let me show you the difference between races. After Hody Jones finished speaking, he jumped high, then clenched his fists and fell towards Hold'em. Bang! After blocking Hody Jones' attack without changing his expression, Hold'em said disdainfully. That's it. Damn it. Come on together. It seems that this fishman named Hody Jones is indeed quite capable. At least in the current Beasts Pirates, he can be a small cadre. As for the other few fishmen, they are also quite strong and can be small captains. If it were the previous Hold'em, he might not be their opponent, but after eating the artificial devil fruit, the current Hold'em's strength has changed dramatically. Because of the artificial devil fruit, Hold'em's strength and reaction were enhanced, and more importantly, it was the Kijiro on Hold'em's waist. The love-hate relationship between the two of them all day long greatly improved their tacit understanding. Ni Erlang's strength is comparable to Hold'em's, the fangs in his mouth are very intimidating, his 2 thick front paws are extremely flexible, and his IQ is very high. It had been sleeping since a while ago, causing Hody Jones and his friends to think that it was just a decoration. When they were beating up Hody Jones, Ni Erlang took action. Advertisement Hody Jones is of similar height to Hold'em, and Ni Erlang is like a lion's troublesome rooster when he makes a move. The lethality of this move is unquestionable. Even Hold'em, who uses it several times a day, can't withstand it, let alone Hody Jones. Hody Jones fell to his knees without a sound and fainted. The other fishmen were stunned. And Nijiro's reaction was also a little strange. He gestured with 2 lion claws and looked shocked. Jack was a little confused, but remembering some of the characteristics of sharks, Jack looked at Hody Jones with envy. So, no matter what kind of shark or fishman they are, they all have 2. After the main attacker Hody Jones fell, the other fishmen were no match for Hold'em. However, even though they knew they were no match for their opponent, they still stubbornly rushed towards Hold'em, trying to rescue the unconscious Hody Jones. The courage is commendable, but the consequences are cruel. Soon Hold'em swung the mechanical sword in his hand and knocked several fishmen to the ground. Lowly human. Noble fishman. How powerful is a lowly human like me? Ridiculous. Not even Master Jack said that. Hold'em sneered a few times, turned to look at Jack and asked. Master Jack, are we going to tie them up? Tie him up first? Jack walked over slowly, looked at Hody Jones who was still unconscious and said. Wait, kill this fishman, he's a serious racist. It seems that he is still the boss of them all, and his prestige is quite high. If he doesn't die, these guys won't be so easy to subdue. After speaking to Hold'em, Jack looked at the fishmen lying on the ground and said. I'm going to teach you a lesson right now. Don't act stupid if you don't have the ability. If it weren't for the fact that you still have some loyalty and are of some use, you would have to die together. I will teach you guys a lesson in the future. Etc. Seeing Hold'em raise the mechanical sword, Geo suddenly shouted to Jack. Stop it, uncle. After hearing Geo's shout, Hold'em looked over with surprise. What? Who? Me? Your uncle? Yes, uncle, I'm your nephew. Do you remember when you were 3 years old, my 4th uncle and your cousin, my mother, escaped from the slave traders with us? My mother ran away from us while holding you in her arms. I recognized you right away, uncle. I wanted to wait until you joined us before recognizing your relationship. After hearing what Geo said, Jack stood up and closed his eyes, trying to recall his childhood memories. Shit, I think I do have a little impression of it. Am I an uncle? Chapter 67, The Rational Murloc Fendel. Uncle Jack, I was 5 years old and you were 3 years old. My mother was very kind to you, do you remember? Jack didn't respond until his mouth was dry. Seeing that Jack was reluctant to confirm the relationship between uncle and nephew, Geo became a little panicked. Uncle, this is indeed true, but I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Human lives are at stake now, you must believe me. That's right. Some of our former neighbors should still be alive, they should be able to prove it. Wait, you must wait. Seeing Geo stand up excitedly and about to run out to find someone, Jack quickly grabbed him. Although he was a little skeptical, Geo's talk about his childhood was well-founded and sounded so real that Jack stopped him from looking for his former neighbors to verify his story. After all, it's not unacceptable to pick up a nephew with decent talent for free. If you pick up an elder like an uncle or grandfather, you'll have to have a good talk with him. Uncle Jack, you have to believe me, what I say is true. Okay, shut up, Jack turned to Master and said. Help my cheap nephew to purify the blood clots in his body and bandage him up, don't let him die. Hearing Jack's words, Geo was overjoyed and immediately shouted excitedly. Uncle Jack, do you believe what I said? Great, can you please let Brother Jones go? Jack glanced at the unconscious Hody Jones and whispered to Hold'em. Hold'em, forget it, don't kill him. In terms of seniority, this guy is also my nephew. Spare his life. You're so poor, and you still have this crappy name. Jack patted Geo's shoulder and said seriously, although I let him go, it doesn't mean that I forgive your rudeness to me. Go to Fishman Street now and call them out. I want to recruit a group of reliable fishmen as my subordinates, you know? But I don't want to be like him, a racist who believes in fish-human supremacy. After hearing Jack's words, Geo said with some embarrassment. Uncle Jack, the people who are with us are all teenagers with similar ideas. As for the others, we can't control them. There are some fishmen who don't even take Brother Arlong seriously. Huh? Hearing what Geo said, Jack frowned and said angrily. Advertisement, damn it. What's the use of having a nephew like you? Do we have to do it ourselves? Is there anything like a bubble mask here? Under Geo's leadership, Lim and his friends bought a lot of coral bubbles that could be used to make bubble film and ran back. After Jack used one and made sure that he could fight normally on the seabed, he left Master and some people to guard the beach, and everyone else jumped into the seabed. After swimming with Geo for a long time, Fishman Street finally appeared in front of everyone. The feeling given by Fishman Street is incompatible with the beautiful and dreamy Fishman Island. Although illuminated by the sun tree eve, Fishman Street was still extremely dark. It took Lim and his companions a long time to adapt before they could slowly see the scene in front of them clearly. The dilapidated streets looked deserted, and there was even a lot of mud underfoot. When several Murlocs saw a group of humans appear, they immediately disappeared. Soon, Lim felt that countless Murlocs were gradually approaching. Humans? Ha 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 ha. That's really rare. When will humans be able to step into our Fishman Street? The leading fishman was very tall, about the same size as Kaido, with a sharp horn on his green face. Looking at his ferocious appearance, Jack had no doubt that he would use the horn to make a hole in his body in the next moment. I'm a fishman. My name is Jack. my fellow countrymen, I come here with no ill intentions. I want to recruit a group of compatriots to join the Beast's pirates. I don't know if you've heard of us, mercemen? After hearing Jack's words, a group of fishmen looked at Jack carefully, and it took them a long time to confirm his identity from Jack's open teeth. You are a Madara fishman from the Saddlestone, right? Only fishmen from this tribe are almost indistinguishable from humans. But unfortunately, I haven't seen it for a long time. You said your name is Jack, Beast's Pirates? The horned fishman seemed to be well informed. Not only did he quickly recognize Jack's race, but judging by the frightened expression on his face, he seemed to have heard of the name Beast's Pirates. Yes. How about it? Become my subordinate. No one will dare to discriminate against your identity. As long as you have the strength, you can become the leader of mankind. Eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. Follow me to plunder human countries. How? After hearing Jack's words, the sharp-horned fishman looked a little hesitant. After noticing that Geo was beside Jack, he shouted. Joe, where's Jones? Did you little brats bring them here? Do you know who they are? This guy is called Drought Jack. He'll destroy this place. Advertisement Jack patted Geo's shoulder to comfort him, then said in a deep voice. Big brother, it seems that you know my background very well. What's your name? If you're capable enough, I can make you a cadre. The horned fishman was silent for a while, then whispered to Jack. My name is Findle. As for joining your Beast's pirates, forget it. Oh, now that you've heard of my name, then you should know my style? Jack opened his eyes wide, looked at Fendel and said word by word. I'm not negotiating with you. You be asterisk 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 D. How dare you speak to Brother Fendel like that? What do you want to do here with a group of humans? Are you seeking death? The residence entrance. Fendel noticed that Jack's eyes were slowly turning red, and his heart tightened. He immediately shouted. Don't be impulsive. Let's not fight here. Go upstairs and talk. Brother Fendel. Are you kidding? We are fishmen. Why should we be afraid of them? We are invincible in the sea. Just a human being. That is. Boom. Jack retracted his fangs, and the collapsed buildings instantly quieted the fishmen. Fendel, I have high hopes for you. You are so rational. I'll give you a favor. Let's go ashore and talk. Walk. At Jack's command, the pirates swam out of Murloc Street with laughter, and Fendel gritted his teeth and said to the Murloc beside him. Follow him. If there's no result today, Fishman Street might be finished. If nothing works, I'll just join the Beast's pirates. Upon hearing this, several fishmen nearby shouted in surprise. Brother Fendel, why should we be so afraid of them? You know, even when Brother Tiger invited you, you didn't agree. Fendel smiled bitterly, looked at Jack's departing back, and said helplessly. This guy is not as easy to talk to as Brother Tiger. Most importantly, there is a reckless lunatic behind him. Chapter 68 Sir Jack, I joined Hody Jones had woken up, but he didn't look much better. He lay on the ground with his legs spread out, staring blankly at the sky of the Fishman Island. Clatter, after Jack and his group jumped onto the beach, a group of fishmen followed closely. Seeing this, Hody Jones' eyes regained clarity. When he saw Fender, Hody Jones stood up with difficulty and shouted to Fender. Brother Findle. Kill them, kill them. However, the one who responded to him was a big beetle from Findle. Bang. Shut up. Do you know how much trouble you've gotten yourself into? Fendel pointed at Hody Jones angrily, with an expression on his face as if he wanted to kill him, which completely stunned Hody Jones. Why, Brother Fendel, aren't you also his match? With so many of our compatriots here, can we kill them? Opponent. Fendel smiled bitterly, opened his clothes, pointed at the scar on his chest and said. See, this is what Jin from Beast's Pirates left for me a few years ago. Besides, he didn't target me, it was just that his fight with others affected me and I almost died. I was a little scared after that incident, so I rejected Brother Tiger. And our compatriot Jack now has the same status as Jin in the Beast's Pirates. He is called one of the 3 disasters of the Beast's Pirates by the Marine. If he goes crazy, I don't think anyone in the entire Fishman Island can stop him. Unless Brother Taij and Boss Jinbei come back. So that's how it is, it's all thanks to Brother Jin. After hearing this, Jack remained silent. It was they who misunderstood that his strength was as strong as Brother Jin, not me who said that. But you have good vision. In a few years, Lousy will beat him with a mace. Hody Jones and the others looked at Jack in disbelief. They had not yet left the Fishman Island and had no idea how big the gap in strength was. Because most Murlocs value their compatriots, those powerful Murlocs will not show how powerful they're at will. From the worldview of Hody Jones and others, what Fendel said has exceeded their cognition. Mermen kept jumping out from the bottom of the sea, and soon several thousand strange-looking mermen had filled the beach near Coral Wood. Some unaware fishmen were discussing the situation with their companions, and were staring at Lim and his group of pirates with unfriendly faces. Lim and his men were not to be trifled with either. They glared at the Murlocs with wide eyes, not caring at all that their number was dozens of times greater than theirs. If Jack had not been here, they would have probably already rushed forward. Ahem, after a while, seeing the merpeople gradually quiet down, Jack cleared his throat. After the merpeople looked at Jack looked at them with a smile. Okay, everyone has understood almost everything. So who wants to join us Beast's Pirates? I, Jack, always keep my word. In our pirates group, there is no racial distinction. We are all brothers. As long as you are strong enough, you can also lead mankind. Of course, I don't want you to come up with any theories of racial supremacy. In our beasts pirates, there is only the strong and the weak, there is no distinction of race. Advertisement, your strength represents your status. If you have any questions now, you can ask me. What a joke. Who would be with a human? Humans. Get off the Fishmen Island. As soon as Jack finished speaking, a small number of fishmen could no longer hold back and started cursing, which made the atmosphere on the field serious. The remaining group of Murlocs looked at each other, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Fendel slowly walked up to Jack, lowered his head and asked, "So, today you are going to get a group of compatriots to join the Beast's pirates no matter what?" Jack raised his head, looked at Fender expressionlessly and said, "That's right, and you have to join, and stay a little further away from me. I don't like looking up at others." After hearing what Jack said, Fendel looked a little unhappy, but he still took a few steps back. Then Fendel shouted to the fishmen who were still shouting, "You guys, get back here, there's nothing to do here. If you have anything to say, wait until Arlong comes back and then talk to him." Jack frowned slightly. What Arlong again? It seems that the extreme racist among this group of fishmen is led by that Arlong. He's just a little Karami with a bounty of several million. If you meet him, you'd better see if he's really that powerful. After hearing what Fendel said, the pirates jumped back into the sea, although they were a little unconvinced. "So my fellow countrymen who want to join the Beast's pirates, think carefully and stand by me." Fendel's tone was somewhat helpless. After hearing this, a dozen Murlocs came over, but most of them still stood where they were without moving. How do we know that what he said is true? What if he is as despicable as that macro guy, and he tricked us into being slaves? And can humans really listen to us fishmen? That's right, humans are not trustworthy. Looking at the fishmen talking about their worries, Jack was about to explain, but suddenly turned around and looked behind the coral mound in the distance. Lim also noticed the abnormality and ran over quickly. After a while, a dozen pirates were brought back by Lim with their heads down, and next to them were several mermaid girls with red eyes from crying. "A hole! Damn you! How dare you, kill them!" When the fish people saw this scene, their eyes turned red and they shouted angrily. "Quiet, you guys!" "Ouch!" Jack roared, and seeing that the fishmen still couldn't calm down, he turned into a huge mammoth, and the fishmen immediately quieted down. "You bastards, shut up, advertisement, and you idiots! I told you, don't cause trouble on the Fishmen Island. Are you ignoring my orders?" The mammoth swung its long trunk, frightening a dozen pirates so much that they knelt down in fear. Jack. Adult. We were just curious and confused for a moment. Curious? Confused? Is it fun? Mermaids don't have legs until they're 30. You guys are so silly and cute. It's not fun. We were wrong, Master Jack. Bang. After carefully looking at more than a dozen people, the mammoth's nose fell down, and the talking pirates immediately turned into meat paste. "You guys seem to be all Tello's men. Have you just joined my ship? It seems like you think I'm the same type as that idiot. I'm going to let you know the consequences of disobeying my orders. Lim. Hold 'em. Master, kill them, as you command, Master Jack." Jack is a grown man. He's dead, don't want. Snap. 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 Seeing Lim and Hold'em approaching with swords in hand, several pirates stood up and tried to escape, but Master waved his hand and they were shot into sieves. The remaining pirates tried to resist, but that only made Lim and Hold'em attack harder. The fishmen stared at the massacre in a daze, and only reacted after Lim chopped the last pirates into a paste and scared the mermaid girl next to her into tears. It's actually true, did you see that? Those humans actually obeyed his orders and killed their own kind. It's unbelievable, for us mermaids, he actually. Lim, Master and the others helped the mermaid who was unable to stand up due to fear, and said to Jack. "Master Jack, mission accomplished, very good. This is what happens when you don't obey my orders." After warning his men, Jack transformed back into human form and said to the fishmen. "Here are my answers to all your questions. Who has questions now?" The fishmen were silent for a while, then a voice shouted. "Master Jack. I'm in, I'm joining in, too, me too." Chapter 69 Don Quixote family. Those dozen or so dead pirates really helped Jack a lot. They successfully proved what Jack said was true and inspired the enthusiasm of the fish people to join the Beast's pirates. "Hey, the one-legged guy, you don't have to join in. And the one without arms, you're going too far. And you guys, you must be at least 100 years old, right, gentlemen? We are the pirates, not a nursing home." After a long time of trouble, with the help of Finder and Geo, Jack finally determined how many people wanted to join the Beast's pirates. After removing some old, weak and sick ones, Jack was surprised to find that there were more than 2,000 Murlocs who wanted to join the Beast's pirates. Moreover, the oldest of these fishmen is only in his 30s, and the youngest is about the same age as Jack. They are all in good health. Compared with the residents of the Fishmen Island, these fishmen are much stronger and are rare experts. The number of Beast's pirates has been around 10,000 so far. These 2,000 plus fishmen are about a quarter of the current number of Beast's pirates members. The most important thing is that each of them is qualified to join the Beast's pirates. Compared with ordinary humans, the physical fitness of fishmen is extremely strong, and the predecessor of Fishmen Street is the large welfare home of the Fishmen Island. After it went bankrupt due to poor management, no one took care of it and a group of orphans grew up in chaos and fighting every day. Although Fisher Tiger ended the chaos in Fishman Street with his strength a few years ago, compared with the residents of the Fishmen Island, The fishmen who grew up in this environment have a more aggressive personality and are generally stronger than them. Although Jack was not very clear about this, he could find from the perception of observation hockey that the strength of this group of the Fishmen Island was quite good. Although they could not be compared with himself, they were still qualified to be the bottom pirates of the Beast's pirates. You have to know that with the current reputation of the Beast's pirates, even the lowest level pirates' minions are mostly members of the pirates group who have fought their way into the new world from all over the world. They have extremely rich combat experience, and it is no problem for one person to deal with at least a few ordinary people. Another group are the indigenous people of various countries in the new world. They have good talents and stronger physiques than ordinary people. The addition of this group of fishmen not only allows the Beast's pirates, who are now in great need of manpower, to take a breather, but also greatly enhances the strength and deterrence of the Beast's pirates. In this world, the fate of those ships facing the fishmen who can live in the sea is self-evident. Even among the pirates who arrived in the new world, not all of them were experts, and it was easy for them to blockade the ports of small countries. If the Beast's pirates dispatched a team of Murlocs to each of the important ports, the chances of early warning or escaping from a strong enemy would be greatly increased. As long as these fishmen grow up, I believe that many cadres will emerge. Jack is looking forward to it. However, the mammoth can only carry about 1,000 people at most, and Jack has other missions to complete, so it is impossible for him to send them back to Onigashima. Advertisement: if we find the Fishmen Island and ask the shipwright to build a boat now, we won't have to wait that long. After a long time, it was finally his nephew Gio who came up with an idea. According to him, a pirate ship had smuggled in, and the pirates killed by Jack were members of that ship. There were also several human merchant ships here. Jack was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately sent people to look for those pirates. As for merchant ships, we should negotiate with them and buy 2 ships from them. If they don't know what's good for them, then we can only do what pirates should do. Although I won't cause you any trouble on the Fishmen Island, if you leave the Fishmen Island. The merchant ship of the caravan was parked next to the mammoth. When Jack and his companions rushed over, the owner of the merchant ship and a group of people were carrying goods onto the ship. While they were moving the cargo, they kept looking at the mammoth with terrified eyes, apparently recognizing Jack's exclusive battleship. But it is also true that as merchants travel back and forth between countries to sell their products all day long, the powerful pirates will definitely pay special attention to them. They don't take ordinary small pirates seriously. The powerful Chamber of Commerce is not only related to the Marine, but also has close ties with some pirates. In the New World, there are several chambers of commerce that are protected by the Beast's pirates. Every year they give the Beast's pirates generous shares and help the Beast's pirates transport various weapons and resources, but in return the Beast's pirates will guarantee their safety in the New World. The pirates, whose strength is similar to that of the Beast's pirates, will not easily provoke those chambers of commerce, because Kaido attached great importance to these chambers of commerce in his early years and would fly over in person when something happened. No matter who the enemy is, Kaido will just do it. There was no way because we were too poor at that time. These chambers of commerce were the lifeblood of the Beast's pirates. Once, he heard that a large fleet under Whitebeard accidentally robbed a merchant caravan protected by the Beast's pirates, so Kaido flew directly to the Whitebeard pirates' lair and went to their doorstep. The 2 men fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but there was no winner. In the end, the other members of both sides could not bear it anymore and finally separated the 2 men after much persuasion. As for the result of that time, of course the merchant ship was sent out intact, and Whitebeard didn't want to continue to argue with Kaido about this matter. Jack didn't know who the owners of these caravans were, but as long as they were not the Chamber of Commerce protected by Whitebeard, it would be bad luck for him to meet them. The head of the Chamber of Commerce, wearing a black suit, a top hat, and a bow tie like a noble, stood aside and monitored the workers. Unlike others, when he looked towards the mammoth, he did not have the fear in their eyes. Even when he saw Jack and his group walking towards him, he did not show any fear, but walked towards Jack. Hey, that's interesting. Could it be that this caravan is really protected by Whitebeard? Jack also saw the person in charge walking towards him, touched his chin, and then said firmly. No matter who protects me, Lousy doesn't care. Advertisement. At worst, we can just have a fight. With so many fishmen joining us, it's worth fighting anyone. Kaido-san will definitely make the same choice as me. Having made up his mind, Jack strode forward, and when the person in charge saw him, he quickened his pace and ran over. The 2 stopped walking, and Jack looked at each other expressionlessly and said, I need 2 ships now. I'll pay for your 2 ships, I hope you won't be ungrateful. Huff, no. No. Because of the intense running, the person in charge seemed to have a stitch in the side and kept waving at Jack. No, you object? Then I won't buy it. Go grab it? No. No need to buy it, I'll give it to you, huh? The person in charge patted his chest, took a few steps forward, looked up at Jack and said loudly. Master Jack, could you please squat down? I have something to tell you. Jack squatted down in confusion, and saw the person in charge put his mouth close to his ear and whispered. Master Jack, we are the caravan of the Don Quixote family. They are just 2 ships. You don't have to spend money to buy them. I will give them to you as gifts. Don Quixote family. No wonder. Jack glanced at the person in charge, nodded, and then shook his head. Forget it. I want the boat, but I'll definitely pay for it. Although we are allies, we still have to give what we deserve. How about this? Send a group of people to my ship. I have a batch of fine ivory. Chapter 70 Doflamingo's Expectations. Lim acted quickly. While the person in charge was still carrying ivory back and forth from the ship, Lim and his group had already arrived with a pirate's ship. After seeing the mermen on the boat, Neptune's army on the shore also stopped calling for reinforcements. The pirate's ship that Lim brought back, plus the 2 merchant ships he bought, were more than enough to carry these 2,000 fishmen. After selecting 200 Murlocs to become the crew of the Mammoth, Jack decided to let Holden take these Murlocs to the continent of Alan to find Jin, who was in urgent need of manpower to look after the slaves. I believe Jin would be very moved after seeing this. Moreover, letting these fishmen enjoy the pleasure of oppressing human slaves can greatly increase their identification with the beast's pirates. Because the coding and transformation would take several days, Jack arranged for people to purchase supplies and gave everyone a day off to take care of their own affairs. He also wanted to see if there were any other Murlocs who wanted to join the beast's pirates. 5 days later, the 200 new fishmen on the ship had become familiar with the old crew members during several days of banquets. There was no longer any estrangement between them and they seemed to be doing quite well. Jack looked at his cheap nephew Gio and asked seriously, "You really won't come with me?" Gio shook his head, turned around and looked at his companions hiding in the corner, then said to Jack, "No, Uncle Jack, I still prefer to be with my companions." Well, Jack was silent for a while, patted Gio's shoulder and said, "Okay, remember my Den Den Mushi number, and if you need any help, you can tell me. Of course if anything happens here, you have to tell me too." Gio nodded and said very sincerely, "Don't worry, Uncle." After watching Gio and those fishmen slowly leave, Jack still felt a little reluctant. Perhaps this guy was the only relative of this original body. "Master Jack, all the supplies are ready, we are leaving now." Hold'em came over with Fender and interrupted Jack's sigh. Jack looked at Fendel and said seriously, "Fendel, these compatriots need you to restrain them first. You should have heard about our style of the beast's pirates. So I don't want to see some of my compatriots lose their lives because of stupidity." Fendel looked at Jack with the same seriousness. "Don't worry, Master Jack, I understand." "Very good, Hold'em." Jack turned his gaze to Hold'em standing aside. "Advertisement, tell Brother Jin that the other Murlocs can be assigned as you wish, but Fendrel will stay on my ship from now on. Also, be careful on the road, contact me if anything happens." "As you command, Master Jack." The number of Murlocs who joined the beast's pirates increased by about 600, bringing the number of Murlocs to over 3,000. Fortunately, there is enough room to sit on the boat, and the fishman doesn't have too many requirements for the room. After Hold'em and the mermen left first, Jack looked at those beautiful and sexy mermen. His gaze stayed on the chests of those mermaids who were over 4 meters tall for a while, and then he also jumped onto the deck. "Young ones, let's go. The Fishmen Island, one day, I will come back." Grand Line, Sankan Island. This is an island about 7 days away from the Sabaody archipelago. Because there are too few islands suitable for human habitation in the sea area where it is located, few ships pass by here. But if someone lands on this island, they will find that there are many human buildings on the island. At this moment, there were about 1,000 pirates gathered together for a banquet. They were eating barbecue, drinking fine wine, and laughing from time to time at some dirty jokes of their companions. A man with short blonde hair was standing in a room on the 4th floor, silently watching the scene through the window. He wore a pair of sunglasses with white frames and red lenses, and a pink feather coat over his black suit. This somewhat incongruous outfit did not look funny on him, but instead revealed an evil and forbearing temperament. He is the head of the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Nah, Dover, those two guys are urging us again." Just as Doflamingo was staring at the group of people in a daze, a voice sounded behind him. Doflamingo turned his head and the veins on his forehead bulged high. "Hey, Torbull, stay away from me. Hey, what should we do with Dover? Those two guys seem to have lost their patience. Should we take action to deal with them? No need, let Jack deal with these two." After hearing what Torbull said, Doflamingo quickly refused. "Kaido specifically told me about this, slurp." After sucking the snot that was about to fall to the ground back into his nostrils, Torbull asked in confusion. "Dover, I don't quite understand why Kaido made us spend so much energy to gain the trust of these two guys and trick them into coming to Grand Line, but didn't deal with them immediately. Why must Jack deal with them? Is there any deeper meaning?" "Torbull, stay away from me." Doflamingo turned around, looked at the pirates who were still reveling, and said softly. "Advertisement. That's because Kaido thinks highly of that guy named Jack. I want him to be the 3rd most important figure of Beast's pirates. We all know that the Beast's pirates are a pirate group that values strength. If you want to be the top boss, in addition to strength, you must also have the merit of winning over the crowd. Although these two guys are not top-notch, they have been a major concern for the Beast's pirates with the support of the 2 countries of Ostek and Linston. After we take care of them, I think this guy named Jack just needs to go back and defeat those competitors, and he will be able to secure the 3rd place." After a pause, Doflamingo's tone became a little serious. "We finally reached an alliance with the Beast's pirates. With that monster Kaido in the New World, it is also crucial to our family's future development and plans. Even though we are allies, all the people in our family combined are no match for that monster Kaido. So, we just need to do what we are supposed to do honestly. As for these two guys, we'll give them another excuse. Just say that the batch of arms will take some time to hide from the marine." Torbull nodded and was about to leave when he heard Doflamingo whisper. "Torbull, do you know? I heard that the guy named Jack is only 14 years old this year. I'm very curious, what kind of monster can deal with 2 zone awakened ability users at the age of 14? You know, even I have to be careful when dealing with these two guys. I'm really curious about what kind of talent this guy has that Kaido values him so much. After hearing what Doflamingo said, Torbol's tone was very surprised. 14. Hey, Dover, did I hear you right? Certainly. Baloo, Baloo, Doflamingo took out the Den Den Mushi from his chest, answered the call silently, and put it to his ear. I'm Doflamingo, Jack. Got it. We're ready. Don't worry, they can't escape even if they have wings. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, Doflamingo nodded to Torbol. Tell those two idiots that the shipment will be arriving soon. Doflamingo looked at the pirates outside the window and said excitedly. A 14-year-old big shot? I'm actually looking forward to it. What kind of talent does he have that he would even favor a monster like Kaido? Or, what is the relationship between this guy and Kaido? Ouch, 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 ouch. Chapter 71 Doflamingo's Request. Den Den Mushi is a very magical species. The moment the call is connected, it can transform into the general image of the person on the other end. Although these things are realistic, they are actually illusory images. Den Den Mushi is a living creature that can be artificially bred or grown in the wild. It normally needs to be fed vegetables and fruits. If it is not fed for a long time, it will die. Like other living things, they can get sick and be affected by the weather. The microphone and buttons on its back were all artificially placed, and Jack really couldn't understand what kind of structure made them so magical. Jack always wanted to figure out what the principle was, but unfortunately he killed several Den Den Mushi while researching, and was beaten up by Kaido and King countless times, but he still couldn't figure it out. Jack slowly gave up. After using the Den Den Mushi provided by Brother Jin to call the guy named Doflamingo, Jack watched the pink feather coat on the Den Den Mushi's back slowly disappear, and couldn't help but say. This guy is dressed so sexy. However, I seem to have heard of this outfit and this name in my previous life. Seems that he is a very popular character. Once again, Jack felt deep regret for not having watched this anime in his previous life. Don Quixote. Doflamingo. I love the pink color. I hope I'm not a pervert. When the 200 newly joined fishmen heard that Jack was going to lead them to fight, they were not afraid at all. Instead, they were very happy. This made Jack nod his head with satisfaction. Compared to the cowards on the Fishmen Island, these fishmen were born to be pirates. Master Jack, ahead. Is Schwankun Island. Lim's voice was a little excited, and his body was shaking uncontrollably because of his excitement. Jack saw this, patted him on the shoulder and said. Don't worry, I'll let you deal with those two guys yourself. Master also held Lim's hand and looked at Lim with concern. Jack walked aside silently. After walking around for a while, they found the hidden port of Schwankun Island. Looking at the several pirates' ships docked at the port, Lim's eyes turned red. Without waiting for Jack to say anything, Lim jumped directly into the air. Hey, Lim. Be careful not to hurt anyone by mistake. The pink pirates with the flamingo figurehead are probably our allies. Ha ha ha. Don't worry, Master Jack. I know what's going on. Lim held a long sword in his hand and slashed at a pirate ship from the air. The remaining pirates fell into the sea with the destroyed ship before they could react. Jack saw it and shouted. Stop chopping. That's all money. Just kill people. Why are you chopping down the boat? You're ruining the family. Oh, got it. Lim landed on another boat, and soon a burst of terrified shouts came from inside. When the mammoth docked at the port, Lim also jumped off the ship, covered in blood, with a long knife still dripping with blood, like a devil from hell. Advertisement. Pa pa pa. Amazing. As expected of the beast's pirates, any random officer has such powerful strength. Lim turned his head and saw Doflamingo, who was wearing a flamingo feather coat, and a man wearing a black suit, sunglasses, and a black bow tie around his neck walking towards him. Oh, you are Don Quixote Doflamingo? Jack walked over to Lim and took a closer look at Doflamingo. Unlike what he had imagined, although this guy was wearing a coat made of pink flamingo feathers and a pair of red sunglasses, he did not look effeminate at all. Instead, he had a unique temperament and charm. He is indeed a popular character, full of aura. As Jack was carefully observing Doflamingo, Doflamingo was also observing Jack and was secretly surprised. If Doflamingo hadn't accidentally learned Jack's real age from Kaido, he would never have believed that Jack was a 14-year-old boy. Jack's height is similar to that of his family member Diamante, and he looks to be at least 5 meters tall. Moreover, compared to Diamante's somewhat thin figure, Jack's figure is extremely strong. His bulging muscles leave no doubt about the power contained in them, which can easily crush a person's head. His long flowing golden hair, scattered across his broad chest, makes him look uninhibited, and his eyes, with more white than usual, reveal a look that says, keep away from strangers. Haki looks mighty, worthy of being a talent valued by Kaido. He just looks a little anxious. At 14, he looks almost 40. I'm Doflamingo. Jack, nice to meet you. This is my family, Senor Pete. Welcome. That is. Before Doflamingo finished speaking, his eyes moved to Jack's side, just like Senor Pete beside him. Jack turned his head curiously and saw Master using his ability to clean the bloodline and dirt on Lim's body. Excuse me, but this is... Doflamingo's tone was a little excited, and Senor Pete beside him took off his sunglasses and looked at Master carefully without blinking. What are you doing? Are you attracted to Master? Don't be attracted by his good looks, he is a man now. No wonder you like to wear pink, I was deceived by your temperament. Jack took a step back without leaving a trace, and Flamingo said with a strange look in his eyes. This is my man, master, master? Then may I ask if your ability just now is the purification fruit? After hearing Jack's words, Doflamingo couldn't wait to ask Master who was standing beside him, and Master nodded with some doubt. Really? That's great. Advertisement. After seeing Master nod, the guy named Pete jumped up excitedly. Doflamingo turned around and said to Jack excitedly. It's the first time we meet, and although it may be a little abrupt, can you please agree to one of my requests? Tell me what you want first. Jack looked at Doflamingo with a little wariness. What does this guy want to do? Want to steal our human toilet? I won't agree to this. Wano-kuni still needs him to purify it. Doflamingo pointed at Pete who was staring at Master behind him and whispered to Jack. My family got married and had a child last year. When I returned home a while ago, I found that the child had a strange disease. I used the power of my family and consulted many doctors, but none of them could cure him. Later, a doctor said that if we wanted to treat this disease, perhaps only the medical demon fruit power could cure him. So I want this lady to treat his child for my family. Please, Mr. Jack, I will pay you handsomely. They're here now. As long as they can cure the child, I will agree to whatever you ask for. After hearing what Doflamingo, said, Jack felt a little ashamed. I was thinking the wrong way. You can't judge a person by his clothes. Is there anything wrong with liking pink? Ahem. Jack cleared his throat, looked at Master, whose eyes were red, and shouted. Master, did you hear that? Go ahead. Come on, I'm rooting for you. After watching Master and the impatient Pete leave, Jack turned his head and looked at Doflamingo again, and stretched out his right hand. This kind of thing is a piece of cake. Since we are allies, there is no need to be so formal. After the two hands, one big and one small, were tightly clasped together, Doflamingo said solemnly. Let's be honest, Mr. Jack. The Don Quixote family will always remember your kindness. And don't be so formal. You can call me Dover. Oh, then you don't have to call me Mr. Jack. Just call me Jack. Jack. Dover. Ouch 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 ouch. Ha 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 ha. Very good. This flamingo lover, Doflamingo with a pink girly heart is very much my style. Chapter 72. The pigeon fruit and the rooster fruit. It seems like it's already here, Jack. Have everyone on your ship move forward. I'm going to use my power to trap these two. Oh, before Jack could speak, Lim on the side had already conveyed the message, and Jack followed Doflamingo and walked forward a few steps. He hadn't detected the aura of those two guys until now, and judging from Lim's reaction, he hadn't detected it either. It seemed that Doflamingo's observation haki should be stronger than Lim's. And, thinking of the abilities of those two guys, Jack asked curiously. Hey, Dover. How do you control them? Foo. Be patient, Jack. You'll see it in a moment. They're like birds in a cage to me. It seems like they're coming. Jack used his observation haki to sense that a group of people were walking towards here, and quickly jumped to the deck. Doflamingo looked at him in confusion but didn't say anything. Lim, who was standing aside, had bloodshot eyes due to excitement. The hatred he had carried for so many years was going to have to bear fruit today. Torbull, we are very unhappy with your Don Quixote family this time. It took so long for this batch of arms to arrive. If the Beast's pirates had stopped providing us with arms, it wouldn't be your turn to trade with us. A handsome man in overalls was complaining impatiently to Torbull. Next to him, a man dressed even more exaggeratedly than Doflamingo was nodding in agreement. He was wearing a coat made of feathers of various colors, like a pair of wings, looking colorful and beautiful. Captain Ogusa, Captain Chicken, I'm sorry. Hey, how about this? From now on, our Don Quixote family won't charge any fees for arms transactions with you. After hearing this, Ogusa, who was wearing overalls, said in disbelief. What did you say? Are you kidding me? Kai Ken, who was wearing a beautiful dress, heard this and smiled softly at Torbull. He. Are you kidding us? You guys are so kind, so we don't have to pay for this transaction? He. Torbull adjusted his glasses and chuckled. You guessed it right. I was just kidding. He. I'm just teasing you. Damn it. You be asterisk. D. After Torbull finished speaking, he jumped forward. Kai Ken looked very angry and immediately chased after him. Seeing this, Ogusa and his men hurriedly followed. Advertisement. But after running through the woods and reaching the port, Ogusa slowly stopped, stood with Kai Ken, and looked ahead with a serious face. You are Lim. Looking at Lim in front of him, Ogusa had an ominous feeling in his heart and quickly looked towards the port. Chicken's pirate ship has disappeared, and there is no trace of anything on his own pirate ship. The most important thing is that the logo on the ship and the pirates behind Lim. These guys are Beast's pirates. Ogus, Chicken. You two devils, did you expect that I am not dead? I also joined the Beast's pirates. You are definitely dead today. Kai Ken took a step forward and said to Lim with disdain. If Kaido came in person, or if Jin and Quinn came, we would probably run away immediately. Just you? Are you here to die? Unlike Kai Ken, who looked arrogant, Ogusa gently pulled Kai Ken and whispered in his ear. That ship with the mammoth figurehead should be the new Beast's pirates' flagship ship. Jack the Drow, he must be hard to deal with, and the Don Quixote family is here. This is a trap for us. Stop talking nonsense, you're sending these people to their deaths. Abandon the ship, I'll take you away. After Kai Ken nodded, Ogusa turned around and shouted. Little guys. Kill them. Ahahaha. Kill. At Ogusa's command, his men immediately rushed forward. The beast's pirates also rushed up, with the fishmen running in the front with excitement on their faces. After the two sides fought together, Obusala took Chicken and quietly retreated a few steps. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a huge pigeon, grabbed Chicken and flew into the sky. Bang! However, Doflamingo suddenly appeared in midair, kicked the two men down, and then countless silk threads came out of his palms and rushed towards the sky. Jack stayed on the mammoth, looking at the thread that was about to fall, and shouted loudly. Pull the boat over. Then Jack took out his mace and struck while looking at the silk thread falling to the ground at a high speed. A bird in a cage. Jack looked at Obusa, who had transformed into a pigeon, and nodded. Advertisement. That's very fitting, but what kind of fruit is this, Doflamingo? Line. Bang. He picked up an unlucky pirates and threw him over. Looking at the pirates that were cut into pieces, Jack said in surprise. Look at the sharpness, it's a bit of a pervert. If an ordinary person eats this fruit, he can only be a tailor. This guy's imagination and talent are beyond ordinary people. Obusa did not return to human form, but stood with Chicken in the form of a pigeon, looking at Doflamingo angrily. Doflamingo. You be *************** D. As an ally. How dare you betray us? Foo. Don't say such harsh words. Doflamingo adjusted his glasses and chuckled. We, the Don Quixote family, are also allies with the beast's pirates. If we are all allies, we can only obey the strong. But don't worry, I just need to trap you. There is someone else dealing with you. Looking at the two people who wanted to kill him with their eyes, Doflamingo laughed loudly again. Foo. Stop looking at me like that. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourselves for being too weak. Bang. Well said. An extremely huge mammoth landed next to the two of them. Seeing this, Obusa immediately grabbed Chicken and flew into the sky, but a long trunk held Chicken tightly. Bang. Kai Ken was pulled down by Jack and thrown at his feet. Seeing this, Obusa flapped his wings and wanted to rush over, but Lim jumped high and chopped down at Obusa. Hee. Ah. Kai Ken transformed into a colorful rooster and pecked at Jack's huge body with its long pointed beak. However, only a white spot was left on the mammoth's skin. Jack shook his long nose, looked at the colorful Madara rooster and said softly. You are quite beautiful. A chicken this big can't fit in one pot. Pigeon fruit? Giant rooster fruit? It's a pity that these two guys don't make a debut. Chapter 73 Mingja's sigh. After Kai Ken pecked Jack a few times with his sharp chicken beak, he saw that Jack was not injured, so he immediately changed into an orc. Seeing this, Jack also changed into an orc. Looking at the red flesh skirt on Kai Ken's chin, Jack couldn't help but sneer. Look at your face, it's so cool, and you even have an abalone. You have a DK on your face, what right do you have to criticize me? And you have 3 of them. The smile on Jack's face faded and he looked at his trunk, touching the smooth tusk. Damn it. You deserve to die. I'm XXXXXX. Jack was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. After thinking for a long time, he still didn't know how to refute. Jack closed his mouth and hit Kai Ken with the mace. You are making me humiliate myself, and I am so helpless and furious. Kai Ken is about the same height as Jack, and his main attack method is kicking. Jack has seen many masters of kicking skills, but Kai Ken's kicking skills are the best Jack has ever seen. Chicken's human beast form has feet that are like chicken claws. Although they look very sharp, they are not at all inferior to Jack's mace. However, he was no match for Jack in terms of strength, but he was a little more agile than Jack. With his flexible movements, Kai Ken tried his best to dodge Jack's attacks and avoid a head-on confrontation with Jack. Moreover, compared to the pointed beak in the shape of a big rooster, Kai Ken's feet have stronger attack power. The 4 toes grabbed Jack's body, which actually made Jack feel a stinging pain. The sharp spikes on the toes pierced Jack's skin. Kai Ken also obviously noticed this, and when he kicked Jack again, his 4 toes were covered with armament hockey, and he grabbed hard, actually tearing off a small piece of flesh from Jack's body. Hiss. Although the meat was not big, Jack dared not be careless anymore. Although Chicken's attack could not cause much damage to him, his chicken feet were really powerful. He must like sports very much. And if this guy hits me on the head, I might end up with a Mediterranean look. It's already growing too fast. If it turns into a Mediterranean Sea, will people be able to survive? Both of them started to fight cautiously, Jack because Kai Ken's chicken claws were too sharp, and Kai Ken because he was almost slapped by Jack's nose. Neither of them could do anything to the other, and they were in a stalemate for a while. On the other side, the battle between Lim and Obusa was extremely fierce. Unlike Chicken, as the user of the zone pigeon fruit, Obusa's human beast form has no changes to his feet, but has a pair of large wings. Facing Lim's continuous attacks, Ogus used his wings to block in front of himself. Covered by the armed color, Ogus's wings emitted a dark light, blocking all of Lim's attacks. Yu Renzan. Advertisement. Then Obusa began to counterattack Lim. Obusa flapped his wings hard at Lim, and Lim, whose eyes were red, almost failed to dodge the blow. His long green hair was cut off at the heels, which instantly calmed Lim down. UB****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** his mind. He was so close to having his scalp cut off. Ha 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 ha. Lim, poor little devil, this hairstyle suits you very well. Ogusa pointed at Lim's hairstyle and bent over with laughter. Ogus. You ungrateful beast. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* It's all because of you. Lim's hands couldn't help but tremble because of anger, which made Obusa notice it and laugh even louder. Lim, poor little devil. Do you really want to kill me and avenge your mother? It's a pity you can't do it. As a swordsman, I can't control my emotions. How can you kill me? I want to thank you and your mother for saving us. Obusa looked at Lim, touched his wings lightly and said, I also want to thank those lovely villagers. I forgot to tell you that the devil fruits we both received were rewards from the world government. Ha 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 ha. Thank you again. Seeing Lim shaking more violently, Obusa breathed a sigh of relief. As long as we can arouse Lim's anger, kill him quickly, and then join forces with Kaiken, we may be able to win today and break this deadlock. Thinking of this, Obusa laughed even louder. Ha 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 ha, poor Lim, I have one more thing to tell you. Your mother is very moist. However, after hearing these words, Lim's body stopped shaking. He raised his head and looked at Obusa expressionlessly and said, Ogus, you want to make me angry, don't you? Haha, don't waste your time. Advertisement, I have been living with hatred for 20 years. You should have expected this day when you didn't kill me last time. You can't escape today even if you can fly. Oh, that's right. Lim looked at Obusa, whose smile disappeared, and said word by word. 20 years ago, when you killed my mother, I was in the box under her. If you had checked it at that time, you might not be dead today. A hole. Obusa rushed over with his wings flapping, and Lim raised his sword to meet him. Ever since Lim's old illness was cured by Master, his physical strength and armament hockey have greatly improved. It is not an exaggeration to call this improvement a surge. It was not until some time ago that Lim got completely used to this healthy body. Facing Obusa, Lim had absolute confidence that he could defeat him. However, Lim never expected that Obusa would be a swordsman. As a zone demon fruit power, Obusa took an unconventional approach and used his wings as a sword, and he couldn't even gain an advantage. Obusa's swordsmanship is extremely special. His wings swayed back and forth with his body, as if he was doing some strange exercise. Moreover, with the blessing of armament hockey, Obusa's wings were extremely hard. If Lim was not careful, he would have a wound on his abdomen. Hey, Dover, that guy named Jack doesn't seem to be that powerful. I thought you would end this battle with ease. Torbull looked at Jack, who was in a stalemate with Kaiken, and said with a somewhat disdainful tone. Torbull, stay away from me. Also, don't underestimate that guy Jack. He knows very well what it means for the Zone Fruit's ability user to awaken, and he's waiting for the chance to deliver a fatal blow. And didn't you notice? That guy was fighting with Kaiken. But all the attention is on Obusa. Look at the direction he's moving. He's always staying at a distance where he can quickly support his men. After Doflamingo saw through Jack's thoughts, he had an even higher opinion of Jack. Is this guy really only 14 years old? He is extremely skilled in using armament hockey, and the number of his weapons is beyond that of an ordinary person. Coupled with rich combat experience, perverts physical defense, and extraordinary wisdom. In time, this guy might become the second Kaido. Chapter 74, Jet of Ivory. Just as Doflamingo noticed, Jack's observation hockey was constantly monitoring the two of them, fearing that Lim might get too excited and fall into a disadvantageous position. After all, Lim is currently the strongest fighter under his command, and he doesn't have any big ambitions. It would be too tragic if he died at the hands of his enemy. If it gets out, it will be bad for your reputation and will become a stain on your future life. Not only did you kill a pigeon and a chicken, but you also lost the life of your admiral. When the time comes, you become a big boss and open a gang. How will your subordinates think of you? Moreover, if Lim died, there would definitely be people talking about him behind his back, especially those Flying Six who were dissatisfied with him. He couldn't give them such an excuse. Not only do I have to crush them in terms of strength, I also have to surpass them in all aspects to be worthy of the attention of Brother Kaido. As for Kaiken's attack, just be careful with his chicken claws and don't let him grab you. It's okay to let him hit you a few times. If I act like I'm on par with him, he'll always reveal his flaws. At that time, just seize the opportunity and deal with him in one go without wasting time on him. After all, as a Zone Awakener, his body's defense and recovery abilities are absolutely top-notch, apart from anything else. I don't want to do sit-ups and push-ups with him. If you were a girl, maybe I would be interested. Jack had good intentions, but he forgot that the opponent was not a small Kurami who could be easily defeated. At first, Kaiken didn't realize that Jack had hidden his strength, but after fighting for a while, Kaiken gradually felt something was wrong. Jack completely gave up attacking him, and occasionally glanced at Lim and the other man in the distance. This made Kaiken feel deeply insulted. I kicked and pecked you like this, and you didn't fight back? And you still have the mind to look at others? You don't take me seriously? Seeing Jack's long trunk, Kaiken had an idea and said to Jack. Elephant man? I'm drooling just seeing you. I like elephant steak the most. Oh, an expert? Jack's answer made Kaiken stunned. Jack looked at Kaiken with interest, no, with great interest, and asked. How would you like it done? Without waiting for Kaiken to answer, Jack said to himself. I like to eat it medium rare, sprinkle some black pepper and sea salt on it, and take a bite, it's delicious. You. Kaiken pointed at Jack and said, aren't you the elephant fruit? Why are you still eating elephant steak? Don't you feel disgusted when you do this? What the hell? Jack looked at Kaiken with some confusion, and said bewilderedly. Advertisement. Just because I eat the Zone Devil fruit doesn't mean I've turned into this kind of animal. Why can't I eat it? So you don't eat chicken? Of course, chickens are so cute, why would I want to eat chicken? There was a hint of shock in Kaiken's eyes, as if he found it hard to believe that Jack would say such a thing. However, Jack's next words made Kaiken lose his mind. Oh, really? I'm different from you. I eat a chicken in one bite. No matter if it's male or female, I like to eat them all. A whole. You. I will definitely kill you. How dare you eat the beautiful chicken, I will never forgive you. Jack looked at Kaiken with disdain on his face. Your F********************** G chicken feet are all exposed, and you're still endorsing chickens. The comb on Kaiken's head, which was crooked just now stood up from his head. Then Kaiken jumped back a few times, putting some distance between himself and Jack, and kept pushing the ground with his feet. He waited until smoke was rising from under his feet, then Kaiken rushed towards Jack like an arrow. Bang! The difference from before was that Kaiken's attack this time was mainly based on its sharp beak, supplemented by its claws, and Jack was surprised to find that in this mode, Kaiken's neck was much longer and its sharp beak was sharper, and it would peck a small hole in his hand. If I hadn't quickly covered myself with armament hockey, this little mouth would really eat me up. This guy's mouth skills are more powerful than his feet. However, Kaiken seemed to be completely enraged by Jack's words just now. He attacked Jack with all his might and completely gave up on defense, which made Jack happy. Isn't the opportunity you've been waiting for finally here? Once lousy armament hockey starts, all your efforts will be in vain. Come on. Big CK, peck me, use all your strength. Seeing the location where Kaiken was attacking, Jack immediately jumped aside and cursed. FK. You are so despicable, is this something you can peck at? Chickens eat worms. It's only natural. Can lousy be the same as you thin dog? Is this a bug? I'll smash you to death with one stick. The two men rushed towards each other angrily and started a new round of fight. However, as the fight went on, Jack's armament hockey seemed to disappear immediately, and Kaiken pecked a hole directly on Jack's arm. Thinking of Jack's age on the bounty order, Kaiken was overjoyed. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, lousy forgot that you are still a baby. No matter how good your talent is, you still need to develop. It seems like you were just like that Fisher Tiger. The first bounty on your head was over 200 million. And your bounty is even higher than Fisher Tiger's. This means that in the eyes of the world government, you are a bigger threat than him. But what a pity, who told you to come here and die? Kaiken looked at Jack, his eyes revealing a cruel look. I have killed countless young people with outstanding talents, but no one can compare to you. It's really exciting to be able to kill a monster like you with my own hands. Chuckle. After Kaiken finished speaking, he rushed towards Jack with his long chicken neck. After dodging Jack's mace, Kaiken's sharp beak pecked hard at Jack's chest. Chuckle. What an amazing physical strength. Kaiken jumped back a few steps, swallowed the small piece of meat on his sharp beak, and said with a grim smile. It seems to be true. Then you will die. I'm going to make Kaido regret this. Kaiken pushed off the ground with his legs and started sprinting towards Jack again. Jack looked at Kaiken silently, and faced Kaiken's full-strength attack without dodging or evading. Clang. However, this time, after Kaiken's sharp beak pecked down, he felt as if his beak had pecked at a diamond. His eyes went dark, and when he came to his senses, Jack grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. Puff. Hey. Oh. Jack's tusk easily pierced Chicken's shoulder, causing the unsuspecting Chicken to cry out in pain. However, this was not the end. Jack lifted Chicken into the air and shouted. Ivory jet. Ah. After a shrill scream, two bloody holes appeared on Kaiken's shoulders. Then, Kaiken, who was about to faint, saw with horror that Jack's tusks had grown out rapidly again. I'll give you a few more. How dare you eat lousy's meat? Don't you know what prions are? Chapter 75 Wealth and Awakening. Kaiken lay dying on the ground, his limbs and body full of ivory, staring at the ground. The awakening of the fruit's ability has made Kaiken's recovery ability extremely strong. However, facing the current situation will only make Kaiken more painful. Because Jack crushed all the bones in Kaiken's limbs. No matter how strong his recovery ability is, he cannot restore the bones that have turned into debris. The bone debris will only make Kaiken's body hurt more. After acquiring the ability to regenerate teeth, Jack was very angry and disappointed at first. But when Jack thought of the two thick fangs he had after transforming into a mammoth, his heart moved. After many experiments, the jet tusk trick was finally created. While the teeth are regenerating, the elephant's trunk, which has an extremely large amount of muscles, is used to squeeze the roots of the tusks from the inside as power, and they are quickly ejected. It is so powerful that it can easily penetrate trees and break rocks. If armament hockey is added, the power will be multiplied several times. Moreover, ivory is considered a luxury in this world, and Jack stored a lot of it when he was free. The importance of money is unquestionable in any world, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people moved by Roger's last words and go out to sea to become pirates. Every pirate group has its own rules, but when it comes to money, most pirate groups will divide the income from the looting into proportions and distribute them to their crew members. If you want to make the pirates group bigger and stronger, the captain must not be the kind of guy who eats meat himself and snatches soup from his brothers. Such captains usually die the fastest. For pirate groups like the Beast's Pirates, which are more famous, have a larger number of members, and have territories and fixed incomes, the distribution method is more detailed. Kaido is in charge of the big boss, the Flying Six, and a few real fighters. Every month, He takes out a portion of the beast's pirates' income and gives it to them, who then distribute it to the real fighters and cadres under their command. Pirates stationed in Wano Kuni or other territories, as well as non-combatants, will always give more money because they rarely have the opportunity to have extra income. They are like civil servants among the pirates, they get their salary every month and use it to buy alcohol and gamble, and a small portion is sent to their families. In addition, the beast's pirates also provide food and accommodation, which is why so many pirates want to join the powerful pirates group. As for the other pirates, they are the combat force of the beast's pirates, responsible for patrolling the seas, defending territory, repelling enemies, teaching disobedient countries a lesson, etc., a series of heavy responsibilities that require fighting. With the exception of the zone devil fruit, they have absolute control over the treasures they obtain from the battle. Some people choose to pay a portion to the beast's pirates in exchange for merit, while others choose to keep it all for themselves. Merits can be exchanged for more advanced equipment, intimate communication with the girls, travel and vacation, and various things in all the territories of beast's pirates, etc. The most important thing is that merits can be exchanged for personal guidance from the big boss and Kaido, as well as devil fruit. Although the merits required are extremely exaggerated, they can indeed be obtained. But the cruel thing is that ordinary pirates have absolutely no such opportunity. Their chances of getting it are very slim because they are not strong enough. Advertisement. The lives of the minions are worthless. Only by eliminating the opponent's main force can one become rich. Unfortunately, if you don't have that strength, you will just die. There will be a special supervision team on each ship to monitor the pirates' every move. In addition, with the existence of observation hockey, there will never be a situation where someone else takes the credit, and no one dares to do so. Therefore, people with great talents will never be buried, while it is difficult for the low-level minions to make a name for themselves. However, most of them also know their own limitations, and they either drink or gamble when they get the money. Apart from these ways to earn money, it depends on the captain you follow. The officers of the beast's pirates who are able to go out to sea are at least real fighters. The wealth they gain from a battle and the salary given by the beast's pirates are far more than those of ordinary pirates. Sometimes, if they cannot spend the money, they will distribute it to their subordinates to improve their cohesion. Like Jin, who is in charge of the finances of beast's pirates, he basically distributes money to his subordinates every month because he has nothing to spend. Jack distributed some of the gold and jewelry he obtained during his time at sea to his subordinates, and gave most of it to Jin in exchange for merit. He needs a lot of merits in exchange for a promise from Kaido, which is related to his plan to transform Julie. The appearance of ivory accelerated this process and also allowed Jack to have extra money to distribute to his men. If I could regenerate my teeth day and night, what a fortune it would be. But the prerequisite is to supplement calcium. I just don't know whether selling large amounts of ivory will disrupt the ivory market. Congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Since it has not been selected for a long time, it has now been automatically drawn. Congratulations to the host for drawing the flash reward, Devil Fruit Awakening. The system's voice came from his mind, and then Jack felt something strange in his body. The heart beats more slowly and seems a little stronger. Jack opened his character panel. The character card showed a golden SR, which looked extremely noble. When he clicked on it, Jack was stunned. Rubbing his eyes, Jack looked over carefully. Host name: Jack. Physique: 105 UR. Agility: 85 SSR. Power: 105 UR. Advertisement: Perception: 80 SSR. Will: 90 SSR. Rating: SSR. Congratulations to host for his physical fitness, which has surpassed most of the pirates and made a big step forward on the road to becoming the king of ships. Not only did my physique and strength both exceed 100, my willpower and perception also improved a lot, and the system even congratulated me in a rare way. The attributes added by this awakening were far beyond Jack's expectations. Thinking of that fat body, Jack clenched his fists. If I were my current self, defeating him shouldn't be a problem. Adding this guy to the mix, Jack turned his attention to Ogusa. Doflamingo looked at Jack in confusion. Just now, for some reason, Jack rubbed his eyes, nodded twice in front of himself, and fell into silence. What happened? Is he injured? But it doesn't look like this, does it? Just when Doflamingo was still confused, he saw Jack running towards him excitedly. Hey, Dover, can you temporarily cancel this birdcage? You should be able to temporarily control him and prevent him from escaping, right? Doflamingo nodded and asked with some doubt. You can, but what's the problem? Jack turned his head and looked towards the port, and said excitedly. I need to lean on you. Lean on it. Doflamingo quietly took a few steps back, increasing the distance between himself and Jack. Chapter 76. Sorry, I don't like it. Ogusa was very anxious now. When he saw Chicken being grabbed by Jack's neck like a dead chicken, Ogusa was angry and wanted to get rid of Lim and come to the rescue. But Lim was determined to fight him in exchange for injury even at the risk of death, which stopped him in his tracks. After finally repelling the mad dog like Lim and taking a breath to look at Chicken, Ogusa's heart sank. Kai Ken's favorite colorful coat had been torn to pieces by Jack, and his body was nailed to the ground in a very weird posture by a dozen tusks. Judging from the smell of him and his bent arms and legs, death was only a matter of time. Ogusa suppressed his grief and turned his head silently. Goodbye, my beautiful big C*K partner. I can't take care of you anymore. Now I can only see if I have a chance to escape. While Lim was catching his breath, Ogusa flew directly into the air, and countless slashes came out of Ogusa's wings and flew towards the birdcage. Unfortunately, the quality of the birdcage manufactured by Doflamingo definitely met the ISO certification standards. It withstood so many slashes without even shaking. Ogusa originally wanted to rely on his flying advantage to drag him down, but when he saw Doflamingo swaying in front of him like a spider, Ogusa knew that his day might be over. Fortunately, Doflamingo only threatened him and did not attack him. Ogusa made up his mind and decided to deal with Lim first. It seems that Jack respects Lim's opinion very much. If he kidnaps Lim, there might be a glimmer of hope. Thinking of this, Ogusa fell to the ground and started fighting with Lim again. And Doflamingo also fell from the air next to Jack. Jack gave Doflamingo a thumbs up and said admiringly, "You can play with a string fruit in so many different ways. I have to admire your talent and imagination. If I eat this, I might have to go back to the countryside and open a textile factory." Doflamingo felt helpless after hearing Jack's words. "Are you praising me or insulting me?" "Never mind, I'll just take it as a compliment." Doflamingo shook his head and asked Jack softly, "Jack, when are we going to start removing the birdcage? I think your men are no match for Ogusa." Jack looked at Lim's injuries and shouted to him, "Lim, do you need my help?" After waiting for a long time without seeing Lim's answer, Jack shrugged helplessly. It seems that now is not the time. After waiting for a while, Jack looked at Lim who was injured again and shouted, "Lim, do you need my help?" Advertisement. However, Lim still did not respond. Jack said to Doflamingo helplessly, "It seems that my subordinate has a strong sense of self-esteem. Let's wait a little longer." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lim was chopped down by Ogusa and flew to Jack's feet. Bang. "Lim, don't insist, let me go. Why bother? I can just defeat him and let you kill him." Ahem. Lim pointed at Jack and said loudly, "I need a chance to yell. Did he give me a chance? Come on, can't you see I'm dying? We're fighting so hard, how could I have the time to yell at you? If I lose focus, I'll be G dead. ... Seeing Jack's expression, Doflamingo silently released the birdcage. Ogusa, who had just been feeling remorseful for letting Lim escape, was delighted when he found that the birdcage had suddenly disappeared. He turned into a pigeon and was about to fly into the sky. However, an inexplicable crisis caused Ogusa to slowly fall to the ground. Touching the blood oozing from his chest and looking at the thread still dripping blood in midair, Ogusa shouted angrily at Doflamingo. "Doflamingo, you damn B**************. If the two countries of Ostrich and Linston knew that we died here, they would never let you go. Ouch, 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 ouch." Doflamingo laughed a few times and said with disdain, "It's normal for a stupid guy like you to be eliminated by the times. You are destined to die here today. As for the two countries of Ostrich and Linston, their fate will be the same as yours. Because the kings of these two countries are just as stupid as you two. On the doorstep of the beast's pirates, you want to join the world government. Ouch, 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 ouch. If you can't even see this situation clearly, what qualifications do you have to be the enemy of the beast's pirates? You look so strong on the outside but so weak on the inside, just like a loser dog whining. Unfortunately, your opponent is not me, otherwise I would let you know the price of the weak threatening the strong. Pull the boat over." Advertisement. Jack's shout came from the port. Seeing this, Doflamingo shot out countless silk threads from his hands, and the birdcage covered Schwankun Island again. Hole. Damn it. You guys. Are you really sure you can defeat me? I will make you pay the price. Ogusa used impotent rage to hide the fear in his heart. Bang. Jack carried the mace and jumped in front of Ogusa, saying expressionlessly, "What are you barking at? Huh, are you good at fighting? What's the point of being able to fight? To get into the business, you need power. You need a background. You dare to challenge us beasts pirates by relying on two ignorant countries. It's simply courting death, and as far as fighting is concerned, you're just a little punk. No matter my strength or background, I am far superior to you. So what are you barking about?" Jack pointed the mace in the direction of Chicken and continued to say to Ogusa, "See, that guy is what will happen to you." Looking in the direction of the mace, Lim pulled out the tusk from Chicken's body, then picked up his long knife and chopped it down madly. Soon, Kai-Ken was cut into a human stick by Lim. He let out a painful wail, and then the sound became smaller and smaller. After seeing Kai-Ken's miserable condition, sweat kept pouring out of Ogusa's body. After thinking about it for a few times, Ogusa forced a smile on his face and looked at Jack. "Master Jack, Mr. Kaido has been wanting to invite me to join the beast's pirates. I think I was a little ignorant before, but now I have thought about it carefully and decided to accept Mr. Kaido's invitation. No need for cadres, I'd rather be a small follower on Mr. Jack's ship." Idiot. Jack lowered his head and glanced at Ogusa, then raised his mace and smashed it down without hesitation. "I'm sorry, I don't like pigeons. Also, I'm a very serious person. You just said you want us to pay a price. I'll see what the price is." Chapter 77 Mission completed. Clang. As soon as his fists touched Jack's mace, the power from it almost brought Ogusa to his knees. Ogusa quickly transformed into human beast form. This time, Ogusa's wings were wider, and Jack also transformed into human beast form when he saw this. The awakening of Zone, in addition to greatly increasing the various attributes of the body, also makes the user more powerful in the state of human beast transformation. The choices when transforming into an animal can change according to the user's ideas. At least Jack couldn't control his state when he turned into an animal before, but now Jack can easily choose the aspects he wants to focus on when turning into an animal and make changes. The long trunk has shrunk a lot, leaving only a pair of sharp fangs, revealing an edge that should not be underestimated. Starting from his face and extending to the soles of his feet, Jack's skin turned gray-brown and looked rough, as if it was about to crack. From Jack's perspective, this state is more focused on defense. Facing Ogusa's wings, Jack mentally wanted to test his own defense, so he activated armament haki and stood still. Clang! The wings chopped between Jack's chest and abdomen with a clanging sound. Ogusa looked at Jack in disbelief, then jumped back a few steps and slashed at Jack. Bang! The slash was resisted by Jack, but he was still injured. A blood mark appeared on his chest. However, there was no joy on Ogusa's face. This slash was made after he was covered with armament haki, and it only left a tiny scar on Jack's body. According to this estimation, even if he used all his strength, he would have to hit his vital points if he wanted to cause fatal injuries to Jack. But this opportunity was totally impossible. Ogusa looked at Lim, who was walking towards him with a ferocious face, and then looked at Doflamingo, who was staring at him, and a feeling of despair surged in his heart. His men had already been dealt with long ago. Those pirates were also very experienced in combat and stayed far away, not giving him any chance. I can't escape, I can't fight, today I really can't escape even if I have wings. Ogusa lowered his head and looked at the wings that he was so proud of. A feeling of grief and indignation overwhelmed his despair. What use do I have for these wings? Jack touched his chest, looked at Ogusa, who was standing there with a gloomy face, and shouted. Hey, what are you hesitating about? Keep going. If you don't cut me, my wound will heal. Ogusa's lips trembled twice, and after hesitating for a while, he asked softly. Do we have to fight? Can you give us a chance to live? Advertisement. 4x. Are you filming TV with me? Jack rushed forward with his beloved tusk in hand. Seeing this, Ogusa flew directly into the sky, but immediately fell back to the ground in midair. After avoiding Jack's attack, Ogusa looked at the sky in grief and anger and roared. Doflamingo. Doflamingo landed on the ground, grinned at Ogusa and said. Foo 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 foo. This road is blocked. There was no way to heaven and no door to earth. At this time, Ogusa's courage was aroused. After all, everyone who dares to go out to sea as a pirate is prepared to die at any time, and blood and death are always with pirates. Ogusa made up his mind, covered his wings with armament haki and rushed towards Jack. If Jack had not fought with Chicken, before his fruit ability awakened, he might not have been able to determine the winner against Ogusa, who was even more powerful than Chicken for a while. However, the huge amount of attributes added after the fruit awakened made Jack, who already had extremely destructive power, even more violent. When the character card's rating reaches a higher level, it will also allow Jack to control his body more easily. Coupled with the pressure from Lim and Doflamingo, who were watching closely from the side, Ogusa was soon distracted and was hit by Jack's stick and flew away. This stick made Ogusa feel like he had drunk fake wine. After he stood up, he staggered for a long time before he recovered. Seeing Jack's playful look, Ogusa knew that Jack was sure to win and didn't want to kill him so easily. Thinking of Kai Ken's end, if he fell into Lim's hands, his end would definitely be 100 times more miserable than his. After all, he was the one who killed Lim's mother with his own hands. Ogusa made a decision in his heart. Jack, lousy, let Kaido know that geniuses who don't grow up are waste. Kill you. Kaido will definitely regret it. Ha 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 ha. After Ogusa finished shouting, he gathered all his strength on his wings and mobilized all the armament haki in his body to cover them. Even the elastic overalls were broken by the sudden bulge of his pectoral muscles. Little devil, let me teach you how cruel this sea is. After Ogus finished shouting, he ran towards Jack at a high speed, and a strong momentum also rushed towards Jack. Feeling the aura emanating from Ogusa, and seeing an expression that looked like he was about to use a big move, Jack did not dare to delay and gathered all his strength early on. When Ogusa rushed in front of him, Jack smashed down with his mace fiercely. Thunder Dad 64 hexagrams. Advertisement. However, unexpectedly, when Ogusa was about to rush in front of Jack, he forcibly retracted his strength and released his human beast form. At the same time, the huge inertia generated by the full strength sprint allowed Ogusa to accelerate and meet Jack's mace. Boom. This guy. Looking at Ogusa, who was smashed into a pulp, Jack turned to look at Lim beside him and said apologetically. I'm sorry, Lim, it seems this guy doesn't want to die too painfully. It's okay, Master Jack. Lim showed a look of relief on his face, and without saying a word, he bent down to Jack. Master Jack, thank you very much. Thanks to you, I was able to avenge my mother and everyone in my hometown. From now on, my life will be handed over to Master Jack. Jack walked up to Lim and joked. Should you kowtow to me? Ha 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 ha, I was kidding, Lim. Seeing that Lim was about to knock, Jack quickly stopped Lim, then turned to Doflamingo and said. Dover, got a dog. This guy has earned my respect. To show my respect for him, let's give his body to the dogs. Then throw those dogs into the sea, and he will be worthy of the title of Sea Man. Foo 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 foo. Jack, you have some ideas. After hearing what Jack said, Doflamingo gestured to Torpal beside him, who nodded and turned away. Watching the birdcage slowly disappear, Jack praised Doflamingo's creativity again, and Doflamingo also expressed his admiration for Jack's strong strength and physique. After the two men praised each other for a long time, Torpal came over with a few hounds. The hound smelled the blood and became a little violent, then Torpal let go of his hand and the hound rushed towards the meat paste. After Lim threw the well-fed hound into the sea himself, Jack felt relieved. The task assigned to me by Brother Kaido has been completely completed. When the time comes, I just need to go back, kill Shudenmaru, and deal with those guys who have always been dissatisfied with me. That will be the day for me to be on the big screen. Maria, Yamato, it's been over a year. Do you miss me? Chapter 78. The Don Quixote family's executives. Congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Since the host did not choose to draw for a long time, it has now been automatically drawn. Congratulations to the host for receiving the normal reward, which increases the agility attribute by 3. The mechanical voice of the system came in his mind, which made Jack stunned. Isn't the gap too big? A user of the rooster fruit can give me an awakening reward, but a user of the pigeon fruit, who is even more powerful, only gives me 3 points of agility. System. Do you look down on pigeons? Hey, Torrebel, stay away from me, and your snot is about to fall to the ground. Hee. It won't fall to the ground. Torrebel raised his head and exerted force. Slurp. Jack looked at the unknown substance dripping from Torrebel's clothes and silently took a few steps back. Could this guy be the user of the snot fruit? Or is he glue? Or, a user of the ability of the Sakurai fruit? But is there such a devil fruit? Never mind. During the insurance period, I'd better stay away from him. If he is really the user of the sperm fruit, I guess if I swing the contraceptive stick around him twice, 2 bars will appear. But why hasn't Master come back yet? Was the treatment unsuccessful? Doflamingo was obviously just like Jack, a little confused as to why Master and Pico hadn't come back for so long. Just when he was about to go check it out, Diamante came over with a helpless look on his face. Hey, Dover, Gimlet has been rescued, but Lucian seems to be very dissatisfied with Pirate's identity. Now the beautiful lady named Master is trying to persuade her. Oh, really? It's normal that most people can't accept the identity of pirates. But it's not our identity as pirates. Gimlet can't be saved. I'm sure Lucian will figure it out soon. Doflamingo pointed at Diamante and introduced him to Jack softly. His name is Diamante. He is also a member of my family and the highest official of the Don Quixote family. Jack took a closer look at Diamante, who was dressed like an Indian, and praised him insincerely. As expected of the highest-ranking official of your family, your clothing taste is so classy. Just from the aura on his body, he is a fierce general who can defeat 10,000 enemies. No, you're praising me too much. No, I can tell you're special just by looking at the 2 stripes on your face. No, I don't deserve your praise. This person doesn't look that good, but he's very modest about being sexy. Knowing that he was just giving a polite compliment, Jack couldn't help but feel a little fond of Diamante's humble attitude. Advertisement. I didn't expect you to be so humble. You're like this. Then I'll just have to admit it. That's right. I am a fierce general who can defeat thousands of enemies. ... I don't know if you are invincible, but your shameless look is definitely invincible. People can't, at least, they shouldn't change their attitude so quickly. Brother, have you learned face changing in Sichuan? Diamante, I won't introduce you to Jack. I think you all know each other now. Are you ready for the party? Dover, the banquet has been prepared long ago. Please rest assured, I will take them downstairs to attend the banquet first. Doflamingo glanced at the group of excited fishmen and whispered to Jack. I haven't congratulated you yet for recruiting a group of excellent subordinates for the Beast's pirates. After hearing Doflamingo's words, Jack seemed to have just remembered something and quickly said to him. By the way, did your Chamber of Commerce manager tell you? I have a batch of top quality ivory here. Can you help me deal with it? Oh, didn't you just give him a batch of ivory? How come? Thinking of the scene when Jack's tusks regenerated just now, Doflamingo closed his mouth and said nothing more. As expected, he is the little monster that Kaido, the monster, has his eyes on. When it comes to money, they are very similar. After thinking for a while, Doflamingo nodded to Jack. Okay, but I don't have that much cash right now. How can I give you the money? For the next transaction, just give it to them. After Jack finished speaking, he shouted to his men. Hey, you bastards, don't leave yet, go and move the ivory on the ship to the island. After all the ivory had been taken down, Doflamingo, who was so shrewd and calm, couldn't help but open his mouth wide. After a long while, Doflamingo said to Jack with some concern. You're not an adult yet, right? Will this amount have any adverse effects on your physical development? Ah, a bad influence. Jack gestured to Doflamingo and replied helplessly. Do you think I really want to grow taller? If I continue like this, I don't think I'll even have a hard time finding a wife. After hearing Jack's words, Doflamingo turned his head and fell into silence. Advertisement. The aroma of meat, countless fine wines, a variety of fruits, and a band performance by several artistic young pirates were the pirates' favorite moment. Jack, come on, let me introduce you. This is Jorah, this is Circa, and this is Lao Ji. The expression on Jack's face was numb. The cadres of the Don Quixote family were more unique than each other in terms of appearance and dress. Whether it was Mabe who brought his own sweater, or Seka who was only half a head shorter than him but spoke in a sharp voice that made people's teeth ache, none of them shocked Jack as much as old G who wore a bicorn hat on his head. If Fu Lu shows an exaggeration, then Lao Ji is a true realist. When the hat fell off, the veins on his head were exposed, and he really looked like a raised weapon. Jack, this is my brother Rocinante. He can't speak and has a bit of a weird personality, please understand. Just as Jack was admiring the heroic figures of the Don Quixote family with a dazed look on his face, Doflamingo introduced them to Jack in a very serious tone. Compared to introducing others, Jack could hear from Mingi's tone that this man in a black feather coat and dressed in a gothic style had a different position in Doflamingo's heart. After simply nodding to Jack, Rocinante walked to the side, found a seat and sat down, opened a bottle of wine and started drinking. Thank you, Master Jack. Turning around, Jack saw Peak, who looked very touched, and Master beside him. Congratulations, Peak, take good care of your wife. She will figure this out sooner or later. By the way, Master, how's that kid? Master shook his head and said with some embarrassment. Perkin-Leigh disease is not so much a disease as it is some toxic substance that their bodies grow on their own. With my current abilities, I can only help him purify the toxic substances currently in his body, but I cannot help him completely resolve this disease. This child's condition can only be suppressed for 5 years. It will break out again after 5 years. Bring him to me then. Who knows, maybe by then my abilities will have improved and I'll be able to completely cure this disease. Can it only be suppressed for 5 years? Doflamingo sounded a little disappointed, but he quickly adjusted his mood. It's only 5 years. Maybe by then I'll have found him a devil fruit that can cure this disease. If not, then I'll trouble you again. Come on, Ms. Master, please try this red wine from North Blue. Jack really wanted to tell Doflamingo that this guy is no longer a woman, but a real man now, and he could never tell if the two of you go to the bathroom together, and you would feel inferior. But thinking about Master's previous gender, there's nothing wrong with saying this. Chapter 79. Marine's 2 Vice Admirals, Surprise Attack. Before attending the banquet, Doflamingo made another request to Jack, asking Master to help treat a very talented teenager in the family. Jack naturally had no objection. The Don Quixote family also trained several reserve cadres. According to Doflamingo, this child named Luo has the potential to become the highest cadre of the family. This made Jack think of himself. He was also valued by Kaido since he was a child. He asked Master to make sure to cure him thoroughly. Now it seems that the disease this child has is really unusual. Master can even cure Lim's disease completely, but he can't cure this kind of perlite disease. However, it is not a big problem. At most, he can suppress it later. Maybe by then we won't have to look for Master anymore, as we may have already become a family. After all, with Kaido's personality and personal charm, if Doflamingo doesn't have any special means, he will probably be slowly swallowed up by the beast's pirates. I just hope Doflamingo will be more rational and not impulsive at that time. But looking at his appearance, he probably won't get to that point. This guy is a smart man. Lim, who had avenged his great revenge, looked very excited, as if he had lost his mind. He did not stop Master who had been taking advantage of him. After seeing this scene, Jack silently turned his head to the other side. But when he saw a few guys drooling at Master, Jack silently lowered his head again. The party lasted until late at night. Even with Jack's alcohol tolerance, he felt dizzy, not to mention Lim. Lim used to drink very little due to his physical condition, so now he can only drink 3 cups. He was carried away by Master early. Because he failed to stop Master in time, Jack could only pray for Lim in his heart. I hope Master is also a Grandmaster Anorectal Doctor. Jack started to get busy early the next morning. When Doflamingo and his staff came to see Jack, he saw the room full of ivory and didn't know what to say. After a long while, Doflamingo turned around and said, "Tell them to prepare more milk for breakfast." Doflamingo had the necessary supplies prepared early and sent to the mammoth. He also prepared a lot of fine wine, which made Jack's pirates, who loved alcohol, very excited and wanted to hold another banquet in the morning. After exchanging greetings with Doflamingo, Jack jumped onto the deck and the mammoth slowly left the port. Jack is now full of energy and can't wait to return to Wano Kuni. However, not long after sailing, the lookout shouted in panic. "Master Jack, something bad has happened. A marine fleet has appeared at 12 o'clock ahead." "What? Advertisement. Bring me the telescope." Jack took the telescope and looked over carefully. About 5 or 6 marine warships appeared in the distance in front of them, blocking the mammoth's path. The leading warship looked no different from the ordinary warships he had encountered before. Jack was about to give an order when he suddenly noticed the big word, "crane," on the sail of the warship. Crane. But after thinking for a moment, several more warships appeared from the left. Jack put down the telescope and shouted, "Change direction. Go back to Schwankun Island." If it was just an ordinary warship, Jack would not take it seriously at all. With the firepower of the mammoth, he could easily deal with them even if they fired at each other. However, this is not a warship with the 2 big words, "Marine," printed on its sails. It is definitely the top-of-the-line version among marine warships, and the Marine on it is definitely not an unknown person. There was absolutely no way they could compete with this kind of battleship in terms of firepower, and with so many minions following behind it, Jack decisively ordered his ship to return. So many warships appeared on this route at this time. Jack wouldn't believe it if you said there was nothing strange. Marine is playing the role of infernal affairs, but he doesn't know whether that guy is with him or with the Don Quixote family. However, there is a high probability that it is with the Don Quixote family. If there were undercover agents among the human men, he would have been caught long ago, let alone the fish man. Facing the mammoth's escape, the marine warship continued to sail slowly, with no intention of speeding up. Jack picked up the telescope again and observed carefully. Not only on the left side of the mammoth, but also several warships appeared near Schwankun Island, which completely surrounded Schwankun Island. Doflamingo also noticed something was wrong and returned to the port. After seeing so many warships, the veins on his forehead bulged with anger and he said with murderous intent. Damn it. Who is it? Who on earth is it? I've been waiting here for so many days and nothing has happened. I thought I had gotten rid of that guy. It looks like that guy is among us. I must find him out. As they were talking, the mammoth had already stopped. Jack jumped off the boat angrily and shouted to Doflamingo. Joker, I need you to give me an explanation. Damn it, are you so cruel? Yesterday you patted my shoulder and called me Dover, but now you call me Joker. Advertisement. Although Doflamingo was full of resentment, he still said to Jack. Don't worry, Jack, I will definitely find that guy, but before that, we need to repel these Marines. Vice Admiral Crane is an old rival of mine. He is not easy to deal with. And judging by her usual practice, she must have a sure win by gathering so many warships to surround us. I just don't know which monster she invited to capture us. In order to avoid being affected by the upcoming battle, let's withdraw the ship now. Jack nodded, and Lim quickly jumped back onto the boat with a few people. However, just as the two ships started to leave the port, a loud shout came from midair. Ice Age, FK. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the still churning sea water all froze, and soon turned into a thick layer of ice. Even the mammoth was frozen. Even the beach was frozen hard by the sudden cold air. Jack and his group quickly stepped back and looked at Marine who was walking towards the port. After a moment, a Marine wearing a blue eye patch and hair like a wig appeared in front of everyone. A truly incredible monster has arrived. Fu. Marine Vice Admiral Aokiji. Although Doflamingo looked very calm, he was getting anxious inside and started thinking about ways to break the impasse. Vice Admiral Crane planned for so long to find such a perfect opportunity. He must have wanted to wipe out the Don Quixote family in one fell swoop, and the men he brought must be no weaker than his own family. I just don't know if Jack and I can deal with them. This situation is not good. While Doflamingo was still thinking, Jack suddenly walked in front of Aokiji. You're the only one called Aokiji. Wait for me. Question mark. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Jack quickly jumped towards the frozen mammoth and shouted. Pull the boat over. Chapter 80 Hiccup. Aokiji was a little confused because Jack yelled for no apparent reason and then hit him with a mace. This forced Aokiji, who wanted to fight Doflamingo, to fight Jack. Doflamingo was relieved instead. As one of the three major Logia users in Marine, Aokiji's strength was unquestionable. Now that Jack was holding him back, he only needed to subdue Vice Admiral Crane and then help Jack, and he might be able to win. Don Quixote family, you have nowhere to go today. And you, Doflamingo, Impel Prison is your final destination. Crane also rushed over with a group of Marines, and the two sides immediately engaged in a fight. Swish. Fu. Ms. Crane, it looks like you have the upper hand again this time. Doflamingo dodged Crane's attack and asked with a grim smile. But I'm curious, who conveyed the message to you? Now that it has come to this, you have already secured victory. Can you please answer me? Stop the nonsense. Doflamingo. Seeing that Crane had not revealed any of his thoughts, Doflamingo sighed in disappointment. When he saw Buffalo and the other kids joining the battle, Doflamingo immediately shouted. Pike, take these brats back to the room, and you go and take Rocinante. The two of you protect them. As you command, young master. He did not stop Doflamingo. After Doflamingo gave the order, he glanced at the ghosts going away, shook his head slightly and said to Doflamingo. These kids are very talented. Once I catch you, I will train them into excellent Marines. Fu. That won't do, Ms. Crane. These children are my family. That's not up to you. Doflamingo. The two men rushed towards each other again and fought with each other. It seemed that the winner would not be decided in a short time. But Jack felt a little uncomfortable because this guy nicknamed Aokiji had developed the power of Logia to the ultimate. Even though he had thick skin and flesh, after being frozen several times, his body clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. You have to know that I am the user of the mammoth fruit, and my cold resistance is absolutely at its best. I can even sleep in a snowy day in the middle of winter. But now I am shivering from the cold. This guy is not easy to deal with. However, Aokiji was a little surprised. Judging from Jack's speed, he was no match for him. His proficiency in observation hockey should not be very high, otherwise he would not have been frozen by him so easily several times. Advertisement. But this guy is both resistant to cold and to beatings. No matter how many times he was frozen by me, this guy was like nothing happened. Facing my attacks, he actually blocked them with his body. It seems that there is no way to deal with this guy unless we take real action. Thinking of this, Aokiji's face turned cold, and while dodging Jack's attack, he released cold air from his body, and 2 sharp ice cubes immediately formed in the air. Ice cube. 2 thorns. Puff. The sound coming from Jack's body brought a hint of a smile to Aokiji's face, but it disappeared immediately. Click. Jack exerted force on his chest, and the ice immediately broke into pieces and fell to the ground. Touching the 2 tiny holes on his chest, Jack lowered his head and said to Aokiji. It's really cool and comfortable. With your ability, would you consider selling ice cream or other cold products? Aokiji raised his head, looked at Jack expressionlessly and said. Ah, that's a good suggestion, but I won't consider it until all of you pirates are captured. Ice skates. A breath of cold air came out of his mouth and immediately formed an ice knife. Aokiji held the ice knife and chopped towards Jack. Clang. This guy. Jack quickly took the mace to block Aokiji's attack. From this attack, Jack felt Aokiji's extraordinary swordsmanship. As the user of the Logia fruit, he not only developed the fruit ability to the ultimate, but also his swordsmanship was so superb. Moreover, his strength and physique are not inferior to mine, his speed can even fool me, and his proficiency in observation hockey and armament hockey far exceeds my own. This Aokiji seemed to have no flaws at all. He was the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. He was not at an advantage in any aspect. If it were not for his immortal body and the awakening of the fruit, which greatly increased his resistance to abnormal conditions, he might have been easily killed by this guy. But I have to bear it even if I can't bear it. I can't even run away, so what else can I do? I just hope Doflamingo can get rid of that old lady quickly and help me. However, Jack looked at Doflamingo and was almost so angry that he vomited blood. Advertisement. For some reason, Doflamingo seemed to be very concerned about Crane's hands and did not dare to engage in close combat with Crane easily. He just controlled the silk thread to keep a distance and attack Crane. Although the Crane looked very old, she was very responsive. While dodging the attacks, she kept getting closer to Doflamingo, which made Doflamingo keep retreating. If they continued to fight like this, it would be hard to tell when they could finish her off. The opponents of Lim and his group are not so easy to deal with either, and it seems that the fight is evenly matched. As for the marine soldiers at the lower level, the fighting power they displayed surprised Jack even more. A group of female soldiers actually beat up their own fishman subordinates. This is simply outrageous and outrageous to the extreme. The physique of fishmen is several times that of human males, and their arm strength is unmatched by humans. However, the physique of female humans is naturally inferior to that of men. The gap between them is a world of difference. These female soldiers are more fierce than each other. I hope that their future husbands will not have the bad habit of domestic violence. Otherwise, we can only mourn for them in silence. Puck. Jack was distracted and was frozen by Aokiji again. This time, Jack took a lot of effort to break free. However, as soon as he broke free, he saw a lifelike ice bird rushing towards him. Ice cube. Violent pheasant mouth. Puff. The destructive power of this attack was far beyond Jack's expectations. It not only broke his rough skin and dispersed his armament hockey, but also penetrated deep into his muscles. He had lost feeling in his chest. Logia's attack was covered with such a powerful armament hockey. This guy. The numb feeling slowly disappeared, and a piercing pain aroused Jack's anger. Jack's eyes turned red, and he thrust the mace into his body, transforming into a huge mammoth, and rushed towards Aokiji. However, halfway through the rush, Jack hurriedly stopped, and Kuzan and others also looked up at the sky. Soon everyone stopped fighting, and several trembling voices shouted loudly. What is that? A giant dragon about 100 meters long slowly flew over from a distance. As if it heard the shouts from below, it stopped in the air and looked down. Belch. A strong smell of alcohol immediately wafted down, the smile on Jack's face disappeared, and a bad feeling came over him. Hot breath. FK. I knew it. 3 kilometers Chapter 81 Kaido's illegitimate child? Freezing moment? The collision of cold air and hot breath filled the island with a large amount of water vapor, instantly blocking everyone's sight. After the steam dissipated, everyone opened their mouths wide and watched the mighty green dragon fly away into the distance, then slowly change direction. Hot breath. The sea surface frozen by Kuzan was instantly melted by the high temperature heat. Kaido flew over staggeringly, turned into a human form and fell to the ground. Hiccup. It flew over the head. Jack, come here, let me see you. I'm not going over there, you're drunk, come here. Everyone stopped fighting and watched Kaido chasing Jack with a mace. Aokiji jumped to Crane's side and said helplessly. What should I do next? I didn't expect this monster to suddenly appear. This guy, he frowned and looked at Kaido, his expression changing. Why did Kaido suddenly come to such a rare opportunity? Doflamingo was completely relieved since he saw Kaido. Although he didn't know why Kaido suddenly appeared here, it did solve the current crisis for him. Foo. Ms. Crane. It seems that today is not the day when my Don Quixote family will be destroyed. Doflamingo slid his hands through the air and laughed wildly with a hideous look on his face. Foo. The roles of hunter and prey have reversed. Ms. Crane. Do you think the main force of the beast's pirates has arrived? Bang. Ice chips flew. Crane glanced at Kaido who was still chasing him and shouted unwillingly. Everyone evacuate. Soon, under Aokiji's cover, the marine carried his injured companion and the bodies on the ground and returned to the ship. Doflamingo stopped his men who wanted to chase after them, and Lim also called out to the unwilling fishmen. Brother Kaido. They ran away, they all ran away. Stop chasing me. Stop chasing me, advertisement. You're chasing me and turning against me, thundering 8 trigrams. Thundering 8 trigrams. Boom. After the two mesas collided, Kaido seemed to come to his senses a little after feeling the force of the blow. He raised the 8 precepts in his hand and smashed it at Jack again. Doflamingo looked at Jack in surprise. He really didn't expect that Jack and Kaido would get along like this. Jack even dared to attack the drunk Kaido. Doflamingo had also met both Jin and Quinn, and they both treated Kaido with great respect. In the Beast's Pirates, where strength is respected, Kaido was treated like this. Kaido's regard for Jack was beyond his imagination. Congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Since you haven't chosen to draw for a long time, you have now automatically chosen to draw rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving the shining reward. Your swordsmanship level has increased by 1, and you have become a swordsman. The voice in his head startled Jack, and Kaido's 8 reincarnations smashed down, knocking Jack out directly. Kaido then rushed forward with the 8 reincarnations without a care in the world. Hey, Dover, is it really okay to do this? That kind of force. Before Circa could finish his words, he saw Jack jump up from the ground with a somersault. For a moment he didn't know what to say. As expected of the Beast's Pirate's big shot, he's very resilient. After making a dry comment, Doflamingo slowly walked towards Kaido. Hey, brother Kaido. I know you're sober, come on, stop hitting me. What on earth are you doing here? After discovering that the drunkenness in Kaido's eyes had disappeared, Jack quickly stopped Kaido from taking advantage of his drunkenness to continue attacking him. After seeing his plan fail, Kaido's eyes revealed a trace of regret. He put the 8 precepts on his waist and said to Jack. Jack. You did a great job. It seems that you have already dealt with the pigeon and the chicken. Ha ha ha. Of course. Jack also stuffed the giant tooth into his waist, but because of his height, it was not as well matched as Kaido and Hachisaiji. Come on, you bastards. Meet the governor of our Beast's Pirates, Mr. Kaido. Jack waved to the Murlocs who were watching nearby, and they immediately stepped forward and shouted to Kaido. Advertisement. Kaido-sensei, oh la 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 la, you guys are pretty good. Although Jin reported to him that Jack had recruited a group of Murlocs to join the Beast's Pirates, he was in a hurry to get out and didn't have time to go over to check. Now seeing these ugly-looking Murlocs with his own eyes, who showed no fear even when facing him, Kaido nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Kaido. Welcome. Doflamingo and his officers came over. Kaido looked down and laughed loudly. Ooh, Joker. You did a great job. It's all thanks to you that we were able to lure them away from New World this time. Ha ha ha, no, this is all thanks to your planning. Jack found that when facing Kaido, Doflamingo was not as humble or arrogant as before, but behaved extremely respectfully. It seemed that Kaido must have left an indelible impression on him. Mr. Kaido, how did you know we were ambushed by Marine? Huh? Ambush? I didn't know. I came to Grand Line for something, and I happened to find Jack's life card? Doflamingo's words seemed to remind Kaido of something. Kaido slapped his head and shouted at Jack. That's right, Jack. Follow me now. Where do you have my life card? I'll fly over first and you follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido immediately transformed into a blue dragon and flew into the sky again. Jack had no choice but to wave his hands at Doflamingo helplessly and jumped onto the deck with his men. Kaido's flying speed is obviously much faster than that of the mammoth. With the guidance of the life card, he does not have to worry about losing direction. However, even though the mammoth did not stop at all and kept moving forward day and night, it still could not catch up with Kaido. This made Jack a little confused. Why was Kaido so anxious? It looked like he had not rested at all. What happened? After sailing for more than half a month, Kaido seemed to have only rested once, and the life card finally stopped moving. A week later, the mammoth arrived at an isolated island. Seeing no signs of fighting, Jack boarded the island with only Lim and Master. However, when the 3 people walked to the center of the island, they all froze in place. 2 children of similar height, wearing masks, were surrounding Kaido, who had a kind face, and were smiling happily. The 3 of them looked at each other, and Lim asked with some confusion. Master Jack, could these 2 children be, Lai? Jack made a gesture to the 2 of them, pulled them back a few steps quietly, and looked over with a frown. Brother Kaido, you seem to be relaxed and happy, but what should I do? Why are you letting me know about this? Are you going to tell Yamato that I have a new brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Chapter 82. Venomous lowly and gentle little boy. Just as Jack was lost in thought, Kaido looked up at the woods and shouted. Hey, what are you 3 doing there? Come out, hee. Kaido-sensei. Lim came out, laughed dryly for a few times, and then suddenly pointed at Master beside him and said. Mr. Kaido, this is Master, the user of the Paramecia purification fruit. Oh, Paramecia? Purification fruit? Kaido looked at Master and said with some sadness. What a pity, it's useless. Jack, what are you doing there? Come out now. Hearing Kaido's call, Jack walked out reluctantly. At this moment, the door behind Kaido suddenly opened, and a woman of average appearance, tall and strong, who looked a bit old, walked out. The woman looked at Jack and the others in surprise, then whispered to Kaido beside her. Mr. Kaido, are you leaving today? Yes, thank you for taking care of them during this time. Kaido stood up and said to the 2 children, Runti, Peggy Wan. The 2 of you should follow Jack back to Onigashima. Jack. The little girl walked up to Jack, circled around him, and began to look at Jack carefully. Jack lowered his head and began to observe her. The little girl had long hair with thick sky blue and thin pink strips, and her eyes were very big and pink. She looked very cute. She wore a pink mask, and her whole body exuded a quirky temperament. Hey, stupid Kaido. Are you going to let me go with such an ugly guy? Is he really not some kind of human slave trader? Or some kind of pervert who kills people without blinking an eye? Jack covered his chest and felt very hurt, but what about calling Kaido an idiot? Isn't this the same as Yamato? It seems that what I guessed is true. Sis. You can't say that. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Kaido and this uncle. Mr. Kaido, this uncle, I'm sorry. Before Jack could say anything, the little boy heard his sister's words and ran over in panic, apologizing to the two of them as he ran. The little boy was wearing a green and white horned hat. Jack remembered that the hat seemed to be hung around Kaido's waist. It seemed that Kaido prepared it for him. Advertisement. Unlike his sister's big round pink eyes, he, as the younger brother, has a pair of eyes with 3 white spots. At first glance, they are very similar to Jack's eyes. Like his sister, he also wears a mask, but it's black and white. Different from his sister's temperament, although he is shorter, he looks more calm and composed, like a little adult. Xiao Pei. You actually yelled at me, am I wrong? This uncle is just ugly? Ah, sister, let go. Let go of my neck, ahem, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. It seems that the relationship between the two siblings is very deep. After Runty let go of Peggy Wan's neck, Jack squatted down and looked at Runty and said, Don't call me uncle, I'm only 14 years old. Also, I don't look ugly, I look mature. You know what I mean, little brat. Runty and Peggy Wan looked at each other, then looked at Jack carefully, covered their stomachs and laughed. Ha 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 ha, 14. Who are you kidding? Do you think we will believe you? You look older than Uncle Kaido, 40 years old pretending to be 14. It really makes me laugh to death. Hey, sister, don't say that, it's very rude. Idiographic period, idiographic period, idiographic period, idiographic period. My sister-in-law looks like she deserves a beating. She is so cute, and she will probably cry for a long time if I punch her. Hey, Jack. Come here. Hearing Kaido's cry, Jack gave up the idea of letting Runty cry, walked up to Kaido sullenly and complained. Brother Kaido, you asked me to take the two of them back to Onigashima. How do you want me to explain this to Yamato? It's better for you to talk to Yamato about this kind of thing yourself, so don't let me clean up the mess for you. Hey, brother Kaido, what are you doing? You can talk, but you should put aside the 8 precepts. After struggling for a while, Kaido looked at the two children playing with Master and said to Jack with a sigh. These 2 kids are the children of an old friend of mine, and they are also pirates. Some time ago, they had a battle with another pirates group. Although they killed the captain of the other side, they were also seriously injured. Before he died, he entrusted these 2 children to me. Take them back to Ghost Island and take good care of them. I have something else to do and will leave soon. Ah, not my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. It turns out that I misunderstood. But this is good, I don't have to explain it to Yamato. But Kaido's old friend. Why not invite him to join Beast's pirates? Just as Jack was daydreaming, Kaido took out some gold jewelry from his waist and threw it directly to the woman next to him. Advertisement. You have taken good care of the 2 siblings during this period. As agreed, all these treasures are yours. Hee, thank you Mr. Kaido. I'll take my leave now. Looking at the woman who was smiling happily and left without even saying hello to the siblings, Jack asked in confusion. Who is this woman? Kaido replied expressionlessly. Their father's crew. Crew? Is she the only one left? Why are you so ruthless? Ha ha ha. Ruthless? Kaido turned around and patted Jack on the shoulder and said. She is pretty good. The other surviving crew members started a duel for the position of captain. She was the only one who escaped from the pirate's ship with my old friend and children. Oh, of course, this is inseparable from the fact that my old friend mentioned me to her in their old relationship. Thinking of the woman's barrel-like figure, Jack secretly complained in his heart, your friend is not picky about food. Besides, Kaido looked at Jack expressionlessly and said. Pirates don't have feelings, little Jack, you still have a lot to learn. Jack did not refute Kaido's words. He did not understand much about pirates given his upbringing, but... Brother Kaido, if all the pirates have no emotions, why would you come all the way to pick up these 2 little brats when you are so busy? As rough and violent as you are, you have such delicate feelings. I strongly disagree with this. Alright, Jack. Take them back to Onigashima. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Brother Kaido. What are you going to do? Of course, we have to deal with those 2 blind countries. This time their fate is either surrender or death. Watching Kaido transform into a blue dragon and fly into the sky, Jack muttered to himself. Ostrich and Linston. Destroying a country is something I like and I'm good at. Why should I be so anxious? Chapter 83 Encounter with the red-haired pirates. It seems that Master's maternal love is overflowing. She likes Runty and Peggy Van very much. She doesn't care about Runty's sharp tongue at all, and she hugs the more sensible Peggy Van whenever she has nothing to do. I don't know how the brother and sister will react when they find out that Master is actually a man now. After Kaido left, Jack and his men rested on the island for a few days before returning. After all, we have been chasing Kaido for such a long time. Even if we are tired, the boat should take a rest. Jack originally thought that this was an uninhabited island, but he didn't expect there was a small town on it. However, Jack didn't bother them. After resting for a few days, the mammoth set sail again. Along the way, Runty never stopped talking, either mocking this or that, and she didn't show any fear towards Jack and his group at all. The fishmen ignored her for Jack's sake, and the others would not get angry with the child, which further encouraged Runty's arrogance and gradually made the atmosphere on the boat a little strange. The pirates are a group of bold, rude and extremely rough men, and there are so many fishmen who are unfriendly to humans. Even if it is a child, the endless noise will make people feel bored, not to mention that every word Runty said is hurtful. Finally, one day when Runty was making fun of the appearance of the pirates again, Jack couldn't bear it anymore and completely exploded. Runty. Stop saying Mark's face looks like a butt, he just eats a little too much. But he looks like a butt, I wasn't wrong, a-hole, shut up. Don't think you can do whatever you want on this ship just because you were young. I have tolerated you for so many days because you were just a child, but you were too disobedient. Get down. What? Seeing Jack's serious expression, Runty panicked. Before she could react, she saw Jack transformed into a monster with an elephant trunk, stretched out his hand and grabbed her directly into the air. Bang. Oh. Wow. Xiao Pei. Help. Runty burst into tears instantly, calling for her brother helplessly. Sis. You monster. Put my sister down. Advertisement. Bang. Bang. When Master and Peggy 1 heard Runty's cry, they hurried out of the cabin. When they saw Jack beating Runty with his trunk, Master hadn't said anything yet, and Peggy 1 had already rushed to Jack and started punching and kicking him. Huh? You dare to attack me? Then let's go together? Xiao Pei. Sister. Master came over trembling with fear, looked at the two siblings with some heartache and said to Jack. Master Jack, they're just children, please spare them. Just a kid? Huh? Jack gently placed the two siblings on the ground, looked at Master seriously and said. Naughty kids must have naughty parents. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't dare to be so arrogant during this period. Get down too. Jack looked around and pointed at Lim and shouted. Lim. You come and draw. Give me the scabbard. When Lim raised the scabbard and slapped Master's butt hard, Jack's legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. I'm so meow. If you dare to make such a sound again, I will throw you into the sea right now. And you? Lim. Jack lowered his head to look at Lim, patted Lim's shoulder, and said in a heavy tone. If you discuss philosophy with Master all day, I personally have no objection. But in broad daylight, can you please restrain yourself a little? What are you doing? I'm still a minor, child, advertisement. In any case, after this lesson, Runty has become much more restrained. Jack also discovered one thing. The reason why the Runty siblings were wearing masks was because they had merman blood like himself, and the masks were just used to cover their sharp teeth. However, unlike himself, these two guys were half merman. Apart from the pointed horns on their heads and sharp teeth, there was no sign of them having Murloc blood. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jack had deep doubts about his own bloodline. Could it be that his memory was wrong and he was not a purebred Murloc? Unlike when we came here, if we want to go back to New World, we must stop at Sabaody Archipelago for coding, because there are no coding craftsmen anywhere else. Due to the special nature of the Sabaody Archipelago, the Marine has stationed heavy troops here, but this cannot stop the pirates who want to advance to the New World. When the mammoth arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago, it was already late at night. The Don Quixote family had quite a few people here and they had sent people to pick up Jack early, and the coding craftsmen had also been arranged. In order to prevent any accidents, Jack and the fishmen did not leave the cabin during the past few days. Only Master, after putting on a little makeup, took Runty and Peggy 1, brother and sister, to the island for a few days of crazy fun. After the coding was completed, Master also returned with a lot of bags and small bags with the siblings. Runty even brought some grilled elephant steak for Jack. I don't know how she found a place selling elephant steak in Sabaody Archipelago. Jack took the elephant platoon and shook his head helplessly. This little girl is actually very smart, but her mouth is too sharp. She is a pretty girl, but it's a pity that she has a big mouth. Originally Jack had no plan to go to the Fishmen Island, but when he saw the two little guys with expectant looks on their faces, and some of the fishmen also wanted to go back and take a look, the mammoth stayed at the Fishmen Island for a few days. After finishing the coding again and setting off, Jack was very excited, because Jin and Kaido were very busy. Quinn was also stationed in Rabbit Dawn for a long time, and Maria and Yamato on Onigashima were completely ignored. During this period, Jack kept talking on the phone with them, and he didn't even have time to make ivory. With such excitement, Jack took the helm himself and drove the mammoth away from the Fishmen Island. Because he was eager to see Black Maria, Jack chose a different route from the one he took here. After sailing for more than half a month, following the guidance of the nautical chart, the mammoth headed towards a deserted island. However, when they were about to reach the deserted island, a lookout shouted from the deck that the enemy had been spotted. Jack and his companions walked out of the cabin and looked forward with binoculars. A pirate's ship was docked near the beach of the deserted island. The bow of the ship looked like a crudely made dragon head with dark red color. The pirate flag on the ship had a few scars on the skull's left eye. Jack muttered to himself. I seem to have some impression of this pirate's flag. Lim. Are they called the red-haired pirates? It's red hair, red hair? Lim put down the telescope and said to Jack seriously. Master Jack, that guy is a big shot in the New World, you must not be careless. Oh, really? Jack carefully looked at the deserted island through the telescope. When he found thick smoke floating in the sky somewhere on the island, he shouted. Pull the boat over. Chapter 84. Stop right there, UB asterisk 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 D. As soon as Lim mentioned the name of the red-hair pirates, Jack knew who the owner of the pirate's ship was. Jack had heard the name red-haired Shanks more than once. Even Kaido and Jin had mentioned this person before, and their attitude towards him was different from that of other pirates, as if they were more optimistic about this guy named Shanks. Of course, Kaido's way of praising people is very subtle. His original words are as follows. I heard that Shanks has defeated a lot of famous guys since he came to the New World. And there were only a few crew members on board, which was very Roger-like. Humph. There are so many trash on the sea that even a brat like this can become famous. After going to sea, Jack also learned a lot of information about the Red Hair Pirates from newspapers and conversations with his men. Unlike ordinary pirates groups, the Red Hair Pirates only have a few members and they take the elite route. The members on the ship are all top masters, and each of them has a very high bounty. Of course, they have now conquered many large fleets and occupied some territories. Meeting them here made Jack, who was full of confidence, eager to try. If you win the battle against this guy, the reward given by the system will definitely be very good. Even if they failed, their lives would not be in danger. After all, the Beast's pirates were now more famous. As long as they had been in the New World for a few years and had their own territories, the pirates would not dare to kill the members of the Beast's pirates easily. Otherwise, they would have to face the endless pursuit by Kaido's transformed Azure Dragon, or Jin's shameless pterosaur. As the mammoth was heading towards the deserted island, several people came out of the forest and discovered the mammoth heading towards their group. Hey, Shanks, something seems off. That guy is Jack, the popular Beast's pirates. He looks like he's targeting us. Ben Beckman, wearing a black vest and holding a cigar, said to Shanks helplessly. Ha ha ha. Hiccup. Shanks held the bottle in his left hand and put his right hand on the shoulder of Lackey Lou, who was eating barbecue, and said nonchalantly. What's the big deal? We just need to run. Tons, tons, tons. Dejay, who had a scar on his left forehead and was wearing a gray coat and gray trousers, looked at Lime Jones, who was wearing sunglasses, and shouted helplessly to Shanks. Hey, Captain. It seems it's too late. We're already there. Be careful. Lakilu nimbly jumped to the side with the piece of meat in his mouth. Shanks turned his head with drunken eyes. FK. Boom. Hey, what's going on? Advertisement. Does everyone resort to this kind of attack now? You're not going to faint, are you? Just now, seeing Shanks and his men getting closer and closer, Jack, who was afraid that they would escape early, jumped directly onto the railing of the deck and shouted. Pull the boat over. Jack put force on his feet and was about to jump over, but for some reason Jack felt his feet slip, and he jumped crookedly into the air. He couldn't control the direction, and fell from the sky with his back turned. Jack sat up dizzy and looked at the banana peel on the sole of his shoe. He roared angrily at the mammoth. Who is so uncivilized as to throw a banana peel on my shoe? On the deck, Runty swallowed the last piece of banana in his mouth and showed a sly smile. Why don't you just throw yourself to death like a big, stupid elephant? Call. Hello. Beckman blew out a smoke ring, looked at Jack and said softly. Let's not worry about who threw the banana peel on your shoes for now. Can you please get up first? Why? Jack looked at Beckman with a defiant look on his face and said. What's wrong? Is this your land? Why'd I have to pay for sitting? I just like sitting. Beckman shook his head and said to Jack seriously. I won't charge you, but if you don't get up, I'm afraid our captain will be crushed to death by you. Your captain? Jack lowered his head to look at the pair of legs under his crotch and jumped up. Crack. The kick landed firmly on Shanks' waist. Shanks cried out in pain. Beckman and the others ran over with sweat on their faces. Hey, Captain, are you all right? Hey, Shanks? Papa, well. Seeing that the captain who was shaking him did not respond, and directly used Davido to hit several muscular men on his face, Jack fell into silence. Advertisement, congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Because no extraction was chosen for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted. Congratulations host for drawing the flash prize, obtained Conqueror's Hockey Elementary. Wardfuck. What's going on, is this even possible? Something seemed to pop up in his mind. Jack looked at the unconscious Shanks in confusion. He opened the panel in disbelief, and saw the word, primary, behind Conqueror's Hockey, which seemed to blind Jack's eyes. What the hell is going on? Who threw the banana peel? I will definitely reward him well, but, should we continue fighting? After pondering for a while, Jack decided to leave. Since he had already gotten all the benefits, why bother fighting Shanks? It's fine if you can win, but if you can't, you'll just be beaten up. Given the system's style, they will definitely not give you anything good, so why bother? Thinking of this, Jack cleared his throat and whispered to Beckman and the others. I'm sorry, we have something to do so we have to leave first. I'm so sorry about your captain. After Jack finished speaking, he was ready to run away. Beckman and the others did not try to stop him, but Shanks suddenly opened his eyes. Ahem. A strong stench caused the people around Shanks to disperse. After Shanks calmed down for a while, he looked at Jack who was running towards the ship and shouted angrily. Hey, you be asterisk 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 D. Stop right there, oh shit. Seeing Shanks chasing after him, Jack ran even harder. Stop chasing me, I'm sorry, I'm disturbing you, please. I didn't mean to do that. Why bother? You be asterisk 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 D. Stop right there, let me beat you up. You are so stingy, I let you hit me. What a joke, I have already got all the benefits, will I let you hit me obediently? Just as he ran to the front of the mammoth, Jack suddenly stopped. A strong aura enveloped him. Jack slowly turned his head and looked at Shanks, who was angry. He said helplessly. Do we have to fight? Can't we not be so violent? You don't need to hit me, you let me sit on your butt and then kick you in the back. Wait a minute. Jack turned around and jumped onto the boat, took out his mace, and jumped down at the confused Shanks. Pull the boat over. Chapter 85. Either you beat me to death, or you kneel down and sing conquer for me. Clang. A-hole. You, I'm going to break your kidneys. After Shanks blocked Jack's attack with a long knife, he cursed at Jack. Beckman and his companions had no intention of coming up to help. They jumped onto the boat, drove it aside, and watched the show with a laugh. After seeing this, Lim also ordered the mammoth to be moved to the other side to avoid being affected by the fight between the two. Although the two of them only fought for a few rounds, Lim found that this red-haired Shanks was definitely a tough guy. He didn't know whether Lord Jack could win. Jack said to Shanks helplessly, Hey, calm down, your kidney is fine, besides, I didn't mean it. Everyone else would hide, so why wouldn't you? I haven't blamed you for scratching my butt yet. You be asterisk 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 D. Shanks was so drunk that he felt relieved. He touched his aching lower back, activated armament hockey on his sword and chopped down at Jack. Shanks' weapon is a rapier, a sword among rapiers, with a slender blade and a ring-shaped guard on the handle. This type of Western sword is usually used by nobles and is usually used for duels and self-defense. Compared with most long swords, this weapon's attack method is generally based on stabbing, because its main lethality is at the tip of the sword, and few pirates will use this weapon. After being at sea for so long, Jack had only met a guy named Koby in the continent of Alan who used this weapon. However, Shanks's rapier can not only be used for stabbing, but also for slashing and blocking. It also looks much wider than an ordinary Western sword. It must have been made by a special person, or it may be some famous sword. Shanks has a very ordinary build. In a world where people over 2 meters tall can be found everywhere, Shanks can only be considered a dwarf. Jack's current height is taller than 2 Shanks with a lot of extra. However, facing Jack's powerful attack, Shanks did not retreat at all. In a pure strength contest, he was evenly matched with Jack. Even when Jack transformed into a human beast form and took advantage of the two people's entanglement to use his trunk and tusks to spray and attack Shanks' body, Shanks nimbly dodged it. From this aspect alone, Jack knew that Shanks, who had the same hair color as Sakura Konohanameiki, was absolutely worthy of his reputation. Advertisement. Other aspects cannot be seen for the time being, but in terms of observation hockey, it is definitely more than one level higher than mine. After all, my observation hockey is only a pitiful intermediate level. After struggling for a while, Shanks realized that he could not defeat Jack in this way. He took a few steps back and looked at Jack seriously and said, It looks like the Beast's pirates have found another incredible guy. A guy who has already reached a bounty of 400 million after just over a year at sea is definitely not that easy to deal with. 400 million. My bounty has increased again. At this point Shanks' face turned cold, and he raised the griffin in his hand and shot it at Jack. But I'm going to teach you a lesson today no matter what. Let me see where your limits are. This attack looked light, but in fact it was mixed with the powerful armament hockey. The slash locked Jack firmly, leaving Jack with a feeling of no return. Jack grinned. Sword chi. It can't only be emitted by swords. Look at my awesomeness. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack exerted force with both hands, holding the giant tooth and chopped down from top to bottom towards Shanks. At the same time, a red slash flew out with great momentum and hit the slash launched by Shanks. Boom. The two slashes, one white and one red, collided, making a deafening sound, and then disappeared. After fighting with Marine for a while, he got the reward of increasing his swordsmanship level by 1. After upgrading his swordsmanship to swordsman, Jack found that countless ways of using weapons appeared in his mind, and more importantly, he could make a slashing attack. The slashing attack can not only emit sword energy, but also be covered with armament hockey to launch a more powerful attack. A powerful swordsman can even split an island with one sword. After knowing that he could launch a slashing attack, Jack practiced it countless times, slashing towards the sea. Unfortunately, although this attack looks gorgeous and has more explosive power, it consumes a lot of physical strength. Therefore, in general battles, slashing is rarely used as a method of attack. After all, it would be funny if your opponent didn't fall down after using it several times, but you fell down first. Oh, that's amazing. Shanks gave Jack a thumbs up, then adjusted the straw hat on his head and shouted excitedly. Then I'm serious. Swish. As soon as Jack finished speaking, before he had time to refute, Shanks left the spot like a ghost, and the sword flashed. Even though Jack noticed Shanks' movements, he still couldn't stop Shanks' attack and was stabbed by Shanks' sword. Advertisement. This is, The tip of Shanks' sword easily pierced Jack's skin and was clamped by Jack's thick muscles. Then an inexplicable pain suddenly broke out from the wound. Jack groaned and grabbed Shanks' rapier. I can't give you this. Shanks quickly drew out his sword and said sarcastically, while touching his lower back which was still slightly sore, feeling pleased. I let you kick my kidneys, but can you just kick a man's kidneys? Emission. After being nearly killed by Shutenmaru, Kaido went into detail about the attacks Shudenmaru used, which were further uses of armament haki after he became extremely proficient at it. When armament haki reaches this level, it can exist in the body in a flowing manner, making it easier to use for both attack and defense. It can also deflect enemy attacks and has extremely strong penetrating power. The most important thing is that armament haki can attack outside the body and even infiltrate the enemy's body. Compared to Shudenmaru, who needs to prepare before launching the emission haki attack, Shanks uses emission more skillfully. It can penetrate into Jack's body and cause damage without Jack knowing. However, this also successfully reminded Jack of that unpleasant experience and aroused the anger in Jack's heart. Jack's eyes were red, he stared at Shanks and shouted. Great, emission haki, I want to try and see if it's really that powerful. Today you either beat me to death, or kneel down and sing conquer. Question mark. Shanks was confused and asked, are you crazy? If I beat you to death, Kaido will go crazy with me. I kneel down and sing conquer for you. Let's put aside the question of whether to kneel or not, what is the song, conquer? Is it a new popular song recently? Does it sound good? Chapter 86 Give me a face. Boom. Boom. A bear who had just woken up from a tree hole and was going out to look for food saw a human running past him, rubbed his eyes and looked to the side. He was so scared that he peed himself and ran forward frantically. Shanks looked at the bear that ran faster than him, so he put more effort into his feet and slowly overtook it. The bear stuck out his tongue, panted, accelerated madly, and left Shanks on his butt again. Hey, you guy, wait for me, damn it, what kind of bear is this? Why is it running so fast? After a brief pause, the bear disappeared. Shanks turned around and looked at the mammoth that was chasing him and shouted. Can we stop fighting? It's so tiring. I forgive you for kicking me in the back. FK. Boom. A big tree flew past Shanks' face, and Shanks immediately sped up and ran forward for his life. This Jack really brought out the characteristics of the zone fruit user to the fullest. He has thick skin and strong flesh, and is very resistant to attacks. Although I really want him to teach me how to sing, conquer, but when I think about the fact that I need to kneel down, I decided to give up. I originally wanted to knock him out and end this inexplicable fight, but I didn't expect that he was too weak. My haki must be very powerful, but I can't even knock him out. You took 5 emission attacks and your internal organs were injured, yet you still run so fast. Is there any justice in the world? I'm so G tired, I need to slow down. Beckman looked at the battle scene with a telescope and said to his companion in amazement. Hey, this guy named Jack is really awesome. From a defense perspective alone, it even surpasses Lakelu. He took such a powerful attack from Shanks, and yet he was still able to chase Shanks. And the size of this mammoth is a little too big, isn't it? Is it possible that another monster like Kaido will appear in Beast's Pirates? Lakelu, who was wearing sunglasses while eating barbecue, did not speak. After swallowing the meat in his mouth, Lakelu wiped his hands and said. Anyway, I should be faster than him. I'm a flexible fat guy. If you keep eating like this, you won't be any soon. Jack violently rolled up the tree with his trunk and threw it at Shanks repeatedly. This guy is so annoying. He has a really bad mouth. Isn't it just because he is faster than me and haki is stronger than me? If you dare, beat me to death. Immune to death, I'll tire you to death. Advertisement. Buzz. Boom. Just when Jack had thrown the trees around him to almost the same size, a strong breath burst out from Shanks, and in an instant even the few remaining trees around Jack collapsed. When the smoke cleared, Jack looked at Shanks who had a serious face and said. Conqueror's haki. Boy, you know a lot more. Because Kaido was drunk and chasing him, and always used Conqueror's haki to intimidate him, Jack's resistance to Conqueror's haki was maximized. Besides, Shanks' Conqueror's haki is a little immature compared to Kaido, and has no effect on Jack at all. However, this guy actually has Conqueror's haki, which neither Brother Jin nor Brother Quinn has. No wonder he was able to draw this skill. Jack originally wanted to try his Conqueror's haki, but when he remembered that Yamato felt like air conditioning, he gave up. Forget it, let's not embarrass ourselves. Hey, Jack. Let's shake hands and make peace. Fighting like this is not a solution. I don't want to kill you. And make enemies with the Beast's pirates. Give me some face. Bang. Shanks looked up, then immediately jumped to the side, and a big tree brushed past his face again. I'll give you a hair, do you want it? Damn, he is so pretentious. This guy, it is so infuriating. Don't you want to kill me yet? Although I'm not as tough as Brother Kaido, I ate the zone fruit and the thick-skinned mammoth, and the power of the fruit has been awakened. In addition, I have an advanced immortal body. You want to kill me? Although my observation haki is not as good as yours, and my agility is not as good as yours, but I will definitely tire you out today. I've got you. You know that pretending to be cool is a crime. You should be shot. You really deserve to die. The more he thought about it, the angrier Jack became. He transformed into a beast and jumped up on the spot with his huge fangs raised. It hurts. It hurts so much, and the location is so wrong. Ha 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 ha. Shanks held his stomach and looked at Jack who jumped on the spot with a gloating look on his face. You be ********D. I made you laugh. Jack jumped directly into the air and smashed down at Shanks. Shanks' face turned cold and he raised his knife to block. Dang. Boom. After the sound of Ginge, the ground under Shanks' feet collapsed directly, and then Shanks said to Jack with a serious face. I already warned you, I don't want to kill you. I won't be afraid of anyone. Even if it's Kaido, the beast's pirates. Advertisement. I'll ask you again, stop it. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm stopping your grandma's legs. Bang. After dodging Jack's attack again, Shanks adjusted the straw hat on his head and said softly. Since you are seeking your own death, don't blame me. A strong aura burst out from Shanks again, and this time it was all directed at Jack, causing Jack, who wanted to continue attacking Shanks, to stop where he was. If you can survive this move, consider yourself lucky. The griffin in Shanks' hand, rendered by Haki, had a hint of purple in the darkness, and then Shanks jumped towards Jack. Although Shanks' speed was not fast, Jack felt that he could not avoid this move no matter what. Jack was about to block it with his giant fangs in hand, but he noticed the cold light on the tip of Griffin's sword. The stabbing power of a rapier is inherently stronger. If I use my fangs to block it, it will definitely break. I have been working hard every day over the past few years to temper my fangs with armament Haki, and I can't let it break like this. In a flash, Jack threw the fang aside, and instead of retreating, he rushed forward and hit Griffin with his broad shoulder. Let's fight. Lousy doesn't believe it. You can really kill me. With armament Haki fully mobilized in front of his chest, Jack rushed directly towards Griffin under Shanks' surprised eyes. Squeak. Bang. Boom. There was a sound like piercing paper, and Griffin stabbed Jack's chest effortlessly. Then there was a muffled sound, and Jack's chest exploded, leaving a mess, and his body fell to the ground with a bang. Alas, what a shame, but that's the fate of pirates, isn't it? He's a real man. I will have to face Kaido's pursuit next. It's really a headache. Shanks took back his rapier, shook his sore arms, and sighed. This guy is really tough. After a few swings, Shanks watched the dark shadow under his feet grow bigger and bigger, and sweat kept dripping from his head. Are you kidding me? You're not dead yet. Boom. The long trunk fell down with great force, breaking the ground, and the splashed dirt hit Shanks, who was unable to dodge. Wiping his face and looking at the mammoth that was still bleeding, Shanks said to Jack with a helpless expression. I think what you said at the beginning was right, let's not be so violent. Give me some face. Let's live in peace and pretend that we didn't know each other until we fought. Can we hold a banquet? Our chef on board, the BBQ was great. Jack responded with an angry roar and spit on his face. I'll give you an eggplant. Ivory Jet. Chapter 87 Generous Rewards. When Lim saw Jack fall to the ground through the telescope, his heart immediately sank. He had never expected Shanks to be so powerful and to kill Jack. Lim hesitated, not knowing whether to run away immediately or inform Kaido first. But then Jack transformed into a mammoth and stood up. Although he looked seriously injured, seeing that Jack could still chase Shanks around, he should be fine for a while, so Lim felt relieved. Runty, who was sitting on Master's shoulder and watching through a telescope, saw the hideous wound on Jack's chest and the crazy expression on his face, and a feeling of fear pierced deeply into her heart. In Red Hair Pirate's Red Force, Beckman put down his telescope helplessly after seeing Jack being stabbed to the ground by Shanks. Hey, everyone, get ready to run away. Our captain is causing trouble again. It's no small matter that the new beast's pirates boss died here. With our current strength, it is difficult to gain any advantage over that monster. Ha 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 ha, but come to think of it, we haven't escaped in a while. We almost forgot that our ability to escape is unrivaled. Let's see whether Kaido can fly faster or we can run away faster this time. Several people were talking and laughing as they prepared to drive the boat over to pick up Shanks, but suddenly there was a loud noise on the island and Beckman quickly raised his telescope to look. This monster. Unbelievable. Such a powerful attack didn't cause him fatal injuries. After hearing what Beckman said, the others also picked up their binoculars and looked over. When they found that Jack was still chasing Shanks with injuries on his chest that showed bones, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Beckman took a few more glances, put down the binoculars, took out a cigar from his pocket and lit it. Call. But this is good too. We don't have to be hunted by Kaido. Jack the Drow. It's really amazing. In order to save energy, Jack transformed into his normal form, holding his huge fangs, and followed closely behind Shanks. The severe pain in his chest kept Jack awake despite his anger, and there was also a hint of fear in Jack's heart at this moment. If it weren't for his immortality that made his internal organs stronger, even if Red Hair's move didn't kill him, it would definitely cause serious damage to his lungs and even his heart, and there was a high probability that it would affect his strength. Although I have the system, there may be some way to recover it, but if I can't recover it, I will definitely be ruined. Kaido would never let a loser get so close to his daughter, and those flying six who disliked him would not let him go. At that time, leaving him to fend for himself might be the best option. Arrogance can kill people. Why don't you learn from your mistakes? But this red-haired Shanks is really annoying. Damn it. Looking at his condition, with the amount of armament Haki he has, he definitely can't launch that kind of attack a second time. Lousy must beat him to death today. Advertisement. You said you were going to kill me, do you really want to kill me? Compress all the armament Haki together and use emission to attack me. From childhood to adulthood, I have never suffered such a big loss. I must beat you to death today. Give me some face. Stop chasing me, you're not dead. Look at you, there's white membrane on your chest. It's slowly starting to recover. FK. Are all of you Zone Awakeners so perverted? Don't chase me. Really don't chase me. It's tiring. Roll. If you don't chase me, I'll get lost. Damn it. Do you have any sense of a master? Do you have any dignity? And your mouth is really broken. Are you Tang Sang? Shut your stinky mouth. Have I ever told you that you have a mouth like an old lady? Very broken. No intelligence agency in the country is as talkative as you. What is a rural intelligence service? Get out of here. IXXXXX. You were just talking to me nicely. Why are you so angry? Stop swearing. Once again, Jack was dissatisfied with his own agility. If he had been faster, he would have caught up with the red-haired creature long ago. They don't even have armament hockey anymore, but they are still running so fast. It's really unfair. This guy really deserves to die. I will fight you today. After chasing and hiding for most of the day, the red-haired man suddenly stopped and took out the griffin from his waist. UB*************D. After seeing Griffin covered with armament hockey again, Jack immediately stopped chasing, transformed into a beast, shrank the range of observation hockey, and stared at Shanks. I'll say it again. Give me some face. I don't want to kill you. Damn, it's like this again. It's the same sentence again. But I'm just stubborn. I don't believe your armament hockey can recover that quickly. Jack's eyes were red, and he shouted to Shanks. I'll give you an eggplant. Do you want one? Humph. In that case, don't blame me. Shanks lifted Griffin high up and said to Jack word by word. Advertisement. I've already warned you. Since you're seeking your own death, don't blame me. A strong breath locked onto Jack again. Jack paid full attention and looked at Shanks nervously. There's no way. I have to be nervous. Same lines, same actions. This guy, can armament hockey really recover so quickly? Watching Shanks jump high, Jack also mobilized armament hockey to cover his body. Swish. Clang. Shanks jumped into the air and slashed at Jack, then used the force to quickly jump backwards. After Jack blocked the slash, Shanks' body also jumped into the sea, splashing water, and quickly disappeared. Bang. FKXXXXX. UXXXXX. You didn't give birth to a child. The red-haired man's companion seemed to be accustomed to this kind of situation. Without even looking at the red-haired man, Red Force hoisted the sail and immediately slipped away. After seeing the Red Force go away, Lim didn't react to what happened. When the mammoth docked at the beach, he saw Jack roaring angrily with a furious face. What were you bastards doing just now? Go chase them. Chase. Clatter. What are you guys chasing after now? The flowers are cold. Are you idiots? Are you idiots? I beg you idiots, can you please eat more walnuts? What a bunch of rubbish. And that red-haired guy. Lousy will remember you. If I see you again, I will beat you to death. After being furious for most of the day, Jack slowly came back to his senses. However, when he thought of the scene just now, he was so angry that he gritted his teeth again. This Shanks is really good at pretending. Even women's underwear can't be pretending with him. It's really like that. Congratulations to the host for docking successfully. Because the extraction was not selected for a long time, the system has now automatically extracted it. Congratulations host for drawing the flash reward. The armament hockey level increases by 1 and is upgraded to emission hockey. Holy shit, I'm so lucky. Is this Shanks so awesome? One person contributed Conqueror's hockey and emission hockey to me. Puff. Before he could finish being happy, Jack suddenly felt a sweetness in his throat, and a mouthful of blood spurted out more than 3 meters. His eyes turned black and he fell to the ground. Jack is an adult. Chapter 88 Experiments on Abilities. When he woke up again, he had no idea how many days had passed. Looking at the brother and sister who were staying by his side, Jack felt a warm feeling in his heart. Looking at the bandages that almost covered his chest, Jack sat up with difficulty. It didn't matter that I moved, my body felt like it was falling apart and I felt pain all over. Uncle Jack, you're awake. I'll go call Sister Master. Runty was awakened by Jack's voice, and ran out in surprise when she saw Jack woke up. Call me big brother. I'm only 14. What generation are you talking about? How old is Master? At least in his 20s. I'm only 14, and you call him sister and me uncle. Is that polite? And are you really sure that that is the eldest sister? Oh, I see, Brother Jack, don't move around, just lie down and rest. Sister Master said that your injuries this time are very serious and you can't move for at least a month. Peggy Wan's tone was like coaxing a child, which made Jack a little introverted. What kind of people are these two siblings? Master Jack, you're awake. When Master and Lim heard the news that Jack had woken up, they hurried over. After Master carefully checked Jack's body, he breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Jack. Master Jack, the injuries you suffered this time are very serious. All organs in your body have been slightly damaged, your lungs are extremely serious, and 2 ribs are broken. But your body's ability to recover is very strong, and I have used my ability to remove the blood clots in your body. As long as you rest well for 2 months, you won't suffer any hidden injuries. Seeing Jack looking at his chest with a worried look, Master said quickly. Don't worry, Master Jack. My ability can keep you from getting scars. Tisk, am I the kind of man who cares about leaving scars? Jack said to Master with a look of contempt. I'm worried that the texture of my muscles will be asymmetrical. Do you understand? After confirming that Jack was fine and did not need anyone to look after him, Runty reluctantly pulled Peggy Wan back to her room. Jack was so moved that he burst into tears. He shouldn't have been so cruel last time. He needed to change his temper. How could he just hit such a sensible child? Advertisement. After the siblings returned to the room, Peggy Wan asked with a puzzled look. Hey, sis, why did you insist on asking me to look after brother Jack these 2 days? Lie. Xiao Pei. Why are you so stupid? After opening the door and making sure no one was eavesdropping, Runty complained to Peggy Wan. Didn't you hear what father said? Although he and Mr. Kaido have a pretty good relationship, the Beast's pirates are a group of pirates that respect strength. Mr. Kaido is so busy, he can't possibly take care of us. You've also seen the faces of father's men, right? Since Mr. Kaido has handed us over to this guy named Jack, he will definitely be in charge of us from now on. This guy named Jack is so powerful at the age of 14, and he is also a half-fish man like us. As long as we have a good relationship with him, I think no one will dare to bully us, right? Didn't you see how those fishmen treated Jack? Seeing Peggy Wan's thoughtful look, Runty's Brocon attribute erupted again, and he jumped directly onto Peggy Wan's back and strangled his neck. Xiao Pei, you are still young, I will definitely protect you. Well, sister, let go, ahem. With his immortal body and the powerful recovery ability after awakening the power of the zone fruit, Jack's body was restored to its original state in less than half a month. Regarding this, not only Master doubted his own eyes, but Jack himself was also a little shocked. Such a big pectoralis major muscle was destroyed, and it only grew back in half a month. Shouldn't it leave a hole? With this kind of pervert's recovery ability, if your P*** is cut off, will it grow back? But after careful consideration, Jack also figured out why his recovery ability was so strong. The abilities or skill levels given by the system are only divided into 5 levels, and there is no detailed division. You know, although they both mastered emission, Shudenmaru can only charge attacks like using his ultimate move, while Shanks can mix it with his normal attacks. This means that there is still a gap in emission haki. After obtaining emission, although I was unable to experiment due to my injuries, the ways of using emission in my mind are definitely not weaker than Shanks, and are even much better than him. In addition, after the fruit awakened, the mammoth he transformed into became even larger, like a monster. The height alone exceeded 20 meters, which was definitely not normal. Advertisement. Also, when your swordsmanship level reaches the level of a swordsman, you can easily use a weapon like a mace to make slashes with various attributes, as well as various weapon moves. This is definitely not something that a novice swordsman can do. Everything shows that the level given by the system is definitely the strongest at this stage. Thinking of this, Jack decided to experiment. It was easy to prove this point. Just look at the difference between his own elementary Conqueror's haki and Yamato's. After walking out on the deck, Jack focused his attention on sending out Conqueror's haki while looking at a group of people basking in the sun and fishing. However, Conqueror's haki could not be unleashed no matter what, which made Jack a little confused. Why? Yamato can be used as an air conditioner, so is my Conqueror's haki a fake? Thinking about those times when Yamato's Conqueror's haki erupted, Jack touched his chin. It seemed that it was all because of him spanking her. Does the junior Conqueror's haki need to be spanked if he wants to explode? How do I do this? I have to have my butt spanked. Isn't this outrageous? It's outrageous. Whose Conqueror's needs to be spanked before he can burst out? Just then, a fragrant breeze blew past, and Master walked towards Lim, who was fishing with Runty and Peggy Wan, carrying a fruit plate. The swaying waist and the gently shaking butt made Jack unable to help but look over. When Master handed the fruit plate to Lim, he pinched Lim's butt. Jack, who saw the whole process, suddenly felt a strong sense of nausea. Buzz. Ah. Bang. This is Conqueror's haki. Crash. Runty. Peggy Wan. Jump into the sea quickly to save them. Crash. Suddenly, a strong breath burst out from Jack and went in all directions. This breath made Peggy Wan and Runty faint. Because Lim and Master were too shocked to react, the two little kids fell directly into the sea. Master was so anxious that he kicked Lim down. Most people on the deck felt an inexplicable fear, but this feeling soon disappeared, and a few people even sat down on the deck in panic. Many people rushed out of the cabin, and everyone looked at Jack. The instigator, Jack, looked at it with a confused look on his face, and then blinked his eyes at the hundreds of faces that looked at him in the same confusion. I'm so happy today. Chapter 89 Maria, I'm back. Lim and Master were very shocked that Jack suddenly used Conqueror's haki. Although the number of pirates has skyrocketed due to Roger's last words, Conqueror's haki is still very rare. Whether in the relatively weak Four Seas or the powerful New World, Conqueror's haki seems to be a legend. Most people have only heard of it but have never seen it. Conqueror's haki was also widely spread among people. It was said that only 1 in a million people would have Conqueror's haki, and that one had the qualifications to become a king, and so on. Although the legend is a bit exaggerated, as far as Lim knows, all those who possess Conqueror's haki are overlords of their respective regions. Not to mention Kaido, Whitebeard is now at the top of the ocean, and the red-haired Shanks is also a rising star in the pirates. However, after thinking about it carefully, the two felt that it was normal for Jack to have the qualifications of Conqueror's haki. Jack is only 14 years old this year, but his strength is so exaggerated. Not only did he help the beast's pirates eliminate 2 Zone Awakeners, but he was also able to tangle with one of the 3 major monsters in Marine, the Logia user Kuzan, nicknamed Aokiji. And he had a fierce battle with red-haired Shanks some time ago. Although Jack was seriously injured, it was Shanks who escaped first. Moreover, Jack's injuries were so serious that he fully recovered in less than a month. This monstrous physique is just like Mr. Kaido. Both Kuzan and Shanks are much older than Jack. If another 10 years pass, it is hard to imagine where Jack will reach. Will he grow to the level of Mr. Kaido, or even surpass him? At the age of 14. It's bad. Lim slapped his thigh. After the battle with Marine, Jack's bounty increased to 400 million. If the result of the battle with Shanks were to be spread, then Jack would be a greater threat in the eyes of the world government. They would try every means to deal with Jack. If what my observation Hockey observed was correct, when Jack was fighting Shanks that day, there seemed to be an albatross holding a camera in the sky. No, I must mention this matter to Mr. Kaido when I return to Onigashima this time. It is better to let Jack stay in Wano Kuni for the next few years and not go out alone. Jack naturally had no idea what Lim was thinking. He is in a very happy mood now. He hasn't seen her for more than a year. He doesn't know if Black Maria's pectoralis major has grown bigger or how much taller Yamato has grown. After entering puberty, the human body develops extremely rapidly. I am already over 5 meters tall, so my wife and I should have undergone great changes as well, right? There are many boys and girls in this world who get married in their teens. Now that I am so sad, I suggest to Kaido that I get engaged to Yamato and Maria first. He shouldn't object, right? After getting engaged, it's normal to move in and sleep together to strengthen your relationship, right? Tisk tisk, I wonder if Kaido has finished his work. If he is not here when I go back, should I? Advertisement. With such excitement, the mammoth moved forward at a very fast speed. On the way, they met several pirates' ships. After seeing the figurehead of the mammoth, they sped away from them. Jack was in no mood to pay attention to them. Jack's daily schedule is fully scheduled. He gets up in the morning, eats, exercises, then goes fishing with Peggy Wan until noon, then eats and makes ivory, then goes fishing with Peggy Wan until the afternoon, then eats and exercises, then talks on the phone with Black Maria and Yamato until bedtime. Finally, 2 months later, Ghost Island appeared in the telescope in Jack's hand. Ah, this familiar place, familiar snowflakes, and this familiar face. Maria, you have grown up. This height, this figure, it fits me perfectly. One word, run. But what about Yamato? Where is Yamato? Under the expectant eyes of Jack and a group of mermen, the mammoth docked at the only port on Ghost Island. As soon as they got off the boat, they saw the vast expanse of white and the snowflakes flying in the sky, and a group of fishmen started talking in a flurry. Even Master looked curious, and Runty and Peggy looked at Lim with confusion. Oh, are you wondering why it was autumn just now but it was winter as soon as we entered the port? Lim cleared his throat and pointed to the distance and said. Because Ghost Island is a special magical island. There are 4 seasons on the island all year round. The port is always in winter, while where we live is spring. Ah, is there such a magical place? Everyone was shocked by Lim's explanation and stood there discussing fiercely. But Jack ignored them and strode forward towards Black Maria who was smiling. But after taking a few steps, a pirate's minion with poor eyesight blocked Jack's way. Master Jack, welcome. Roll. Come on. After holding Black Maria in his arms as he wished, Jack closed his eyes and sniffed Black Maria's hair hard, and whispered. Maria, I'm back. Advertisement. Maria, you really have grown up. If you keep shaking those pectoral muscles of yours, I'll cut them off. And let me go. You're suffocating me. Hiss. Don't drop venom. Where are you going? After playing around for a while, Jack finally remembered Yamato and asked. Where's Yamato? Where did she go? And how tall is she? After hearing Jack's question, Black Maria looked at Jack with a playful expression. Hey, Mr. Jack the Dro, our big boss, can't wait to see your little princess. Haha, everywhere, it's all the same, all the same. Seeing Maria's expression, Jack quickly comforted her. She is the little princess, and you are the big princess. We are both princesses. We are both princesses. Look how much bigger you are than her. Snort. I talked to you too late yesterday, so we drank a little at night. Sister Yamato drank too much and is still sleeping now. As for how tall she is, why don't you go and see for yourself? But don't be scared. Wow, there's such a cute little sister. After Black Maria finished speaking, she ran towards Runty with shining eyes. Not really. Are you such a loving person? How come I don't know? Also, I watch it myself. Don't be scared. Jack touched his chin. Did Yamato grow up suddenly? Is he taller than me? Thinking of this, Jack felt a strong sense of anticipation in his heart and ran towards the Ghost Island at an accelerated speed. Yamato. My brother is here. Chapter 90 Yamato. Yamato. My Yamato. While running all the way, Jack was surprised to find that in just over a year, many new buildings had been added to Ghost Island. Many buildings had just been started, and the Ghost Island was bustling with activity. Many slaves were shirtless, working hard. There were even quite a few pirates pulling carts around, acting as human transportation tools. No need to ask, this must be Brother Kaido's return. Only he can make use of the advantages of his subordinates in this way. Brother Jin learned this from him. Forget it, just run quickly. I hope he is in Wano Kuni, not on Onigashima. After running through winter, autumn and summer, Jack finally stood there in spring with a confused look on his face. Why is it so high? And what kind of building is this? Is that the door? I've only been away for over a year, and you've already torn down my house. With this construction speed, can you guarantee the quality of the building? Master Jack, are you back? Just when Jack was still confused, a female voice came, and Jack looked over quickly. This isn't leopard print, ahem. Oh, it's you. Does Yamato know where it is? The leopard print lady, who was more than a head taller than Jack, was holding a tray and nodded to Jack and said. Please follow me, Master Jack. Tisk tisk, Kaido is really capable. I didn't realize it before, but this leopard print lady is almost 7 meters tall. I don't ask Yamato to be as tall as her now, I will be satisfied if he can grow to 4 meters now, and if not, 3 meters or more is also acceptable. If it's any shorter, it won't be suitable. The gap is too big and it could result in death. But where are we going? Isn't this the road to Yukuo? What's going on? Why let Yamato, a girl, go to the playground? As if she sensed Jack's doubts, Aunt Leopard suddenly stopped and let Jack, who was following closely behind her, dive into her arms. Aunt Leopard pursed her lips and whispered to Jack. Now that Black Maria-sama has completely taken control of the Yukuo, Miss Yamato has moved here as well. But please rest assured, Master Jack. Both of them live behind the recreational area, so they won't see anything they shouldn't. Are you kidding me? I've been away for over a year and Maria has become a mama-san. Maria from Laozi is still an innocent young lady. Brother Kaido lets her take charge of a place like this. You won't see things you shouldn't see. If you can't see, can't you hear? Also, doesn't it hurt you to let your daughter live near a place like this? No, I object. I strongly object. I don't want to control Julie anymore. I want to control Yukuo. Master Jack, we are here, Miss Yamato is sleeping here. Aunt Leopard smiled at Jack and left quickly with the tray. Advertisement. Question mark question mark question mark. Jack was bewildered as he looked at the door in front of him that he could run into even if he turned into a mammoth. What does that mean? Is Yamato this tall? That's impossible. But if it's this high, it's not unacceptable. Maybe I can really enjoy the 8-foot-tall master. Hey, no. Is this Yamato's snoring? It's no different from thunder. No wonder Black Maria said not to scare me. Did Yamato suddenly grow rapidly and become a fat man? Don't be afraid, Yamato. I'm here to save you. At worst, we can lose weight. With grief and anger in his heart, Jack pushed open the door and then stood there in a daze. This is Yamato. How did you become like this? No, impossible. Is this the change that happens to ghost women when they enter puberty? Oh God, oh Earth. No wonder I've never seen Kaido's wife. Brother Kaido, you have such a strong taste. Wow. My Yamato, I'm cute and straightforward, and I can be happy for half a day just by a lollipop. A huge pink monster was lying in the empty room, its fat belly rising and falling rhythmically with the sound of thunderous snoring. It has a pair of very long curved horns on its head, and its half-open mouth reveals teeth as sharp as its own. The most important thing is that its lower body looks like a horse. This is G amazing. Yamato has become like this. Not to mention how Hachishika-sama feels, even the species is different. I remember that I said I would marry Yamato. If Yamato would let me fulfill my promise. What the hell? What happened? Why did Yamato become like this? I really can't accept it. Brother Kaido, you are so mean. You hit me even for no reason. If I knew Yamato would become like this, I would not have wanted him even if I had tried. Wow, Yamato. Is this the Ghost Clan? Is there any curse on your Ghost Clan? Wow, Yamato. My Yamato. No. Why is God so cruel to me? My childhood sweetheart really turned into a horse. Jack knelt on the ground in grief and anger. Tears as big as beans fell from Jack's eyes to the ground. After a while, Jack suddenly stood up. That's right. Who knows if this is some kind of blood disease? Advertisement. Even if it's a curse, Master's purification fruit may be able to remove it. Yes. Master. After shouting a few times, Jack hurriedly walked out of the house, but suddenly a voice made Jack stop. Who is it? Are you annoying? It's so noisy. I'm sleeping. It's so chaotic. Why are you shouting? This familiar voice, this neutral voice unique to voice changers, is the voice that I hear when I talk on the phone late into the night and when I coax her to sleep. What a pity. She has changed. She is sick. Jack couldn't help but feel sad, turned around and shouted. Yamato, don't worry. Whether it's a curse or a racial trait, I will definitely do everything I can to change you back. Belch. Question mark. Yamato sat up from the monster's hair with a dazed look on his face, rubbed his eyes, and when he saw Jack, he immediately jumped down excitedly. Jack, you're back. Where are the specialties, fun things, and delicious foods you brought me? What's wrong with you? Can you speak? Who bullied you? Why are you crying? Jack lowered his head and looked expressionlessly at Yamato, whose height had not changed at all and was now almost as tall as his belly. While feeling relieved, he also showed a hint of disappointment. Wiping his tears, Jack held his lightning rod mace in his hand, pointed at the fat monster, and asked Yamato. What does this guy do? Oh, him. His name is Arya and he is the numberer. He is very funny and obedient. Ah. Jack nodded and whispered to Yamato. I brought a lot of things to the port. Go get them now. They're all for you. There are necklaces and jewelry. Some ivory products. Even the chopsticks are made of ivory. Ha ha ha. Really? Then I'll go over there. After Yamato ran towards the port with an excited look on his face, Jack silently closed the door, picked up the mace and jumped onto the stomach of Arya who was still snoring. Bang. Ah. Lousy. You are so good at bullying Lousy's feelings. You're so scared of me. Bang. Ah. Chapter 91 Smoking, Drinking, and Tattoos. Yamato was very excited and was happily showing off the various jewels in her hands to Black Maria. The Runti siblings and Master were sitting on a 10-meter tall elephant, observing the scenery of Onigashima with curiosity. A group of fishmen behind him also sat on the strange-looking dinosaurs with curious faces, following Lim. At the back, dozens of giant elephants several meters tall, pulling heavy cargo, were slowly moving towards the Ghost Island. The giant elephants are Black Maria and Yamato, who have saved the food from Jack's mouth over the years, and unknowingly formed a herd of hundreds of members. These guys are very human-like and can understand Yamato and Black Maria's simple commands. Gradually, they become the main force in transporting goods. As for the dinosaurs, Kaido and Jin caught them from somewhere and used them as mounts. Onigashima is a medium-sized island. Although it only takes Jack and his men a few hours to go back and forth, it still takes a long time for ordinary pirates, so some means of transportation are necessary. In the past, because there were few people and the family was poor, we did not have these things. Now we just do whatever we have. Ghost Island is surrounded by mountains and is rich in resources, which also provides the necessary conditions for keeping these ferocious beasts in captivity. When the huge team reached the middle, Lim separated from Yamato and others with the fishmen and most of the supplies. Yamato and Black Maria led the giant elephant to move forward. The Runti siblings lay on a dozen boxes and slowly fell asleep. Master jumped off the giant elephant and began to talk to the two. Jack stood outside the yard and saw the huge leader of the elephant herd from a distance. He couldn't help licking his tongue. I don't know if this guy was upgraded, but in just a few years, he was fed by Yamato and turned from an ordinary elephant into this. The steak of such a big elephant must be delicious. Ouch. The three people who were still talking looked at the elephant in confusion as it stopped and panicked. Even Runti and his sister were awakened by the elephant's roar and sat up with a nervous look on their faces. Yamato soon realized why the elephant was so panicked, and quickly shouted to Jack in the distance. You big stupid elephant. Get out of here right now. You're scaring my elephant. HMPH. Tisk. Jack curled his lips in disdain and walked aside with a step that showed he didn't care about anyone. The elephant leader then recovered and continued to move forward. When he reached the tall courtyard, Yamato shouted excitedly. Arya, come out and take a look. Jack brought us a lot of things. Arya, are you still asleep? After calling several times without any response and no snoring, Yamato walked into the house with a confused look on his face. Two fangs. Advertisement. Arya's fat body was lying on the ground, with the four horseshoes of his lower body standing straight up, and there were countless big bumps on his head. At one glance, Yamato suddenly thought of the Buddha that Jack had told him about. Jack. Hearing Yamato's angry shout from behind, Jack ran away. Before they had time to spend a few days together, Jack was called to Yoku by Kaido. Looking at Kaido who was surrounded by several leopard print aunties, Jack cursed in his heart without blinking. Hey, you little brat, you guys go down first. After sending away a few leopard print ladies, Kaido walked up to Jack with a serious face and said. Jack, if I remember correctly, you ate the mammoth fruit from Zone, right? Brother Kaido, isn't what you said nonsense? Oh, it seems I remembered correctly. Since you ate the mammoth fruit, I don't care if you used to like eating elephant chops. But can you tell me where you got all that ivory? Why are you selling mammoth tusks? Kaido took a bank card and a receipt and threw it to Jack. Jack took it and saw that the Don Quixote family had already processed the ivory and somehow it was delivered to Kaido. But with this number, Lousy will be a rich man in the future. Jack, although I don't know how you managed to fix the ivory produced by the fruit ability, but in the future, don't make ivory in large quantities. This kind of stuff is less valuable if there are too many of them. The current batch of stock you brought back is enough. And take a good rest these few days. You should know what to do next even if I don't tell you, right? Jack stood up and scratched his head, and said to Kaido a little embarrassedly. Brother Kaido, when I become the boss, can you please not take control of Julie? I want to take control of this place. Roll. Come on. When Jack was having dinner with Black Maria and Yamato that night, he discovered that Black Maria and Yamato were holding cigarettes, looking like old smokers, and they started puffing away during breaks. Good fellow. Have you missed me too much? Have you become addicted to smoking? And you are smoking dry tobacco. However, smoking in this world hardly causes fatal harm to the human body. Besides, with Master around, the worst that can happen is that he can purify their bodies from time to time. Jack did not object. After all, it was useless to object, and you might get beaten up. The strength of these two girls was also growing rapidly under the education of Jin and Kaido. If you don't show your real ability, you really can't defeat them. They beat you up during the day, so you better not ask for trouble. Advertisement. However, since I finally got back, I should at least give myself some benefits. Jack glanced at Yamato and immediately looked away. Forget it, his pectoral muscles are not as big as mine. Besides, with this height, I don't want to commit a crime. Turning his gaze to Black Maria, Jack swallowed. Black Maria noticed Jack's gaze, and not only did she not dodge, she also deliberately straightened her chest and hooked her finger at Jack. Damn, this little devil, lousy, will definitely get you drunk soon. Jack lowered his body and held on to the tilted table. However, they drank until late at night, and not only was Black Maria not drunk at all, but even Yamato, who punished himself with 3 glasses of wine from time to time, remained sober, which completely frustrated Jack's idea. That night Jack shamelessly stayed next door to the two of them. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, so he simply used the observation hockey to secretly observe the people next door. Where are you? What are you doing so late at night? What is that place? There was a rustling sound in his ears and the sound of water splashing on the ground, and somewhere in Jack's body turned on the hard mode again. Good boy, you didn't even call me when you were taking a shower in the middle of the night. How rude of you. Sneaking out and quietly coming to the bathroom door, Jack used the observation hockey to confirm that only Black Maria and Yamato were there, then he quietly stuck his head inside. Mashiro, Shin, what is this? A tattoo? Female difficulty. I don't know when Black Maria got a tattoo on her smooth back. The patterns on both sides surround the words, New Nan, female difficulty, in pink. What the hell, I've only been away for over a year and you're smoking, drinking, and getting tattoos. You're all done. Tattoo. Gangsters. Just when Jack was daydreaming, Black Maria and Yamato came over wrapped in towels with unfriendly faces. When Jack found out, it was too late. Black Maria transformed into a wolf spider and dozens of spider webs fell, trapping Jack tightly. Haha, Sister Yamato, today I will teach you what to do if you encounter a pervert who peeks at us taking a bath. You scream. Scream. Woo woo. Yamato nodded after seeing this, and then walked out of the bathroom. Not long after, Yamato came back with his thick mace, kicked Jack in the face, and swung the mace down. You scream. Scream. FKU. Are you a pervert? Black Maria is fun, you are murder. And why are you still having sweaty feet, little girl? Chapter 92. If you don't sing today, you will die. After resting for a few days, Jack boarded the mammoth and headed for Wano-kuni. The thick and strong crocodile still looks intimidating, but unfortunately it is a creature that cannot last long. However, apart from this creature, Jack couldn't find a suitable mount for the time being, so he had no choice but to ride it to Tushin reluctantly. The pirates under his command wanted to follow but were stopped by Jack. With his current strength, he could definitely deal with the Tushin bandits gang. He wanted to kill a lot of people today, so he should not bring the guys who were there to steal heads with him. Shortly after Jack left, Kaido's transformed blue dragon soared into the sky. Yamato sat on the blue dragon's head, hitting the blue dragon's horns with a mace and shouting. Hurry up, Dad, fly faster. Black Maria, who was sitting behind Yamato, covered her mouth and looked at the excited Yamato and said. Yamato, don't worry so much. Didn't you hear what Lim and the others said? That big stupid elephant is very powerful now. Even that red-haired Shanks can't do anything to Jack. Mr. Kaido, is Jack very powerful now? Oh la 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 la. That brat is still a long way off. Today I'm going to see if he's as powerful as Lim said. Yamato stopped knocking. After Kaido stopped Yamato's behavior, his huge body slowly flew higher, and only flew forward after completely hiding his body in the clouds. Hey, Dad, what are you doing flying so high? We can't see anything at all. Stupid Dad, fly lower. Ding, ding, Yamato, don't do this. Black Maria snatched Yamato's mace and said softly. If Mr. Kaido appeared in front of those thieves like this, they would definitely run away. So we have to hide. After hearing Maria's explanation, Yamato asked with some confusion. What if we can't see it? It's so high, even my observation hockey can't see it. Hee. Black Maria pointed at Kaido and said. Then I'll have to trouble Mr. Kaido to explain it to us. Explanation. Yamato suddenly realized and shouted to Kaido. Hey, Dad, you have to tell us the story in detail later, just like Jack tells a story. Oh la 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 la. Don't worry, my daughter. Leave it to me. In this regard, I, your father, will definitely not be worse than Jack. Dad, advertisement. Yamato frowned and shouted to Kaido. Can you please stop laughing like that? Jack said your laugh sounds really weird. Just like Sao Shouken and Yu Huation. After closing his mouth tightly, Kaido continued to fly forward sullenly. After Kaido learned about the stories that Jack had told Yamato a few years ago, he directly sent people to copy them down and had the Chamber of Commerce sell them to some publishing houses and newspapers, which greatly alleviated some of the financial problems of the Beast's pirates. Of course, having tasted the sweetness, Kaido would definitely not let Jack go. In the name of strengthening his will, he once made Jack talk non-stop for 7 days and 7 nights, and he almost died. Later, after the Beast's pirates cooperated with the Don Quixote family, Kaido let Jack go. Kaido is also very familiar with people like Yu Huation. Kaido took note of it silently in his mind. Today, my daughter Yamato hit my dragon horns 28 times with a mace for Jack, and said that my laughter sounded like a eunuch. It has been decided that after a while, using the excuse of training the impact of seastone on the body, Jack will be forced to wear seastone handcuffs and go to the factory to move bricks. Jack had no idea that Kaido and his men were following him in the sky above his head. All his thoughts were now focused on how to brutalize Shudenmaru. Although he didn't suffer serious injuries in that battle, it was nothing compared to the battle with Shanks. But Shanks at least gave me 2 such powerful skills, so no matter how serious the injury is, it is worth it. But the time when he went to Shudenmaru, not only did he get beaten up for no reason, he didn't get anything killed at all. The most important thing was that Yamato and Black Maria almost died there with him. Another thing is that it was the first time I truly experienced the feeling of death. Even though I am a pirate and have caused many deaths, it doesn't mean that I like this feeling. Ju Tianwan, I haven't seen you for more than a year. Are you okay? Laozi wants you to know what it means to not despise the poor young people. After walking and stopping to the foot of Tushan, Jack jumped off the crocodile and looked at the lush and vibrant Tushan with a cruel look in his eyes. He. This environment is really comfortable. Blue sky and white clouds. Green mountains and clear waters. What a pity. Such a beautiful mountain is about to be destroyed. Moo. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack transformed into a giant elephant that was 20 meters tall, and a violent roar came out of his mouth, which spread throughout the entire mountain. The crocodile nearby looked at the suddenly appearing monster in horror, turned its head suddenly and slipped as it turned backwards. However, because it was going too fast, its entire body was knocked to the ground by the stones under its feet. Kaido, who was staying in the clouds, used the observation haki to feel Jack's huge size and the aura emanating from him, and said in surprise. How did it get so big? Ding, ding. Yamato above his head knocked on Kaido's dragon horn and asked anxiously. What's big? What's big? Although Black Maria didn't say anything, her face was full of curiosity. Advertisement. Kaido used the observation haki to feel Jack's every move. In response to Yamato's question, he just repeated softly. Very large. At this time, in the camp on the top of the mountain, most people were still sleeping soundly because they had just held a banquet yesterday after looting the mountain again. Jack's roar made a dozen thieves sit up dazedly and rub their eyes. Why are there still cows mooing? It sounds like an elephant, doesn't it? Not a cow, right? There are no elephants here. Why is it shaking so much? Shudenmaru also sat up dizzily. Just as he was about to ask a question, he saw one of his men running in panic. Chief, something bad has happened. There's a very large elephant coming towards our mountain. Elephant. Shudenmaru sobered up immediately, jumped up with his fat body and rushed out. The others looked at each other, then got up in a hurry and followed him out. Knock, knock, knock. Boom. When Shudenmaru rode the blue bull to the middle of the mountain, he saw a violent giant elephant that was wantonly trampling the trees on the mountain with its huge hooves. The vibrant jungle behind the giant elephant has disappeared, leaving only withered branches and a desolate hillside. This huge size surprised Shudenmaru. Oh, you're here, Shudenmaru. Haven't seen you for a long time. The giant elephant stopped destroying and then slowly shrank. Shudenmaru's eyes turned cold and he stretched out his left hand to stop his men who wanted to approach. Huh, so it's you, this guy. Shudenmaru jumped off the blue bull, walked forward a few dozen steps, and said to Jack as if he didn't care. It's only been a year, are you coming back to die? Ha 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 ha, Shudenmaru. Jack held the giant tooth in one hand and pointed at Shudenmaru and shouted. I told you, I will definitely come back. I will also ask you to kneel down and sing Conquer for Lousy. If you don't sing today, you will die. Buzz. Click. Well, a violent aura burst out from Jack's body. Shudenmaru turned around and looked at the men lying on the ground behind him in disbelief. He said word by word. Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 93. Kaido is shocked. Kaido in the clouds felt the Conqueror's Haki coming from Jack and muttered to himself. It's actually just as Lim said. As Jack's talent even greater than I expected. Ding. Ding. Hey, Dad, speak up, what's going on? ... Feeling a stinging pain in his head, Kaido began to descend rapidly. Let's go down and take a look. They can't run away now even if they want to. Shudenmaru looked at Jack carefully. Jack, who was much shorter than him more than a year ago, was now almost as tall as him. However, unlike his own body full of fat, Jack's body was full of strong muscles, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In just over a year, Jack has changed so much that Shudenmaru has a bad feeling. Can this guy really defeat him? Kaido brought Yamato and Black Maria to a distant hilltop, which calmed Shudenmaru down. At worst, I can just follow Lord Odin. But before that, I must kill this guy. Thinking of this, Shudenmaru drew the long sword from his waist and rushed towards Jack. Jack stood there without moving, which made Yamato and Black Maria in the distance worried. When he was about to rush to Jack, Shudenmaru felt a sense of danger, and at this moment Jack opened his mouth. Ding, ding, ding. This is teeth. How is that possible? The unknown objects that came out of Jack's mouth forced Shudenmaru to block them with a knife and retreat repeatedly. When Shudenmaru found out what these things were, he looked at Jack in shock. Jack opened his mouth wide, and his sharp teeth grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then Jack tapped his teeth lightly and said to Shudenmaru. You haven't seen it before. How is it? Are you envious of my big white fang? Shudenmaru didn't say anything, and continued to run towards Jack with the long sword in his hand. This time, Jack turned into a human beast form, pulled out the huge fangs from his waist, bent his legs, kicked hard, and jumped high in Shudenmaru's surprised eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jack's tall body jumped above Shudenmaru's head, and the thick mace smashed down at Shudenmaru. Boom. Advertisement. Feeling the power of the attack, Shudenmaru's eyes narrowed, and he rolled over with his fat body to avoid the attack. Ha ha ha, it's really hard for you. You're so agile even though you're so fat. But you should lose weight. Jack did not chase after Shudenmaru, but stood there and began to taunt Shudenmaru. UB asterisk 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 D. Shudenmaru stood up and rushed towards Jack madly. Jack smashed down with the mace. This time the weapons of the two men finally collided with each other. The strong force made Shudenmaru couldn't help but take 2 steps back. After a few moves, Shudenmaru had to admit the fact that Jack was no longer the small character that he could bully at will last year. But I'm not a weakling. Want to kill me? Be prepared to be killed. Shudenmaru gripped the sword tightly and rushed towards Jack again, and the two men began a fierce confrontation. Okay. Big stupid elephant. Defeat him. Hit him. Smash him. That's it. Of the 3 people watching from a distance, only Yamato was shouting excitedly, while Black Maria stood behind Yamato with a smile on her face. Although Kaido had a cold and expressionless face, he was using observation haki to closely observe Jack's every move. From the scene where Jack's teeth were sticking out of his mouth just now, Kaido knew what was going on with Jack's tusks, and when he jumped on the spot, Kaido was a little surprised. To achieve this kind of distance and explosive power, one must not only have extremely developed leg muscles, but also have extremely strong control over one's own strength. Generally, those who can do this are all masters with extremely strong physical skills. Jack is only 14 years old this year, and he has already reached this level. Judging from the physical skills alone, his talent is no worse than when he was young. Judging from the changes in Jack's mammoth body shape and his bestiality after his transformation, Jack's zone fruit ability should have awakened. Although the awakening time was a bit slow judging from the time Jack ate the fruit, considering Jack's age, the fruit awakening at the age of 14 was enough to shock people. Although the awakening of the zone fruit is much easier than the other 2 types, the dangers contained therein are also greater than the other 2 types, because it can make people lose their minds and turn into animals completely. There are many zone users with decent strength who have never dared to awaken on their own because they are afraid that they will not be able to make it through this level. However, Jack not only has the courage to do so, but he also awakened successfully. It seems that this kid Jack really has the qualifications to stand at the top of this ocean. Big stupid elephant. Hey, what are you doing, you idiot? Get out of the way, idiot. Yamato's sudden shout disrupted Kaido's thoughts. Kaido looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jack's mace also thrown on the ground. He was standing with his hands in his pockets, staring at Shudenmaru motionlessly. Shudenmaru's posture made Kaido's heart sink. This was clearly Odin's trick. It looked like he was going to use emission, and Jack seemed to have to take it. This idiot. Even I will be hurt when facing emission haki, let alone you. Kaido wanted to step forward to stop them, but remembering what Lim had said, he stood still and grabbed Yamato who was about to rush over. Advertisement. It seems that Shanks, the kid, can also use emission. Jack must be confident if he does that. Then let me see how much you have grown up to now. Jack. Ding. What are you doing? Dad, let me go. I want to save that idiot. ... Okay Yamato, don't worry. Black Maria, who was comforting Yamato, suddenly turned her head, and the 3 of them looked towards the center of the battlefield. A strong aura surged from Shudenmaru's body, and he said to Jack who was standing there without trying to stop him. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Take this. Odin 2 sword style. Peach Garden 10 fists. Swish. Puff. Crack. With full force, the 2 long swords in Shudenmaru's hands slashed towards Jack as fast as lightning. A splash of blood appeared. Shudenmaru fell behind Jack with his back to Jack, and the ordinary long sword in his left hand had been broken into pieces. Feeling that Jack's aura had not weakened at all, Shudenmaru turned his head with a look of shock. How is it possible? What kind of monster are you? Ha 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 ha. Jack picked up his mace from the ground, turned around and looked down at the 2 hideous wounds on his chest, grinned at Shudenmaru. Are you done chopping? Do you feel good? Emission haki. It's really good. Next. It's just my turn. An extremely strong aura burst out from Jack, and at the same time, the mace in Jack's hand, under the rendering of haki, faintly glowed with black and red light. Armament color emission. This little brat. How is it possible? For the first time, Kaido lost control of his facial expression, and looked at Jack with his mouth wide open and a dull expression. Clang. Dad, what is armament haki emission? Chapter 94. You did a good job. Go and move bricks. UB asterisk 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 D. How is it possible? How could you possibly use armament haki emission? Shudenmaru's body was completely soaked by the unstoppable sweat, and the dripping sweat formed a shallow puddle under his feet. Hey, armament color emission. Jack tilted his neck, looked at the shocked Shudenmaru with a smile and said. I still prefer to call it emission haki. What? Do you want to kneel down and sing conquer for me? Or do you want to be beaten to death by me? The resident's entrance. Anger completely eliminated the fear in Shudenmaru's heart, and Shudenmaru shouted to Jack. I am a samurai, not a geisha. How dare you insult me like this? I will make you pay the price. The smile on Jack's face disappeared, and he raised the mace and smashed it down. Shark arm. If a geisha were like you, who the hell would dare to come in? You are so stubborn. You don't know what is good for you. Die for me. The inner pride made Shudenmaru not want to escape from Jack's attack. Shudenmaru held the long sword horizontally and used armament haki with all his strength, trying to block Jack's fierce attack. Clang. Puff. Shudenmaru's tall body was directly thrown more than 10 meters away by Jack, the long knife in his hand flew out of his hand, and blood spurted out of his mouth for free. Tisk, tisk, if this is a free blood donation, you can at least get a set of nail clippers. Jack looked at Shudenmaru with a playful expression. Shudenmaru stood up shakily and rushed towards Jack with a look of grief and anger. Ah, ahem. Unfortunately, after taking only 2 steps, Shudenmaru fell to his knees in pain and started coughing violently. Oh, why bother? Is conquer so hard to sing? Jack carried the mace, walked up to Shudenmaru and said. Oh, I forgot, you can't sing. But the lyrics are very embarrassing, and I don't want to teach you, so I'll just ask you to die. Holding the mace in both hands, Jack stood beside Shudenmaru and aimed it at Shudenmaru's head like he was playing golf. Shudenmaru supported himself with his hands and tried hard to stand up, but because of his severe injuries, he finally lowered his head silently. Advertisement. Thump, thump, chief. At this moment, the sound of countless horse hooves rang out. Jack took a look and said to Shudenmaru. What a pity, it's too far, they can't save you, but don't worry, I'll let them go with you in a moment. UB asterisk 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 D. Mo. Shudenmaru raised his head and heard the cry of his blue bull. Then he saw Jack being taken away by the blue bull that suddenly rushed out from the side. Ah, FK. Hiss. Lousies A. One of the blue bull's horns dug deeply into Jack's butt, and the defenseless Jack was carried on the head by the blue bull and rushed into the forest. After seeing this scene, Kaido and Black Maria covered their foreheads with their hands at the same time. Chief, let's go. Because of the battle between Jack and Shudenmaru, the land collapsed, trees fell down, and the ground became bumpy, making it impossible for ordinary horses to get through. Several strong thieves jumped over and struggled to help Shudenmaru up. Go, run for your lives. Shudenmaru shook his head with difficulty. Jack's armament hockey emission was extremely powerful, far stronger than his own. He didn't know how he did it, but he mastered emission so proficiently in just over a year. In that attack just now, Jack's hockey penetrated directly into his body through the sword, causing serious injuries to his heart and lungs. Now, let alone running away, I almost don't even have the strength to stand up. In this state, even if I am rescued and I can't find a good doctor, I can only survive for a few days. But given Wanokuni's current situation, it is extremely difficult to find a good doctor. The only outcome for him is death, not to mention that Kaido is by his side. I'm going to die anyway, so why bother dragging down these loyal companions? Thinking of this, Shudenmaru gathered all his strength, pushed a few people away, and shouted loudly. Let's go. Run for your life, chief. Leave me alone. Remember the legend that spread in Wanokuni. The ghosts of the Kazuki family will come back 20 years after they left. To seek revenge on them. Shudenmaru stood up straight and roared at his men. Then, show me how the beasts pirates and the Kurozumi family perished. Leader. Boom. A blue buffalo flew from a distance and smashed directly into the crowd. Several thieves were unable to dodge and were smashed into meat paste. The buffalo's head was already smashed to pieces. When Shudenmaru saw this, he was so excited that he spat out blood. Bang. Bang. The ghost of the Kazuki family. Huh. Advertisement. I'm really curious whether this legend is true. A huge mammoth slowly walked over. Even the trees more than 10 meters high could not block its body and were easily knocked down by it. A monster. After seeing this scene, the surviving thieves fell into deep fear. But even if it's true, you can't see it. Ivory jet. Boom. Ivory jet. Ivory Gatling assault. The huge tusk rushed towards the crowd, and with the blessing of the armed color, it caused a strong impact. Then the thief's figure was completely obscured by the rising smoke. Shudenmaru had just stopped coughing and was about to go forward to help his partner when Ivory flew towards him one after another. The smoke cleared, and Jack transformed into a human form and slowly looked towards the battlefield. Broken limbs and blood dyed the ground an uncomfortable black and red color. Shudenmaru's fat body was broken into pieces by several tusks. The head was still wide open and looking at Jack. Bang. Jack walked forward, kicked the head open, and picked up the long knife next to it. The quality of this knife is absolutely top-notch. It has been fighting with him for such a long time without any damage. It is definitely not an ordinary item. So he gave it to Lim as a reward. Seeing the battle was over, Kaido and his friends came over. Yamato, who saw this kind of situation for the first time, was obviously unable to bear it anymore. He bent down and started vomiting violently. As for Black Maria, although she didn't behave as badly as Yamato, her face looked very bad too. Hey, we are pirates. Is it necessary for you two to act like this? Shut up, you pervert Jack. Kaido walked to Shudenmaru's head, lowered his head and said softly. What a pity. Bang. Jack crushed Shudenmaru's head with one foot and shouted to Kaido. Hey, big brother, are you kidding me? Do you think you are Cao Cao? Don't be so picky about talent. Do you think my current strength is too strong? Call those guys back and I'll teach them a lesson, okay? ... Kaido looked at the bloodline splashed on his shoes, raised his legs and rubbed them on Jack's pants a few times and said. You did a great job, Jack. As a reward, go move bricks. Question mark. Chapter 95. Aren't they really your illegitimate children? Kaido transformed into a blue dragon and burned several pirates who were fleeing in the distance to death with a hot breath. Then Yamato and Black Maria jumped up. Jack wanted to jump up as well, but was knocked down by Kaido one tail, so he had to stretch out his hands helplessly. The dragon's body passed over Jack's head, and Jack's hands accurately grabbed Kaido's dragon claws. After returning to Onigashima and taking a shower, Jack went straight to the banquet hall of Yukuo. Master and Lim had already prepared the celebration party. After a big battle, Jack felt a little hungry. After arriving at the banquet hall, apart from Yamato who was concentrating on eating, Kaido and a few others were watching the graceful dancing of a few leopard print aunties. After seeing Jack sitting down, Kaido waved his hand, and several leopard print aunties bowed and slowly retreated. He stared at the leopard print aunts fiercely until Black Maria on the side dropped venom on Jack's hand, and then Jack reluctantly withdrew his gaze. Hey, brother Kaido, did you just tell me to move bricks? There are so many of us now, so you don't need to ask me to do things like moving bricks, right? Aren't you too stingy? Seeing Kaido's unfriendly look, Jack turned his head and looked at Lim opposite him and said. Lim, how about that sword? Is it useful? Ha ha ha, it's really good. The quality of this sword is absolutely top-notch. Lim looked very excited. He took out his sword and explained to everyone. This sword should be one of the 21 great swords. Both its weight and sharpness are specially designed. Once I get familiar with it, my swordsmanship will definitely be improved. Thank you, Master Jack. Oh, as long as you are happy. Jack breathed a sigh of relief when Kaido stopped paying attention to him. He couldn't bring himself to do things like moving bricks, even though he had done that before. Seeing Yamato's head almost buried in the plate, Jack closed his eyes helplessly. You eat so much, where is the nutrition? Look at Black Maria, look at you, what a waste. After eating and drinking, Kaido called Jack to stay alone. Jack, come with me. After carefully checking that Kaido showed no signs of being drunk, Jack reluctantly followed Kaido. It was such a bummer. He had been wanting to improve his relationship with Maria, but you interrupted my plan. Kaido had no intention of staying until they walked out of the playground. Jack was a little confused, but he didn't say anything. It was better not to ask at this time, otherwise he might be caught and asked to free fall. Kaido didn't stop until he came to a tall building. He could hear shouting and children crying from inside, and Jack knew where this place was. Advertisement. This is the orphanage of the Beast's pirates. The children here are all the posthumous children of the pirates who died in the Battle of the Beast's pirates, are some gifted orphans. The establishment of this place was ordered by Kaido himself a few years ago. This was the first time that Jack realized that Kaido, who had always been extremely cruel, actually had a kind side in his nature. After opening the door, Jack followed Kaido in. A dozen women who were looking after the children came over to greet Kaido when they saw him arrive. Kaido-sensei, get busy. The children here are all under 10 years old, and most of them are still at the age of being carefree and playing to their heart's content. Children over 10 years old will be sent elsewhere for training, which is equivalent to entering school from kindergarten. The first thing Jack saw was Runty and his sister, because the child's crying came from there. Runty was riding on a child fiercely, and there were several children lying on the ground crying nearby. Peggy Wan was trying to persuade her with a helpless look on her face, but it was of no use. The children were hit by Runty's little fists and cried loudly. An auntie nearby was trying her best to pull Runty up, but although Runty was young, she was very strong. The auntie, who was obviously an ordinary person, could not stop Runty's actions at all. Noticing Kaido's eyes were also focused there, Jack's heart moved. Kaido must have come for these two little guys, and he quickly shouted to Runty. Hey, Runty, what are you doing? Uncle Kaido, brother Jack. Seeing Kaido and Jack, Runty got up from the child she had beaten and ran over with Peggy Wan. Huh, you are quite energetic, girl. Let's go, let's find another place for you. Jack followed Kaido in confusion, not knowing what Kaido wanted to do. Are you so busy that you have to make a trip for two children? Can't you just ask someone to come and arrange it? Are you sure these two are not your illegitimate children? But here is my old room. You two should stay here for now. This is Jack's old room. I'll send Black Maria to keep you company later. Kaido finished speaking to the Runty siblings, then took out two small boxes from his pocket and handed them to Jack. Hey, Jack, advertisement. These two devil fruits are the new ancient zone species I obtained. You will put them in the treasure room on the top floor later. Here is the key. Because the treasure room has just been renovated and there's no one guarding it yet, you'll be the one guarding it tonight. Question mark question mark question mark question mark question mark. After subconsciously taking the two small boxes and a key, Jack walked upstairs in a daze. What's going on? Isn't the top floor a training room? When did it become a treasure room? And I'm in charge. Runty, who was standing behind him, looked at Jack's back and her eyes lit up. Jack opened the room and looked at the various items in the room, and countless questions arose in his mind. Is this a treasure room? Isn't this a training room? If you put two tables in it, it will become a treasure room. Jack was still confused when Kaido's voice sounded from behind him. Put these two devil fruits on the table, leave the keys in the house later and come with me for a drink. Which room? Your old house, Kaido said and turned away, and Jack finally understood what Kaido meant. With Runty's cleverness and courage, you let her know where the two devil fruits are and asked me to put the key in their room. Aren't you obviously giving it to me? Two of them. Two ancient seeds. To be honest, you prepared two ancient seeds, is it because they were the only two ancient seeds you had on hand? Brother Kaido, you really have good intentions. Are you sure they are not your illegitimate children? Jack returned to the room and found that Runty's eyes were always on the key hanging on his waist. He sighed and hung it on the wall. You guys take a break first. Maria will be here soon. I'm going to go drink first. Hiccup. Chapter 96 Move Yourself. Master Jack, Mr. Kaido said that because you failed to supervise properly and caused the devil fruit to be lost, you will be sent to rabbit prison. Please wear these seastone shackles. Question mark question mark question mark. What's going on? Jack, who was having breakfast with Yamato, looked at Lim in confusion. What? Did Dad get kicked in the head by a donkey? I'll go find him. Seeing Yamato running out with a mace in hand, Jack was very pleased. You are indeed the one. Yamato, I love you for what you do. But why are you developing so slowly? Jack stood at the entrance of Rabbit Donbury prison with a numb face, and next to him was Yamato who also had a numb face. Both men had seastone shackles on their hands, and Jack's neck and waist were wrapped with seastone chains. Despicable and shameless. You have turned your back on me. Brother Kaido, you are so cruel. Where is your conscience? Are you really that cruel? Your heart is smaller than the eye of a needle. Do you know the law on the protection of minors? You are abusing me. You are hiring child laborers. You are committing an aggravated crime. I need a lawyer. Ahem. Master Jack, I have good news for you. Seeing Jack's anger, Lim coughed a few times and whispered to Jack. I heard that Mr. Kaido has announced that he has personally appointed you as the top boss. There is no need to challenge the Flying Six. I heard that two guys strongly objected, but they were stopped by Mr. Kaido. Lim paused and said with some concern. But Master Jack, if they come back to this year's fire festival, there will definitely be some trouble. Lim. Jack turned his head and looked at Lim expressionlessly. He waited until Lim became nervous and sweat appeared on his forehead before he whispered to Lim. What documents did you give Brother Kaido so early this morning? After a moment of silence, Lim calmed down. He looked up at Jack and said. It's the latest bounty from Master Jack, and a newspaper about you. Master Jack, the battle between you and red-haired Shanks has been reported in the newspapers. Your real age has also been written in the newspapers. The Marine's bounty on you has been increased to 1 billion. If you continue to appear alone in the ocean, it will be easy for the world government to track you down, so. Advertisement. So that's why you persuaded Brother Kaido to keep me in Wano Kuni. Not letting me go out to sea anymore. Well, Jack sighed deeply, raised his arm, patted Lim's shoulder and said. I know you mean well, but I hope you understand that you are my subordinate. If you want to break away, with your current strength, you can definitely compete for the Flying Six. But since you choose to stay with me, I hope this will be the last time. Do you understand, Lim? At this point, Jack's tone was full of murderous intent. Lim nodded nervously and said solemnly. Master Jack, please rest assured that I will never do such disrespectful things again. Looking at the sweat on Lim's forehead, Jack smiled. Lim, I know you have good upbringing, but we are pirates. Given our relationship, you don't have to use honorifics with me. Also, during this time, go and train those fishmen. Don't let them have nothing to do. As they were talking, the heavy door of Rabbit Prison was opened. A few pirates must have received the news. After seeing Jack and Yamato, they did not panic at all. They took out the portraits and confirmed the identities of Jack and Yamato, then pulled the two of them in, leaving Lim with a confused look on his face. After a few minions led the two men in, a noisy sound came into Jack's ears, including crying, scolding, and laughing. And the most familiar sound of a whip hitting a human body, mixed with two painful groans, made Jack recall that night that he could not bear to look back on. Hey, Jack, this guy's scream isn't as loud as yours that day. Yamato looked at the whipped prisoner, then turned around and spoke to Jack very seriously. After hearing this, the eyes of several pirates' minions changed when they looked at the two of them. You be asterisk 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 D. You still have the nerve to say that. That day you hit me with a mace. Ahem. Let's go. Looking at Jack's helpless face, the leading pirates decided not to meddle in other people's business and quickly handed over the task and ran away. Sea stone is a magical stone for people with special abilities and can be said to be a specialty of Wano Kuni. Jack, Yamato and Maria have all come into contact with this thing a long time ago. As for why we came into contact, it was of course because of the amiable brother Jin. Thanks to Jin, who used to use this thing to punish the three of them, Jack and Yamato are still able to wear sea stone shackles like ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be lucky for them to be able to stand up now. As we walked deeper into the quarry, we saw more and more people coming. Advertisement. The expressions on most of the prisoners' faces were numb, but a small number of prisoners still revealed an indomitable will in their eyes. These prisoners were more like slaves than prisoners, most of them were Wano Kuni warriors and pirates captured from outside. These people are in good health and generally don't get sick or die, so putting them here can be said to be the best use of their talents. After seeing Jack and Yamato, the numb expressions on those people's faces turned into some curiosity. After all, it was quite rare for a woman to appear here. Jack also didn't know what Kaido was thinking, why he arranged for Yamato to come in and suffer with him. Could it be that he saw that his talent was too perverted and wanted to take the initiative to become his own father-in-law? But it's a pity, brother Kaido, Yamato's development period is a little late. At this time, Kaido was drinking and sitting in his room with a comfortable look on his face, accompanied by several sexy aunts. One of them, the ant with long hair and the most voluptuous figure, looked at Kaido charmingly and said, Mr. Kaido, Yamato won't come looking for you again this time, right? Oh la 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 la. Don't worry, she won't be here for a while. Kaido threw the bottle and lay on the ground. Come on, hurry up. Back at the rabbit donburi, Yamato looked at Jack in shock and said, What did you say? You want me to go by myself? Nonsense, I'm almost tied up, why don't you leave by yourself? Do you want me to carry you away? We are all workers now, we are all moving bricks, how can you just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor? Get down from the rocks. Move them yourself. Work on your own. After Yamato jumped down from the rock, he looked at Jack's impatient expression and suddenly pouted. I'm a girl, how can you treat me like this? Hee hee. Jack kept his eyes on Yamato's flat chest, straightened his back, and made his pectoral muscles dance. Yamato lowered his head and walked away, devastated. Chapter 97 This is human nature. Although the group of prisoners were very curious about Yamato and Jack, they did not approach them to talk to them. Although they have been working as bricklayers for many years and don't recognize Jack and Yamato, they are still clear-headed. The whites of Jack's eyes take up most of his eyes, and with his tall and strong body, he looks like someone who is not to be trifled with. And Yamato is a girl, but the way she walks briskly while carrying a stone shows that she is definitely not an ordinary person. Coupled with the shackles on their bodies and the special pirates guarding them, the prisoners gradually calmed down after their curiosity subsided. But this peace was completely broken when Jack and Yamato started having dinner. The food in the Rabbit Dawn prison quarry is usually rice dumplings. Occasionally, during festivals, they would add some sugar or meat to replenish their bodies, which was considered merciful. If you want to eat these dumplings, you have to work hard, moving 5 large stones for one small dumpling. This ensures that they can survive and work, but also ensures that they do not have the extra energy to resist. Jack and Yamato moved stones for a long time, and the pirates in charge of food did not give them any dumplings. Some prisoners did not say anything when they saw this, and some even waited to laugh at them after they got hungry. But they soon found themselves to be a joke. What is that? It smells so good. It's wine. Wine. And meat. Meat. It's absolutely right. What else? Are they vegetables? There are fruits. What happened? Did that guy Quinn change his personality? Dozens of pirates came over from a distance carrying huge trays. The aroma of food on the trays attracted the souls of a group of prisoners. Ha! Why are you stopping? Keep moving. Unfortunately, the whips and weapons in the hands of the pirates quickly calmed them down. They could only watch the food slip away from them and swallow their saliva to satisfy their cravings. Several people put the stones in place and placed the food on top. When Yamato saw the food coming, he rushed over excitedly and reached out to grab the fattest steak. Do not move. Jack walked over to Yamato, grabbed Yamato's hand, then picked up a bucket of wine and poured it on Yamato's hand. Wash your hands before meals and after using the toilet. Do you know? Besides, crack. This is an elephant steak. Eat something else. You can't control this. Jack picked up the steak on the table and took a bite. Seeing this, Yamato said with a look of disgust. Elephants are so cute, why do you have to eat them? Yeah, after swallowing the last bite of meat, Jack threw the bone away and said to Yamato. Cute. I haven't seen you being very nice to me. And the cutest thing about elephants is their second trunk. Advertisement. Yamato frowned, looked at Jack with some confusion and asked. Are you kidding me? How come I didn't know elephants have a second trunk? Haha, of course, and mine is even more powerful. It has its own consciousness, but. Jack looked at Yamato, shook his head and said. With your height, you'll never see it in your lifetime. What can't you see? Explain clearly. I want to see it now. Yamato's words made Jack frown. How can I show you now? Can you be more civilized? You are a girl. I want to see it. Hurry up. How is that possible? I can't show it to you. It's asleep. You can't wake it up. If you show me, I can wake you up. If you wake me up, I can show you. How can I wake it up if you don't show it to me? How can I show it to you if you don't wake it up? What? Are you kidding me? Call me out so I can see. Are you kidding me? Ah, don't move your mouth. Are you born in the year of the dog? ... Several minions stood nearby, looking at the two men fighting with a bewildered look on their faces. Just then, a group of prisoners saw the two men fighting, and couldn't help but rush over with the food and drinks that had fallen to the ground. The pirates tried to stop the workers but were stopped by Babanuki, who came over. Stop it, you two bastards. Do you know what you are doing? Yamato stood up from Jack and looked at the group of ferocious prisoners with a confused look on his face. What are you doing? Jack put Yamato on his shoulder, stood up and looked at the prisoners expressionlessly. His tall figure immediately calmed the prisoners down, but a few of them still roared at Jack angrily. That's food. Are you just going to waste it like that? Do you know how many years we haven't had a drink? I haven't seen such a sumptuous lunch. We are all prisoners. Why do you have food to eat and wine to drink? Hee hee hee. Advertisement. How stupid. Jack waved to the minions beside him, and they quickly took out the keys to the shackles from their waists. Under the stunned gaze of a group of prisoners, they quickly opened the seastone shackles for the two men. Tons. Jack picked up the barrel and started to drink. Soon, Jack had finished the whole barrel. Looking at the hungry eyes of the prisoners, Jack asked loudly. Do you want to eat meat? Do you want to drink wine? After hesitating for a while, several people finally couldn't resist the temptation and nodded in unison. Very good. Come on. Bring on the wine. Bring on the food. Fill it up. Jack turned his head to look at Babanuki behind him, paused for a moment at the elephant head on his chest and said. And Babanuki, gather all the prisoners in the quarry. If Brother Quinn asks, just say it was me who said it. Soon all the prisoners in the quarry were gathered together, and the pirates continued to bring delicious food and placed it behind Jack. There were only about 1,000 prisoners now, and most of the others were still in custody. Following Jack's instructions, they lined up in groups of 2, looking at the food behind Jack with hungry eyes. Very good. You all want to eat, right? You want to drink, sure. Let's play a game. The winner can enjoy all the food. Jack looked at the group of prisoners who were looking at him eagerly and said with a smile. Now slap the person standing next to you. Then you can come forward and get some fruit. Slap in the face. Only the one who strikes first is qualified. After Jack finished speaking, the prisoners who had just been breathing heavily due to excitement fell into silence, and the atmosphere gradually became a little weird. Bang, snap, snap. Finally, after the first prisoner took the initiative, a series of slapping sounds were heard, and the pirates who were monitoring them quickly threw the fruits in their hands to them. Very good. The next person who punches the one next to you will get a chicken drumstick. Go on. Whoever makes the person next to you bleeds gets a drink. Continue. Babanuki looked at the prisoners who had gone crazy in surprise. Except for a small number of pirates, most of these prisoners were Wano-kuni warriors. Their wills were very firm. Even after being imprisoned for several years, their eyes were still full of unyielding spirit. Even being whipped and tortured could not erase their hatred for the beast's pirates. Jack's words seemed to have magic, making these warriors go crazy, with red eyes, fighting with their former companions. Babanuki, learn. Jack patted Babanuki on the shoulder and said. That's human nature. Also, the elephant tusk on your chest is too small, it's a bit embarrassing, I'll replace it with a bigger one for you some other day. Chapter 98 Either them or them. Driven by pain and anger, the prisoners beat their former cellmates to death. Many people were so angry that they kept hitting the enemy with the shackles in their hands. Some people even started a melee. When it seemed that people were about to die, Jack gave an order and the pirates rushed in with whips and sticks to stop them. Very good. Anyone who can still stand up now is the winner of this game. You've earned the right to enjoy these delicacies. Come on up. Yamato, stop eating. Jack grabbed Yamato who was trying to snatch food from the prisoners and said to Babanuki. Go to the cafeteria where you eat. Ask the chef to make us another one. Okay. Babanuki scratched his head and said with some embarrassment. However, Master Jack, Mr. Kaido told Master Quinn that he would let you move the stones here and would not let you go out. Am I out? Am I out? Is it not okay for me to go into the room? Besides, where are we going to sleep at night? You're not going to tell me that you're really going to make us sleep in a cell. Babanuki nodded seriously. Jack looked at him doubtfully. Babanuki nodded again to make sure. Jack closed his eyes and whispered. Clean up the cell and put more mattresses in. I'm not used to hard mattresses. Also, take us to the cafeteria for dinner right now. There are about tens of thousands of prisoners in Tuden prison, a large number of whom are indigenous people of Wano-kuni, and only a very small number are foreign pirates. In addition to a few thousand real samurai, most of these indigenous people were imprisoned for violating an order issued by Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi, prohibiting the carrying of concealed weapons. Having weapons gives them the courage to resist, which is something Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi absolutely cannot tolerate. Managing tens of thousands of prisoners is a big challenge for the beast's pirates, which is still in its development stage, so Quinn is stationed here permanently. Over the years, there have been occasional samurai suicidal attacks, and no matter how they were tortured, their will could not be worn down, which gave Kaido a headache. The pirates from outside have become numb from working year after year, so why are these Wano-kuni residents still so energetic? Advertisement. Quinn had not given this aspect any careful consideration, and his style had always been to suppress with violence. Jack had heard this before, but didn't say anything because of his age. Now Jack feels that he should solve this problem for Brother Quinn. You occupied their country, captured people, used them as coolies, didn't give them enough food and drink, and slapped them in the face from time to time. Because you need them to work, you won't kill them easily. If you ask me, I will resist. Master Quinn, Master Jack needs a lot of food and drinks. Master Jack said he would reorganize the samurai in Udon prison for you, and make some preparations for himself to take control of Curry. I hope you can cooperate. After hearing what Babanuki said, Quinn, who was doing an experiment with sunglasses on, raised his head, thought for a moment and said. Let him be. Nonsense, Jack. If there's any problem, let him solve it himself and don't bother me. Even though Kaido is not a good drinker and has various shortcomings, he still has his own charm. He is able to manage all aspects of the beast's pirates, which already have over 10,000 members, in an orderly manner, which is definitely not something that can be achieved by force alone. The most important point is to dare to delegate power, and to delegate power thoroughly. For example, apart from reporting once a year to Rabbit Prison, Kaido hardly interferes. Quinn has absolute dominance over Rabbit Dawn. Of course, occasionally Jin would come here to vent some of his special hobbies, which made Quinn very contemptuous. After getting Quinn's permission, Jack was completely relieved. There are more than 10,000 prisoners in Tuden prison, and it is certainly impossible for all of them to be used to carry stones. They each have their own job. Some are quarrying, some are grinding stones, some are transporting stones, some are refining ore, some are ironworking, and so on. It's a series of assembly line work, and everything from ore to weapons is made by these people. Some of the work is tiring, but some is relatively easy. Moreover, most of the positions do not require advanced skills and can be learned quickly. In the past, these positions were rotated once a month. When Jack learned about this, the smile on his face made Yamato feel uneasy. In just 2 months, Tuden prison was completely transformed. The prisoners' meals began to be divided into 2 levels. Those who performed well drank wine and ate meat, while those who performed poorly continued to eat meatballs. They no longer trust each other, because if they complain to their companions, they may be beaten the next day. Those prisoners who wanted to attack the guards were controlled by their cellmates before they could make a move. Jack also supported several small leaders and gave them the right to guard the prisoners. They disliked each other, and when facing their former colleagues, they were even more vicious than the guards, which made Babanuki admire Jack very much. You look so mature and reckless, so why do you have so many evil thoughts? Advertisement. But Jack now also encountered a problem. That is, there are about 3,000 prisoners in Rabbit Prison, and they are not tempted at all by the series of operations of the guards. According to Babanuki, these people are real warriors of Wano-kuni, and each of them has considerable strength. The reason why Quinn is stationed here is to guard them. This forced Jack to stop his job of moving bricks and do it himself. More than 3,000 prisoners were all arranged into the quarry. After observing for a long time, Jack discovered the differences of this group of people. The shackles on their hands were thicker than those on other prisoners. While other prisoners needed several people to push a large piece of stone, they could carry it alone. Whether facing encouragement or insults, their eyes reveal determination and hope. Since those methods have been tried, Jack decided not to make trouble for himself and decided to try another approach. After waiting for a long time, the pirates finally prepared everything they needed and the prisoners were gathered together. Jack stood on the platform, looking at the warriors communicating with each other with their eyes, cleared his throat and said, "I know you guys are unwilling to hit your companions, so I won't waste my words. Start." 200 prisoners were brought up, and before they could react, they were quickly pinned to the ground, and the guards began to get busy with a feather. Ha 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 ha, he, ha ha ha, spare my life. After tickling for most of the day, the prisoners were already looking up at the sky with lifeless eyes. Jack waved his hand, and a group of bare-chested muscular men and a group of flashy PR street youths came over. Looking at the confused prisoners, Jack jumped off the platform and said to the 200 prisoners who had just recovered. Choose. Either I tickle you every day, or I let you stay alone with these hunks for 2 hours. Or let these young ladies give you a bath and a massage to relieve your fatigue. Either them, or them. Looking at the puzzled prisoners, Jack pointed at the group of topless hunks and said, "Just a friendly reminder, these guys don't like women. So you understand." Looking at a group of rough men with hairy chests looking at them hungrily, the 200 prisoners with weak legs turned green in the face, and the other warriors looked at Jack with fear in their eyes. Chapter 99. The winner lives, the loser dies. Although the warriors quickly retracted their gaze, Jack still noticed it. It seems that this group of people still know how to be afraid. Wow, no, don't. Assholes. You beasts, pirates, assholes. Wait, stop it. What are you doing? If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. No. I give in. I choose these beauties. Hole. Shame on you. As a warrior, how can I endure such humiliation? I would rather die. As the muscular men approached, the 200 prisoners gradually behaved in an ugly manner. Finally, many of them could not hold on any longer and ran to the side of the PR street youths. However, a small number of them struggled desperately and wanted to kill themselves by hitting their heads against the wall, but were stopped by the guards. Faced with these warriors who were willing to die, Jack took out the roster and identified them one by one. When he found out that these people were all warriors of Julie, he immediately broke into a friendly smile. Stop it. Don't be so violent. Let them go. After walking up to the guard, Jack carefully looked at the dozens of warriors, then said softly, "Very good. I am moved by your firm belief. So I decided. Reward you for reuniting with your family. Someone, come here. Find their family members according to the roster." Jack suddenly stopped smiling and said with a murderous look on his face, "Bring them here, and then kill them together. You. Hateful." Bang. Jack grabbed the prisoner who rushed towards him and turned to the guards and said, "What are you still standing there for? Go now. That's right. After you bring them here, don't kill them right away. Let their families see their husbands and fathers finish communicating with these tough guys before you kill them." After hearing Jack's words, Babanuki was shocked and said to himself, "Mr. Jack, he's not that old, why is he acting like a devil? What a b asterisk 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 d. Hey, Babanuki, I have very sharp ears. Stop scolding me behind my back. Go now." The elephant on Babanuki's belly trembled with fear and shouted. Advertisement. "I'm so sorry, Master Jack, I'll be there right away." Seeing Babanuki and his men leaving, and the group of strong men dragging the desperate warriors away, an old but powerful voice came from among the prisoners. Stop. Looking in the direction where the voice came from, Jack saw an old man with a goatee and hair like burning flames. The old man's face was full of wrinkles, and although he was thin, judging from the muscles in his arms and the aura on his body, he was not a small fry. Jack cast his eyes on the old man's shoulder, and saw a blue vest-shaped tattoo dotted with pink flowers, which suddenly reminded Jack of someone Kaido had mentioned. Blue hair. Is that Hanano-Hagoro? So it's Master Bing. What's wrong? Do you want to rebel against Master Jack? Before Jack could say anything, the guard next to him began to mock him in a joking tone. Hearing the guard's name, Jack frowned. No, I just want to ask Master Jack, why are you targeting us? We have been detained here and are doing heavy work every day. We are no longer a threat to you. We work hard every day for food, why don't you let us go? Does it have to be a complete annihilation? Hyagoro's tone was filled with pain, and his pleading expression made the group of samurai unable to stop crying. Oh, you think I'm targeting you? Jack walked slowly into the crowd with Yamato, looked at Hyagoro and said. Congratulations, you're right, I'm targeting you. As for why, because there is still light in your eyes. Are you still fantasizing about Ultraman coming to save you? I'm sorry, there is no Ultraman in this world. ... Jack, who is Ultraman? It's your father. Yamato thought about it carefully and said weakly. My dad's name is Kaido, not Ultraman. Shut up. When they heard Yamato say that his father was Kaido, the looks of the samurai changed and they slowly surrounded the two men. Jack took a look, spread his hands and said to Hyagoro. See, you're not as pathetic as you say you are. The hatred is still in your hearts. What a pity. You hate the wrong person. The one you should hate is that idiot Kazuki Oden. If it weren't for him you wouldn't have fallen to this point. Advertisement. And don't make that face at me, *hole. Who do you think you are? You want me to stop. This is the price you pay for stopping. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Jack transformed into a huge mammoth, swung his long trunk and smashed down, and the prisoners immediately panicked. When Yamato saw it, he immediately jumped aside. Ah. Wherever the elephant's trunk landed, several prisoners who were unable to dodge were instantly smashed into meat paste, and before the others could react, they were knocked away by the elephant's trunk that pushed over. In just a few moments, thousands of prisoners were knocked to the ground by the violent Jack, and hundreds of prisoners were smashed beyond recognition. Babanu wanted to step forward to stop them, but his trembling legs made him completely give up the idea. Jack turned into a human form, looked at the prisoners who were terrified but still had hatred in their eyes and said. Hate me, then I'll give you a chance. Someone, come, except for these 200 prisoners. Untie the shackles of the other prisoners. Master Jack, this, crash. Seeing the shackles being removed, the prisoners' eyes changed. Thousands of people stood together, exuding a strong aura, but suddenly an even more astonishing aura emerged from Jack, rushing in all directions. Boom. This is Conqueror's Haki. Babanuki looked at Jack with fear as if he saw Kaido. From that moment on, Jack's position in Babanuki's heart even exceeded that of his direct superior Quinn. Hundreds of weak prisoners were knocked unconscious by Jack's Conqueror's Haki. Although the others were not as badly hit, they all broke out in cold sweats. Now continue. Defeat me, and I can let you go. But if you fail, all of you will die. In one word, the winner lives, the loser dies. Silence. After a long silence, the samurai all turned their eyes to Hyagoro who had a serious face. After a long time, Hyagoro turned around and looked at a group of warriors covered in scars. A bitter smile appeared on his face and he shook his head at them. Bang. Jack is an adult. We dare not attack you. Please give us a chance to live. Looking at Hyagoro kneeling on the ground, Jack smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 100. Letter of Attorney. Although the others looked unwilling, they did not have the courage to take action in the face of Jack's overwhelming momentum. I still have family and friends. It doesn't matter if I die, but what about my family? Those warriors who had no families could no longer bear the humiliation and committed suicide. When Jack saw this scene, he knew that these warriors no longer had the courage to resist. Everyone has weaknesses, and if you grasp their weaknesses, they will no longer pose any threat. After waving his hand and asking the guards to release the 200 warriors, something unexpected happened. What are you doing? I'd rather die than surrender. Keep going if you can. You bastards from the Beast's pirates. Don't think I'm afraid. After a prisoner was released by the muscular man, instead of looking relieved, he leaned towards the man angrily. Looking at the excitement in the prisoner's eyes and the embarrassed hunk, Jack touched his chin. This guy has met a philosopher. These people I found were all fake. I didn't expect to meet a real troublemaker. He waved to Babanuki, and soon a group of PR Street youths walked towards the prisoner. What are you doing? Get out of here. Looking at the prisoners being forcibly dragged away by the PR Street youths, Jack cleared his throat and shouted to the prisoners. See, I'm a very kind person. He was assigned so many PR Street youths at once. But don't worry, just work hard and you will get the same treatment. And, it's Hyagoro, right? Jack helped Hyagoro up, took the speaker handed over by the henchman and said loudly. In your hearts, we are the villains who invaded your homes and destroyed your lives. I won't argue with you about this, but I want you to remember one thing. If you don't have that ability, you have to follow the instructions. Please introduce yourself first. I'm Jack, the boss of Beast's Pirates. I'll be in charge of the Julie area. I know most of the people here are from Julie. If you behave well, I can let you reunite with your families once in a while. What? Is it true? After hearing Jack's words, the prisoners began to talk among themselves. After a while, one of the hundreds of warriors who had chosen the PR Street Utes first asked. Advertisement. So may I ask Master Jack, what does it mean to behave well? That's a good question. Jack gave him a thumbs up, then shouted into the speaker. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Whether you perform well or not is entirely up to me. Now's a chance to do well. Jack pointed at Higuro beside him and said. If anyone comes forward and slashes him, I can let you spend a day and a night with your family. This is what is called a pledge of allegiance. What? Looking at the surprised Higuro, Jack bent down and lowered his head to his shoulder and whispered. There's nothing I can do. I don't know why Brother Kaido would keep you. Perhaps he has the same desire for talent as Cao Cao did. But for a guy like you whose subordinates and family were killed by us, even if you have completely given up your hatred, I still feel uneasy. And you have such a high reputation among these warriors, this is absolutely not allowed. I heard that you have a high reputation in Wano-kuni. If the residents of Wano-kuni knew that they killed you, what do you think they would do? Either you die obediently, or I'll make them die with you. Make your own choice. After listening to Jack's words, Higuro lowered his voice and said to Jack angrily. You are such a despicable and shameless person. You don't have any samurai spirit at all. Stop talking nonsense. Lousy is not a warrior. Lousy is a pirate. Do you think that if others call you a soldier, you will really become a master? A loser, do you feel superior because of being in jail? Just wait for death. After Jack finished speaking, he waved to the guards, who immediately tied up Higuro. The prisoners below were thrown into chaos because of the choice Jack put forward. A group of prisoners stood in front of Higuro and had a fierce argument with a group of prisoners with red eyes. You guys, what do you want to do? That's Hana no Higuro-sama. You want to chop him up. Are you crazy? Get out of here. I'm not crazy. After all these years, I finally have a chance to go out and see my family. I'll kill anyone who stops me. Advertisement. My son was just born when I was captured. So what? At Jack's signal, the guards separated the two groups with their weapons. Jack whispered to Babanuki. Remember these people later. For those who have the opportunity to go out, let Master collect information about their families first. If there are heavy casualties among the family members, just kill that person directly. Babanuki looked at Jack with his mouth wide open, then lowered his head and complained. Master Jack, your hometown is not the Fishman Island, is it the Demon Realm? Bang. After a big bag was thrown over, Jack scolded softly. Why don't we just keep him alive so he can avenge us? Who knows if there will be any adventures? Have you forgotten those martial arts novels I told you? Do we have to wait for years for them to come and take revenge on us? I'm telling you, since there's a life and death feud, it can't be reconciled. Killing them all is the right thing to do. You should learn from Lousy. I really don't know if Kaido has lost his mind. Pirates, I think Kaido is doing charity. Babanuki covered his mouth and nodded hurriedly, pretending not to hear Jack's complaints about Kaido. Soldier, I'm sorry. Puff. Jack prepared a small dagger, which would not cause death as long as it did not stab into vital parts. Higuro's mouth was stuffed to prevent him from biting his tongue due to the pain. As the first person took action, the prisoners who had just been righteously rebuking the other party also started to look strange. Tens, hundreds, thousands, until the last man stabbed the dagger into the leg of the battered and unconscious Higuro. Then Jack looked at the remaining hundreds of motionless prisoners and nodded. Very good. You really have earned my respect this time. I'll give you a choice. Yamato. Jack called Yamato, who was eating secretly, over and shouted to the hundreds of prisoners. I'll give you a chance. Kill Kaido's daughter. You can live. After saying that, Jack kicked Yamato on the butt. Yamato was kicked into the crowd by Jack with a confused look on his face. Babanuki's dark brown face turned pale with fright. Master Jack, this is not good. Mr. Kaido will punish us if he finds out. You are such a coward. This punishment is not for you. Besides, if you don't tell me and I don't tell them, who would know? Chapter 101 Shut up. Quinn, who had just walked in, turned and left after hearing Jack's words, but Jack and his group didn't notice at all. Their attention was now all on Yamato. Knowing that they were going to die today, hundreds of prisoners saw Yamato and attacked him frantically. Although Yamato usually speaks very fiercely, shouting that he wants to be a fierce general and kill the generals and seize the flags, in fact, Yamato is quite kind-hearted. Although he was forced by Jack to kill many pirates, Yamato would generally not kill them. However, facing this group of prisoners who disregarded life and death, Yamato was almost killed by his own kindness. These prisoners used to be warriors, and their strength was much stronger than that of ordinary people. After all, a good swordsman would definitely not be too bad in physical fitness. Although they had lost a lot of weight and their strength was not at its peak after years of imprisonment, their foundation and combat experience were still there. Seeing Yamato's hesitation, the warriors looked at each other and rushed towards Yamato, relying on their numerical advantage. Yamato only hesitated for a moment before he was tackled to the ground by a dozen warriors, who beat him up with their bare hands. Ms. Yamato. Master Jack. Babanuki wanted to order an attack on the prisoners, but after taking one look at Jack's expressionless face, he kept his mouth shut. Countless fists hit his head, chest and abdomen, and the pain caused bloodshot eyes to appear in Yamato's eyes. As the daughter of Kaido, her warlike genes were completely aroused. The prisoners were still beating each other madly when they heard a loud shout. No servant Bingya. The intense cold instantly turned more than a dozen prisoners into ice sculptures. Yamato transformed into a human beast form and rushed towards the crowd with a ferocious look on his face. After seeing this scene, Jack finally felt relieved. Jack has always noticed that Yamato shows an inappropriate kindness towards his enemies. After this incident, he thinks Yamato will improve a lot. After kicking the unconscious Hyogoro, Jack turned around and asked, "Babanuki, are you ready with everything I asked you to prepare?" Advertisement. Ready, Master Jack. Very good, then lead these guys away. Let's go. Looking at Yamato, who was still fighting with the prisoners, Babanuki nodded, left a few of his men behind, and escorted the prisoners out of the quarry. The prisoners were escorted by the guards to an empty room, where a guy in a robe was sitting at a table, resting with his eyes closed. After everyone came in, the man suddenly opened his eyes, picked up the gavel on the table and slammed it hard. The Yangtze River rolls eastwards. Jack walked out of the room, leaned against the wall and began to think. Ever since Jack learned that Kaido was going to hand over Curry to him over a year ago, he has been thinking about how to change the hostility of the Wano-Kuni residents towards the Beast's pirates. Wano-Kuni is just like a country that lived a good life in the previous life. Their people generally worship the strong, so many people choose to join the Beast's pirates because of Kaido's strength. But more people are still full of hatred towards the Beast's pirates, especially Curry, who is controlled by the Beast's pirates. Of course, this is also related to Kaido's wanton destruction of other people's ecological environment and a series of outrageous operations by Kurozumi Orochi. For unknown reasons, Kurozumi the Great Snake treated Curry very harshly. Not only did he destroy their living environment, he also took control of their food and clean drinking water, causing the residents of Curry to live in extreme misery. They also blamed the Beast's pirates for this. Although they lived a miserable life, after being rescued several times by Yamato, Jack found that these people's eyes were still full of hope. Hope is that unrealistic legend, but when Jack thought of the scene where the two warriors who had wounded him disappeared before his eyes, he became a little uncertain about this legend. However, whether it is a legend or not, or whether the ghosts of Kazuki's family will come back for revenge, these are not the focus now. What we need to do now is to try our best to completely shatter the hopes of this group of people. The first target was Kazuki Oden. With the storytelling and Kazuki Oden's idiotic behavior that could not be thought through carefully, even a brainless fan like Yamato was corrected. Jack didn't believe that these residents would not have doubts about Kazuki Oden. Give them some new idol candidates. Let alone Zhao Yun, even Bald Cheng is more worthy of admiration than Kazuki Oden. Furthermore, Master is purifying the environment and improving Julie. It is launching a joint operation with Tuden Prison, and those who perform well are directly paroled. Is it still impossible to control them? After their minds have been completely changed, I believe that these Wano-Kuni residents who worship the strong will not be so hostile to the Beast's pirates. Advertisement. As for the opinion of that guy Kurozumi Orochi. Haha, he won't be able to jump around for much longer. All he needs to do is separate the Beast's pirates and Kurozumi Orochi's gang in the minds of the Wano-Kuni residents, and everything will be much easier. When he came back this time, Kaido also mentioned his idea to Jack. He wanted to completely control Wano-Kuni, but the Onawabanshu under Kurozumi Orochi also had a group of samurai subordinates, and they were not easy to deal with. Although Wano-Kuni does not have top-level combat power, the combat power of the lower-level and middle-level elites is very strong. If a war breaks out with them, even if Kaido and his companions are fine, the Beast's pirates will definitely suffer a heavy blow. After all, Beast's pirates is unpopular and is still in the development stage, with far from enough manpower. After thinking it over, Kaido has no good solution. He can only wait for Beast's pirates to become stronger and then make other plans. Jack told Kaido his idea, and Kaido naturally agreed with it wholeheartedly. As long as Wano-Kuni's hatred for the Beast's pirates is eliminated, Kaido is absolutely sure that he can completely conquer Wano-Kuni. After all, Kaido, who was extremely domineering, was already tired of being on equal terms with a clown. As for Kurozumi Orochi, Kaido will naturally go to negotiate with him. Kaido can still withstand this pressure, unless that Kurozumi Orochi is a lunatic. Master is now slowly purifying the environment in Julie, and Julie has also slowly built some schools, teaching children to read and instilling the ideas of Beast's pirates. Of course, the adults are rewarded with food and water. As long as you report anyone who opposes the Beast's pirates, you can have a full meal. Those starving people will naturally not miss such an opportunity. When people become suspicious and doubtful and no longer unite together, hatred is slowly divided, making the image of Beast's pirates no longer so evil. In the long run, while Jack was still closing his eyes, concentrating on thinking about what he had missed, Yamato came over angrily, covered in blood. Seeing Jack pretending to sleep, Yamato changed into a human beast form and jumped over. Jack was startled and actually jumped up, and Yamato also jumped on Jack. Jack's jump made Yamato, who wanted to bite Jack's chest, put his mouth in the wrong position, but Yamato bit it anyway. FK. Shut up. Ouch. Chapter 102 Call Me Jack. A member of Kaido's personal secretary group walked into the room, knelt down and said to Kaido with a smile. Mr. Kaido, this is the report from Udon. Oh, let me see. After reading a few pages, Kaido smiled. I didn't expect Jack to be so capable. Are those warriors divided like this? Is there any possibility of joining the Beast's pirates? Ha 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 ha. You're quite capable. What a pity. Did that guy Higuro just die like that? Jack is really a bit despicable. At this moment, Kaido's eyes fixed, and he read word by word. Jack ordered Yamato to fight to the death with the prisoners. And then he was bitten by the angry Yamato. This B asterisk 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 D. Bang. Jack. That B asterisk 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 D. Replace the sea stone shackles on him with the purest ones. Tie them all up tight. Call Yamato back. I'll teach her new moves. Let Yamato practice stick techniques with Jack. Jack lay on the ground like a bug, staring blankly at the sky. Sea stone that is 100% pure is so powerful that it can restrain people with special abilities, even more than seawater. At least when Jack fell to the bottom of the sea, he was able to turn into a mammoth, but his body could not move. Now trapped by these sea stone chains, not only do I feel as weak and powerless as the sea, but I can't even use my abilities. I don't know what the ingredients are. Being suddenly tied up by these sea stone chains, even I couldn't adapt to it for a while. Yamato walked to Jack in a skirt and holding a mace. Jack took a look and turned his head to the other side silently, which completely angered Yamato. Hey, what's with that contemptuous look of yours? I'm not a kid anymore. I'm telling you, I also saw the Jin Ping Mei that you gave to Sister Maria. Advertisement. Why do you look so savage in front of Sister Maria? I'm wearing a skirt, and you act like this. Jack turned his head and looked at Yamato with a frown for a while, then said earnestly. Yamato, you are still young, don't look at things you shouldn't look at. Besides, you don't study hard and can't even recognize all the characters. How can you understand it? Yamato raised his head and answered proudly. I can't understand it, but it has illustrations. I asked my dad about it yesterday. Shit. Jack closed his eyes and suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. In the last 2 months of Sea Circle Calendar 1510, Jack lived in dire straits every day. After finally getting used to the sea stone with a very high purity, Kaido used the excuse of developing immortality with Jack to fly to Rabbit Dawn prison and hang Jack up and beat him whenever he wanted. The key point is that he still used Haki with the 8 precepts to beat Jack, which made Jack suffer terribly. This kind of thing continued until after the new year, when Jack was released from Rabbit Dawn prison. Because the annual fire festival is about to begin again. Because of the importance of the Allen continent, Jin is now stationed in the Allen continent. In addition, most of the mines and weapons factories have been built this year, so he did not come back to participate in the fire festival. However, although he did not come back, all the fishmen returned to Ghost Island under the leadership of Findle and Hold'em. As soon as they saw Jack, the fishmen shouted loudly. Jack is an adult. Jack looked at this group of spirited mermen and nodded with satisfaction. Also returning with Hold'em were some pirates stationed on the continent of Allen. Judging from the scenes where they were arm in arm, talking and laughing with the Murlocs, paranoia towards humans should have been educated away by Brother Jin. As for how he was educated, judging from the burns on Fendel's chest and the scars on some of the Murlocs' bodies, this method of education was probably not very civilized. The appearance of hundreds of mermaids among them stunned Jack. It was only after Hold'em explained softly that Jack understood what was going on. Kaido not only took the time to meet these guys, but also promised them that they should bring their families from the Fishmen Island over. The Beast's pirates will build suitable buildings for fishmen on Ghost Island for them, making Ghost Island the second home for the fishmen. After hearing Hold'em's words, Jack finally understood why Kaido had raised a part of the Onigashima Island surrounded by mountains, connected it to the sea, built an underwater palace, and also built many prosperous houses on it. Brother Kaido, you are so greedy. But your plan is wrong. These fishmen are all orphans. I guess those mermaids are their girlfriends after they joined Beast's pirates and returned to the Fishmen Island. Tisk tisk, it's not that there is no chance, it's just that the time is not right yet. If the Fishmen Island can be completely controlled by the Beast's pirates, I think Brother Kaido will move forward no matter who the opponent is. With sufficient funds, Onigashima changes every year, with new buildings constantly springing up on Onigashima. At least the amusement park that is still under construction in front of him, Jack is sure that he has never seen it before he went to Rabbit Prison. Seeing the Runty siblings standing nearby, and Yamato working with a shovel, Jack understood why the amusement park was built. Advertisement. But how come Yamato? Why did you spank Runty? And Peggy Wan Yu? Why are you bothering? I know you have a deep sibling relationship, but unfortunately you are a little too reckless, aren't you? Why mess with Yamato when there are so many people to mess with? Yamato is not a good person who respects the elderly and loves the young. Jack stood aside and mourned for Runty and his brother. When Runty saw Jack, her sad face suddenly smiled as if she had seen a savior. Big Jack. Runty's words got stuck in his throat, his eyes were filled with fear, even Yamato stopped beating them and looked behind Jack with surprise. Ha ha ha, isn't this our new big boss Jack the Dro? I heard that you were not good at managing the fruit, so Mr. Kaido put you in the Rabbit Donbury prison. Jack turned around silently. Hundreds of ferocious pirates, led by 2 men, stood behind Jack. These 2 men were uglier than each other. They were the 2 flying six who had always been dissatisfied with Jack. A few pirates whispered something in their ears, and they looked at the Runty siblings in the distance. Tisk tisk. The precious devil fruit was stolen by those 2 little devils. How can you be called a big boss if you can't even protect those little devils? You are such a loser. What did you say? B asterisk 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 D. Before Jack could say anything, Fendel and Hold'em on the side immediately gave up and led thousands of fishmen to surround these people aggressively, which made the expressions of the two flying six look a little ugly. Stop. Beasts pirates forbid infighting. Do not violate this order. Jack stretched out his hand to stop everyone, lowered his head and looked at them expressionlessly and said. I am different from Brother Jin and Brother Quinn. I am very stingy. Remember, call me Master Jack when you see me next time. Beasts pirates only prohibit internal fighting. If you have any objections, you can ask Brother Kaido to challenge me. Do you understand? But don't blame me if you die. Let's go. Watching Jack and his group walking away, the two flying six were so angry that their teeth started to itch. Let's go. Go to Mr. Kaido. Chapter 103 Jack I'm still young. The reason why Kaido went to so much trouble to give the two ancient fruits to Runty and his sister in that way was not only because Kaido didn't want to show it so obviously, but also because he took into account the attitude of the Flying Six and wanted to give them an explanation. After all, not all of them are people with special abilities, and many of them have long coveted these two ancient species. In Jack's opinion, Kaido is similar to Cao Cao in many ways. He is resourceful, lustful and loves to spend his time freely. The most important point is the attitude towards talents. As long as you have talent, Kaido will be extremely tolerant towards you. Even if he is an enemy, Kaido will spare his life, hoping that he can join the Beast's pirates. But brother, Cao Cao released Guan Yu and asked him to serve him for a period of time. But you let him go without asking for anything. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been almost hacked to death. Jack has always looked down upon Kaido's behavior. Compared to other pirates groups, Beast's pirates allows newcomers to quickly rise to the top and become a cadre as long as they have the ability. After all, Beast's pirates is a pirate group that respects strength, and Kaido, who set this rule, naturally has sufficient confidence. After all, this world is not the Three Kingdoms. Every master can defeat 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 of them at once. Pirates are not soldiers, there is no need to deploy troops. They are all bastards who live on the edge of a knife, who may not have food for the next meal. They love to burn, kill and rob, and follow the strong as their nature. If you let them train like soldiers, they might as well be marines. Kaido has such powerful strength that he can act arbitrarily in Beast's pirates without considering other people's thoughts. He can just have the final say. But Kaido did not do so. He gave great respect to the cadres, whether in the distribution of money or in their opinions on various daily actions. The prerequisite for gaining Kaido's respect is that you must have talent and ability, otherwise you will become a living target for his drunken rage. But this is also the charm of Kaido. After all, in this world, there are plenty of low-level minions, but high-level cadres are hard to find. At least from Jack's current perspective, the strength of these Flying Six is far from meeting the standards of the Flying Six. Advertisement. The reason why they can become the Flying Six is that Kaido picked the tallest ones among the short ones. Among them, there are 2 or 3 who have stood out from the real fight based on their qualifications. In terms of actual combat power, these Flying Six are probably not as strong as Lim. Brother Kaido is a sentimental person at heart. I came to the entertainment area, walked through a group of young girls and went to the deepest part of the area. As soon as I opened the door of the room, the scene of Black Maria lying on her side, smoking with a few young ladies appeared in the smoke. How come after not seeing you for a few months, it's like you took hormones? Master Jack is here, hee hee. Sister, we'll leave first. I don't know what's going on in this world, but once you get taller, your body proportions become a bit mismatched. Most tall people have short legs, which are extremely out of proportion with their upper body. In Jack's opinion, this body shape is extremely ugly, and he absolutely cannot have this body shape, so Jack usually pays special attention to training his lower body. On the one hand, it makes your body proportions more perfect. On the other hand, your agility is a weakness. Your overly tall body makes you much less flexible than ordinary people. Paying more attention to lower body training can also increase your body's flexibility. Another point is that your endurance can also be enhanced. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone, why not do it? After the last young lady left, she considerately closed the door. Several people walked away laughing. The dirty words coming out of their mouths made Jack a little worried. Knowing so much, will this lead my Maria astray? Jack bolted the door, his face as smiling as a flower, and walked towards Black Maria. Why are you here? Did Mr. Kaido let you out? You don't mind eating too much. You can even have the guts to eat something like Yamato's figure. Aren't you afraid of accidentally killing her? Black Maria's voice became more mature, a true queen voice, even the tone of complaint had a lazy flavor, which made Jack feel like his bones were about to be broken, and he quickly sat next to Black Maria with a playful smile and said. Look at you, what do you think of me? Can I be such a beast? I'm a good person. Hee hee. Advertisement. Black Maria gave Jack a disdainful laugh, turned around and said softly. A good person wouldn't give me an illustrated version of Jinping Mei, nor would he put Kato Kiyomizu's 72 styles in his room. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Jack got anxious and quickly turned over Black Maria and asked. I only secretly printed 1 copy. How did you know? Did you take it away from me? Who? Black Maria pinched Jack and said angrily. Why would I take that from you? Yamato found it in your room by accident, and she couldn't understand it so she went to ask Mr. Kaido. Ah, when did it happen? It was last month. Holy shit. No wonder. I was wondering why Kaido slapped me every day last month. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but if you had asked Yamato to work with me every day, would there be so many problems? Can you blame me for this? Oh, by the way, where's my book? When Jack asked this, Black Maria's face suddenly turned red. She straightened up and pinched Jack hard and said, "How dare you say that? Your book must be with Mr. Kaido. Sister Leah even came over to ask me if I had any special skills that only women can practice. Did you know that she almost embarrassed me to death?" Leah. Jack was a little confused when he heard the name, but he soon thought of the ant with black stockings and long legs. The leader of Kaido's sexy ant group. But brother Kaido, you are wrong. That book is a unique edition that I compiled after painstakingly recalling the demonstrations of various teachers in my previous lives. How could you just take it away like that? Chapter 104. Leave it to me. Seeing that Black Maria had lost the strength to resist and closed her eyes resigned to her fate, Jack was overwhelmed by an irresistible urge and pushed Black Maria down. Crack. Boom boom boom. Jack is an adult. Jack is an adult. Speak up, Master Jack. I know you are in there. Open the door, Master Jack. Bang, bang, bang. Open the door, Master Jack. I know you are in there. I have something to talk to you about. Bang. Hearing someone knocking on the door, Black Maria kicked Jack out, straightened her clothes, and sat up as if nothing had happened. Jack lay on the ground motionless, with an urge to kill bursting out from the bottom of her heart. Boom boom. Master Jack, open the door, open the door. After trying hard to calm himself down, Jack opened the door without even pulling out the bolt. Boom. The door was pulled down violently by Jack, and a hand knocked at Jack. Ding ding. Master Jack, please open the door. Jack looked expressionlessly at the pirates who kept hitting his forehead. He felt something was wrong with his hand. The pirates looked at Jack and was stunned at first, but he quickly adjusted his emotions and said to Jack anxiously, "Master Jack, Mr. Kaido wants to see you. Let me lead you there." Call. Jack patted pirates on the shoulder and asked softly, "Do you know what it feels like to be about to explode and want to find a place to release it, but suddenly being extinguished by cold water?" Pirates shook his head at Jack and said in confusion, "I don't know. I'm not dynamite. Master Jack, let's go. Mr. Kaido is getting anxious." After saying that, pirates ran forward a few steps. Jack clenched his fist angrily and shouted at him, "Hey who, wait a minute. Go get my giant fang. Master Jack, I'm not that guy. My name is Rune. And what is a giant tooth? Don't give lousy any crap. The giant tooth is my mace. Hurry. Otherwise, I don't care whether you are masturbating inside or outside, lousy will beat you with the mace so that you can't e. You will be relieved of years of constipation. Advertisement. Damn, how come this idiot is still alive? Lousy gets angry when he sees him. But this idiot has a good physique and is almost as tall as me. Under the guidance of that person, Jack reluctantly came to Kaido's new house. Damn, corruption. I won't talk about the large area, nor will I say anything about the magnificent decoration. How can you, a person with special abilities, build such a large swimming pool? Even if the restraint of fresh water on people with special abilities is minimal to you, as a person with special abilities, do you like to soak in water? I'm a fishman and I don't like soaking in water except for taking a bath, let alone you. However, when Jack saw the group of aunts playing volleyball in the water, he immediately envied Kaido. It was Jack who suggested this volleyball activity. Unexpectedly, these aunts learned it by themselves and started playing water volleyball. Good shot, what a good shot. When will we have this ability? Let Black Maria be the leader of the entire harem group, and as for Yamato. Crossing the long courtyard, Jack took his mace, pushed the man aside, and walked into the large room. Kaido sat upright on the chair in the middle, closing his eyes and patiently listening to the complaints of the two flying six. Mr. Kaido, letting that brat Jack be the boss will chill the hearts of us old brothers. That's right, we know he has talent, but talent doesn't mean he has ability. We don't believe the hype about him at all. Mr. Kaido, I know Jack brought back a lot of murlocs, but there's no need for you to give him the position of top executive, right? Please allow us to challenge Jack, so that he can know what real pirates are. And those two devil fruits were eaten by those two little devils. Mr. Kaido, some of us old brothers don't even have special abilities yet. How could two precious ancient seeds be eaten by two unknown little ghosts? Why don't we just kill them? I heard that if a person with special abilities is killed, the devil fruit might attach itself to the fruit closest to it. Hearing this, Kaido opened his eyes and the veins on his forehead bulged. Just as he was about to say something, Jack suddenly barged in. Bang. Sakori, Aaron, you two pieces of trash, how can you say such things? Runty and Peggy Wan are now our Beasts Pirates Reserve cadres. In a few years, with their talents, they will definitely be stronger than you two losers. Kill them. How dare you say that? Jack looked at the two men with murderous intent, and continued angrily. Lousy originally saw you as the elders of the Beasts Pirates, so he never responded to your provocation. Did you get the illusion that Lousy couldn't beat you? I'll give you this chance today. Haven't you always wanted to challenge me? Bang. Advertisement. Jack turned his head, slammed his mace into the ground, and shouted at the door. That person, notify them. Everyone gather at the duel arena on Ghost Island at 3 p.m. Just say that Sakori and Aaron are going to challenge me for the position of Big Boss. Master Jack, my name is not that person, my name is Lu. Boom. A mace passed by his face and the man ran out happily. Jack's angry words were like a machine gun, leaving Sakazuki and Eren unable to get a word in. After Jack finished speaking, their angry faces turned into smiles. Ha ha ha, well, you said it. Don't go back on your word. Mr. Kaido, you heard it. It was Jack who proposed it. Even you can't object. Ever since Jack broke in, Kaido shut up and picked up a stack of documents on the table to read. After hearing the two people's questions, Kaido stood up, looked at them, shook his head and said helplessly. In that case, I allow you to duel. Whoever wins will be the big show. I won't say anything more than that. But you should know the rules of our beasts pirates. If you want to duel, be prepared to die. Ha 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 ha. Of course. I hope this little brat won't cry when the time comes. Mr. Kaido, we will take our leave and prepare for the duel this afternoon. Sakazuki and Eren burst into laughter when they heard this. After they finished talking to Kaido, they looked at Jack with murderous eyes and turned to walk out the door. Well, Kaido walked over to Jack and threw the document into Jack's arms. Jack was stunned at first, but quickly started to read it. I didn't expect them to be so bold. Lines of numbers and detailed descriptions allowed Jack to quickly understand what these documents recorded. Sakazuki and Eren are stationed outside all year round, so they have the final say on the income that is handed over to the beasts pirates every year. This document details the amount of money that the two have embezzled, and even Jack couldn't help but be shocked by their audacity. The past few years were so hard that Kaido brother even transformed himself into a human recording pointer to make money. How dare you two be so greedy? Jack threw the document on the table and whispered to Kaido who had his back to him. Brother Kaido, I'll leave then. Leave it to me. Kaido didn't say anything. He waited until Jack left, then he sighed. Well, the team has grown, and it's hard to lead. Chapter 105 You all come together, I'm in a hurry. Sakazuki and Eren naturally didn't know that they were already dead in Jack's eyes. Even if they knew, they probably wouldn't take Jack seriously. In their minds, Jack's series of achievements were nothing more than Kaido sending people to solve the problems, and Jack just sat back and reaped the benefits. The high reward was just in name only and did not live up to the reality. In their minds, the enemy that Jack defeated might have been Kaido himself. Didn't Kaido also go to the Grand Line at that time? As for why, of course it's because Kaido values Jack's talent and those murlocs. Jack's ability and the publicity about him in the newspapers were nothing but a joke to them. Now the two of them were holding a small banquet in their own courtyard with dozens of their trusted friends, not caring about the duel in the afternoon at all. To be honest, the treatment of Beasts Pirates cadres is top-notch among all pirates groups. A few years ago, when the Beasts Pirates were still paupers and relied on robbing to gain wealth, the treatment of ordinary cadres was similar to Kaido's. The food and drinks that Kaido could eat and drink were not much different from theirs. Now that the Beasts Pirates are wealthy, all officers, whether they are permanently stationed in Wano Kuni or those who are away all year round, have their own independent courtyards on Onigashima. Especially the courtyard of Filiubao, which is decorated magnificently and is not much worse than Kaido's courtyard. However, the big boss only has a single room on Ghost Island, without even a courtyard. Jin is stationed in the continent of Allen all year round, and Quinn rarely leaves Rabbit Dawn. If the two return to Onigashima, they basically sleep at Kaido's place or on the boat. As for Jack, after knocking Niga out, the room that Yamato gave to Niga became Jack's room. As for why, of course it was because it was close to Yamato and Black Maria's room. Sakari and Eren were both the first to join Beasts Pirates, so the relationship between the two is very close. Both of them are quite strong and have made great contributions to Beasts Pirates. They have challenged Jin and Quinn before, but unfortunately they were no match for them. However, considering the hard work and contributions of the two, Jin and Quinn did not use their full strength. This made the two always think that their strength was only slightly inferior to theirs, and they were usually more arrogant and domineering among the Flying Six. Belch. Humph, that little devil is just a fish. Advertisement. Why do you sit on our heads, big shot? Hee hee, it's a joke. And Mr. Kaido, is he drunk and confused? We two brothers have been begging for such precious devil fruit for so long, but they won't let us eat it. Instead, they let two little devils steal it. Is this an insult to our intelligence? After we kill Jack this time, we'll be even. Anyway, now that the Beasts Pirates have grown so much in manpower, it's only natural to add a new big sign. Then we two brothers will both be the big bosses of Beasts Pirates. Ha 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 ha, yes, that's it, come on, cheers. Hearing the conversation between the two, several pirates present looked at each other, and one of them stood up, unbuttoned his pants, and walked out. Tons. After drinking a barrel of wine, Jack said to Hold'em beside him. Hold'em, you don't have to go back this time. After the fire festival, go to Julie to help. I just took control of Julie now, and Lim and Master alone can't handle it. From now on, you should stay in Julie. Hold'em's talent is there. In Jack's opinion, even if he ate the artificial devil fruit, it would not bring about any drastic changes in him. At best, he would be similar to the current Flying Six. But the current Flying Six is not much better than ordinary real fighters. As the Beasts Pirates become stronger and stronger, they will definitely be eliminated. Jack didn't want Hold'em to challenge the Flying Six without knowing the consequences. Even if he succeeded, he would be defeated in the future. At least the current Black Maria and Yamato are not weaker than them. The duel between Beast's pirates requires all-out efforts, and the outcome for the loser is mostly death. Jack doesn't want to see his little fanboy being beaten to death. Hold'em naturally had no objection to Jack's arrangement and agreed to it readily. Jack then turned his gaze to Fendel. Fendel, our compatriots will definitely not gather together, so you can stay on my ship and be the second mate. Advertisement. In addition, you are responsible for the communication with all the fishmen of the Beast's pirates. When you are not out to sea, you stay on Ghost Island to deal with the problems encountered by our compatriots and protect the safety of the waters around Ghost Island. Fendel also nodded. After staying in the continent of Alan for more than half a year, all the promises made by Jack were fulfilled one by one. Even when he challenged Jin without knowing his own limitations, he was easily defeated by Jin. This gave Fendel a vague understanding of the strength of the Beast's pirates. In Fendel's current eyes, Jack, as the highest-ranking fishman in the Beast's pirates, is the rightful leader of his compatriots. Naturally, he would not have any objection to Jack's words. However, I heard that the Flying Six are also very powerful cadres of the Beast's pirates. I wonder if Master Jack can win. Thinking of this, Fendel asked with some concern. Master Jack, are you confident about this afternoon's challenge? Grasp. Belch. What kind of confidence are you asking about? I'm not sure I can save their lives. After all, I'm drunk. Tons. Hearing Jack's answer and seeing Jack's reaction, Fendel felt relieved and picked up a barrel of wine. Tons. The duel arena was just completed last year, and it can accommodate 20,000 people without any problem. When Jack walked to the duel arena drunkenly, the pirates who returned to Onigashima had already occupied most of the duel arena. When they saw Jack coming, they cheered deafeningly. Jack the grown-up. Jack the dro. Belch. Jack walked up to the duel stage drunkenly. Alan had been standing there waiting for a long time. Sakazuki stood aside with a red face. When he saw Jack arrive, he said angrily. It's quite a big deal. It made us wait so long. Our Lord Jack the Dro is already here. Boom. The commentator on the podium was still shouting vigorously, but Jack had transformed into a huge mammoth, and his huge size made everyone quiet down. Belch. You guys come together, I'm in a hurry. Chapter 106. Who else? That is, it's out. Master Jack the Dro's mammoth form. Such a huge elephant. It's hard to imagine his power. Is this the pressure our Beast's pirates big boss brings to us? Faced with the challenge of two Flying Six, are you going to fight one against two? What will Alan and Master Sakori choose? Faced with Jack's huge size, the drunkenness on Sakazuki and Alan's faces disappeared. The two have always looked down on Jack, and their understanding of Jack's abilities remains at the level of 10 years ago. Now facing such a huge monster, the two men were obviously panicked. A 20-meter-tall elephant could give people a feeling of being invincible even with just one hoof. This isn't right. Wasn't it a small, broken elephant a few meters tall before? How could it be? This. Don't be afraid, let's attack together. I don't believe it. No matter how powerful he is, can he beat us together? You little brat, you're too arrogant. Who are you looking down on? You be asterisk. D. Sakori was obviously more decisive than Alan and took a dominant position between the two. After hearing what Sakori said, Alan quickly calmed down. Watching the two people make a decision, Jack dug his nose under his body and a speaker was rolled out of his nose. Then a dull voice spread throughout the venue. Before the battle begins, I want to tell you something. You two are just frogs in a well. You have been stationed on Dongdao for many years and have not participated in the battle. In fact, you have been eliminated by the times long ago. Do you still think that the pirates of today are the same as the pirates of the past? With your current strength, you are totally unqualified to occupy the position of the Flying Six. Roger's last words have resulted in an overwhelming number of pirates on the ocean. Although the strength of the top pirates has not changed much, the strength of the bottom and middle pirates is definitely a level beyond the past. And your strength, if placed in the current Beast's pirates, is just an ordinary real fighter. And this situation will continue to increase as the number of pirates continues to grow. Who knows, it may even affect the strength of the top. By that time, the two of you may not even be worthy of real fighting. You have been stuck in the same place for so many years without making any progress. This is the limit of your talent, but it is not the limit of Beast's pirates. It is undeniable that you have made great contributions to the Beast's pirates in the past, but now you have become a complete burden to the Beast's pirates. With the reputation of the Beast's pirates, you acted tyrannically on Winter Island, and no one dared to resist you. Even if pirates occasionally visited, they would choose to give in when they saw the flag of the Beast's pirates. This made you inexplicably confident in your own strength. Advertisement. And today, your confidence will be completely shattered by me. Because times have changed, you so-called adults. Today you will all know why I became the head of Beast's pirates. If there is anyone who still refuses to obey, you can come down now. Come on, all of you. The other Flying Six in the stands looked very unhappy after hearing Jack's words, but they still sat there without getting up. Black Maria on the side said with a sweet smile. Haha, my fellow Flying Six, are you not going down? This is a rare opportunity. The four Flying Six looked at each other, and one of the men with the hook nose said. Black Maria, be aware of your identity. You are just a real fighter now. Don't think you can challenge us just because you have Jack and Ms. Yamato backing you up. Otherwise I don't mind letting you know the gap between you and us. Gap. Alas, Sister Yamato, this guy is so fierce, he seems to want to beat me to death. Black Maria looked at Yamato with a weak face. Yamato picked up the mace and stood up. You, Ms. Yamato, don't make things difficult for us. Bang. The one who answered him was Yamato's mace. They looked at each other helplessly and ran to the open space on the side. Yamato was chasing them closely behind. Black Maria looked at their backs with disdain in her eyes. However, when she saw Runty looking at her strangely, Black Maria's face was full of smiles again, and she clapped her hands at Runty. Shaorun, sister, give me a hug. No, absolutely not. However, no matter how she resisted, she was still hugged by the tall Black Maria. Runty could only look at her brother with a slightly tearful tone. Xiao Pei, save me. Peggy Wan lowered her hat and silently turned her head to the other side. Women are such troublesome creatures. Sakazuki and Alan looked at Jack in shock. They had just launched a rapid and fierce attack on Jack's huge body, but Jack didn't seem to be on guard at all, which made the two men very excited. They thought that Jack underestimated his enemy and would definitely die in their hands. But the two men attacked with all their might, but Jack took it all and remained motionless, which made the two men stand there in disbelief. Jack threw the speaker under his feet, stomped it, and said softly. Weak. Too weak. Really weak. Advertisement. Now you know how big the gap between us is, right? You two are old and can't keep up with the times. Kneel down now. Admit your mistakes and I will spare your lives for the sake of our past friendship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Facing Jack's humiliation, Alan shouted angrily. What a joke. You little brat, who do you think lousy is? You're just a zone ancient species. Do you think we really have no way to deal with you? As soon as he finished speaking, Jack felt a chill on the back of his buttocks and quickly dodged to the side. Sakazuki stabbed Jack's buttocks with a long sword, but it didn't even break the elephant skin on Jack's buttocks. Very good. You guy. It's really despicable. Jack's eyes were bloodshot, and he raised his trunk and smashed it down. On the other side, the four flying six, who had been chased by Yamato for a long time, were forced to take out their weapons and fight with Yamato. Although they did not use heavy force due to Yamato's identity, they still managed to slowly control Yamato with their advantage in numbers. Ms. Yamato, please don't embarrass us. If you keep pestering me like this, even if I seriously injure you, I don't think Mr. Kaido will blame us. Yamato was about to speak, but suddenly he burst into laughter. Swish. Bang. Boom. The smoke dispersed, and several flying six saw clearly what was thrown next to them, and shouted in horror. Sakori. Alan. Sakori and Alan's bodies had been twisted into a knot, and they were obviously deader than dead. Jack you. Jack's tall figure appeared beside them, causing them to step back. Then Jack asked with a look of disdain. What's wrong with me, you idiots? Huh, are you not convinced? Come on. The four of them looked at each other, standing still, without any desire to challenge Jack. Seeing this, Jack spitted in their faces. Who else? Who else? I'm asking you, who else still refuses to accept this? Chapter 107. Mr. Jack is so sweet. Jack's resonant voice made several flying six cover their ears in pain, and after a brief silence, the arena suddenly fell into madness. Unbelievable. Is this the big sign of our beast's pirates? Two flying six teamed up, but they died at the hands of Master Jack in just a few rounds. First, let us observe a 3-second silence for Sakori and Master Alan. Then, let us congratulate Master Jack on his victory. 3. Let us congratulate Master Jack. Jack the Dro. Jack the Dro. The deafening cheers, coupled with the sense of oppression coming from Jack, made several of the flying six hurriedly walk aside without saying a word. Jack jumped onto the stage, waved to the audience, then pulled the microphone and said loudly. Everyone from the Beast's Pirates, now is the era of our pirates. If we want to avoid being eliminated in this new era, then we have to become stronger. No matter what position you are in, you must have the corresponding strength. Even if you are the flying six. I think Mr. Kaido is too kind and always considers past relationships. There are some things that Mr. Kaido is not comfortable saying. Let me say them. We, the Beast's Pirates, are a group of pirates that believe in the survival of the fittest and respect strength. If you don't have the strength, no matter how senior you are, don't act superior in the Beast's Pirates. If your strength does not match your status, I hope you know yourself. Retreat early and give us young people a chance. You know, this sea is now at its most chaotic and darkest moment. You may still be able to maintain a slight advantage in the Beast's Pirates, but if you don't work hard, you will be eliminated by this era sooner or later. The times have no expectations for the waste that stands still. I believe that under the leadership of Mr. Kaido, Beast's Pirates will become bigger and stronger. Even more glorious. And everyone here, and all the members of our Beast's Pirates, are the foundation for Mr. Kaido to become the king of pirates. Let's cheer for Mr. Kaido. Kaido-sensei. Kaido-sensei. Advertisement. Jack saw Kaido walk away silently at the door, then he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This guy is so elusive. Fortunately, I saw him, otherwise I would have been beaten up by you again. Just wait for me, I remember everything. When I can beat you, I will beat all three of you good brothers 100 or 80 times. After this duel, Jack completely proved his strength as the big boss in Beast's Pirates. All the previous voices of doubt disappeared, and many pirates looked at Jack as if he were a crazy fan. Jack was afraid that they would peek at him while he was taking a shower, so he didn't even go out for the past 2 days. He just kept playing his saxophone. Black Maria and several of her young ladies also practiced with Jack using various instruments. Yamato was even playing the drums in a very professional manner. This was a show to be performed at the Fire Festival, and of course Jack was forced to do it. Yamato is a natural at learning drums, and he formed a band with these young ladies. In the past 2 years, they have become very famous in Beast's Pirates. Black Maria is also a great flute player, and the ladies under her are all master at playing guitar, bass and other instruments. Coupled with their youth, beauty and gender advantages, they have successfully defeated Quinn Rap Band in the past 2 years and have become the most anticipated performing group at the Flame Festival. Jack had learned to play the saxophone for many years in his previous life. This instrument also existed in this world, and Quinn was also a grandmaster. In the past few years, Jack had nothing to do, so he would play the saxophone and stick his hips forward in front of the 2 girls in a coquettish manner. This time, Yamato was worried about what program to prepare for the Fire Festival, and he thought of Jack and came to him. The music in this world is no less exciting than that in the previous life, and even electronic music has been created. After Jack threw some of the coolest saxophone scores to Yamato, he was naturally pulled into the band that Yamato had formed. The name of this band is Candy Girls. Jack refused, but Black Maria and Yamato helped, so Jack agreed with tears in his eyes. However, Jack strongly protested against the name of the band. After discussion, everyone agreed to change the name of the band from Candy Girls. Yamato held the microphone and beat the drums rhythmically, occasionally singing a rap. Jack raised his hips and played the saxophone mechanically, standing out among the group of beautiful girls. Damn, the candy is super sweet. No Motai. Yamato, you are really good at naming and choosing songs. The new name is very sexy, and the song you chose is even more sexy. When the Fire Festival begins, won't I laugh to death when Brother Quinn sees the program. The following is time brought to us by the Candy Super Sweet Group. Then I'll be shirtless, showing off my pectoral muscles, and performing hip thrusts in front of more than 20,000 people. To let them see how sweet I am. Thinking of this, Jack's heart was filled with despair, and he felt that his future was dark. No matter how reluctant Jack was, in order to let his little brother find a home as soon as possible, he still reluctantly accompanied Yamato and the others to practice. But Black Maria is really good at playing the flute, it's really good. A few days later, Kurozumi Orochi brought a group of his men and arrived at Onigashima accompanied by Quinn, which also meant the beginning of the Fire Festival. Jack keenly noticed some changes. In the past, Kaido would always accompany Kurozumi Orochi, but now he didn't even come to the port and just waited for them in the banquet hall. Instead, Quinn became the main force accompanying Kurozumi Orochi, and Kurozumi Orochi did not express any opinion or displeasure about this. It turns out that strength is the root of everything. Advertisement. After Kaido and Kurozumi Orochi completed a series of complicated ritual processes, it also meant that the Fire Festival began. Fu Lu Shou, whose face needed to be blurred, smiled when he saw Jack again and showed great kindness to Jack. It seemed that they all knew that Jack had become the big boss.
Master Jack, you are indeed a young and promising man. In just a few short years, he has grown into a big boss of Beast's Pirates, on par with Master Jin and Master Quinn. Fu Lu Shou rarely stayed by the side of Kurozumi Snake, and came to the room where Jack was to show his friendship to Jack. Jack looked down at him and said softly, No, Master Fu Lu Shou is truly amazing. Over the years, I have never seen anyone who needs mosaics more than you. When Fu Lu Shou was about to say something, Yamato suddenly jumped up and shouted excitedly to Jack.
Hey, hurry up, big elephant. It's our turn. Yamato dragged Jack and ran out first. Black Maria walked to the end and looked at Fu Lu Shou, who looked a little unhappy, and smiled softly. Haha, sorry, that's just Yamato's personality, but we're going to perform a very exciting show next, so please watch it. Ah, it's alright, it's very exciting, isn't it? Then I have to go back and watch it with Mr. Kaido and Lord Orochi. After hearing Fukurokushu's words, Kaido and Kurozumi stopped drinking and walked out of the room to watch the performance of Yamato and Jack with great interest. Next is time brought by the Candy Super Sweet Band. The lead singer is Ms. Yamato from Our Beast's Pirates. Ha 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 ha. The performer is our new big name Jack the Dro. Oh, I'm so excited. Let's see how sweet Jack is. Kaido's face turned green when he saw Jack jumping onto the stage with his upper body naked and holding a saxophone. When he saw Yamato walking up to Jack and thrusting his hips together, Kaido's face turned pale again. Jack and Yamato were completely ignited by the atmosphere at the moment and played the saxophone wholeheartedly. When Jack was playing solo, several beautiful girls from Yamato ran to his side and did the hip thrusting movement together. The pirates were completely excited by the melody of time and the actions of Jack and his teammates. There was a deafening shout from the audience. Master Jack, you're so sweet. The candy is so sweet. You guys are so sweet. Slurp. Kurozumi sniffed and smiled softly at Kaido beside him. Ha ha ha, this show is really good. Kaido exerted force with his hands, and the solid wooden railing was shattered into pieces. Chapter 108. The crack has already appeared. Every year's Fire Festival is the most grand festival of Beast's Pirates.
Even in the year when the Fire Festival was just confirmed, which was the most difficult time for Beast's pirates, Kaido and Jin relied on secretly selling large quantities of pointers on the black market to ensure the smooth holding of the festival. As a result, during that period, both of them lost a lot of weight and their skin became as dark as charcoal. Now that the Beast's pirates have more people and their financial resources are increasing, Kaido, who is extremely generous to his subordinates, is of course not stingy with money. The food and drinks at the festival are not only of a higher grade, but also supplied in unlimited quantities. There are also PR street youths performing various dances non-stop, which makes the pirates very excited and they keep eating. Master Jack, I have not yet congratulated you on becoming the big boss. The door of the room was opened. Jack looked carefully, picked up the wine glass on the table and clinked it with the visitor, and said in a cheerful tone. Kiyoshiro, why aren't you staying with your cowardly master? With his light blue hair tied into a crew cut, Kiyoshiro with narrow eyes looked very unique. After hearing Jack's words, Kiyoshiro showed a fearful expression on his face and said hurriedly. Master Jack, please be careful with your words. Don't say such things lightly. Jack shook his head in disdain, picked up the glass and drank it all, then said to Kiyoshiro. I still have nephritis. Kiyoshiro, don't pretend in front of me. What you said about Kurozumi Orochi when you were drunk was much worse than what I said. Ha ha ha. After hearing Jack's words, Kiyoshiro scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly. Isn't that because you're drunk? I usually respect General Orochi very much. Huff. Jack was no longer surprised to see Kiyoshiro falling asleep while talking. Jack had met Kiyoshiro 2 years ago. He was one of the rare cadres on Kurozumi Orochi's side with whom he had some friendship. The reason was that when this guy drank too much at the fire festival, he cursed Kurozumi Orochi to his men for being as cowardly as a mouse. When Jack heard it, he found it very interesting, so he walked in and had 2 drinks with this guy, and by the way, they exchanged some words of cursing Kurozumi Orochi. Kiyoshiro joined Kurozumi Orochi's team a few years ago. He was originally a famous gangster in Hanano Metropolis. Later, he was invited by Orochi to be his bodyguard. He usually sleeps when he says he will, which makes Jack wonder if he is the reincarnation of the god of sleep. Bang! The door of the room was opened, and Yamato staggered in with drunken eyes. When he saw Kiyoshiro next to Jack, he walked over with a bad look on his face. Snap, snap, hey, you be asterisk 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 D with a head like a broom. Wake up, wake up. You took my spot, A asterisk hole. Yamato was obviously drunk, and Dabi slapped Kiyoshiro on the face one after another. Jack felt a little pain on his face just watching, but Kiyoshiro was still sleeping soundly with snot bubbles. Jack couldn't help but admire Kiyoshiro's sleep quality. Hey, Yamato, stop it. Advertisement. Seeing Kiyoshiro's face swollen, Jack quickly held Yamato's hand. Unexpectedly, this made Yamato completely angry. You big dumb elephant. How dare you stop me? I asked my dad what the elephant's second trunk was. And he beat me up. He also said that the festival was over and he would come to see you. Damn it, Yamato, you are such a jerk. Jack could already foresee what he would face after the fire festival. In another room, Kurozumi Orochi hesitated for a while and asked Kaido. Kaido, I heard that there is a place in Kuri whose environment has been purified by a person with special abilities. And your pirates have already planned to distribute the purified land to the untouchables. Why didn't you tell me about this? As he spoke, Kurozumi Orochi could no longer control his anger, and his tone was filled with anger. Kaido looked at Kurozumi Orochi expressionlessly and said softly. Julie is a place controlled by Beast's pirates. According to the agreement, we can take any measures against Julie, even destroying Julie, and you have no right to stop us. So, I don't need to discuss this with you, right? I did promise you, but I said destruction. Not letting those untouchables live happily every day. When Kurozumi Orochi heard Kaido's words, his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. He stood up and shouted at Kaido. Why do you want to stop torturing those untouchables? And clean up those environments? The next step is to provide them with clean water and good food. No, I will never allow this to happen. Kaido, don't forget, with me here, you Beast's pirates were able to build so many weapons factories in Wano Kuni. You can only kill that idiot Kazuki Oden if I'm here. My only purpose in becoming a general is to destroy Wano Kuni. To return the pain I've suffered 100 times. 1,000 times. To those untouchables. We are allies, so our goals should be the same. They are all torturing them. Playing tricks on them. Instead of purifying the environment and dividing the land for them like we are doing now. Even clean drinking water and food are provided every day. I can tolerate your daughter being kind and occasionally helping those untouchables. But I absolutely won't allow that. Those untouchables live happily every day. Kurozumi Orochi's expression was ferocious, his anger burning his reason, and he roared angrily at Kaido. Advertisement. Kaido, this is something I cannot allow. Never allow that, so make that Jack stop all his current actions. Fu Lu Shou clenched his hands together, which turned white due to excessive force. He stared at Kaido nervously. Kaido was silent for a while, shook his head and said softly. There are many ways to make people feel pain. Physical pain is nothing compared to mental pain. Jack must have his reasons for doing this. Since I promised him that I would hand Julie over to him, I will not take back this decision now. Orochi, you don't need to ask about Julie's affairs. Don't forget that we are allies. You have already tortured the civilians in Flower City enough. Since you have handed Curry and Usagi over to me, you must respect all the decisions I make. Kaido stood up at this point, his tone full of impatience. The oppressive body made Orochi's brain quickly regain its rationality. Orochi looked at Kaido, gritted his teeth and roared unwillingly. Kaido, General, Mr. Kaido, please don't let this matter cause any misunderstanding between our two families. We have always been close allies. Fukurokushu's words calmed Orochi down completely, but he was still unwilling to give up. He looked at Kaido angrily and walked away. Fortunately, the festival had come to an end, and the departure of the snake did not cause any disturbance outside. There was no one in the room except Kaido. Kaido threw his wine glass away and asked softly. Did you hear everything? It seems that this guy Orochi has a lot of opinions about you. Jack stood outside the door, thinking of the look Kurozumi Orochi had given him just now, and said with murderous intent. Brother Kaido, the rift has already appeared. Why don't we just deal with him directly? Take over Wano Kuni in one fell swoop, and then you can become a general directly. Ha ha ha, Jack, it's not time yet. Kaido shook his head and said helplessly. Let's not talk about other aspects. Just from the perspective of combat power, Orochi's subordinates not only have about 5,000 ninja groups, but also several thousand samurai. The Kaimi group. If you want to deal with him, at least give me some time and send more people to infiltrate. Let's not talk about this anymore. Jack, come in, I have something to talk to you about. Jack shook his head desperately, leaned over the crack of the door and said to Kaido. Brother Kaido, I think it's better for us to keep a safe distance. Just talk if you have anything to say. I will definitely do it for you if I can. Stop talking nonsense. Come in. I'm not going in. Bang. Chapter 109 Julie Reconstruction Plan. The fire festival ended with the last show, Dragon chasing the elephant. To be precise, it is the Azure Dragon chasing the mammoth. Jack never expected that with his current defensive ability, he would be hit by Kaido's stick and almost unable to take care of himself. It felt like for a moment the organs in his body were stunned by something, and although it lasted for less than a second, it was enough time for Kaido's attack to teach him a lesson. It turns out that age is more valuable, but is this the Conqueror's entanglement that Kaido mentioned? Jack's Conqueror's Haki has reached the intermediate levels since he defeated Shudenmaru, but in order to reach Conqueror's entanglement, he still has to face at least 2 levels. Without going out to sea and relying on a boat, it is unknown when he can reach Kaido's level. Kaido carried Jack into the sky. The sky lanterns released by the residents of Wano Kuni kept rising around them. Jack looked down and saw that the whole Wano Kuni was decorated with flames, like a burning city. After the fire festival was over, Jack took over his position with his men. Apart from Findle, who was arranged to Onigashima by Jack, Lim and Master had already launched a series of actions in Julie. Hold'em was not idle during this period either. He took the rosters of personnel in various villages and towns and the various regulations set by Jack and started to work hard. Unlike Master, who ate the purification fruit, and Lim, who has superb swordsmanship, Jack can already vaguely see how far Hold'em can go with his talent. It was impossible for him to stay in Wano Kuni forever. After much thought, Hold'em, who had eaten the artificial devil fruit, was the best person to control Curry for him. There is no doubt that Hold'em is loyal to Jack. He is resolute and courageous, which makes him stronger than Lim and Master. Compared with Lim and the kind-hearted Master, Hold'em will execute Jack's orders first, no matter they are right or wrong. The most important thing is that Jack doesn't want to see the lion's trouble rooster anymore. I really feel a dull pain somewhere in my body. Looking at Hold'em lying on the ground, Jack's mouth twitched and he slowly walked down the cabin. Master Jack, as you ordered, we built our manor to the west of this braided village. The environment here is good, there are many bamboo forests and many wild animals. If you want to have a barbecue, there is no shortage of ingredients. And it is located to the west of Rabbit Donbury, so it is convenient for anything. The place called Baikasa Village was originally chosen by Yamato because he liked the bamboo hats here. Seeing that the villagers lived in poverty, he would come to help them from time to time. At that time, Jack fell in love with this place. The village of Baikasa faces the sea and has lakes and forests. The people in the village are simple and honest. It is very close to Onigashima and Rabbit Donbury. Jack prefers it here to the more developed Beluo town. Moreover, the topography of Beyondly village is more suitable to become the cornerstone for Jack's transformation of Julie. Advertisement. Whether it is planting or breeding, the environment here is very suitable, which is why Jack chose to establish a base. As he has been accompanying Yamato to help the village for many years, many villagers have a good impression of Jack and Yamato, who are different from the other beasts pirates. After recognizing Jack, many villagers took the initiative to come forward to say hello. Jack nodded in response to these people one by one. No matter how deep the hatred was, when they could no longer survive, the choices most people would make were predictable. Not all people are heroes. Humans are intelligent creatures who know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. When cold and hunger come, when you look at your children's dry lips and your parents lying on their beds dying, when death surrounds you all the time, hatred can really be put aside. You may not be afraid of death, but when faced with these stark realities, you have to put aside the interests of your country and family for your own weakness, not to mention Wano Kuni, a country that advocates the use of force. After passing through several bamboo forests and crossing a gurgling stream, a tall building comes into view. The height of the 8-story building is enough to take in the entire landscape of Beyondly village. On the highest rooftop of the golden roof stone wall, a lifelike mammoth was carved by Wanokuni's excellent stonemasons. The mammoth raised its long trunk and lowered its head slightly, as if overlooking its own territory. Above the tall main entrance, there are 4 large glittering characters, Heaven on Earth, a name specially given by Jack. Jack ignored the mismatched pink, spiders, and giant, cold wolf logo. Let Yamato and Black Maria find people to do the construction, and it is reasonable and harmless for them to come up with some designs. After reaching the top floor and entering the large conference room, Jack sat on the podium and Master began to report with a stack of documents. Jack listened patiently, glanced at them and ordered. Hold 'em, you will be stationed in Boro Town from now on. The residents there are all the first batch of people to surrender. They have no hostility towards us beasts pirates. Brother Kaido will continue to send us more people later, and those people will be handed over to you for unified management. As you command, Master Jack. Oh ga. Jack nodded to Hold'em who looked serious, looked at Nijiro who raised his hand to salute him, and waved at him, and Nijiro put his arm down. Master, let's put the water and land purification operations on hold for now. Continue to send more people to places suitable for farming and drinking water. Especially those water sources. Brother Kaido will send 500 fishmen to guard them. Advertisement. We must ensure that the very foundation of their survival is in our hands. Jack looked at Master deeply and said seriously. Put away your boring sympathy. Remember, we are pirates. If I find out that you are so kind as to give food and water to the civilians without my permission again. Jack looked at Lim beside him and said sternly. I'll castrate Lim. Ah, no, Master Jack, I will definitely not help them again. Lim, who was a little drowsy, immediately became alert after hearing Jack's words. Jack happened to look over at this time, and Lim quickly forced a smile. All right, Lim, don't give me that greasy smile. Only Master will fall for it. Listen up, Lim, you have to keep an eye on the samurai in Rabbit Prison. If anyone behaves well, you will take care of their families first. If there are warriors who join our beasts pirates, then let their families take charge of the distribution of food and water. Next, recruit people, use food and water as rewards, and let those villagers come here to farm. Also, I have already discussed with Brother Quinn. Brother Jin will send a group of pirates over to make up for the shortage of manpower in the factory and call back the workers from Julie. We also need a lot of strong laborers here, and you need to take over all of them. Jack thought for a moment and then instructed Master. Increase the reward for reporting. If the report is outstanding, assign him a position to manage the villagers. I want them to be suspicious of each other and never be of one mind. Do you understand? Obviously, Jack is an adult. All right, go get busy. As the others left, Jack rubbed his head tiredly. Compared to management matters, fighting was indeed more suitable for him. But when everything is on track, I can be as comfortable as Brother Kaido. Advertisement Chapter 110. The director returns to his post. Jack looked expressionlessly at Yamato and Runti, who were carrying maces, and waved to the people on the boat. Hey who, didn't I tell you to take Black Maria over? What's going on? The tall and sturdy pirates came over with a simple and honest face, scratched his head and said to Jack. Master Jack, my name is not that person, my name is Rune. Bang. A big guy walked over, and the guy cried and covered his face and said. Mr. Kaido said he wanted to teach a guy named Doflamingo a lesson, saying he has been a little disobedient recently. Mr. Kaido has already flown out of Onigashima, so now Lady Black Maria is in charge of all matters on Onigashima and can't come. And Brother Kaido said that while he's away, he wants you to train Miss Yamato and the 2 little guys. He'll check it out when he gets back. Jack roared angrily. This isn't a kindergarten. Is it not enough for me to take care of the little ghost? Bang. Who are you calling a brat again? You be asterisk 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 D. Yamato's mace hit Jack's head mercilessly. Jack wiped his forehead and rushed towards Yamato angrily. When we were at the Rabbit Donbury, you almost bit Lousy into a eunuch, and last time you and your father teamed up to beat me. I'm going to beat your A this time. So you can relive your childhood dreams. That person took this opportunity to slip away quickly, and Peggy Wan pulled the excited Runti to hide aside. Although Yamato was well trained by Kaido, he was obviously no match for Jack. After more than 10 rounds, the 2 men raised their maces and smashed at each other. Divine Foot White Snake Drive. Thundering 8 trigrams. Bang. After Yamato's mace was knocked away by Jack, he shouted at Jack in dissatisfaction. You're not Thunder 8 trigrams. Advertisement. Jack grabbed Yamato and shook his head in disdain. Most of my moves are called this. If I say it's Thundering 8 trigrams, it's Thundering 8 trigrams. Ah, Shao Pei. Carry me quickly, my legs are numb. When Runti saw Yamato's scream, she was frightened and immediately jumped onto Peggy Wan's back, tightly strangling Peggy Wan's neck with her arms. Peggy Wan stuck out her tongue and ran forward in great pain. After whipping Yamato severely, Jack carried Yamato on his back and picked up the mace on the ground, and suddenly found something wrong. Yamato's mace should be about the same size as his tusk. Yamato had complained to himself before that the mace was too big and inconvenient to use, but now both the length and thickness have been reduced by half. Although it is still a bit too big compared to Yamato's body, it is at least much better than having to carry it out before. Jack touched his chin after looking at the maces that fell from Peggy Wan and Runti. Does Kaido have no idea about Yamato's height? It seems that Yamato did not inherit her father Kaido's height, but her mother's. So the question is, how did Kaido and Yamato's mother give birth to Yamato? If I take the time to ask him, he will probably answer truthfully and not hit me, right? There are many wild beasts in Wano Kuni, including some huge beasts. Jack's crocodile mount is just an ordinary beast in Wano Kuni. Even Hold'em's mount, the ostrich, can be found in Wano Kuni, which greatly supplements the mount resources of beasts pirates. Only Yamato's head was exposed, and the body below the neck was buried in the soil by Jack. Yamato looked very uncomfortable. He wanted to use all his strength to break free, but he was completely unable to do it. Runty and his sister stood beside Yamato. The three of them were surrounded by a group of wild wolves with red eyes. The wolves' eyes were red as if they had seen a big meal, and their saliva kept dripping to the ground. The two little kids, Runty and Peggy Wan, were obviously a little panicked when facing these hungry wolves, and their hands holding the maces began to tremble. Under the command of the leader wolf, several wild wolves jumped high towards Runty and his sister and launched an attack. Master, who was standing next to Jack, said with some concern. Master Jack, you tied Yamato with a seastone chain of such high purity, and asked Runty and Peggy Wan to protect Yamato. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Although they have good talents, they are still young. Dangerous. Still young. Jack stared at Runty and Peggy Wan who were fighting with the wolves, but turned to Master and said to him. If the dinosaurs can be defeated by the wolves, then it is not unfair for these two little devils to die here. And when I was their age, I killed so many people. Master said to Jack helplessly. Master Jack, not everyone is like you. Advertisement. Am I not a human being? ... Shao Pei. It hurts. As more and more wild wolves joined the siege, Runty could no longer hold on and was bitten on the arm by a wolf. The mace in his hand fell to the ground. Sis. You guys are a bunch of beasts. Roar. The appearance of a Spinosaurus about 2 meters tall made the wolves afraid to move forward. Runty then remembered that he was also a person with special abilities, and quickly used his abilities to transform into a beast. The ancient species that Runty ate was the Pachycephalosaur fruit. As the name suggests, it has a swollen head. And its neck is also longer than that of Peggy 1. However, the two men were similar in size. Faced with the two suddenly appearing dinosaurs, the leader wolf hesitated for a moment, but still commanded his companions to rush forward. Jack turned around slowly and said softly. Humph. See, Master. There's nothing to worry about. How can a wolf defeat a dragon? When they are done, purify their bodies to prevent them from getting rabies. That Mr. Jack, I think you need to take another look. It seems like a big guy is coming. After hearing what Master said, Jack turned around with some confusion. FK. An extremely tall giant wolf joined the battlefield at some point. Judging from its sharp teeth, thick limbs and sharp toes, it was clear that it was not a docile one. Peggy 1 and Runty are now about 3 meters tall in their beast form, but they can only barely reach the wolf's neck, which further highlights how exaggerated the wolf's size is. Buzz. At the critical moment, Jack Conqueror's hockey took action, and the wild wolves fled to the side in shame. Feeling the breath of Jack, the giant wolf also retreated vigilantly. Jack stroked his chin and looked at the giant wolf, his eyes gradually becoming a little strange. This guy looks pretty smart, doesn't he? And this size is even bigger than that crocodile, so it can definitely be used as my mount. Big stupid elephant. Let me go. I want this wolf. I want it to be my mount. Hurry. After hearing Yamato's excited shout, Jack closed his eyes helplessly. Forget it. Just give it to her. After all, I am the principal of Guadao Kindergarten. I have to pamper these students myself, even if I cry. Chapter 111 Behind the Light is Darkness. After Runty and Peggy 1 ate the devil fruit, not only did their physical fitness improve greatly, but their courage also increased a lot. Perhaps it was because they had to face the Beast's pirates, a group of vicious pirates, all day long, which was why they didn't faint like before when facing Jack's Conqueror's hockey. But it is extremely difficult for two people to unlock Yamato. The seastone shackles on Yamato were used by Kaido to imprison Jack, and they have reached the highest purity. Even for Jack, whose fruit has been awakened, when he first touched these shackles, he was like a bug lying on the ground, unable to do anything. Yamato still has the strength to struggle and shout, thanks to Jack who secretly practiced on Yamato from time to time without telling Kaido and took revenge on her in private. Jack grabbed Yamato's head and pulled it out of the soil. The rough action made Runty and Peggy 1 grimaced at the sight of him. Jack endured the discomfort and took off the shackles on Yamato. Yamato transformed into a beast and chased in the direction the giant wolf fled. Runty and Peggy 1 looked at each other and followed excitedly, not showing any sign of being almost frightened to death just now. Children are really cute, Master Jack. Looking at Master's doting expression, Jack whispered. That Makabaka, I have sent people to look for him, but we still can't find the Demon King. If that doesn't work, you should stay a man and leave some offspring first. Otherwise, it will be hard to have a baby when you are older. When you become a woman, you can have another child. Then you will be both a father and a mother. But I've always been curious, do you have this function? Seeing Jack's expectant eyes, Master's face turned cold. He picked up an unconscious wolf on the ground and threw it at Jack, then turned and left. Tisk tisk, you're still angry, how boring. I'm doing this for your own good. It was already afternoon when Yamato and Runty returned to heaven on earth riding the giant wolf. The giant silver wolf, with its slender body and unruly look, made a group of pirates, after being frightened, look at Yamato riding on it with envy. Yamato and Runty were sitting on the giant wolf with smug expressions on their faces, which was completely different from Peggy 1 who was covering her face with a hat. The giant wolf was given a name, Erha, a week after it arrived. Compared to Ah Lang and Ah Yin played by Yamato, and Xiao Xiao Mao played by Runty, Peggy 1 chose to support Erha played by Jack, and was almost strangled to death by her sister for this. Jack didn't give it this name for nothing. This giant wolf looks cold and unapproachable, but after staying here for a few days, it wags its tail at everyone it sees. From time to time, it runs from the first floor to the rooftop and jumps down, full of energy. Even the steps were chewed by it, making the whole place full of its wolf hair. Advertisement. If its tail hadn't been pointing down, Jack would have thought it was a dog. Spring goes and autumn comes, time passes quickly. During this period, Jack's series of plans were implemented smoothly. There was a large amount of wasteland behind the village of Beyonly. These places were all fenced off by Jack and used as farmland after being purified by Master. There were also some livestock factories and breweries that had just been built in other places. No one in Julie needs to suffer from hunger anymore, and have to work on their barren land which yields little harvest. All of them can exchange their labor for food and clean drinking water. Those who perform well can enjoy the luxury of taking a bath in clean water or be rewarded with fine wine and delicious food. As for those who have elderly and children at home, Jack will send people to deliver enough food to keep them alive. Dormitories, football fields, various entertainment activities, medical classes, as long as you work hard, you can enjoy everything. At first, these civilians who were used to oppression felt a little uncomfortable with this kind of life. They all thought that the beast's pirates were thinking of some way to torture them again. But after they actually ate food, drank water, and listened to Jack's MLM-like speech, they truly believed that the ordeal was finally over and were filled with gratitude to Jack. This gratitude reached its peak when the slaves and pirates escorted from the continent of Alan arrived in Wano Kuni and all the civilians in the weapons factory were released. Only after you've been hungry do you realize how precious food is. Only after experiencing the separation of life and death can one understand how luxurious reunion is. Jack is making up some stories, letting people leak them out in Julie in a mysterious way, putting some bad things on Kurozumi Orochi and Kazuki Oden, and picking out the Beast's pirates. In people's minds, Beast's pirates became a weak group that was threatened by Kurozumi Orochi and had to work for him and bully civilians. The warriors naturally wouldn't believe it, but it was enough for the people to believe it. Most civilians are ignorant and will believe in lies even if they are easily exposed. Even if a smart person knows that this is a lie, what can they do? How many people will believe you? And once it is revealed, the end will be death. If anyone says something bad about Beast's pirates these days, all your information might end up on Lim's desk the next day. His children receive education in the school built by the Beast's pirates, and he works in the Beast's pirates industry. When everything you have is controlled by others, hatred is just an occasional lingering memory after a good meal. Because of their courage to express their anger and their determination to never give in, the warriors who had no weaknesses have all turned into feces in the Beast's bellies to nourish the earth. Advertisement. Jack, you did a great job. If we hadn't grown up together, I would have doubted whether you were some kind of old freak living in the world. You have so many weird ideas in your head. Compared to Mr. Kaido, you are really better at controlling people's hearts. Black Maria sat next to Jack. The two of them looked down from the rooftop. Julie was already beginning to prosper. Black Maria leaned her head on Jack's shoulder and asked in confusion. But can they really let go of such a huge hatred like this? Why did you go to so much trouble to get so many? If they dare to resist, just kill them. Jack put his arm around Maria's shoulders and replied softly. Human habits are terrible things. I have set so many rules for them, but my only purpose is to transfer this hatred to Kurozumi the snake. They eat our food, live in our houses, and work hard for us. When they get used to it, it doesn't really matter whether they hate us or not. Humans are naturally bullying and fearing the strong, and the people of Wano Kuni have taken this nature to the extreme. Brother Kaido is a person who can solve problems with his fists, but he will never use his brain because he is afraid of trouble. I am more afraid of trouble than Kaido, so I have to solve these problems at once. Otherwise, they will rebel sooner or later when facing oppression. After all, we are different from Kurozumi Orochi. What we want is to control this country, and the people's hearts are very important. Hee hee. Black Maria covered her mouth and smiled sweetly at Jack. I don't know as much as you do. When it comes to political intrigue, you men are naturally different from us women. But there are some rumors among the people below that what you are doing now is more merciful than those righteous marines out there. HMPH. A righteous marine. Jack snorted disdainfully, looked at the people working hard in the distance and said in a deep voice. Justice and evil are just labels used by the victors or the powerful party to label themselves. Behind the light, isn't there darkness? How do you know that the identities of the marines and pirates won't be reversed one day? Chapter 112 The strongest creature on land, sea and air. After hearing Jack's words, Black Maria leaned her head down gently, lying in Jack's arms and whispered. Jack, you know so much. Jack hugged Maria tighter, thinking wildly in his mind, and said to Maria with ill intentions. I know more about other places. Let's try it another day. Haha, it's just you. Damn, who are you looking down on? Do you believe that Lousy can beat someone to death? Jack put Maria down and put one of her legs on his shoulder, ready to prove himself, but as soon as he put his hand on Maria's chest, he felt a murderous intent. Yamato carried a mace on his shoulder and stared at Jack with a bad look on his face. Jack had a few drops of sweat on his forehead and whispered to Yamato. Listen to my explanation, Maria has a cramp. I'm massaging her. Yamato, don't be impulsive. Disperse your haki. Put the mace down. Black Maria pushed Jack away, covered her eyes and ran behind Yamato. Wow, Sister Yamato, Jack bullied me, woo-woo. Maria, you, go to hell, big color elephant. Bang, Master and Lim were standing downstairs when they suddenly felt something falling from the sky and quickly moved aside. Boom, Jack's body smashed the ground into a human shape. Under the gaze of the two people, Jack jumped out of the hole without changing his expression and said. Advertisement. I'm working out, don't be surprised. Lim walked to the human-shaped pit, looked at it, and stood there in shock. Master saw it and ran over. The two shouted to Jack who walked into the building. Master Jack, are you okay? There's a long steel bar inside. Of course I'm fine. I told you. I did it on purpose. I knew it. I was working out. Jack wiped his tears and ran upstairs with a painful look on his face. Lim looked at the steel bar in the middle of the human-shaped pit in shock, then looked at Jack's back and said with admiration. It's unbelievable that Master Jack has even trained in this area. No wonder he is so powerful at such a young age. I'll have to ask Master Jack someday how to improve this aspect. That way, when facing the enemy, I won't be afraid of those despicable moves. After hearing Lim's words, Master patted Lim's shoulder with a shy look on her face and said in a soft voice. Hate it. I hate it so much. You are so mean. Question mark question mark question mark question mark. I'm really afraid that someone will attack me there. Why do you say I'm annoying? Lim looked at Master with a confused look on his face. Kaido doesn't need to worry about either Allen Continent or Wano Kuni during this period. Jin, Jack and Quinn, the three big bosses, plus Black Maria who guards Onigashima, manage everything in an orderly manner. Kaido has been running out looking for people to fight during this period. The first people he found were the people sent by the world government to target Jack. Jack didn't know who was sent by the world government, nor did he know how Kaido got the news about them, but Kaido failed that time. If the Fishman team hadn't been holding Kaido's life card and following him all the time, Kaido would have probably stayed on the seabed for at least another month. And Jack discovered a problem. After the addition of the Fishman, Kaido became more and more reckless. Advertisement. The opponents he finds are not easy to deal with. Kaido has destroyed 3 bases built by Marine in New World alone. Although he is defeated every time because of being surrounded and beaten by Marine, Marine can't do anything to him. Ordinary seastone chains tied on Kaido have no effect on him at all. If you want to kill him, his super strong defense can't do anything. If you take him to prison, the only outcome will be the destruction of the ship and the death of everyone. As for the other pirates, when they meet Kaido, it depends on what Kaido's mood is. According to the fish people, the most outrageous incident was when Kaido got drunk and flew away into the sky. The next day, when the fish people followed the instructions on the life card to find Kaido, they discovered that Kaido was on a pirate's ship. The blades of the pirates' knives were bent from chopping Kaido, and they all collapsed on the ground exhausted, but Kaido was still snoring loudly in his sleep. In this ocean, Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, but Kaido has challenged the Whitebeard pirates 3 times alone in the past year. At the beginning, Whitebeard fought Kaido with all his strength and defeated Kaido after a few days of fighting. However, even Whitebeard could not kill Kaido. In order to avoid fighting with the beast's pirates, Whitebeard could only throw Kaido onto the island. When Kaido challenged the Whitebeard pirates for the second time, Whitebeard was already a little annoyed, and some of the officers on Whitebeard's ship also took action and subdued Kaido. When Kaido challenged the Whitebeard pirates for the third time, Whitebeard knocked Kaido into the sea with one punch and ran away on the boat. There was no way around it. Kaido's defense was too perverted. The fact that Marine had failed to try Kaido many times had already told Whitebeard how difficult it was to kill Kaido. Whitebeard tried it last time, using immune to death. Faced with Kaido's dog skin plaster behavior, Whitebeard finally backed down. It's not that I'm afraid, I'm just a little annoyed. At my age, I still want to have more sons. Why should I bother with a drunkard who drinks all day? Out of sight, out of mind. Anyway, the beast's pirates didn't go to war with the Whitebeard pirates, and my side didn't lose anything, so I'd better stay away from him. Even Whitebeard had this reaction. Kaido took extra care of other famous pirates. With the advantage of being able to fly, Kaido fought from Wano Kuni all the way to the Grand Line, except for not having any contact with the Big Mom pirates. However, Kaido's crazy behavior not only made Beast's pirates more famous, but also earned him an incomparable nickname of Haki, and was known to the world as the strongest creature on land, sea and air. Kaido's deeds spread throughout the entire Onigashima through the Fishman salvage team, and Jack naturally knew about it. However, thinking of Kaido's inference about immortality, Jack gradually understood Kaido's true thoughts. In addition to teaching a lesson to those guys who are clamoring to challenge Beast's pirates all day long and increasing the popularity of Beast's pirates so that more pirates can join Beast's pirates, Kaido may be doing this because he wants to break through his own immortality and reach a new height. Jack was looking forward to this. He wondered what the defense of Kaido's immortal body would reach after breaking through level 1. He also had this skill, so he would definitely be able to reach this level. But when the New Year's Fire Festival was about to begin, facing Kaido who was trying to teach him a lesson with just an excuse, Jack knew that he had definitely failed. Hee. You deserve it. Who told you to bully minors? God has eyes. Chapter 113 Wano Kuni Current Situation. See Circle Calendar in 1512, Jack was already 16 years old. With a 7-meter-tall figure, he doesn't look much shorter standing next to Kaido. Because of his similar body shape and weapons to Kaido, a rumor spread among the Beast's pirates that Jack was actually Governor Kaido's biological son, and Yamato was just adopted by Kaido. The starting point of this rumor was actually just a joke Quinn said to Jack. Unfortunately, Yamato, the idiot, took it seriously after hearing it. After drinking alone, he chased Jack from Curry to Tuden, making Jack miserable. Everyone knew about it, and the newly joined pirates also believed it to be true. If Kaido hadn't come back halfway and personally educated the two after hearing the rumor would have been stopped at the point that Yamato was a child bride Kaido found for Jack, and later because her body shape didn't fit, she was replaced by Black Maria. Perhaps according to rumors now, Kaido should be a great-grandfather. Last year was a very busy year for Jack. For the whole year, Jack spent almost all of his time in Julie handling various affairs and training the childish trio headed by Yamato. There is a reward for every effort. With the help of Lim, Master and Hold'em, Julie developed extremely rapidly. At least now the Wano Kuni civilians are not so afraid when facing the pirates of the Beast's pirates, and they even take the initiative to find out some of the hiding warriors. Both Runti and his sister have good talents. For them now, they just need to practice hard, which does not take up too much of Jack's time. On the contrary, Yamato is getting stronger day by day, and is becoming more and more familiar with armament hockey and observation hockey. Kaido is out hanging out all day, and needs Jack's guidance on how to use the fruit. Jack actually spends more time on her. But what makes Jack feel relieved is that Yamato seems to have taken hormones this year. It seems that scientific ways of growing taller, such as running more, exercising more, and drinking more milk, are still very effective. If I continue to grow, my dream of having girls on both sides will not be impossible to achieve. Hiss. The pain from his butt made Jack stop fantasizing. After cursing Kaido countless times in his heart, Jack lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Advertisement. Although the residents of Wano Kuni were a little afraid of the strange-looking fishmen at first, they gradually got used to them over time. Anyway, as long as they don't provoke these murlocs, they won't deliberately target them. Compared to the human pirates of Beast's pirates, these murlocs are easier to talk to when they are overseers. The fishmen also had a very good impression of the residents of Wano Kuni. After all, the residents of Wano Kuni had been oppressed in the past, and their lives were worse than death. At first, they were only afraid and curious about the fishmen, and did not discriminate against them. After getting familiar with them, they even had a respectful and flattering attitude towards these fishmen who were in charge of the water source. After joining the Beast's pirates, after being educated by Jin and after a series of things they saw and heard, these fishmen were not so radical anymore. The vastness of this world was beyond their understanding, and the more they knew, the more they understood what awe was. The Beast's pirates are also very satisfied with the attitude of the murlocs. Now the number of murlocs on Ghost Island is slowly increasing. As for those who discriminate against murlocs, there are naturally some people, but there will naturally be someone to educate them. As one of the 3 leaders of Beast's pirates, Jack certainly has privileges. Although Beast's pirates prohibits internal fighting, it only applies to cadres. As for Jack getting drunk and killing a few blind minions, or injuring a few cadres who have complaints about the fishmen, naturally no one will pursue the matter. As the number of murlocs increased, the already planned Onigashima Island could no longer meet the needs of the murlocs. Kaido waved his hand and handed over the Renbu port where Baiwu Township was located to the management of the murlocs. Baiwu Township, as another area controlled by the Beast's pirates, has always been managed by Jin. However, since Jin is stationed outside all year round, Baiwu Township is basically guarded by several of Jin's real fighters. With Renwu Port being assigned to the fishmen, this also means that Kaido has decided to hand over Hakubu Township to Jack for management. After all, Jack's series of operations in Guri have received very good responses so far. Kaido, who is eager to get Wano Kuni, certainly knows what to choose. Jack abolished the previous Wano Kuni currency and created a new one. Copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins were the currencies Jack adopted in Julie, all of which had Kaido's portrait on them, which was strongly supported by Kaido. The method of exchanging labor for food only lasted for 2 months before it was banned by Jack. This method was only temporary, and a monetary system was still needed to sustain it for a long time. The Beast's pirates have taken control of all of Julie's supplies. As long as the workers work hard, they will be rewarded accordingly, and then use the rewards to spend and return them to the Beast's pirates themselves. With Jack's huge investment, Beyondly Village gradually attracted more people to live there and became a small town. Even if other places in Julie are worse than Beyondly Village, they are not much worse. The abundance of food and water has stopped the negative growth of Julie's population and added many newborns. Advertisement. After all, when one is well fed and well clothed, one will think about S***X. Moreover, brothels and gambling houses are all available. These basic living facilities are indispensable and also allow the pirates to vent their unnecessary desires. The residents of Tuden kept escaping to live in Julie, and Jack naturally accepted them all. After discussing with Quinn and Kaido Kaido simply decided to use Tuden as a concentration of weapons factories and relocate all the residents of Tuden to Julie. Among them, the factories with the most serious pollution are all located in Tuden, and Master is stationed there all year round to purify the environment. Rabbit Donbury will become a gathering place for slaves and criminals. Jack will also hold a viewing mode from time to time to let the civilians of Julie see the fate of those who resist the Beast's pirates, and remain in awe of the Beast's pirates. As for the town of Beluo, it is extremely prosperous. Most of the people there are family members of the warriors who joined the Beast's pirates. Their status is naturally superior, and they enjoy the best things. As the wealth of the Beast's pirates continues to grow, the Fire Festival becomes more and more grand. With only 1 week left before the Fire Festival, Wano Kuni is already filled with a festive atmosphere. In the past, the Fire Festival was the most anticipated festival every year for the extremely oppressed Wano Kuni. Those civilians will try their best to save some money and have something delicious on the day of the Fire Festival. Only on this day will smiles appear on their faces, and only on this day can they keep the pain away from themselves. This year's Fire Festival is a very special one for all the villagers of Guri and Udon. They no longer lived in hunger and cold, and were no longer shrouded in the shadow of death. Their pale faces had become rosy, and Jack specifically ordered them to be given 10 days off to prepare for the fire ceremony. Various snacks are sold on the streets. Most of these vendors are women who have no middle-aged men at home. Jack specially sent people to train them and teach them how to make various snacks. With their presence, Julie will become more prosperous. The pirates from the Beast's pirates also often patronized their business. Under Jack's intimidation, these pirates of course traded for money. Yamato and Runti are frequent customers. After being trained by Jack, they often dress up a little and visit various snack stalls. As for Yamato's husky, it is a frequent guest of various snack shop owners. With a Yamato purse hanging around its neck, it would sit down and buy whatever snack it liked. Considering its size, it would basically buy it all. In just half a year, its body became plump as if it were inflated. Jack sat on the rooftop, looking down at the brightly lit Beyondly town, feeling very proud. It's just a pity. I haven't been to those brothels myself. I don't know if there are tall women there. Advertisement Chapter 114. When did the Flying Six become a new one? Many people in Julie are well aware of Yamato's identity, especially the owners of the night market. Every time after being trained by Jack, Yamato would lie down on the head of the bed and wait for the sun to set. Seeing the sun setting again, Yamato jumped out of the bed. When Yamato brought Runti and his sister to the night market, most of the shops were open. The three of them closed their eyes and sniffed gently, and their faces were immediately filled with intoxication. Roast chicken that can play ball. Your best choice. 3 for 1 silver coin. You love me, I love you. Onigashima milk tea is sweet. Mutton skewers. 1 copper coin each. After eating 1 skewer, I want 2. After eating 2 skewers, I want 10. If it's fake, I'll pay 10 times the price. Ghost Island stinky tofu. It stinks when you eat it but smells good. It tastes like feces. It has a unique flavor. You must try it in your life. 9 turn large intestine. Smells good but tastes stinky. The original taste, the magical taste. If you are not convinced in this life, come and try it. Loop the goose 3 times and you can take it home. Archery time. The grand prize is a U from overseas. There are loudspeakers playing various advertising slogans in front of hundreds of stores, and the bustling crowds make the atmosphere here even more lively. Yamato and Runti looked at each other, and the 3 of them excitedly rushed into the crowd. A newly opened shop attracted the attention of Yamato and the other 2. It turned out to be a shop opened by a fishman. The shining and unique sign attracted the 3 of them to walk over. Mutton kebabs, beef kebabs, all kinds of meat kebabs. If they're fake, I'll pay you 10 times. If they're fake, I'll pay you 10 times. The rich aroma made Yamato and the other 2 wait patiently in line for most of the day. When it was finally their turn, Yamato said quickly. Mutton. 30 skewers, please. Here. No need to look for it. The fishman boss took the gold coins handed over by Yamato, looked at the remaining skewers he had, pondered for a while, picked up a handful and put them on the skewers rack. Look at you. I just want to try it, and this boss is so polite. Not bad. You're very good at handling things. Add more spiciness. I like spicy food. Add more cumin too. I'm telling you, I'm an expert at this. Facing the chattering Yamato, the fishman boss did not respond at all. He focused on grilling the skewers, put them on a tray and handed them to Yamato. We only have duck meat left. If it's fake, we'll compensate you tenfold. It's over 300 skewers, so I gave you some extra. Eat it. Question mark. UB********* D. Advertisement. Stop it, Sister Yamato. He is indeed right. If it's fake, I'll pay you 10 times the price. That's 300 strings. If the fishman boss hadn't run away when he saw the situation was not good, and if page 1 hadn't stopped him, Yamato might have transformed directly. Jack was standing in the distance, watching the place with his observation hockey. When he saw Yamato sit down and put all the duck skewers into his mouth, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The owner of this shop is a newly joined fishman. Compared with the previous fishmen, some of the recently joined fishmen are ordinary residents of the Fishmen Island. After being persuaded by their compatriots who returned to the Fishmen Island, these fishmen chose to come to Beast's Pirates with their families. Kaido naturally welcomed them with open arms. Compared to their aggressive counterparts, most of them are like ordinary people and prefer a peaceful life. After all, they couldn't be supported for nothing, so Jack chose to let them work in exchange for compensation. Many of them also wanted to do some small business. This fishman was the first to explore the way for his compatriots to see if humans were hostile to them. There is definitely no hostility at the moment, but who taught him this way of doing business? Looking at the fishman running past him, Jack said helplessly. Hey, you bastards. I told you new guys that you can do business, but you can't disrupt the market just because you are my people. It's obviously duck kebabs, why do you say it's lamb kebabs? Haha, Master Jack. The fishman was panicked at first, then he said confidently. Because she gave too much. I only had duck skewers left. And I told you I'd pay you 10 times the price if it's fake. I gave her all the rest. The price is fair. No cheating. I was speechless. Jack waved his hand helplessly and told the fishman to go away, then started to observe the night market again. After all, the night market has just started, and the beast's pirates are currently very short of manpower. Jack is considering whether he needs to train a group of guards. Yamato volunteered to manage the night market, but was strongly rejected by Jack. Haha, asking you to manage the night market is like throwing meat buns at a dog. After Yamato and his two companions finished eating more than 300 skewers of duck meat, they soon set their sights on stinky tofu. This snack is very popular among women. Yamato and Runty are both regular customers. Peggy Wan hates the taste very much, but he has no say among the three. However, the stinky tofu was not fried well, and suddenly there was a roar from the side. Bah, what the hell? How dare you play tricks on Lousy? Make Lousy eat shit. Master Sasaki, you can't do this. Stop it. This is Master Jack's territory. A man wearing a military cap, a cape and a long knife tied around his waist was pulling the owner of the shop with a look of rage on his face. There were several pirates beside him who were trying desperately to persuade him, but the man was so angry that he ignored his men's persuasion and kicked the owner to the ground. Sir. Advertisement. This is the 9-turn large intestine, which retains the original flavor. This is the flavor. This is the flavor we sell. It's clearly written on the sign. Have mercy, sir. I am not teasing you. You. Faced with the boss's pleading, the man seemed even angrier and put his hand directly on the hilt of the knife. The man's mouth full of fangs attracted the attention of Runty and Peggy Wan. As half merfolk, they actually felt a little inferior about their identities. In the past, even some of their father's companions looked at them with contempt. For a long time, the two of them used masks to cover their fangs. After joining Beast's pirates, because of Jack's strength, no one dared to show discrimination against the Murlocs, and the people of Julie were even more respectful towards the Murlocs, which made the two of them slowly take off their masks and put aside their inferiority. The Runty siblings were furious when they saw the sharp-toothed man trying to kill the snack bar owner. On the one hand, it was because he broke the peaceful atmosphere, and on the other hand, his behavior made the two feel offended. After all, places like night markets have long been regarded as their territory by the kindergarten trio. Hey, you B*****************. D. Stop it. Do you know what you are doing? No one in Curry, except Mr. Kaido, can hurt them without Master Jack's permission. Sasaki turned around, looked at the two little ones with angry faces, and chuckled. Haha, you two little brats, you really don't know how to live or die. That is, Sasagi the Elder, etc. Several pirates nearby recognized the identities of the two and quickly ran to Sasaki and whispered an introduction. As the cadre reserve of the Beast's pirates, the Runty siblings who had always followed Yamato's had a very loud reputation. Just these two brats. Reserve cadres. Sasaki's eyes were full of disdain, and he didn't take the two of them seriously at all, which made Runty furious. Hey, you B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************out** Stop it. Don't be impulsive. If Peggy Wan hadn't held him tightly, Runty would have hit him with his head. Sasaki looked at Runty and Peggy Wan, drew his long sword, and scolded. You two little brats better get out of here. They are just two reserve officers. To put it bluntly, they are no different from ordinary pirates. How dare you rebel against a person like me? Are you looking for death? After hearing what Sasaki said, the expressions on the faces of several pirates became even more panicked, while Jack, who was secretly observing with his observation hockey, was completely confused. Flying 6. When was it changed? How come I didn't know? Chapter 115. This kid is a little crazy. Flying 6. When was it replaced? How come I didn't know about it? So what about the Flying 6? Do you know what you are doing? Get out of here. You are not welcome here. Pulling the irritable Runty behind him, Yamato raised his head and looked at Sasaki and asked softly. His tone was unusually calm. Several pirates recognized Yamato's identity and shouted in surprise. Ms. Yamato. Yamato. Miss. Sasaki looked at Yamato, his expression still defiant. So you are Mr. Kaido's daughter. Mr. Kaido will announce the Flying 6 at the Fire Festival in a few days. I, Sasaki, am a strong man recognized by Mr. Kaido himself. The Beast's pirates are a group of pirates that respects strength. Even if you are Mr. Kaido's daughter, you have no right to order me around. The dispute between the two people quickly attracted people's attention, but in a moment, everyone ran away. The fat boss of Jojowan Dachang looked up, thought for a moment, and chose to lie on the ground pretending to be dead. Order. I'm not ordering you, I'm just informing you. Yamato frowned and said to Sasaki patiently. This is my territory. I don't welcome people like you. Do you understand? Ha ha ha, your territory. As far as I know, this is the territory of Jack the Drow. Sasaki laughed softly with his fangs showing, then stopped laughing and looked at Yamato seriously and said. Mr. Kaido told me that it's best not to challenge the big bosses, saying that I'm not their match based on my ability. I don't believe it. Not to mention Jin and Quinn, Jack seems to be only in his teens, right? My purpose of coming here is to see whether Jack the Drow, who has a bounty of over 1 billion on him from Marine, is really the same as the legend says, a terrifying monster that destroys nations and eats people. Erha, bring me my weapon. Yamato roared impatiently, and a huge silver wolf appeared from the street behind Sasaki, with a huge stake in its mouth. Seeing the street blocked by the crowd, Erha took dozens of steps back, then jumped into the air with crazy acceleration. Seeing Yamato inexplicably walk to the side, the crowd watching in the distance also looked above his head, and Sasaki also raised his head. Bang, roar, cough cough cough, roar, woof woof, woof woof. Advertisement. Woof woof woof. Erha let out a loud roar, and the meat steak got stuck in his throat. After swallowing it with great effort, he quickly walked towards Yamato to please him. Where did such a big, fat dog come from? Sasaki got up from the ground and looked at Erha's fat body and said uncertainly. When he saw Yamato take the mace from Erha, Sasaki's expression immediately became serious. Although you are Mr. Kaido's daughter, if you dare to attack me, then I will have no choice but to knock you down. After Sasaki said this, Yamato suddenly threw the mace at Erha again. Seeing a tall shadow suddenly appear under his feet and the people looking behind him with fearful eyes, Sasaki suddenly felt a chill. Master Jack, this is a misunderstanding. Several pirates accompanying Sasaki cried out in fear. Sasaki turned around and saw a belt with a faint watermark underneath, and he also smelled a strong smell of urine. After unconsciously taking a few steps back, Sasaki finally saw Jack's expressionless face. Jack is about the same height as Kaido, but his arms look much thicker than Kaido's, and most of Jack's eyes are occupied by the whites. Sasaki swallowed unconsciously. Just by looking at his appearance and aura, Sasaki felt a strong sense of oppression. It took Jack a long time to turn his eyes away from Sasaki and ask the pirates beside him. Who brought this guy here? How come he doesn't know the rules at all? Lousy is just letting the water out, why can't you let it out properly? And you? Jack pointed at the tallest pirate and said. I remember you were that person. Master Jack, I'm Rune. That's not important. What's important is who brought this idiot here. Seeing that Jack didn't take him seriously at all, Sasaki felt humiliated and shouted at Jack. Stop looking down on me, you be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* might not know who would be the top executive. Master Sasaki. Mr. Kaido just asked me to bring you here for fun, but he didn't ask you to provoke Master Jack. If Mr. Kaido knew about this, he would definitely be very unhappy. Rune's words made Sasaki calm down quickly. After thinking for a while, Sasaki felt that he had just joined the Beast's pirates, so it would be better to keep a low profile. After looking at Jack with an unfriendly look, Sasaki turned around and prepared to leave. Hey, pay the money, advertisement, and the medical expenses for that kick you just gave him are also paid. Jack's words made Sasaki, who was about to leave, stiffen. Then he began to tremble all over. He turned around, raised his head and glared at Jack and said, "Are you humiliating me, asking me to pay, giving medical expenses to such a lowly person? I'm a member of the Beast's pirates. Are you kidding me?" "I'm not mistaken." Jack looked at Sasaki and said impatiently. "I don't care how high up you are, if you eat at my place you have to pay. If everyone in Beast's pirates was like you, I wouldn't be in the group anymore. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and pay, and there's a fine, otherwise I will smash your head, break your legs, and fracture your ribs." At this point, Jack had already taken out the mace from his waist, and he had obviously lost his patience. Sasaki stared at Jack. After the two looked at each other for a long time, Sasaki took out a purse from his waist and threw it on the table next to him. Instead of getting angry, he smiled. "Ha ha ha ha. Very good, Jack the Dro. I will definitely ask Mr. Kaido to challenge you. Just wait patiently. Don't think that defeating the red-haired guy is a big deal. If I were there, the so-called red-haired Shanks would have died." After Sasaki finished speaking, he turned around and left without stopping. Rune smiled awkwardly at Jack and hurriedly followed him. "This kid, he's a little crazy. Brother Jack, why don't you FK him?" Jack squatted down, lowered his head and said to Runty, who looked indignant. "You're a girl, so please speak politely, okay? Don't keep talking about work." "But that's what idiot Yamato said. Call me Sister Yamato." "Idiot, you little brat, stop right there." Looking at the three people with chubby bodies and the inflatable husky, Jack touched his chin and decided to start extra training with them in the evening. Otherwise, if you continue like this, you will develop 3 highs sooner or later. Chapter 117. Racist Foz. Jack stood on the deck of the Mammoth with a very serious expression. Just now, his men came to report that for some unknown reason, Findle, who was stationed on Ghost Island, had a dispute with a new cadre named Foz F who had just joined the Beast's pirates. Findle challenged him, and the other party agreed. As a result, Findle was severely taught a lesson by the other party. The fish people were very excited, and many of them ran to Julie to complain to him. Jack was troubled by this and didn't know what to do. The key point is that the guy is the same as Sasaki, who was met at the night market. He is the master who will be promoted to the Flying Six by Kaido in this fire festival. Both of them are famous captains of pirates groups. They joined the Beast's pirates because they admired Kaido. However, the difference between the two is that Sasaki resigned from the position of captain to join the Beast's pirates, while Foz F led all his subordinates to join the Beast's pirates. Jack naturally believed in Kaido's vision, and people at the level of Fei Lubei naturally had privileges. Like himself, they were directly managed by Kaido. Jack was not their superior and had no right to order them to do anything. Foz F. Sasagi. Looking through the information handed over by his subordinates, Jack finally understood why Kaido made an exception and promoted the two to the Flying Six. Both of them are big pirates with bounties exceeding 200 million, and their past battle records are also pretty good. The most important thing is that both of them are the same ancient zone species demon fruit power as himself. Zone devil fruit, in addition to increasing the physical fitness of the eater, will also more or less increase the eater's talent in physical skills. The ancient species and the mythical beast species are actually similar in this regard. As long as the two are not too bad, there is still a possibility of further improvement in their 20s. However, the identity of Foz F is quite interesting. Alas, I don't know why it turned out like this. Brother Kaido's preferential treatment of Murlocs has made many people somewhat dissatisfied. Even Brother Quinn has reminded them of this. As a result, Beast's pirates not only do not discriminate against Murlocs like other places, but the status of Murlocs seems to be superior to others. If this goes on, something bad will happen sooner or later, and I have to solve this problem. The Mammoth was docked at the port of Ghost Island, and a group of Murlocs had been waiting in the snow for a long time. As soon as Jack got off the boat, he saw a group of his compatriots who were about to be turned into snowmen by the heavy snow, and he couldn't help but frown. Hey, didn't I tell you not to wait for me here? Although we are of the same race, we still need to focus on influence. Advertisement. I still need to confirm this matter. I can't listen to your one-sided words. Jack was a little unhappy. There should be human pirates stationed at the port of Ghost Island as guards, but now all the guards were gone. It must be the work of these fishmen. Whether they were threatening or offering bribes, it was too much. Because some of the merfolk dislike winter, Kaido has raised a mountain range for them and built an exclusive bay as their home. It is spring-like all year round there, and no one except the merfolk is allowed to enter. As the only port of Onigashima, this place has always been managed by Kaido's direct subordinates. The actions of his compatriots have already crossed the line. Master Jack, this is not our fault. That's right, Master Jack, you must make the decision for Brother Fendel. Master has examined Brother Fendel. He needs to rest in bed for at least half a month. He can't even participate in the fire festival this time. Master Jack, you must teach that guy a lesson. It's because he looks down on us fishmen that Brother Fendel challenged him. That's right, don't let that guy go. As soon as they saw Jack getting off the boat, the fishmen immediately started chattering and shouting, which made Jack very annoyed. Yamato and Runti, brother and sister, saw Jack like this on the boat, and sat on Airha, laughing non-stop with a gloating look on their faces. You guys, shut up, and you, stop smiling at me. Where are the port guards? Come out to me, quick. After angrily telling everyone to shut up, a dozen guards heard Jack's roar and quickly ran out of the room under the lighthouse. Jack is an adult. Belch. The guards looked at Jack in panic. The strong smell of alcohol coming from them, and some of them burping continuously, made Jack frown even deeper. The few guards who were still awake saw Jack's anger and quickly explained. Master Jack, Lil and the others said they would wait for you here and take over our guard, so we. Advertisement. Shut up. Jack rudely interrupted the guard's explanation and asked impatiently. Tell me what the conflict between Findle and Foz F was about. Tell me everything clearly. I want to hear the truth. Got it. Yes, Master Jack is like this. As the guards explained, Jack's brows immediately became a chuan shape. After dispersing the fish people who were looking expectant, Jack waved to Airha. This matter is just as the fish people said, it is not Findle's fault. The reason why Fendel challenged Foz Fo was because Foz Fo refused Kaido's offer to assign him a group of Murloc subordinates. The key is to just refuse. Foz F also expressed strong contempt for the merman and said some very ugly words. After these words reached Fendel's ears, Fendel went to confront him, but Foz F again ridiculed Fendel. Later, Fendel was so angry that he challenged Foz F, and was then seriously injured by Foz F. When the fish people learned about this, they were furious. The fire festival was about to begin in a few days, so most of the fish people returned to Onigashima. This matter was now a hot topic and it had ruined the joy before the festival. Hey, Brother Jack, this guy is even crazier, why don't you go beat him up? I support you, you might as well just beat him to death, and kill all the Flying Six. When we grow up, we'll be the Flying Six. Runti chattered in Jack's ear, making Jack even more irritated. Shut up, if you keep talking, Lousy will keep you from getting off the boat for a week. Jack jumped onto the husky's back and patted it hard. The fat husky started running wildly. Jack felt a little depressed. Damn, Lousy and these people are fish people, and they are not black people. Why do you discriminate against us? Now that's bad. The fishmen are united. If I don't solve this problem before the festival, you will probably be drowned in the sea when you go out to sea. I hope you can be more careful, otherwise Kaido will have to find another flying six. Chapter 118. There is nothing special about the fishman. Along the way, many people showed excitement in their eyes after seeing Jack on the back of the husky. Pirates are guys who love fun and are not afraid of trouble. Fighting and blood are commonplace for them. The story of Findle and Foz F had spread throughout Ghost Island in just one day. Fendel has been defeated, and the pirates below are waiting to see how Jack, a Murloc, will resolve the matter. The pirates are also looking forward to seeing who will be more powerful between the new member, Foz F, and Jack. Foz F is also a Zone Ancient Species ability user. He has already demonstrated his powerful strength in the battle with Fendel yesterday. And it is rumored that if Kaido had not allowed it, he and the newly joined Sasaki would have challenged Jack, the big boss, long ago. The lower-level pirates naturally couldn't tell who was stronger. They could only judge from the performance of Foz F in defeating Findle that Foz F would not be weaker than Jack. Many of them had already started betting secretly. Kaido's preferential treatment of the fish people will naturally cause dissatisfaction among many pirates, and these people will inevitably hope that someone can defeat Jack. After all, Jack is the strongest Murloc in Beast's pirates and the Murloc's support. After defeating Jack, these increasingly arrogant fishmen will become more restrained. This is particularly evident among the pirates who discriminate against the Murlocs but dare not reveal their feelings because of Jack's strength. They offered to become Foz Fado's men. Some idiots got drunk and laughed at the weakness of the fish people, expressing their dissatisfaction with them. Kaido recruited a new secretary named Bao Huang, who is a real secretary of course. She has a special way to monitor every move of Onigashima. Kaido knew these words, but he chose to let Bao Huang pass the information to Jack, and he had no intention of intervening. Except for the fact that he flew to Julie and beat up Jack right after he came back, Kaido immersed himself in the Aunts group all day and didn't take the incident to heart at all. This further encouraged the arrogance of the pirates, and many pirates even ran to the fishmen's residence to laugh at them. Foz F even said that the fish people are trash. If Beast's pirates hadn't banned infighting, the two sides would probably have already started fighting. Jack closed his eyes and thought silently in his mind. It seems that Brother Kaido wants me to handle this matter. Perhaps he has realized that the preferential treatment given to the fish people has made a group of lower-level pirates dissatisfied. Although the appearance of the racist Foz F caused unrest on Ghost Island, it also provided an opportunity to resolve the problem. Conveying the message to me means that I don't object to using violence to resolve the problem. Even if I were to scold these fishmen, these sensitive fishmen would not develop any rebellious mentality. Moreover, Kaido himself did not step forward to stop Foz F, which also showed his respect for Foz F and meant that he did not want to kill him. Tisk tisk, damn, I still have to use my brain to guess. Fortunately, Laozi is smart, otherwise he would have been hit so hard that all the shit would have come out of him. Yamato and Runti, brother and sister, were lying on the husky and sleeping soundly. Jack lay on Maria's lap, pondered for a moment and asked. Is that Foz F very powerful? Haha, so impressive, I'm definitely better than those losers. Maria thought for a moment and continued. But that's it. His moves are quite unique. I heard he used the Marine 6 styles. Fendel was too relaxed, that's why he lost so quickly. Advertisement. If I'm right with you, maybe I can give you a good massage for me. Black Maria helped Jack up, then picked up the wheel beside her. The head on it opened its eyes, but when it saw Jack's face full of disgust, it immediately closed its eyes again. I'm going to go out and do something. You should go check on your fellow tribesmen. Fendel is seriously injured. Hey, where are you going? Jack looked at Maria and asked in confusion, then stood up and picked up Maria's wheel and said with some disgust. You are becoming more and more perverted. Are you using this person who ate Smile as a weapon? Just throw it away. Although the head closed his eyes and pretended to be dead, his face was covered with sweat. Maria snatched the wheel and looked at Jack with some amusement and said. It's just a little hobby of mine. As for spying on us. Haha, you better deal with Yamato first. Have you managed Yamato? Watching Maria leave quickly, Jack shouted with a depressed look. Why are you walking so fast? How am I going to handle her? It will cost lives. Yamato rubbed his eyes sleepily and asked Jack. What happened? Nothing, you continue to sleep, I'll go out for a walk. After walking out of the room, Jack ran directly to the right. After running to the right corner of Onigashima, the place where there should have been a mountain range had been raised to the ground. Two tall pillars supported a door plaque with the words, Maresman's House, written on it. A group of drunken pirates were standing outside the fishman's house, shouting something. Jack slowed down when he saw them. Ha 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 ha, you rubbish, Merce man, it's just a fish. Mr. Kaido shouldn't have recruited you fish. So what if he has Jack's support? If Mr. Kaido hadn't forbidden it, Master Foz F would have challenged Jack long ago. When the time comes. After just listening for a moment, Jack's eyes turned red. A few pirates were still talking nonsense when they suddenly felt that it was getting dark and turned around quickly. Master Jack. Jack. Bang. Advertisement. Jack swung the huge and thick fang down fiercely. When Jack lifted the fang up, only one of the pirates who had not spoken a word was left, trembling and looking at Jack. Master Jack, I am here to dissuade them. I support you. I didn't curse the fishman. Master Jack, spare my life. Shut up. Of course I know, otherwise, would you still be alive? Now go back and tell Fu to come over and apologize to me. This matter is over, otherwise I'll have to wait for him in the dueling arena. Even though Mr. Kaido doesn't allow it, he can't challenge me. But as the head honcho, I have the right to disobey Mr. Kaido's orders. After the pirates ran away in a panic, the fish people heard the noise and ran out crying again, but Jack didn't say anything. He just looked at them coldly, and slowly they shut their mouths. Although we are compatriots, I said that we are members of the Beast's Pirates first. Compatriots secondly. Since you joined the Beast's Pirates, Brother Kaido has been very kind to you. I'm sure you are well aware of this. But this doesn't mean you are superior to others. I have heard many cases of people bullying their human companions. There were also people who got drunk and started a disturbance, ganging up on the law enforcement team. Wait. It's a bunch of crap. They didn't care about it for my sake, but that doesn't mean you were right. Once Lousy has resolved this matter, your good days will be over. If anyone dares to break the rules of the Beast's Pirates and thinks they are superior, then go back to the Fishman Island. Do you understand? Clear. Seeing Jack's furious look, the fishmen nodded guiltily, and Jack walked into the fishman's house aggressively. Fendel's upper body was wrapped up like a dumpling. When he saw Jack coming in, he said in shame. I'm sorry, Master Jack, I embarrassed you. I didn't hit that guy. Shut up. It's not because you haven't fought before that you're ashamed. It's because many of our compatriots think that fishmen are more noble than humans. Fendel, after you recover from your injuries, wipe out this kind of thinking from our compatriots. Otherwise, got it, Master Jack, I promise. Jack didn't finish his words, but Fendel had already sensed the murderous intent contained in them and quickly nodded in agreement. After a long time, Jack patted Fendel on the shoulder and said tiredly. Rest well, Fendel, remember, you are very lucky to have the life you have now. To treat you well, I just need your strength, but power is everywhere, there is nothing special about Murlocs. Chapter 119 The Unruly Duo. Jack is an adult. Jack is an adult. Hearing the shouting outside the house, Jack opened the door and walked out. The pirate's henchman who was let go by Jack ran back in a panic. Just by looking at the 2 red slap marks on his face, Jack already knew the answer that Phosphor was going to give. Jack. Adult. The pirates looked at Jack's expressionless face, his mouth trembling, and he was about to speak with courage, but Jack spoke at this time. Tell Foz F that we'll meet at the dueling arena tomorrow afternoon. If he has the guts to come, you know. Go away. After the pirates nodded hurriedly, they curled up into a ball and rolled down the slope. Their miserable appearance made the fishmen laugh. Damn it, I told you to get out of here, but if I told you to eat shit, would you eat it? And what are you laughing at? After the fire festival, someone will give you a political lesson every day. Write me a 1,000-word review every day. Get back to your room now. Jack walked out of the fishman's house cursing, and just a few steps away he heard a huge cheer. Looking in the direction of the sound, Jack muttered to himself in confusion. Dueling arena. Who is dueling with whom again? How come I don't know? Curiosity drove Jack towards the duel arena, but not long after he walked, Sasaki appeared in front of him with a fat belly and a small military cap. Jack quickly activated the observation hotkey. Haha, this weakling is also a flying 6 like us. What a shame, I can't even beat a woman. You can imagine how powerful the boss is. Although Mr. Kaido is extremely powerful, the strength of his subordinates is really weak. Oh, what a pity. With my ability, becoming a big boss won't be a problem at all. Mr. Kaido is still too sentimental. Never mind, I will make more achievements, and then I will beg Mr. Kaido to give me the right to challenge the big boss.
But the woman named Black Maria is quite attractive. The pirates around Sasaki had been forcing themselves to smile, not knowing what to say. After hearing this, they panicked. Soon, they noticed the tall Jack and stood there in fear. Jack is an adult. Snort. Unlike several pirates' minions, Sasaki's eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He snorted and tried to pass by Jack, but was stopped by Jack. What do you want to do? If you want to take action, I'd love to help you. Sasaki struggled to break free, jumped to the side, put his hand on the scabbard, and looked at Jack with a vigilant look. You, tell me, what happened in the arena? Who challenged the Flying 6? Advertisement. Jack stretched out his finger and hooked it at one of the pirates, who responded hastily. It's Lord Black Maria. Lord Black Maria successfully challenged the Flying 6. Master Fei Liu Baotuku has been poisoned to death by Master Black Maria. After hearing the answer from the minion, Jack suddenly realized. Oh, so that's what you're busy with, Flying 6. But with Maria's strength, it shouldn't be a problem. Sasaki looked at Jack impatiently and said, if you stopped me just to ask about this, then you already know it and we're leaving. Let's go, etc. Jack shouted, and several pirates stood still without daring to move. After seeing their reactions, Sasaki became anxious and shouted angrily. You are a bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of? You are my men. This guy has no right to order you around, get out of here. Ha ha ha. Well. Jack looked at the pirates with sad faces and chuckled. Then he sighed helplessly, lowered his head and looked at Sasaki and said. You said Black Maria is very attractive? It seems that you admire her very much. But first you have to know one thing, Black Maria is my woman, and with your figure,
You don't even have the qualifications to admire her. You. Hateful. Clang. Seeing Jack's contemptuous look, Sasaki drew out the long sword from his waist. Jack waved his hand and said, "That's all. I can drive one sheep and I can let 2 sheep go." "You're very upset with me, aren't you? See you in the arena tomorrow afternoon at 3. Don't worry, I will use my privileges to accept your challenge. You and that fellow called Foz F, come together." After hearing Jack's words, Sasaki was overjoyed. He put the long sword back into the scabbard, looked at Jack excitedly and said, "You said it. You must come when the time comes. Don't worry, I won't kill you, I will keep you alive. After all, Mr. Kaido still values you guys. If I kill you, Mr. Kaido will be sad." Jack smiled at Sasaki. "Advertisement, thank you so much, just because of what you said, I will be gentler to you." Snort. BWGB. B. Sasaki snorted disdainfully, took a few steps forward, then suddenly turned around and said, "You will find out tomorrow who is more powerful. The big man standing next to Mr. Kaido is not someone a loser can handle." Looking at Sasaki's departing figure, Jack shook his head helplessly. This person keeps talking about Mr. Kaido. Is he a crazy fan of Kaido? But fortunately, I think Maria is very attractive and her sexual orientation should be normal, otherwise I would have to remind brother Kaido to lock the door when he goes to bed at night. "Oh. So you are Jack." A slightly sarcastic voice interrupted Jack's imagination. Looking in the direction of the voice, a breath of philosophy came to his face. Pink hair, a red pointed hood covering half of the face, the golden circles on the eyes and the golden earrings on the ears all reveal the unique personality of the person. He was wearing a red suit with his chest exposed, a giant eye on it and a tattoo of the letters Who S Who. Jack couldn't help but take a few steps back. My goodness, the pregnancy test stick would show 2 bars every time you wave it next to you. The air is filled with the scent of hormones. Compared with you, Master is at least prettier than a woman, while you are just forcing yourself on him. But is this guy the same Foz F? Never mind, I'll just pretend I don't know him. Who are you? This is the new Flying Six of the Beast's pirates, Master Foz Foe. The pirates next to him looked so proud that Jack was a little confused. Are the Flying Six very proud? Am I still a big shot? Am I proud? Snort. Just wait, I will definitely challenge you tomorrow. Someone who's on par with that B********** D Shanks. I want to see if you have that ability. With his hands in his pockets, Foz F walked past Jack in an extremely arrogant manner. Several pirates also followed Foz F with arrogance, not taking Jack seriously at all. UF GB D. Jack wanted to teach them a lesson, but when he saw Black Maria appearing in front of him, he thought better of it. A Sasaki, a Foz Foe. You are all so unruly. Very good. I will remember it. I hope you will still be so arrogant tomorrow. Seeing Black Maria coming over surrounded by several young sisters, Jack ran over with an attentive look on his face. I succeeded in challenging the Flying Six. You must be tired after the battle, right? Do you want to take a bath? I'll give you a back rub to relieve your fatigue. My skills are first rate. Roll. Come on. Chapter 120. I'm doing an experiment. Call. Damn. After looking at Erha and Yamato who were snoring loudly, and then looking at Runty who was about to fall asleep in Maria's arms, Jack walked out of the playground with a helpless look on his face and returned to his room. Brother Jack, I've told you before that it's best for us guys not to sleep with women. It's very troublesome. Peggy Wan's serious expression made Jack's mouth twitch a few times. He walked to the bedside very depressed, pulled Peggy Wan down, and said contemptuously, "Don't G sleep in my bed. Don't you have any idea how tall you are? Go and sleep with your sister. Lousy is afraid that he might turn over and crush you to death at night." Peggy Wan hugged the pillow and said helplessly, "Brother Jack, there are differences between men and women, don't you know? Huh, little sparrow, you want to fly before you even grow feathers? There are still differences between men and women. For you, the only difference between you and women now is the way you pee. If you don't want to go to the other bed, anyway, don't be with me. I dreamed of eating at night, and I could probably swallow you in one bite." After Peggy Wan took one look at Jack's bloody mouth and the sharp teeth on it, she felt a chill on her back and quickly jumped to another bed in the room holding the pillow. After a while, Jack's snoring sounded loudly, and Peggy Wan covered her ears with a pillow in pain. When Foz F rushed to the duel arena, it was just a few minutes before 3 o'clock. Sasaki had been waiting there long ago. After seeing Foz F, Sasaki said provocatively, "I thought you didn't dare to come, but I didn't expect you to actually come. But it's better not to come, it's useless to come anyway." Fuzzy F glanced at Sasaki and said coldly, "Although there are many programs on Ghost Island, you don't have to learn them yourself. There's no need to perform stand-up comedy for me, I don't like this kind of show. You." Sasaki was so angry that he put his hand on the hilt of the knife at his waist and glared at Foz F. However, after thinking for a while, Sasaki let go of his hand and said with a hint of sarcasm, "Forget it. There is no point in saying more. Advertisement. Once you're done fighting our big boss, it will be my turn. I hope your mouth is as hard as your words when facing Jack. After all, Jack is the man who can beat back that red-haired Shanks, and if I remember correctly, Shanks seemed to have defeated you before." The veins on Foz F's hands bulged. He glanced at Sasaki and said softly, You will see, and after I defeat him, I will accept your challenge. Ha ha ha. Really? Then I'll wait and see. After entering the arena, Foz F jumped directly to the dueling arena in the middle. However, as soon as he landed, Foz F keenly noticed that the dueling arena seemed a little different from yesterday. A smaller pirate's ship was placed somewhat abruptly in the bay in the middle of the duel arena, which made Foz F frown. As soon as Foz F appeared, the host on the podium noticed him and shouted excitedly. The challenger has appeared. It's the new Beasts Pirates leader, Master Foz F. According to reliable information, Master Foz F and Master Sasaki will be promoted by Mr. Kaido to become the new Flying Six at the Fire Festival in a few days. So this duel can be seen as a battle for the top spot between the Flying Six and the Big Boss. But where is our Master Jack? The time has come, why hasn't Master Jack appeared yet? Fuzzy F ignored the cheers from the stage, stared at the pirate's ship cautiously, and said in a deep voice. Come out, I didn't expect Jack the Drow to still be quite childish. You're hiding in there, are you trying to play hide and seek with me? Ha ha ha. After a loud laugh, Jack walked out of the cabin, which immediately excited the pirates watching. Oh, Master Jack has been here for a long time. Jack is an adult, Jack is an adult. Foz F is usually very calm and serious. Although he expresses disdain for Jack, he does not dare to underestimate Jack in his heart. The battle with Fendel was also caused by the fact that he hated Murlocs and made a few complaints. But I didn't expect that the Murlocs in Beasts Pirates were different from the Murlocs in other places, which caused the matter to become more and more serious. I have just joined Beasts Pirates, so there is no way I can lower my posture. Now I have no choice but to bite the bullet and do it. But deep down, Foz F does not think that he is weaker than Jack, and he is looking forward to fighting with Jack, who was able to defeat Shanks. Advertisement Shanks defeated me only because I was not careful and fell into the sea. If I defeated Jack, it would prove that Shanks was not my opponent. Thinking of this, Foz F looked at Jack with excitement, drew out the long dagger from his waist and was about to attack Jack. Etc. Jack looked at the long pink scabbard on Foz F's waist, then looked at the dagger in Foz F's hand, and said with some doubt. A scabbard for a dagger? A 10-centimeter long stick, and you put it in a 30-centimeter long black hole? Is there something seriously wrong with your brain? But it does suit your temperament. Seeing Jack looking at him with a slightly strange look, Fuzzy F shouted angrily. Enough of that nonsense. Come on, Jack the Drow. Wait, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. Jack pressed his hands towards Foz F and said softly. First of all, I need to clarify one thing. Were you beaten by a fishman when you were a child? My compatriots have offended you. Our skin is not dark. Why do you discriminate against us? Or did you date a fishman and get dumped by him? Damn it. How dare you humiliate me like this? In the blink of an eye, Foz F's body changed into a human beast form in front of Jack's eyes. Compared with Jack's thin body, it has become very strong, and the mane around the neck makes Jack want to touch it. The thick tail and much longer arms, if it weren't for the coquettish clothes and the philosophical mask, people would definitely not associate him with Foz F. Jack, I'll let you understand the gap between us. I'm the one who's going to be the big guy, Fuzzy F roared and was about to rush towards Jack, but Jack pressed his hands down again and said in a deep voice. Etc. What are you going to do now? Are you going to fight again? If you are scared, you can admit defeat. I will let you go. Seeing Foz Fu looking impatient, Jack turned around and jumped onto the deck, saying loudly to Foz Fu. Lousy is not a streamer. I don't need you to let me go. I'm just doing an experiment. Pull the boat. Over.